behind door number 1. It's behind door number 2. You can think of it in either way.
Do you know Hans Zimmer?
Oh yeah, the orchestrator for Christopher Nolan movies and also the Dune movies too.
Yeah.
I recently watched a thing with that. It was really interesting. Like the soundtrack that he does for Dune is like just way too much, but like he goes like so far to
Right,
get such kind of weird sounds, man. Yeah.
I've got 2 plugins, a brass plugin and a cinematic drums plugin, and they play his sounds on loops.
Ooh.
Did you actually know that Hans Zimmer did the soundtracks for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 1 and 2?
Yeah, he's an incredible sound designer. Actually doing some sort of simple stuff at the end of the day.
Yeah. But he just pulls it together.
He creates a sort of a textural instrumentation. You know what I mean? Like his sounds are like of that world, and then he kind of like amps it up. But he's sort of doing sort of simple composition, but the sound design is really.
Yeah, he doesn't always write the theme. It's just a lot of the sound design in bed, and someone else might write the theme.
What was that movie? Not Inception, but the one they go into a dream, into a dream, into a dream. And then once again they go into a dream.
That's Inception.
Inception. Right.
That's the one I said that I hypnotized you to believe that I wrote it and gave it to Christopher Nolan.
Yeah, I didn't believe it from the start, but
yeah, I guess the hypnosis didn't stick. We'll have to work on it again. We'll get this straight eventually.
There's always a fool out there that's willing to believe anything. Not me though.
Right. I'm your Huckleberry.
But if that's a dream you have, it can always become truth.
Yep. I like other movies like Flatliners. That's another kind of cool one. Dreamworld one. There's one called Dennis Quaid. That's definitely scar you mentally if you're a child and you watch this movie.
Is it horror?
Dream fucking shit. Yeah, Dennis Quaid. Yeah. Snake people. You don't want to know about this. It's terrible. It's like stop animation kind of. Just like the most psychedelic way to kind of like imprint on a young person. Stop animation. It's like, they know it's not actually real, but somehow it actually registers harder than like, you know, the 60 FPS 4K CGI stuff. It's not as impactful as like, you know.
I think I saw a stop motion called Alice.
Okay.
I've got a good thriller for you. M. Night Shyamalan's new film, Knock at the Cabin. So there's a gay couple and 4 religious people turn up, and they believe the world's going to end, and they've got to do a special ritual.
Haley Joel Osment's like, I see gay.
Yeah,
anyway.
That's it.
Okay. M. Night Shyamalan.
Do you got a link?
Yeah.
He's done for me. I'm finished with him.
Who?
Well, like, can I just have his first name now? So we're gonna go by M still. Right.
Who?
M. Night Shyamalan. Like, can we be on a first name basis at this fucking point? You know, we need a first initial. That's like what, a little bit weird.
What's your real name? Snack.
Like, what's the reasoning? Like he's just a brand. at this point. He's the plot twist guy.
I like a good plot twist, though. Nothing wrong with that.
He's not. He's not like the plot twist guy, is he?
He makes simple thrillers. It's an easy watch because you don't know if the gay couple that are skeptics to this mental group of 4 religious people are right, or the 4 religious people are right, and the world is going to end. So all the way through, you're thinking, could these crazy people be right?
Maybe, maybe not. You're gonna know until the end.
Oh, what's gonna happen?
Yeah, it's a good feeling.
I agree. It's the best.
I don't know what's gonna happen.
Hey, snacks.
What's better than True Detective season 1? Answer that.
No, I'll ask you something first.
I've got an answer for that.
Snacks.
All right. Well, okay. After your not dumb question, go for it.
What's your real name?
So I believe the films Midsommar and A Dark Song are slightly better than True Detective Series 1.
Is that a movie? True
Yeah.
Detective?
No, it's a series.
Mm. Have you seen Carbon Fiber?
No.
First season. It's kinda cool. You want me to send you a link? It's worth it.
Okay. There is some meaning in Midsommar, pagan horror film. It will traumatize you, and you'll love it.
It has like horror movie elements to it. Like horror movie rules apply kind of understanding of it. Like,
Yeah.
oh, we're now in horror movie mode, kind of. But it's also
Have you seen it?
yeah. Fast forwarded through a lot of it, I guess. To say.
Oh, mate. Just watch it one more time. But carry on.
I mean, I just don't. Like, I get the. I don't know. Like, people like it. It's not better than True Detective, though.
The
It's
scope.
it's sort of it's in the same line of, um, yeah, scary white people magic. I don't know what would you call that?
Yeah,
Children of the Corn, sort of. I don't know.
Wicker Man, scary white people magic, folk horror.
Is that good enough? Okay, cool. That's kind of what I was thinking.
True Detective excels in its script more than Midsommar. Midsommar just looks beautiful, and it's all cohesive and blows your mind.
Yeah. That really, like, has to be triggering for anybody to watch is the Lovecraft County.
Right.
Like, or don't, like, pretty much don't watch it, but is like, if you did, it would be like you'd be triggered for some reason.
I was wrong with the title. It's called Altered Carbon.
Was that not about robots?
I'll send you a link, Snack. Just watch it, man. It's cool. Don't mind to unmute messages.
Lovecraft Country. I just skipped through the trailer. I can imagine it could be triggered. I watched the series for my
And it's
girlfriend.
interesting too. Like it's written by like one of the what's his name? The Key and Peele guy. Fucking which one's which? Anyway, it's Jordan Peele's. Like he's a co-writer, but then also who else is in it? Like J.J. Abrams is like part of the production crew here. So
That's
this is like
not a good thing.
It's
That's not
this
good
is like
thing.
a AAA fucking ball club that's doing this here.
J.J.
And it's such
Abrams is
such
a
a
motherfucker, man.
let me talk, motherfucker. It's such a wild ass fucking production, and this stuff goes like anywhere. This is like kind of Steven Spielberg's boy, JJ, right? And this is like what's
No.
don't you talk? And anyway, so it's a pretty odd series, and I don't think I got all the way through it.
What's the name?
It's called Lovecraft County.
Let me look it up.
And so this is like, okay, if you're familiar with the works of H.P. Lovecraft or you know, the multi-tentacled faced monster situation, the bat wings from hell, whatever. Yeah. So this is like a refuckification of that guy's work, I guess, since he's a known like supremacist of some sort or many sorts or something like that. So basically saw fit to like basically fuck up his work a little bit with this for whatever reason. But
There's only one season.
yeah, which is really convenient and good for everybody.
Autistic black 25-year-old joins his friend Tisha and Uncle George on a car trip throughout 1915 Jim Crow America to discover his
I'm doing
father.
that. Yeah.
They must survive white
I'm s-
America's racist terror and Lovecraft.
Now, I'm sort of doing the
Non-experts.
opposite of recommending this show. Like, don't watch it. Go ahead and don't watch it. But it's like it exists. It's like
Sounds like some weird shit, man.
there are portions to this. Okay, like if if you can like handle the first 3 or 4 episodes, whatever. But once you get into like the later parts of the series, like there are some weird things that go on, and I'm like, what? How? Like, what? It's like okay, like what? The real like I don't know.
Do you know Miss Robot?
It's like they bury like only like maybe a handful of scenes, but they'll throw them in the later parts of a series. You know, you have to graduate through the first episodes, or else you won't even because nobody really watches a show from episode 7. Everybody watches it from the beginning. If you don't like the series, you don't progress through it. I mean,
Yeah, well, that's basically with any show, right? If you don't like
different.
it, you're not gonna look through it.
It's just
Also,
different
some
production
people do.
styles, man. I don't know. I think this was it through like Showtime or whatever. The Showtime makes like Westworld. They make like other sort of wokey, woke entertainment, woke entertainment.
Dexter.
Yeah, I just coined that shit.
Dexter's great.
Wokey. I like it.
Like, woke entertainment. Just
Wokey.
enter. We're already entered. We're just woker now.
But did you see Miss Robot? Don?
I've seen that. Yeah, I like it. bit disturbing.
Did you see it until the last episode?
Unless there's been another series that I've missed, but I saw it up until the ending. I thought was the ending.
4 seasons.
Yeah, I may have only seen 3.
There's a 4th season of Mr. Robot, man.
I believe you. Just haven't got time.
Well, I wouldn't say it's worth it. If you've seen the first 3 seasons, then you might as well watch the last one, season 4. That's where it all ends.
I've pretty much forgot everything about it except that scene with the spoon and the eye. And the guy in the hoodie.
The spoon. I don't know the scene of the spoon.
They make the guy in the hoodie's tech friend take his own eye out with a spoon. Bad guys.
I don't think we're talking about the same series here.
I'm sure it's Mr. Robot.
No, there was no scene in Mr. Robot where anyone took his eye out. Must have been something else.
No, his tech mate, the Indian guy. He gets captured in the first series.
I doubt it. I haven't seen it. But no, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's like a show Twin Peaks. You ever get
Second?
into David Lynch's Twin Peaks?
Twin Peaks.
Or or anything with David Lynch, I guess. If you find him watchable. Some people don't.
Do you like Star Wars?
Not really.
What about you, Don?
I know a surprising amount about Star Wars for having that kind of pretty cool opinion about it. Not really.
What about you, Don?
What?
Do you like Star Wars?
Yeah, we already did this.
You mean?
You already asked me as was your first question when we started talking.
Is this a trolling technique? You make everybody feel like they're on a loop so no one can rewind because they had the same conversation?
Do you like Star Warsception?
It's
Didn't
just,
you already ask
just a
that?
slight answer to your question. I'm fucking drunk. So,
You already told us that.
no, I didn't.
What's your favorite thing about Star Wars? You tell me.
The Clone Wars.
Why? It's big.
I just found it fascinating that they make a whole army out of clones.
Yeah. Have you ever met Dallas David?
No.
He's very into the idea of the clones on Earth. We could all be clones.
Hmm. That's fascinating, yeah.
Have you seen Them? Is it Them? Us, sorry. Where a copy of each person comes up from under the ground and says, I'm the real you, you're the clone, and tries to take over the black family's life. And it turns out all Americans have got a copy underground and that they want their share.
It sounds familiar, though.
It's worth a watch. It's called Us.
I might have seen it, but I don't really recall, to be honest.
Also, the film Get Out is very good.
think I've seen it. But I have no fucking clue what it was about.
Do you like Jar Jar Binks?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
My guy.
You must be 10 years younger than me.
I'm 24. What are you?
Oh, wow. I'm 41, so you're like 15 years younger. No, 17.
Yes.
Of course you like Jar Jar Binks. It's understandable.
I think it's just a meme, but the funny one. But back then, memes weren't even a thing. But
Have you ever owned a Jar Jar Binks action figure?
no.
Oh. Even my mate that says he's a gangster Rasta from London, he has owned a Jar Jar Binks action figure.
Nerd. So I wish I owned one though. I'd like to have a Jar Jar Binks action figure.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be a treat.
When I used to have Star Wars action figures, before my friend's mum gave them away for free or sold them without asking my mum. I was very disappointed about. Anyway, before that, I used to like the bad guys better because they had actual action suits, and the rebels seemed like they were peasants with no suits.
Yeah.
So that was the reason I liked the bad guys better.
Yeah, Jar Jar Binks is like effectively that George Lucas got away with like alien blackface almost. It was just like the highest degree of cultural
Yeah.
bullshitification that ever could occur. Amazing, amazing. He got away with it.
It will be forgotten as well, and people will still love Star Wars, won't they?
Always.
Eat that shit up. Eat that shit up with your white force. Give me my Sam Jackson force with the deeper shades of the force. Come on, what's going on here?
There was
You
a
know,
few.
there's
Go on.
thank you. There's actually like a bunch of people that are into the lore, and they believe that Jar Jar Binks like a Sith Lord. So a lot of people that think that.
That's dope. Dark Jar Jar. Fucking yes. Yes.
Of course.
That would be dope. Or like also like could like was that Major General Grievous? You know what I mean? But like Jar Jar, like Dark Jar Jar General Grievous style. That would be sick.
He's got a whole race, hasn't he, Jar Jar?
Fuck. If he was dangerous and had force powers and cyber limbs, right? And he was talking shit to you in a Jar Jar voice, like you would lose. You would lose.
Oh my god, terrifying. If he was on the dark side and he
Like,
came at you in the same way.
Oh no, right? He can force throw shit at you, like, Misa, show you. Oh, you're fucked. Sith Lord Jar Jar. That's like an alternate time. That's what they're gonna have to do with Star Wars. It's so whoever did J.J. Abrams like pump and dump that shit too, right? So they fucking fucked all this stuff good. So the only way that they can solve it is through metaversal storyline techniques. They're gonna have to rehave plot lines in Star Wars, multi-temporal version. You know what I mean?
Oh, there's lots of fan films you can watch.
Yeah. I wish I could stream, but I can't. Shit. Easy.
I want to get a tattoo of Dark Jar Jar on my chest now. How about you, Turtle? Get it together.
Already got one, man.
Fuck.
No, but I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind for sure.
But if he's got a whole race, some of them must have been turned to the dark side. It will have happened.
He's got that one red eye, Dark Jar Jar. Sort of a skull plate going on.
I don't understand.
But what about like a red Darth Vader? That would be doper. You know, doesn't that make sense? Why don't they have that?
A
It's
red
always like,
Dark Vader?
because like they already have like Crimson Guard, you know, and those dudes love red. You know, they have red ass lightsabers, but like not a red version, like Darth Vader the Red.
Wow, I've just been informed that Alton Towers has a Wicker Man ride, and my stepdaughter really enjoyed it. So I feel great.
Mm-hmm.
You get sacrificed into the fire through the Wicker Man, apparently, on the roller coaster.
You know, I'm about to finish watching episode 3. Revenge of the Sith. No, it's not the Revenge of the Sith. What is it again?
How many movies is there now in the canon?
9?
Oh,
No, a few more. There was like Rogue One. That
11,
also
is there?
counts, I think.
You don't know what's going on.
No, I mean of the main story, aren't they doing 12?
No,
It wasn't
not
even supposed to
12.
be this triple trilogy wasn't even the one that they were supposed to do. They were supposed to go with the book series.
No, those got those like that's expanded universe or something, and those all got thrown out when Disney got taken over the business.
No, I
You know,
just even the Clone Wars, and then after that, that was going to be his kids' work, right? His kids sold it over to Disney, but right?
no, George Lucas himself, he sold his whole stash to Disney. The George Lucas company and shit.
I just figured, like, yeah, they think like you wouldn't. I would be setting up my grandkids as like trust holders and shit if I had kind of George Lucas money. You know what I mean? So I don't know who owns how of what version of Lucas Arts or whatever that owns whatever percentage of property that's left over. Do you know how much James Earl Jones got paid for that shit?
Who?
Not much.
James who?
The Force of Darth Vader.
Oh, James Earl something thingy.
He was smoking vape technology before any of us had it.
Yeah, really got dark for it, you know.
It's like he's like breathing like triple berry 4x nicotine juice the entire time. You know, that's what gave him his dark powers, really.
It's quite funny, you know. Like they recorded like Darth Vader is like a white guy, the actor, but then they were like editing the movie,
Yeah.
and they were like, "Fuck, man, this guy doesn't sound like a dark Sith Lord. We gotta find somebody with a low voice, you know."
Yeah. So it turns out that was just like a button on his chest that made him sound like that, I guess. Like turn it on and off. Some days he'd forget. He'd like walk into the into the room, you know, on an Imperial Star Destroyer, fucking try to house some people, but forgot to turn his voice changer on. You know, sound like his regular self. You know what I mean? And they're like, "Yo, Lord Vader, shalt thou say it with thy chest?" You know, and then it's like, "Oh shit!" And then hits the thing, hits the button.
I think there's actually clips of like the original voice actor of Darth Vader.
Say it with your chest, Darth Vader.
I'm quite happy they added Earl Jones though. He's a Chad.
And then pretty much anything that was called Vader, right? But then what does Vader mean, right? That has something to do with the German word that sounds the same as that one.
No, it's Dutch. It
Okay.
means father.
I mean, it's a
Lord,
Germanic root.
Father.
It's a Germanic root, right?
Somewhat. Like Dutch is a mix between English and German, if I'm right. So yeah, it has German roots.
Right. Okay. He's the Dark Father who's a white guy that sounds like a black guy.
Yep.
It may or may not be a voice changer. And I don't know. If I had like Darth Vader type money, which is Imperial money, let's figure. You got medical droids, you know what I mean? Custom fucking helmets, all that shit. But you could definitely have like all kinds of drug pumps or whatever, you know? Just like, just want a hit of this, just or Diet Cola, bam, bam.
Give
know,
me hit
whatever.
of morphine, bro.
Whatever, like a tab button, just fucking. All right. You know he had to keep his shit moisturized, right? He's a burn victim.
Yep. He didn't have the high ground.
Gotta live in a cyber suit. He didn't have the high ground. Exactly. That's why I would win if I could play the video game where it's Earth versus Moon. I'll totally choose the Moon. Like if the game of Risk had another dimensional plane where we can get the Moon, can we do this? Maybe we could do this. Risk is a pretty easy game to play. We just have once you can convert like 50 armies, then you can make a space program and you can start colonizing the moon from the Risk board, and then you fuck people up with lasers. You're screwed. You think Australia's no? That's not helping you. Can't do that. Think you're gonna blockade me with the fucking Canada fucking stronghold? You know what I mean? You think you can back a wall up? I don't think so. All of your borders are done. Once I get on Risk Moon board, you're done. Feel me? Any Risk fans out there?
Yeah. I need to play that shit. It's cool.
But like, how good? Like, do you think that like they had the force, like they could actually throw stuff, or they just like made it look like that?
One thing, of course, they always make it look like that. Second, nobody has the force. It's a fucking movie, man. It's a fantasy.
I don't know. Sometimes people talk about how stuff like just randomly be falling over or whatever. I mean, maybe there are forces that just like are like or static, you know, that like build up in something over an amount of time that's not moving, and so just the littlest amount can make something move. It's got like some stored weird electrostatic business going on in it. Some unresolved forces that you don't see, but they're there.
Have you seen it yourself?
But if you could look into these powers,
Have you seen it yourself?
then you can see the force, and you can see the forces in you. You know? Oh man, I need the Star Wars like soundboard, background music while I'm talking like this. And I'm like trying to teach you lessons of the force, but then
you shouldn't
you're not
have
getting
said much more, man. Shit, I'm not prepared.
You don't even color lightsaber you have. Forget about it.
Purple.
Yeah, man, whatever. It's a new age. Go ahead.
What does that have to do with anything?
Be about it, man. That's
just
cool.
color, man.
No, I'm not judging you if you want a purple lightsaber, bro. You want some streamers on the handles, maybe? Like, be like a little pony?
Yeah, but that's actually a funny thing if you go back to how the movies were done, you know? Like, there was only blue and green, and red, of course. But then this one guy, Mace Windu, Samuel Jackson, he went up to George Lucas and he said, like, I want my own color, man. I want a purple lightsaber. And George Lucas was like, ah, all right, fine. You can have a purple one.
That is not what happened.
It is.
That is the bullshit you were told. It's top down. This is not bottom up. Samuel Jackson did not petition for fucking. No. They made it look like that. They made it look like that for a reason.
They made it look like that. Samuel L. Jackson. There's this like literary interview where he
All right,
says,
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah. He came in and it's like, all right, I'll act in your movie, all right, but give me purple lightsaber. And he was demanding that shit. You telling me that? Is that what you really think?
yeah,
You got
that's
another thing
it's more
coming, bro.
close to it.
You think so? Yeah, it's a story they want you to think.
I want to believe it. That's true.
Right.
But it's still quite fascinating that he's the only guy that has like a purple lightsaber. Nobody else.
He's Mason Windu.
Yeah.
Oh, but we'll spell it different. Let's spell it M-E-C-E.
Mace Windu.
Because it's not, and it's not Masonic. It is Masonic. It sounds like mace because it is the same word.
Mace equals to Masonic.
It just sounds like the same thing.
Do you know the movie
It's like supersonic. Like supersonic has nothing to do with Masons. It's just super.
Well, I wouldn't relate the name Mace Windu to fucking Masonic order. Not already.
Okay, how about other onyx?
Once again,
Onyx, other types of onyx.
I don't understand Onyx.
Phonics, supersonics, taxonomics, economics. You'll find even less of these for like geodesy. You know, like people talk about geodetic stuff, but geodesy, like what are there other odysseys out there?
You know, I think that there's just like environment where like where when people want to see things, they will see it.
I think it's like categories of importance, and you know, it's just not everything's like an odyssey.
I'm not really sure.
That's all right.
Like if you focus on number 2 and really focus on it, you will see it everywhere, all day, all long. Every time it comes up, number 2, you will say, "Hey, it's number 2." But for someone that doesn't focus on it, it's just number 2. Like, and that's
Or
what I
it's
mean.
really it must be geodesy, which I guess is just going to be the des is going to be like because it's something to do with breaking it into units, like angular, geode.
I've got to change the vibe here.
You are. You can put some poke on.
Something similar.
This is not fair. I don't think you should be allowed to do this. Complaint number 2. I'm filing a report on you. I'm doing paperwork right now.
Wouldn't be the first one.
Preemptive striking. Dawn knows it. Yeah, anyway. You ever use a GarageBand or anything? Music software. Anybody, me aspiring DJs out there, like to make some music on computer?
Vibing.
You're vibing?
Vibing.
Very good. Do you do you make music on the computer?
I did once.
I think Dawn makes the computer musics.
I do, yeah.
You're talking that game, son.
I'm stabilizing GoPro footage at the minute.
Oh, sick. What you got, an Insta360?
No, I've got a GoPro 6 zip tied to my drone. Hero
Nice.
6.
6 has got the real good gyro stabilizer in it.
It's the one that works with Real Steady Go.
Okay, then that's... Can you use GyroFlow with that too? Or
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking at getting a RunCam 5 for GyroFlow, just for sensor position. Because, like,
Yeah, it's nice.
I don't know, you can enhance your like motion footage, because like most cameras don't track motion very well.
Yeah.
There's like 3 cameras that really track motion proper.
It's not really the camera. It's the software you're using.
It's hard to move a camera without getting jiggles, so stabilization makes it look professional.
Well, it registers it to like a time and motion, so it can adjust for all the distortion and rolling shutter and stuff.
There's enough software out there to
Like the way a CMOS
Orientate.
sensor work, or even like a quad Bayer sensor, it's like it's not taking all the image in at the same time. Effectively, to do that, you need to just have a sensor that's just like taking a snapshot every second, every frame, between 4 frames per second or 60 frames per second. Snapshot. That's too much juice. Most of these things run scan lines, and scan lines don't all update uniformly. So you get, when you pan left to right or up and down, you get like different shutter artifacts. So because of the sensor positioning in the camera, it allows it to access that as a part of the data of the video stream, and it syncs it up to that, and then therefore it registers all the frames correctly to their moment of whatever occurrence. It tries to blend them in together, using that as a algorithmic template. And then there's like other video editing bullshit that can be done once you have all those metrics. You know what I mean? Then you can bullshit.
Yeah.
Blend them. Morning easel, what's going on there? Left line. Happening.
But you can shoot a video anytime you want, but like there has to be a goal, something you want to achieve. And I'm not very sure what you're trying to achieve here.
Oh, no, I'm just saying you can take any camera footage like that's choppy, and if you have another either a GoPro or another camera, you can just substitute that footage, throw it in there, and it will gyro sync with that software.
Yeah, that's what Real Steady's doing for me now. I have to make sync marks when the drone's flying forward flat, and then it syncs the gyro. So every time there's a wobble, it crops in and stops the wobble.
Wobble, 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 wobble. Dubstepping.
I guess.
Never having a dubstep.
I prefer Hans Zimmer.
Hans Zimmer should make a trap album. It'd be epic.
He is some fine shit, man.
Be like, yeah, so I took 325 bees and make a microphone for each of them, and then hit them. Yeah, that's fun, man. Creative sound design. That's really where it's at. You really don't have to. It's almost like the crazier you are, the better you are at what you do.
Damn right.
I was you ever heard of the? No, I'm sure there's never heard of the band, so forget about it.
Well, if you're not gonna tell me, I'm never gonna know.
You don't know the band Soul Coughing. You don't know who M. Doty is. You don't know about the Knitting Factory in New York City. It's like, who cares? But anyway, they cut their first album with like this one sound designer guy. He's like a weird creative producer, and they said he was running like, like shit, like $10,000 microphones into like $25 like Walkmans, and just doing all kinds of like wrong shit. You know what I mean? But to arrive at a particular sound, and really, regardless of whatever else, those first two albums that they kind of cut with that guy are just fucking awesome, and then almost never achieved again. So, like, sound design can be a lot. Somebody that's aesthetically just like gluing it all together somehow. It's beyond a song, beyond the chords, beyond the performance.
Dude knew how to achieve quality,
Yeah, I mean, it's like a kitchen. I mean, everybody got to put something together to serve it out. The Beatles would be without, whatever, George R.R. Martin or A.R. George Martin. Did the guy that make the Beatles also make Game of Thrones? I don't know. Something. I get confused nowadays.
Possibly. I don't know.
But anyway, the production would be nothing without those guys, safe to say. And they'd be nothing without, I don't know, Strawberry Fields. Like, all that stuff's experimental. Like, the experimental Mellotron. It's like a flute tape recording on a loop. I don't know, man. Is there like a...
I need to know.
I don't know, man. Certain types of techniques that we have for like doing synthesis are like somewhat not psychoreactive, but I mean they just kind of capture your
magical
attention in some way. Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. But that's also like just with chord progression itself, the type of chords that are in a song, like those energies like translate, to, I don't know, our centers too, like our energy centers, like as we absorb music. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's like a natural tuning to, right? There's sort of like a natural tuning to the air, actually. Did you know that?
I know what you're saying, but I think each song is unique.
You live in an environment. It has its own tuning. You can play any notes in it, but it's made to be a certain way.
You're talking about frequencies.
Specifically, the overtone series itself.
Because it's kind of funny that like radios or how to explain, like you have like frequencies you can hear, and they go up to 200, 400, I think 500 maybe, but beyond 500 frequency you can't hear it anymore, and then it's used for like data sharing and a bunch of more stuff.
Well, I guess to some degree, it's beyond somewhat of the ability to hear it, but I don't know if that's beyond the ability to perceive it. You may only know that, like, that there is something going on, but you can't really be fully aware of it. Or really, like, actually, right now, there's a bunch of radio frequencies. All the things that can be absorbed by a radio are happening in you right now. They feel like
Mm-hmm.
that. Your Bluetooth, your Wi-Fi, all those things, those energies moving through you right now. Feels like we should be wearing spacesuits. Where's my tinfoil hat? Oh, I like the background music. It helps me. Let me take you down because I'm going to. I mean, fair warning, right?
Country roads take me home
Yeah. We were talking about that yesterday.
to a place
Do you like this song?
where I belong. I love it.
Yeah. It's just about as normal of a chordal motion as you could want. You know? Nice and affirmative. Everything's kind of joined up nicely. Loops forever. Cadence, man. That's what's really important. It's not the songs. It's we only give a shit about listening to music like it is, like in 4/4 or it kind of goes in groupings like rhythms do.
Yeah, I like any kind of music, to be honest. As
So
long
like
as it
when
has some kind of nice tune to
like
it.
it's just because like we walk on 2 feet,
Yeah,
it has a lot to do with how we kind of feel about music.
not really.
Yeah, it does. Uh-huh. Yes, huh.
Okay, maybe I
Does
see what you're saying. I can vibe, like literally vibing.
symmetry of 2 or over 4 or something like that is kind of how we feel something like, I guess you call it pulse. So, or just the foundation of it, like anything that's in hip hop is pretty much got there's a 4 framework that we can kind of feel where it's on 2, but it's within those, where
Mm,
the pulse might be, but that might not be where. I mean, they get real creative with it now because they're throwing like triplet divisions off of those, so it winds up like a superimposition of time signature. We're hearing basically what's been around for thousands of years, which is called cross rhythm, which is like a way in which it's like a 4/4 beat and a 6/8 beat and a 3/4 beat. I don't know. You know what I mean? all these things are kind of
Depends to
occurring at
what
the same time.
genre you're listening to. Like
That's a
every genre
polyrhythm.
has
That's a
their own
polyrhythm.
template.
What I just described is a template for polyrhythm, which
Yeah,
which is totally not present in John Denver's Country Roads.
that makes it unique. That's
Yeah.
what I
Well,
like about it. Unique music, you know.
it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. I belong 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, but boom, 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 boom. Play the bass line, chords. Like you could throw other time signature impressions onto it too, and really, fuck with it. You could, right? Take it out of frame.
You
But
wanna
it's
hear
just
some
meant to be like.
Russian music?
But anyway, man, all I'm just saying is like other things use triplet rhythms and like marches and things like that, and this idea of like march feel 6/8 is a different type of mode, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Like every genre has its own template. The beats per minute. The beats
But
per minute is really
but
important.
but like default wise, it's like what makes most sense to us is since we walk around on 2 feet, we already are making rhythms on the ground as we walk in a straight line. We're already using our walk like. Because you usually walk like, because you're a woman's man, no time to talk. You're sitting there, ha ha ha, staying alive. That's what you're doing. You're just walking in a continual line. You're walking in the line,
We're
right?
talking about the Bee Gees,
To the
Staying
beat,
Alive.
to the beat, y'all. Just walk it to the beat. That's why we're musical beings walking around. Um, I mean,
I like that. I see.
thanks, man. And that pace, that's like a whole, like the beatage of that, whatever the BPM, tempi, whatever you want to say,
BPM, yeah.
right?
Beats
The
per minute.
Saturday Night Live ondo of it all, right? Or the Saturday Night Fever of it, too. Like that those beats set up like ideals for tonal like registry. Like they work with all of them, but depending on like what the stack of all uh the bass frequencies are going to be, sets up all the way up to get to that guy screams up there. Is it one of the Bee Gees brothers? I think I know his name, but I don't want to get it wrong. Right. He's way up there. So to get all that kind of stack correctly tuned, so it doesn't sound like shit, and that stuff's like really, really on point. I mean,
I feel like most people
it's
are
really
fucking
interesting.
autistic when it comes to music. Like, people only go into their own genre, they don't expand. Like there's a few genres on music where you have to just listen to it. You gotta adapt yourself to the rhythm,
Yeah.
and you have
But
to.
anyway, I'm just trying to get into this concept that there is something objectively like an overtone series that is built
Mhm.
on this 8-foot pitch. It registers to C. So C is like this tuning in the air that occurs in like these 8-foot increments. It's like that's the wavelength of this moving through air, and that's like the lowest frequencies we can hear. So, right.
That's interesting, huh?
Yeah, anyway. But if you think about it, just things at scale, would hear things differently, right? Like because something's smaller, it's like people that are smaller sound differently.
Smaller.
You like this singing stuff?
It's one of my favorite songs, man.
Yeah, these like songs, like man, the words change, but I don't think like the a lot of it stays the same, man. Like with these songs, that the songs that we've been listening to now are just revisions of songs that have been in the past. You know,
Yeah, copy paste, copy paste.
like national anthem.
Nothing unique. It's just copy paste.
Well, they have like ancient roots, you know. But certain kind of sounds, you know, we're used to hearing a certain kind of sound profile. You know, so but one of those, I guess, the most pure one would just be like a bunch of, you know, like people singing, like a chorus, chorale. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then like you've got all these like traditions, monastic traditions, I guess, druidic traditions, in tuning like kind of things. You know, so like in like plagal chants and stuff, Gregorian
Yo,
chants,
Snacks.
all that jazz. What's up, sir?
Yo,
Yo, what's up?
on May 20th, you want to drive up and come and do a gig with me?
Sure, sure. Where are you from? Arizona? Texas?
What instrument do you play?
Bass?
Really?
No.
Snacks. Think about it. I'm gonna hit you up
Yeah.
privately.
You know, I'm really profound playing one set of equipment, and it's a triangle. I'm really good at that one.
Yeah, good. That's a good instrument.
That's a clutch
Damn.
one. Get the chicks with that one.
You play the Pythagorean triangle? You play the equilateral? Wait. You play a right angle or equilateral?
The triangle.
It's a
Special
triangle
triangle.
because he's
Special
trying
right
so
triangle.
hard.
I majored in special right triangle in music school.
You're also specialist in the triangle.
Yeah, I'm like Jimi Hendrix with the triangle. I gotta get a different triangle than everybody else plays.
My guy.
Yeah. Yeah, he had some articles at early Vibe magazine in the 90s. He kind of blew up. I don't know if you know about this.
No, not really.
My man's a famous triangularist.
You know, most people they underestimate the triangle, but it's really hard, to be honest. You know, just to get it fine tuned and stuff. It's a real piece of art. You don't just hit it. You hit it with passion.
Be lightly and politely, man. You know, don't force nothing.
Yes.
I just sent you a flyer.
What?
Snacks.
What about it?
I sent you a flyer.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah. If you can make it, that'd be fucking awesome.
Do you like Russian music, Isa?
I'm more of into a slower kind of a pace.
Can you tell me if you like this or you hate it?
Yeah, I just got some. Gotta get the car out of the shop first. We'll talk about it then, but it'd be Modern Miracle. So let's pray for that one. All right. So
Oh, the car. I see what you mean. Yeah.
yeah, like I got some issue going back. That's why maybe I've been on here a little bit more frequent than usual lately.
Yeah, it'd
However,
be a little bit of a trip for you, for sure. It'd be a weekend trip, probably, or a week. You could maybe come up.
oh my goodness.
Come up and jam. I got
Maybe later in the season would be better for me, honestly, man.
what was it?
And maybe later in the season do better. I'm
That sounds good.
still trying to get up to Dylan's or
Yeah.
something to get my horn
That's
worked
all
on.
right.
Anyway.
Dude, you know what I heard? Fucking musicians are going and playing sets, and then they go and they record it on ASCAP, and they put down what they played, and then the fucking bars are getting billed for the set lists that the musicians are coming to play on. So the bars are
Yeah.
getting a separate bill from ASCAP because an artist put their set list on ASCAP and
Oh my
advertised.
gosh.
So the bars are like, fuck you.
Oh
They're not
my
hiring.
gosh.
Dude,
That's
it's like,
crazy, bro.
oh my God, they're shooting themselves in the foot.
Are you from Michigan?
Why do you not like people from Michigan?
I know one guy
Yeah,
from
is it a crime to be
Michigan.
from Michigan? What?
You know one guy from Michigan? Is he a dick?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
He's called Better Mod.
Michigan people are Michigan people.
Where are
And
you from, Snacks?
I don't think you could describe it as any other way. They're I think they're like Northeasterners in a way, but even more hard-headed, maybe in some ways.
It's all the calls.
That's a compliment. It's a compliment. It's not uncalled for either, but in my experience.
Well, they being next to Canada, that says enough, right?
They deal with hard weather. I think people that deal with hard weather, I respect them. You know,
I
all these
prefer
people in
people
tropical
from
regions, they got shit too easy.
yeah. To be honest, I prefer people that come from Virginia. You know,
That's funny.
Mountain Mama.
I don't trust anyone from Virginia.
Yeah, I just figured that they probably work for
On
the feds.
principle, yeah. Came
Do
out of
you
Lang.
do you neighbor Virginia? Isa?
Do I neighbor Virginia?
Yeah. Like, is it the state next to you or not?
No, not at the moment. No, not at the moment. But I've been through there a couple times. But I know none of them could drive. Actually, Maryland's probably the fucking worst for drivers. I don't think I've ever seen more traffic than than Maryland. I was blown away. I was like, this is another level of retardation, man. Yeah.
Do you neighbor Canada?
Sometimes.
In what state
Where
are you?
are you from? And where are you from?
I'm not American.
You're an American pretending to be a Russian,
Europe.
pretending to be European.
No. I'm on. If you want to know, I'm from the Netherlands. Where are you from?
From my body, right?
The fuck is that, man?
You know what I can't understand why my reflexes are so good. I just don't get it.
Nobody does, man.
Like they're better than they ever were. Like when I drop something, it's like I catch it in the air. Like I'm crouching tiger, hidden dragon level fast. I don't even know how this is occurring.
Haven't dropped a fork since 1998.
I could aspire to do something like that, man. I don't know.
You should like actually just claim it. Like that's you know what I mean. Like when it says like remarks about yourself. Haven't dropped a fork since '98.
No, the thing is really like I do drop some. I'm dropping them, but I'm catching them in the air.
No one's
Yeah.
gonna check, Nick. No one's gonna check.
You can't not drop it and drop it. But you can the saves. It's the saves. It's like wow. But you just have to admit that you dropped it first. It's like the sooner you do that, the sooner you can react to having dropped the thing. Anyway, that's my snatch a pebble from my hand, grasshopper for today.
You got it.
The worst is like that bobble. Like you kind of catch it, but then you're bobbling and you smack it away. That's the worst.
Right.
So, snacks. From what state are you?
Denial, confusion, absurdity.
Are you really gonna be that big of a douchebag?
Well, aren't you being a douchebag by asking him where he's from?
Or aren't you just
I
being
li-
a
I like
reverse
to know,
douchebag
man.
by? Aren't you just being a reverse douchebag asking me to be curious about where the fuck you're from because you want me to know where about you're from? You could just tell me where you're from.
Right.
Skip it. Figure that I
Oh,
live
yeah.
fucking roundabout the fucking Northeast and just leave it at that. Would that be sufficient?
So East Coast ish.
Oh, I like it. So I feel like would you just like make a circle around a map? Cool. You're working on some beautiful mind shit. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. Where are you from?
Well,
Now I
I
care.
already told you.
Now I'm invested. I'm down. What's that? You live on the East Coast?
No, I already told you where I'm from.
No. Yeah.
Well, Isa asked
Morocco?
earlier. Isa, you know where I'm from, right?
Southern
You said
Zimbabwe.
from the States, right? But you live in the States, but you're in Europe or something? Is that what you said?
Close enough. I'm from the Netherlands, Europe.
Nice. Like Amsterdam and shit.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah,
I was out to
cool, man.
I had a train out to Amstelveen, where the Cobra Museum is. That's a dope art museum.
I have been there. But Amstelveen is...
It's the only real art you guys have. Is that movement?
So where are you from?
Modern art. Modern art.
I'm just gonna pretend you're from West Virginia.
That works. That works for Snack.
Damn right.
See, I was cracking, man. What's going on in the world? Fucking. Are the evil guys gonna get caught yet, or what?
Never.
Are you guys proud of the British royalty, King George? Right? Isn't he getting coronated right now?
Well, at one point, the Dutch took over Britain. So we basically own that shit, man.
Yeah.
That's a pretty dope title. Like we haven't had a king. You know what I mean? It's been all queen. Queen.
Right,
You know
right.
what I mean? And then we're just like, yes, queen, yes, right. Unfortunately, now it's like, yes, king. So that's dope. Nice change up doing that.
I saw a funny meme. Couples that call themselves king and queen have holes in their drywall. That's funny.
Does that mean you're from Britain?
Me?
Yeah.
No, but I'm just a loyalist. Right.
Right.
Diehard Tory. Yep.
Right,
Always
monarchy.
been.
Well, you know what though? Fuck the metric system.
Tried to convert me to Islam.
Right.
Islam. Yeah. Just joking.
I slam.
And karate. Iceland. Karate. He was like, yo, check out this self-defense move. I was like, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, man.
Let's play this reggae set.
Yeah, pretty much.
Smoke this backwoods. Backwoods, keeping it strong, holding it down still with that?
Oh, no, man. I had to not. No.
You're done.
Ugh, backwards.
You're in a new phase of you're like Gandalf the non-backwoods now.
Dude, I do you know what, man? The move is now is fucking dugouts. Those little one hitters.
Oh, one hitter, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Those are the moves, man. I burn a joint and I'm fucking feel like I'm wasting all my money as I smoke it. You know what I mean? It's like dugouts. Yeah, I wind up fucking. I used to when I had a bunch of it, I would fucking roll joint after joint, but I can't.
Do
I
the
don't even
bong?
like it. No, I can't mess with the bong either. I mean, I could, but it's too much work.
Are you giving up weight?
It's not to me, but I get in a different level of stoneration. I'm the unibonger. It's different. Everything's different.
What level Mason do you reckon Charles is?
Master Mason.
3rd degree?
Yep. I like that you know this shit.
You reckon he's in the bards or the garter? No, the bards is for the women, isn't it? I don't know.
Nah.
His wife was in
Most
the
people don't
bards.
even go above 3rd degree, man.
That's too lowly a position for a king. So they wouldn't have him in any of that. He'd be too high level to go through those rites. Probably.
His wife went through the bards initiation and she was part of the garter, the order of the garter.
Yeah. I mean, like, what's interesting is like, it's weird because, you go to like rural places and stuff and there's all kinds of groups and lodges and fucking, you guys ever heard about the Grange? The Grange, I don't know if you know anything about that. They actually helped get the mail system to run to the rural areas in the States. And there's all kinds of interesting, like, little organizations like that. But the problem is that they all have like
They're a
those
great
posts.
supply company, by the way. I think they run all across the U.S. called Granger.
I don't know, but I think I've heard that name.
They got all your supplies you need.
But the Grange, the Grange. And if you look into it, I'm sure there's some in Jersey. They're all across the United States. It's weird because nobody's ever heard of it, but the Grange. It's an interesting little society, like whatever. It's kind of non-existent pretty much anymore, but it used to be interesting. Like, but those, I don't know, when everyone's all like, oh my God, Masons, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, Issa, you heard they're building a Netflix situation down here. Netflix outpost.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't surprise me.
Right here, man. Right in your backyard. Old backyard.
Yeah, well, dude, that's like the fucking and that's why I had to leave. Like, that is like the stronghold for like lefty fucking lunacy. I mean, there's like a underbelly of fucking.
I appreciate it for what it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ebb and a flow, right?
It's not. It's. I don't know. I live a pretty solitary existence, regardless of kind of where I am. I guess in a way.
Right.
Yeah. I'm a weirdo. I've always been a weirdo. But I've been talking about Fibonacci since we met, right? Pretty much. Number coding, messing around with like trying to turn words into music, all that shit.
Oh yeah, man. That's why it was so cool. I can't believe how we found each other on the flat Earth kind of thing.
Oh,
a lot of people,
ridiculous.
How fucking wild, bro.
No,
that's just crazy.
No shit, dude. Seriously.
That's fucking weird. That was awesome. That's so fucking cool.
Unreal,
and how interesting. What's cool
is you hear people that are like they sound like somebody else, and then you second guess and say, but I like quadruple take that, and I was like, oh no, that's my guy right there, and I'm like, cause I hadn't heard you actually speak in a few years. Actually, we hadn't spoken. So you got this gruffness now. Young Issa, young YUNG Issa. Young Lisa different, man. But old Lisa, so old lion, man. Yeah.
I know,
They-
brother.
Yeah.
How fucking cool that was! Like, I could how ended and the way you guys rolled up on me too, like the way that all happened.
Oh yeah, we ambushed the shit out of you. It was
Oh, it's
beautiful.
so cool, man.
Oh yeah,
It's so
it was
fucking cool.
terrific. Dude, like you're an
So
archer. I don't know. It was so funny, man. But
I thought it was so funny because then, as soon as I became friends with you guys, the whole flat Earth scene was like, "You're a troll."
yeah,
I was like, "Relax." I was like,
yeah,
"These
you're a
motherfuckers."
troll. Well, you were stirring up some like I guess a different sort of micro topic, like as like Fe does like octopus its way, like or whatever. There's many different you know avenues of information, I guess that are open here.
Yeah,
Gateway.
they weren't ready.
Yes,
They weren't ready.
it's a court case, and we haven't decided yet.
But I think we
Great fun.
I don't know who else was doing like musical mockery to like LSC or Concavers or something like that in debate form. I mean, like, I don't know, man. That was I think we transcended something there. We were like overpowering the internet. You know, we overpowered the this whatever hangout dynamic or the the behind the keyboard thing. I think we were able to like get at people.
Yeah, I think it was
through-
weird. We caught them off guard completely, like with their pants down, like they didn't know what to do. And then if you notice, it's like all of them left. The whole fucking what
I
everyone
was
thought was the kit and caboodle, the whole fucking like
yeah,
they all
Jim
bounced.
Gator, they just bounced. They all like left. Yeah, they were like, "Fuck, yeah, these guys, you don't want to mess with them."
Well, even on the what some people consider like any of it, it's just weird how I don't know. It was cool.
Well, then Jim created that secondary platform, and that's where you guys went to because you were like, "This is where actually because we had like well controlled our like little group." You know what I mean? Not that it was a shut in or whatever, but it wasn't Wild West style. You know what I mean? So right then you and Cathexis and you like that whole crew, you're over on that one. But that whole time that was like Gem doing that behind the scenes, or somebody was running that for Gem. You know what I mean?
Oh, it was
So that
brilliant. The debate
that was
setup.
the trippy thing.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's why I think like it's like what an interesting. I don't know, man. It's just such a cool little thing. Like I like Gem. You know what I mean? I don't know. I can appreciate the guy. Fucking, I don't like.
He's like the deep state of this fucking model somehow. Weird. Do you know what I mean? Like
Oh,
he's
dude,
been
I always
because
felt
he
like
he was already fucking trolling me when I was new to the thing, and I was like posting comments or whatever, right? And this is like in 2014, and I'm like, my replies are theorious hypothesis influenced for sure. You know, I'm asking like, how does the moon work, Snack? Like, how do you think it works, really? I'm going to make the English pudding out in a second. And then, you know, how long do you think this is going to go on?
Fucking Jam.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear him talk, dude. I miss that guy actually. I haven't fucking talked to him in so long. He
Radio
always fucking.
broadcaster voice, radio
I love
broadcast
that
train.
guy,
This
dude.
is like,
I don't care what
this is the
anyone
type of
says.
thing. It's right. So I hear all these different accents, man. You know, I like to try to pick them up, but that's RP. That's received pronunciation. That's scholastically trained broadcast diction that you
RP
use.
roleplay.
Received pronunciation.
See, but that's just no. You know what though? That's just also.
It's English broadcast BBC trained shit. That's what I believe. Like
I
his
think
diction level is, but
he's just. I think of him just as an intellectual, but like because he's
that's
well
why he
read.
sounds like Nathan Oakley because they both have the same kind of vocal style. So either they're just trying to sound like DJs or something, or they went to DJ school to do that.
Nathan's
Not me.
parents worked on TV, and Jam worked in a nightclub. So that makes sense.
I don't know. You could just inherit it, maybe. Maybe you just inherited that type of addiction. It's where you grow up. I don't know. Maybe you just grew up in one of the neighborhoods. They all talk like that. In Nottinghamshire, Berg.
Well, yeah, any university student from England sounds way more sophisticated than a university student from the States. That's for sure. And they have more knowledge. Like I remember, I remember living in England, and it was like the teacher was the wittiest one in the room. You know what I mean? Like there was no kid was gonna play you know what I mean? They weren't gonna get away with shit because the teachers were smarter. And then when I came back and I loved school back when I was over there, and then fucking when I came to the States, it was like the teachers were as smart as a fucking 3-year-old in fucking England. And I was like making, cracking jokes, and they didn't know how to shut you down intellectually. So they just sent you to the principal's office. And you're like, wow, fuck you and the fucking board you sit on.
Yeah, I just think it's weird. You move around, go to different places, people speak differently, different speeds that they talk at, um, different fucked up words that they use that are you're like, that's wrong. You're using the word wrong. Whatever. But everybody in your neighborhood says it that way. Everybody in your town says that.
Oh yeah, boy.
I love it. Regional diction. So funny. Dictionaries for regional. We don't have regional dictionaries though. That's weird.
I prefer Germans talking English. That's really funny.
Anyway.
Anyway.
Yeah, because Lisa doesn't have an English accent, but he still thinks English. You know what I mean?
Smurf.
I mean, is thinking kind of cultural, kind of like, regardless of where you're from, you're just like, you kind of think like how you are, like you're made some sort of way.
It's quite basic, but yes.
Regardless of what normal thinking is, or an agreed upon objective reality, like everybody kind of has their own perceptual basis because of who they are, because of, your whatever inheritance.
That's for sure, adopt where you're surrounded with,
All right. Would you go through a whole 6-pack tonight?
No.
No. Okay.
Strong stuff, but not a 6-pack yet.
Oh, okay.
Not yet.
Yeah, I'll be back in a bit. Peace.
Yeah, man. But yeah, that'd be cool. Play some shows. To get out there.
But snacks.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Oh Jesus. It's a
Florida?
cosmic question, isn't it? Isn't it a more cosmic question where I'm from?
We mean cosmic.
I mean, you're gonna ask me like a geographical location, That's supposed to be where I'm from.
Just fucking say it, man.
I don't know. That's a deep question you're asking.
Are you ashamed of the answer to give? Do you think one state is less than one another?
Seriously. Can I just do not deserve something better than this? Just slightly better. Not much, but just slightly.
So, just be sure you're never gonna say, if you don't want to say it, just tell me. It is finished. I give up.
I'm trying to talk frequencies, basis of logical, I don't know, frequency development, you know,
Yeah, you're on a different
sound,
frequency.
I don't know, propagation's energy. Yeah, I'm on that. And
Can't
Star
fight
Wars,
with you.
you know, I talk Star Wars too. But
For the public.
just saying that, you know, energy seems to modulate and demodulate. That's how things get. That's how it moves from thing to thing.
I gotta give you another one.
Like electric guitar, right? We're going to modulate the signal, amp it up. It's going to hit your
Everything,
ear. It's
everything
going to
moves.
demodulate.
Everything
Say what?
vibrates.
Well, you're saying guitar, but it can be anything, man. Any instrument.
I'm just using an example. It could be a phonograph.
Isn't it weird how the speaker on a radio produces all of those sounds, and all it is a little bit of fiber going in and out. It can reproduce any sound that was put in.
Yeah, just going whoa, 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 whoa.
And it never says on the radio, everything you hear today is just a speaker going in and out. Doesn't tell you, but somehow you know.
You know.
Don, do you have like a pair of like reference monitors that you listen to, like speakers, aim to A and B something? Got stereo image.
I've got some nice monitors, and I reference on earbuds and headphones as well.
Right on. But like, it's just interesting how that stereo field works, and it like you can close your eyes and sort of three-dimensionally see like where the things are in a way.
Yeah.
I can
Like in a
feel
mix.
you.
Like
Eyes are
if you,
closed.
Yeah, and that's pretty amazing because it's done by nearly real-time processing in the brain, right? Because you just get like one or two waveforms, like just from one speaker you get the waveform, and your brain just decodes all the information and gives you the piano, it gives you the bass, it gives you the drums in the right panning, and this is just such an amazing processing capability
Exactly.
our brains has, man. Really nice.
it's
Almost like
happening.
magic.
It's multiple times. Like it's happening at such a fast rate. I mean, like I don't know what the frequency of it is, but it's
Absolutely
it's
amazing because it manages to do a slow thing
yeah.
to create the bass and a fast thing to create the treble all at the same time in one driver.
There's a guy that they studied in a functional magnetic resonance imaging thing, fMRI, like kind of a CAT scan, MRI kind of deal, but it's like active. And they had him listening to classical music. This guy's got like a crazy brain, and he can like play any part of the orchestra. He can hear the whole orchestra in his head, and he can in his head zoom into the oboe number one part or cello number two, and he can play those parts, and he can just he just has this 3D musical memory. It's like he's a rare bird, you know. So they're like looking at it, and it's so interesting. Like he can pick out all those things just from listening to it. He can go to these different frequencies and pull it out.
In a
Price
way,
is less.
that's in a way comparable to a photographic memory, right? Just with audio in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like I guess some of that sets like what people, you know, who are vision impaired probably like lean into that world, you know, the Daredevil world, the
Oh yeah.
you know echolocation world. Like your brain just starts to like plug something else in there, you know, and but it's amazing. Like yeah, just the way our hearing works is crazy, and also the way that sound works, yeah, is nuts for sure.
Yeah, recently I got some pretty good monitors, and that really enveloped or got my listening experience and the kind of information I get out of the music to a next level, man. It's insane.
Yeah, so like this whole, you know, like wax cylinders or records, you know, basically just work on like a cutting needle that that's going on a rotation while the audio source is being played into it. So it's really just a vibratory impression that creates the recording. Then it would be reproduced with a turntable and then put back in the speakers, where it's put through like a audio op amp driver and then sent positive, negative to your speakers. Give you a stereophonic sound. Super phonic, man. That's an incredible process. It's kind of dumb. It's dumb technology almost, you know. And then there's you know, the cassette age, magnetic tape. You know, it's kind of like the same idea, but we're just gonna use instead of a needle, we'll use like a electromagnetic um, signal to influence a bunch of substrate film that's got a bunch of magnetic particles. That's crazy. So
John,
magnetic film, you know.
I don't know what you're
Basically, like,
talking about, but
we're just talking about like tape, magnetic tape.
okay.
You know how these mediums work, how we're capturing sound.
Oh yeah, tape is weird, isn't it? Not,
Yeah.
it's not the speaker going wibbly wobbly wobble, but somehow that little stringy thing has captured all the wibbly wibbly wobbles, and it knows how to make the speaker do it.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's because there's like rare earth like in the tape, like on
And
top of the.
now you've just got a file on an SD that it includes all the wibbly wobbles.
Yeah, so you just do a filter, get you your cassette warbles. Yeah. There's aspects to tape though where you can overdrive it, and I think you can create like a lot of distinctive sounds. So I think that's why like a lot of even today they'll still use like 2-inch tape sometimes in studio.
We've got plugins for that now.
You don't need a 16-track reel-to-reel recorder.
No.
That's
Don't
you
need
don't
any
need
real tape. You just put in a plugin and it makes it a bit
Oh, I certainly like real tape.
filtered and a bit wobbly.
If you have the ability to work on like half-inch tape, I think that's nice to have as an option. Even a
Yeah.
Walkman.
So
That's
get
nice.
that tape machine for me, okay? So you can buy it and bring it here, and I will work on tape. I promise.
Oh, yeah. That's like that's like a long-term project to do a restore on one of those for
The
me.
way I see it is tape is like an effect in the past. So nowadays we just use MP3 compression and we get a similar effect.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like
Yeah.
using a digital film stock or something like that.
What do you mean with MP3 compression, Don?
It doesn't give you the warmth of a tape, but it squashes the low end out like a
Yeah.
tape does.
MP3 does, you mean?
Yeah, when you convert to MP3,
Mm-hmm.
it takes off the top end. So if you're bad at mixing your treble, converting to MP3 is a good little.
Okay, yeah, I
Yeah,
see,
yeah.
I see. Yeah, I see. Okay, great. The thing is that we got this slight fluctuations we get from the tape, which are not then in the MP3 file, right? Because there are this
Yeah.
slight differences, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
those can be emulated too. I think there's a pretty good and free plugin as well from Isotope doing that.
But Snacks is talking about getting hands-on, really
Mm-hmm.
playing with the medium.
So I do have a collection of like reel-to-reel and cassette tape recorders and stuff like that. But micro reel-to-reels is fun stuff. Am I going to use it that much? Probably not. Just been picking it up. Eventually, maybe I'll fuck around with it. But I would like to do maybe something like a tape loop. That kind of appeals to me because it's like I could do it with a few different reel-to-reel recorders and just like have them in like a live looping kind of mode and do like an analog tape loop stuff like a la like John Lurie or something like that, like or early that type of fucking experimental shit, But
My friend
whatever.
Merle,
That's just me. I like
my friend
whatever.
Merle's very into all of that.
Australian Merle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Merle's a deep VHS lover.
Yeah.
I like VHS analog tape.
Oh my
It's also
God.
weird that like
VHS
the
is amazing too.
It's the actual technology of VHS is so much better than the medium that it's able to record to. Because it's already in 60 frames per second. It's just that VHS sucks because of the interlace stuff that's going on there.
But that tiny black magic tape that manages to capture graphics, all the pixels, all the movement, plays it back. It's amazing.
Oh, I want to get the pedal. It's a pedal called shallow water. That basically emulates all kinds of tape shit and more. It's amazing.
I'm very into distortion. I still wouldn't use analog gear for it, really.
Really? Why not? You can't beat a rat pedal.
Well, you can. You just use VST distortion.
Good
Saturation.
God. No.
Not for a live guitar, but for a synth.
Still rather have a pedal. The pedal does other things too, like besides like just having a rat distortion pedal, like you can use it almost like a pass through like filter in a way, like where you turn the distortion off and just like
It's very similar with my plugins. I put different ones on and they've got different distortion algorithms and I play with the knobs until I get the sound I want.
he likes to play with the knobs.
I'm just not touching literal knobs.
That's I hear you. It's nice to have a tactile like unit that's actually I'm doing it worse. But like a wah pedal, like I'll put a wah pedal, like a crybaby wah pedal, or certain kinds of pedals just have signature sounds. So like you'd be trying to get an emulation of a sound that sounds like that thing. But yeah,
you're definitely going to be more unique with the analog pedals.
You do the other thing about the pedals too is a few of them you can modify, so you can like add like a silicone or germanium diodes, or put in a selector switch where you can basically change the pass through of them. It runs like filters and basically filters the sound a little different. So you can get anywhere from like this very like super fuzz 70s business to like something really that could pass as like modern sort of distortion. So it's neat. Whatever. The VSTs,
I'm just
what's to
obsessed
worry
with
about?
computers. I do need a real knob for my volume, so I've got a nice expensive sound card. I touch the real knob for the volume.
Okay.
I need a real MIDI keyboard, so when I'm choosing a melody and I want to hear a sound, I need to be able to press a real key on the keyboard.
Which interface you use?
I've got Motu M4, so it's quite small and cheap, but very fast.
Is that one you can see in the picture you posted?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
paid like an extra £100 to get loop back, so I can record the output of the computer back through the interface with no fuzz.
Oh
at
yeah,
any
yeah,
time.
that's smart. That's smart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it USB 3 already?
No, it's not yet actually. You need the Thunderbolt or the other cable if you want to go really super fast.
Yeah, I'm still stuck in GarageBand right now trying to make loops for my 505 loop pedal so I can play background music for myself while I play the saxophone into these pedals. So like, yeah, it's a kind of a convoluted process. Maybe worthwhile, possibly.
Okay, we've got
Okay, I will have it. I
We're
will
all
have a
into
listen
music.
to the stuff you posted. I'm back like in a few minutes.
Cheers. Have you got any guitar pedal snacks?
Yeah, I got a few.
Yeah, just making weird noises, yeah, through that into GarageBand. It's fun.
Yeah, I got a rat, Turbo Rat. Turbo Rat's pretty nice. Phaser, MXR Phaser. Yeah.
The reason I don't use that often, or I wouldn't use a pedal, is because you can't distort the different bands of one sound easily. It does the whole frequency. I know there is some pedals that would do it. You'd have to split your signal and do a distorted high one and a clean low one.
Yeah, I guess I do need to get a dedicated sound card for my Mac. For my Mac. Because I can, I don't know. I don't have a mixer. I'm not really trying to do too much, man. I'm just trying to like record one channel at a time. Just for home projects or whatever. Would like to get one of those little portable 4-track digital situations. Those are pretty neat. Be able to bounce around and do that. Actually, I used to like the mini disc format as well. I was a big fan of that.
I had one of those.
All
Yeah,
that
it was fun.
weird things like that. Mini disc is great for the weird compression that it does that actually makes things sound better.
Yeah, similar to MP3. But it's nice to have a physical thing as well. But that didn't last long.
Yeah. Then there's like virtual mix situations that go on with like the you're saying isotope, like all the oxygen plugins for mastering.
Yeah, I got Ozone. That's the one you're on about.
It's like Ozone 10.
Yeah, I used that for mastering. I only used the maximizer really.
I just like hit the AI button and like I'm like, oh cool.
That worked great now.
How about have you tried to do matching with like you playing some Jimi Hendrix and then you take your mix and you're like, it sounds like Jimi Hendrix.
I have never tried that, but I have watched videos on it. There's another one, yeah, RX10 by Isotope, and I use that to get rid of the noise behind vocal samples from movies and stuff.
Ooh.
And there's a
It's
new
like a spectral AI editor.
That's it.
Ooh,
It used to be
dog.
just good noise reduction, but now it's full spectral AI. So
Damn.
you can control it really well, and now it's got a thing where you can actually pull
Like-
out bass and beats and leave the vocal.
But that's got to be good for like taking out like hum and whatever from like, let's say you got a live, video, but there's like some kind of noise or whatever, it'll auto edit that out. Just pull your vocal out.
It's got a new AI called Music Rebalancer. It's just 4 faders saying rhythm, bass, music, and other, and you can isolate vocals really well with that.
That's really, really cool. I mean, that's, part of the whole thing is like getting good capture with any of this digital media stuff. You get good vocal capture, you get good video capture, photo capture. It's great. If you got fucked up capture, it's a pain to restore it and make it seem good. You can always kind of like fuck it up if it sounds too clean or whatever, but I like getting it right out of pedals though, or sometimes just all the driving from all the different buzzings of different things like sounds good too, in just ways that you wouldn't predict it to happen with a VST.
Yeah.
And I guess like the philosophy somewhere in the early aughts was that like there would be an ultimate like box that would just have all the ability to make all the sounds, and then people would just be making all music would come from that, and then we would kind of lose connection to all these other things because it'd be like, oh, who needs a guitar? I can just use my keyboard, and poof, it's a guitar, poof, it's drums, poof, amazing. But black box concept, I don't know who came up with that.
And
Anyway,
just to carry this concept on, what about wireless Wi-Fi? We managed to send all of that signals of pictures and sound and all the wibbly wobbles through the air now, invisibly through the air.
It's goofy.
Fucking
yeah,
hell.
we could barely like Trans-Euro Express for Kraftwerk, in the late 70s. Try to like, well, think about Kraftwerk compared to today's music. Come on.
The old rabbis would have dreamt of information being sent through the air invisibly, and we're actually doing it now. Literally.
It didn't have to be just rabbis. I don't know why you got.
Well, there are recent smart men that we can remember, but yeah, there is all of the top guys. They would have dreamed of this. I can send a 4K video with sound through the internet, through the air, invisible.
Magic. What kind of drone you got?
It's got 5-inch propellers. It's a squished X freestyle.
I'm still learning about them things. I don't know shit. I know it seems affordable.
There's a weird creative science involved in flying drones, not learning how it flies or controlling it. The rates in which the stick goes from no turn or no spin to full axis spin at the edge of the stick.
Yeah, I may try to make my own. Maybe, I'm not really sure.
That doesn't always go well, but it's fun.
Yeah, I mean, there's some successful designs that people made. I'll probably just like lift their design.
I built my own. I just copied a ready-made frame.
And I got printers to make frames. What I want to be able to do is like lift the camera up. That's not a 3D, whatever, not 360 gimbal, or I want to be able to put my own stuff on there, or multiple cameras. Who knows? I don't know. Could get crazy like that, but that's only if you need something that can do some heavy lifting. But until then, cheap shit's good. You know what I mean? Phantom 2 seems like it's a pretty robust little quad there.
Yeah, mine's a bit different. Mine's made of carbon fiber, so it's much harder to break.
Oh, cool.
But I fly at 70 miles per hour and do flips and flops, so it's more likely to break.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I know a thing or two. I could probably engineer me a pretty non-breakable frame.
It's really hard to make a new design of drone that doesn't break. It's really hard. It's on
Well,
the
it's
edge,
not about
edge of
it's not
science.
about necessarily total redesign, but just like kind of how the parts made, what the part is composed of, you know, how I can make it with 3D printer, and then how I can make it not breakage. It's weird, like like the way the 3D print, like a way that a 3D print is strong or weak is very dependent upon the structure, the infill of it, you know, the angle that it's printed at. Because it's basically printing one plane at a time going up in the z-axis. There's no manifold molecular bond in the plastic polymer. Like the bonding angle is always going to be essentially like this laminar uh, way. You know, it's going to be like one plate on the top of another one.
This is what it looks like. Snacks.
So it's better to rotate the print. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just showing a picture. Since like 2017, 2016, this is the best design that is the strongest freestyle quad drones.
I'm trying to find it. That's cool. That's a 3D printable? No, that's what you have?
That's but they're all based on that same shape.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, carbon fiber is pretty good, nice and light. It's a little snappy though sometimes, you know. Like
Yeah, if you hit someone hard, the arms snap off the top and bottom plates.
because I could print that with like because I could get carbon fiber. I can get like whatever, probably graphene fiber plastics. Dude, it's a variety of different things, but
But you'd be surprised how strong that is. You could drop that from the 10th floor onto concrete and it might survive.
yeah. Well, I would suggest that probably anything that's got carbon packing in it, like it's a polymer with an added amount of carbon, like that just like adds some amount of structure to it. Like those are always usually pretty good. If you go too far though, you don't have enough polymer to fucking make it not snappy, and then that really breaks.
What's the next step after sending invisible information through the air?
Yeah. Anyway, like all these digital tools get better and better. You get like these kind of AI optimizations put in them, and although it's not like a true AI, it's like just better algorithms and better pre-training on the algorithms and stuff. So pretty dope. I can't hear like a lot of the same frequencies I used to, I guess.
AI can now make a pizza advert. So if the next step, they might manage to make a program that combines 4 different AIs, and soon we'll get full films like June 3 made by AI.
Yeah, it's the whole thing is just basically a chain effect. If you have like a series of AIs that drive each other, or manage each other, or subnet down, I don't know. You could route it numerous amounts of ways. Yeah.
In the last year, AI's worked how to do hands and faces better. It used to be horrible. Now it's can nearly do it.
Like all these, like the special effects films, the Marvel films, all that stuff. A lot of it's just like busy work for people. They wind up doing like a shitload of work just like removing backgrounds. Pretty much like the AI stuff can do that. 90% is good. 90 something percent is good.
Yeah.
It's them.
Well,
They just do minutes. But that's the whole thing. Like if you don't have to be like pushing numbers around, pushing code, if it's like something you can make easier for yourself, that's better for digital art anyway, right? That's why we're all not like making the Wonderful World of Walt Disney animations, and drawing them frame to frame because it's so much fun. A lot of people want to do animation, but they want to like look into like, wow, this is how I do. Jeez, no. But I really like that RX. That sounds cool. It's nice to be able to like remove stuff out of like an audio signal. They can use shitty mics. All right. Don, do you do any like MIDI composition, or do you like work with samples, or both?
Both, yeah.
There's a pretty cool program called Scalar. I don't know if you ever checked that out. There's demos of it probably.
Yeah, I have that one.
Yeah, I've seen it in videos where they call it color bass. It's a type of dubstep with all different high frequencies where the chords change in the bass, and they use Scalar for that sometimes to like lock it in a chord.
Yeah, all that like auto, like decoding or auto transcription. Yeah, that stuff's great these days. That's we got it locked down.
I make tunes with my friend, and we send each other bits and bobs back and forth. And sometimes he doesn't keep to the key that I've given him, and I can just pop auto tune on it at full speed, and it will move his wrong notes into the key that I need, so I don't have to ask him to redo it.
Yeah, I guess I like the scalar thing because it does the chordal variations.
You can be much more creative and do weird stuff with Scalar. That sort of adds a bit too much complexity for me sometimes.
I don't know. I think it's like I don't play a choral instrument, so I don't really have it. Like I'm still developing. Like I guess it's like if you really want to be a composer, you should know how to play piano or something. Just know how all the movements are working. But I don't really think like that because I'm like one note at a time saxophone guy. So I'm still like learning how to my piano mind or my guitar mind or whatever, if you will.
I definitely can't play chords. I can only play one note melodies, but I've learned a few rules, so I know if something's in key or not, and I can move it one or two so it fits the chord of the key. I've just made a few simple rules that I know work. I can stick to Western music theory.
Yeah, then you can like extend it, sort of like extend the harmonic stack, or you can like invert it. You know, like trying to figure out what the different chord qualities are. Like if you take the same three notes and invert the order of them, you know, in their high to low rations, like they sound different in quality. Yeah, that's weird.
Oh yeah, I just looked it up. The other one that is competing with Scalar at the minute is called Pitch Map. It's very similar plugin.
There's this other program. I think it's pretty fun. It's really it's just it works with the microphone, and you can like sing in or whistle in or tap in or whatever.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. It looks well fun.
Like you basically do like 6 takes of yourself going like boom or whatever. You know, you're like boom, and every time you say boom, it like switches that out, sends it to
It's a sample.
sample.
I want to. I've dreamt about this, so to pick up bass notes and the bendy portamento, so I can just hum in, and then turn that into MIDI straight away. It's about 200 quid though, I think. The one I saw.
It's like straight hardware audio to MIDI decode transcode, whatever. I don't know what you call it, but
Comes with a mic and an app.
I'm amazed at like the guitar synths, or no, it's a synthesizer pedal. You know, you just like you can plug a guitar or bass or saxophone or anything into there, and it's really sounds like pretty decent synthesizers.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
And the other way, you can play a synthesizer but using a guitar. No, that's your way. You can also hold a guitar that has buttons on it. So you're not playing strings, but you're holding it like a guitar and pressing MIDI buttons.
They just need some kind of Guitar Hero for all these people who know how to play Guitar Hero guitar. I can't play that thing. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. Like the amount of value that you can get, like with software, comparatively to like what it would cost you to like have made that in the 80s, 90s, whatever, build that in a studio. It's insanely
Oh my god, yeah.
cheap, crazy. Like,
Have you seen that old video with the masculine woman who got to work on the big moogs? She is really, really proud and amazed that she's worked out the ADSR filter on a waveform. And that's the 70s or 80s. Now you can you can stack whatever you want whenever in seconds.
yeah. Yeah, it makes my dreams of like owning like a Kaima sound synthesis machine like kind of pretty stupid. So I probably won't do that. The capybara, whatever.
Oh, it's still good.
Like that's all dedicated DS, like shark chip, fucking rah, rah, rah. I don't know. Bunch of audio words. That's able to do. Like, I mean, but you could do it now with probably like VSTs, like the vocal transforms. I thought, or the audio transforms, being able to like do a morph from one sound to another. You know, that's pretty dope.
It's creativity though. Like the auto tune now is much, much better, more transparent and faster. It still does all the old effects, but there's something about when the tool was limited back in the day. Cher and T-Pain and then Kanye West all used it because they know how to use a limited tool creatively. It makes an amazing sound.
Yeah, it was like I don't know, like a guy called a Prefuse 73. Heard him?
I do like Kanye West's album 808s and Heartbreaks. It's so emotional and it's so simple, but musical and brilliant. That's one of the first things I listen to on my new speakers. He was in the news at the time for going DEFCON 1 on the Jews.
I sent you an ad for Lindor chocolate truffles, but attached to it is a Prefuse 73 track.
Okay.
You can take or leave the Lindor chocolate truffles. Anyway, yeah, spectral audio editing is so dope because you got noises in the background. You want to take them out? Go ahead, do it now. Crazy, man. Yeah, I think right now like is a great time for tech.
Yeah, I think the producer Timbaland just today or maybe yesterday released a video where he was in the studio and with an AI tool they recreated the voice of the Notorious B.I.G. and made him rap a verse on the track which Timbaland produced.
No.
Yeah, pretty macabre if that's the word. You know, it's a bit weird.
He said, "I've always wanted to do a song with Biggie, so now I've done a song with Biggie because AI helped me." Also, Ed Sheeran's won his case. His love song they're dancing isn't similar enough to a Marvin Gaye song. So he's
Let's
won,
get it on.
he's won the case, even though it's got 4 chords, a similar progression, but it's a totally different key. You can't copyright 4 chords. Come on.
Why not?
I mean, it's not even 4 chords that are the same. It's a progression of 4 chords because it's not fair.
Is there something wrong? Shouldn't people be able to own sound?
If
And
I
charge
just
you?
if I
What's wrong with that?
copyright the note F, G back to F, I copyright that. No one else can do it.
Like I could
No.
copyright all the. What if you could copyright all the sounds like people don't want to hear? That'd be dope. Like the worst sounds.
Just collect my NFTs.
This is the worst 4-chord progression possible. I own it. It's just like minor second, tritone, minor second. It's great harmony. Super.
There is people that have actually bought color as an NFT. They I don't know if they believe they own it or not, but they paid money for it.
Yeah, people went nutso with the NFT thing for sure.
I follow a video game YouTube channel called Angry Joe, and he always does rants about video games that charge money for extras, for charging for the color blue. It's the same gun, same perks, but it's just blue. Then he saw someone sent him where someone had paid for the color blue in an NFT, and he did a rant about that.
But then, don't you think a lot of people downloaded like Marvin Gaye to like make that comparison? Or they're like, "Hey, I like that song too."
Yeah, definitely.
It's like a little fundraiser just to have a spat like that, isn't it?
He's done a mashup.
But also,
He mashes
but
those
also-
2 songs up when he plays.
but it builds Ed Sheeran up too. It's like, yeah, he's even close to fucking Marvin Gaye. Like, get the fuck out of here now. But yeah.
Yeah, you're thinking. You're really thinking.
Yeah, because it's the real battle is just to stay in the headlines.
I'm the new Marvin Gaye. That's basically what it was, isn't it?
Not to be gay about it, but a lot of good songs. You know, wasn't he shot on stage? Or am I wrong? I don't know, but those FPV racing drones seem like so cool. Really have to play around with one of those.
So, Snacks, where do you come from? I'm asking cosmically.
Cosmically, that's a very good question. I guess I'm Venusian. Must be, according to astrology. We are coronating King Charles III. Lots of flags.
Are Phoenicians like one of the types of early Chad?
Are Phoenicians an early what?
Early form of Chad with the beards and sailing and the swords.
Yeah. I think Phoenicia is right where something else, like it's also called like Tartessos, maybe. Got like a Tartary sort of a name in there. Fuck.
That reminds
But
me. Yeah.
it's like they came from somewhere else and then they were eventually called the Phoenicians.
Yeah, Tartaria or Atlantis or Lemuria.
I don't know from from what they were saying yesterday about the Philippines and things like that, you know, and the Philippine Islands or something. I mean, that might be where Lemuria would have been, or that Micronesia would have been, that lost continent area. Probably lots of lands were lost, I guess, over time, right? I'm just thinking out loud, you know. Maybe Ed Sheeran found Found a perfect song.
Well, I'd like to admit publicly now that all my best tracks are very, very much inspired by other people's best tracks.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. I mean, that's a process. You have to be able to like understand it in order to replicate it, in order to replicate from it. And that's songwriting.
You coming from Tartaria reminds me of this meme that went around. I'm going to share a video about it, but turn the volume down at the beginning. Hyperborea meme with the distorted bass boosted version of that song.
Hyperborean Dance Mix Edition.
Out going down the Tartaria rabbit hole.
Yeah, I guess it's not just the softwares too. It's also like the proprietary technology is like changing a little bit, like to where things are just being made by some Chinese company. You can like buy something that was like, like you buy something for like a tenth of what it used to cost you.
Yeah, it's pretty good. One of the worst bits of reality that affects me on a daily basis is the constant upload and sharing of reels on social media, small video loops that mean nothing and have zero context and appear to be uploaded by bots. It's constant annoyance for me.
Yeah, I wonder if there's like some kind of weird hardware crunch or a bandwidth crunch somewhere where they're just like, yeah, we need short things. It's easier.
An example is someone called Treadmill Guy. Hundreds of videos uploaded to his Instagram of pieces of sellotape, toy cars, bottles of Prime, anything else you can think of, on a treadmill at 45 degrees, so it's bouncing backwards while falling downwards. And he's getting 4.5 million hits on each one, so he keeps doing it. It's like poison, like a virus.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. That's the idea. Yeah, and the camera stuff's going crazy too. That's off the hook.
So, me being me, I write a comment to these people. If one of their videos triggers me enough, I write the comment, why do you upload nonsense to the internet? And I've only ever had like one response saying, because it's funny. The rest of the people just ignore me.
Yeah. I find it like pretty much righteous using my time to commit to only like one very, very small micro genre of something and only be commenting on people that make videos where in fact those things are not done right. So I'm like of special interest in like breakfast sandwich makers where people do not actually eat the sandwich at the end. Not that I care to buy the machine, but I do care to see you eat it and let me know if it was good or not. So I kind of, not that I troll them, but like on a day, you know, I'm like, okay, let's check it out, see what's going on here. I mean, there's only so many videos on breakfast sandwich makers, yeah.
It's like they're littering or pooping in the street. Because once someone gave them a fiver for it, they've kept doing it now and they don't care about anybody.
It's just that like over 70% of the videos about this particular breakfast sandwich maker, people are not eating the sandwich at the end. Just like, yep, it works, and you know, it's like, is it really like, are people even eat? What's going on here?
Why am I
So
so curious to click on some of the thumbnails, even though I know it's garbage already? I should already know, but like maybe I forget. I'm mind controlling it. The thumbnail, even though it says wait till the end, and I know there's not going to be an end. I click on it anyway.
yeah, you sure do.
The royal wedding, a
Go ahead.
Nazi king being celebrated by the Gentiles. We live in Star Wars already.
Does that mean there's a real Yoda somewhere?
Yeah, we're already that far out in science fiction. Yoda's like the Buddha, basically.
Got baby Yodas. Baby Yodas having babies.
I'm picturing Yoda as the Dalai Lama saying, "Suck my tongue."
The Yoda Llama.
Yeah. Man. And Luke's bending towards him.
The lightsabers are made from camera parts, right? Old like lens pieces.
I wanted to talk about lightsabers earlier. I'm glad you brought it up.
Well, in a way, like the camera lens itself is the lightsaber that the director uses to wage war against reality.
Oh yeah. Have you seen Nope yet?
That'd be a negatory.
Because that's very about it. He's got a special camera that he's shooting the film in. Inside the film, the same special camera exists, and the creature slash craft that comes down opens its shutters like a camera. So it's like camera reception.
Yeah, cam reception. I'm sold on that. Sounds good.
The lightsaber, yeah, it's an elegant weapon for a more civilized age.
I mean, you think so? What's so civilized about that?
It chops straight through, so there's less blood. What's that word? It cauterizes or whatever as it chops. I don't know if you can call that less brutal.
It's like severe. Maybe like a sword thing you can actually repair. Well, how are you
Right.
how are you gonna fix a cauterized situation? That's no good.
That makes it more elegant, I guess. The noise as well. Very elegant.
It's more elegant than shing. Think so?
Well, they don't say more elegant. They just say it's elegant.
It's like
for more civilized.
Just like electric sounding. I don't know. I guess.
Who invented the lightsaber? Was it the good guys or the bad guys? 'Cause that could be key to our understanding.
What about that makes sense that you could confine an amount of lightsaber to a distance?
Huh?
It's like a laser where you're like, hey, don't go that far. Just only go this far.
Yeah, it's so good.
How is that happening?
Well, it uses the force, doesn't it?
What does it?
Some magic technician designed it to work with the force.
They're light swords. Laser sword. How is there not like 50,000 copycats of that shit, by the way? You know? I know what the next coolest sword, you got the Thundercats, you know? Sword of Omens. Sight beyond sight.
Well, the idea of a lightsaber is probably locked down.
What?
The idea of the lightsaber, you probably can't copy that for another 50 years, 100 years.
Can't be like it's a light sword. I mean, it's like a light.
No, Lucas
Someone
has got
come
the
after
right.
us?
He owns the
You can
rights
see
to
it.
light swords.
How is that possible? That's like one of 4 chords.
You just buy it or you get given it because you're special.
Marvin Gaye's coming after your ass. Give me my lightsaber money.
Yeah. Big. No, they've probably killed the original guy. Came up with it. You've heard the story that the Matrix and the Terminator were written by that black woman with the afro.
Tina Turner.
Stole it. Yeah. She knew the Gnostic knowledge enough to write 2 massive scripts, and the Hollywood stole it and gave it to 2 Chinese and some other guys.
I guess the Terminator is a good movie. The first
Oh.
one.
They're great. Yeah, she might not have ever got it done, so maybe that's a good outcome, but she should have got paid.
A lot of it's just like lots of Arnold, though. If you really look at the rest of the connective tissue of the movie, it's like, I guess.
Making a tune now called Resist. So I found the sample in Terminator Salvation where he's on the radio and he says, if you're listening to this, you are the resistance. But just last night, I managed to find where he says that same line later. Not on the radio, and the camera picks it up in the room, so it's much clearer, so I'm going to replace the sample in my track with the better one.
What's the one that's good? Terminator Dark Fate?
They're all quite good.
The one with the newer Terminator that's got the 2-part Terminator?
Can't remember that one. I have watched it once.
That's the one with the chick, Defender, and what's her name? Linda.
Dark
What's her
Fate
face?
sounds right.
Yeah, that's the best one. I think that's the best one. That's my favorite one. In a way.
If you're not bothered about Arnie, then it really lends itself to the modern CGI, doesn't it?
I'm about the Terminators, and I'm about what they're doing. I could care about Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Right. Yeah.
Tell me about the metal endoskeletons with the cybernetic,
Show me those skulls being crushed under the feet of robots.
Right.
But Terminator 2 has got to be the best. You can't beat that. That black guy's face sweating when he realizes what he's done. That's perfect.
Terminator 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
When he has to pull his
he's
arm back.
Panicked, right? Yeah.
Pulls his arm back and gives the guilt trip. It's fucking brilliant. Yeah, he's traumatized. Totally traumatized.
Yeah.
He even sacrifices himself, doesn't he, to blow the factory up.
There was these like really dope like dubstep things this one guy did. He took him down, but it was like clips of RoboCop, like just shooting people, and clips of Terminator 2.
In time with the ba 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 ba.
It's like a it was like real marshy like that, and then it was like
It's a new dubstep song with the theme of pirates, and it's got a big
so dope,
machine gun bass, and the cannon animation happens in time with the bass. I've got to share it. It's so good.
It's fun. I wish there were more like video drum machines because it's cool to just like tag that stuff together. You got like you have like Arnold Schwarzenegger with a Gatling gun as a Terminator, a helicopter, sync it up to some. That's good fun. It's good fun right there. It's so wacky, man. Fucking sound is crazy. Crazy shit to fuck with. It's like some bizarre alchemy, right? You don't even know what the fuck you can do. You're like, I don't even know what's possible, actually.
This dubstep tune, Raise the Black Flag, got like a huge machine gun bass, but they've made an animation of pirate cannons going off to the beat. It's great.
Yeah, it's just like really satisfying to like, see that. Like dubstep to animation is really cool. Or trap, or I don't know what.
I managed to have lunch, so now I can go back to coffees. Brilliant. My new drum plugin seems to have given me a weird virus that sends Google Chrome to Bing on some searches every now and then through the day. So I'm going to use it for this tune and then uninstall it.
Pretty good idea. Wacky. Yeah. Guitar pedal never fucking talked to Bing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. It makes me anxious because all software, any software that you want to use could have something shit in it.
Yeah, dubstep's like it's fun to sequence, but it's not. I don't think that would be fun to play. You know, like live, trying to just be like. Or maybe it would be. No, maybe it'd be really fun. I don't know.
I really like the pirate theme. He's got a whole album.
Piracy.
He's got a whole album, this guy, Terminate, based on the pirate theme. Pirate dubstep.
Okay, sort of specialized dubstep.
Yeah, it's very good.
I heard this one track. It was so cool. It was just on like a live stream or something, and I could never find what it was. But it was like a regular dubstep, and then there would be like some like sound like a female robot, and then she would say virus, and then the whole thing would kind of switch modes and be like going backwards in 6/8, and just be like all fucked up, but like in this crazy funky way. And it just like switching back and forth was like so cool. I could never find out what that was.
The other day I listened to a song by Bev's Crew with Emma on it. So some man had sung and played the guitar. Lovely chorus, but the lyrics were about the theory of logos, where you reserve judgment. So basically, you go and measure canals, but you don't say anything about what you think about the canals. This is what the song's about. And then Emma's voice comes over the top, mixing in and out, saying, "Can you imagine some strings hanging above a canal?" And then it basically, she's the verse and it mixes in and out. Very weird.
I'm not thrilled about the whole "can you imagine" idea, but what have you?
That's what I mean. They don't say, "We've put some strings in a place and we've found this out." They say, "Can you imagine?"
Right, which is where I'm doing work for you now. Fucking lovely. How about I just press stop?
Back to the drawing board if you're going to do science.
Wow. AI fake Drake. Wow. Glad. Mr. Glad, are you there? Virtual Kurt Cobain singing Black Hole Sun. Oh gosh. Wowie. And there's no way that AI John Lennon is not passable. Wow. Can you say Flat Earth album AI All-Star? You can do a We Are the Flat Earth. There's a choice we're making, guys. You're gonna learn today. That's hilarious.
Yes, Gene.
What's up?
Looks nice.
You seen this AI singing shit?
Hold on a second.
Oh, I will.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. What did you say again? Because I was.
No, I'm
I have
still.
there's AI in the background. When it starts talking, I can't get to stop.
There's AI conversation happening in the background. At your AI friend's house.
Yeah. Dude, you gotta check this out, man.
Then you got to check out what I got to say. No,
Alright,
I'll
go
check
ahead.
out what. No, you go first.
Well, no, there's this AI. it's new, and I don't think people really grasp how crazy it is. But anyways, it's like you can have like legit conversations with it, like ones that you really think you're having a conversation with a person.
Right. Kind of like you're having. When you think you're having a conversation with a friend, but he's not your friend because he stabbed you in the back. I'm just joking. Unless these AIs are going to stab you in the back, they're not real. Come on.
It seems so. Yeah, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
What is up? Like, they can AI replace Drake anywhere. They can make Drake songs by AI.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff. But that's what I'm saying. All that kind of stuff is in a category I call I don't know what I call it. That's like a
It's
different kind of AI. That's like it's
entertainment.
yeah, you can replace a lot of jobs with that. That's true. You can replace Drake with that.
No,
That's
you don't
true.
understand. I don't think it. Yeah, well, it's not just. It's like you could make Drake singing like Frank Sinatra tunes. There's
Yeah.
no confining this. It's fucked up now. It's really music's broken. I'm telling you right now.
Well, I mean, that's the question though, is was it ever I think we like before all this and even now, we just live in a weird time.
Pop music,
where-
celebrity, the billions of dollars in the industry to drive a sound for a voice to make you think that you heard that thing can now be done by computers. You can have Taylor Swift sing whatever you want.
Yeah, but don't you think that the old way or the way that you're saying is dead or whatever? Don't you think that was kind of bizarre in some sense? Like people like Taylor Swift, for example, being able to live like a millionaire, literally, because she is one, because she's popular and she sings well, right?
It's not because she's talented, though. That's the weird thing. That there's like a zillion talented girls living in America today that have thousands of times more talent than Taylor Swift will ever be capable of. She doesn't have the name, doesn't have the network, doesn't have the luck.
Yeah, but whether it's that popularity, that look,
Mm.
or that talent, should it really be worth that much? Like, should it be worth that disparity between her and say a homeless person?
Like, because she won the genetic lottery, she should be a super pop star.
Yeah, or she was in the right place at the right time, or whatever it is. I mean that in itself is kind of bizarre. So if this is like a correction where you can now get like a computer program to do exactly what she's doing, and it might, it might balance things out in a weird way.
But AI Drake, the whole song, "The Winter's Cold." You hear it for a second?
I heard one of them. I don't think I've heard that one. Let me see.
He's like, "The winter's cold where I'm from. I got enemies." I don't know, man. I don't know how Drake sings, but
It's actually pretty good.
the it's so funny though. Like, but they have got like but you could basically make like a vocalist like a plugin, almost like even from a time period too, like an album. As long as you have the vocal sound, and you can pretty much separate them out. So like you can extract Kurt Cobain and put him and make him do cocaine from Eric Clapton. You know,
Yeah,
all the fun
I've
things
heard
that we wanted to ever do. You know,
I heard there was like a remake of an Eminem. What Eminem song? It's like
yeah. Nobody's. I don't know if somebody's done like a Cobain. You don't lie. I don't know if there's one of those yet, but it'll have a million hits. You know, there's a
Why not
room
just
to
make
be
it
an AI
today?
producer. Yeah,
Make it
producer.
today. It's a good idea. You make it right now.
But if you could halfway good sing some shit, then you could also AI the fuck yourself into somebody else's nonsense, right? So if I can halfway sing like 5 words like Bruce Springsteen, maybe I could Born to Run or something like that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you could. But not only that, you could create a text to speech based thing without having to actually even, say
Right.
anything or use
I
real
can't rhyme
words.
like Eminem.
It'd
That's
be the
fine.
voice.
I can AI be like, hey, assume you're Eminem, rap me some shit, rap that to sing, get the thing to sing. Now I have the power of Eminem. I can change my voice to rapping like Frank Sinatra, Eminem lyrics. It's all insane. It's broken. It's all music's broken.
I tried that with like the old chat, with like the first version of Chat GPT. I tried to get it to make rap lyrics, but in the style of I'd use Kanye West, I'd use Eminem, and both of them suck. It's probably better now, but yeah, they both those suck. But yeah, they did the AI make of Eminem. I forget which song it was, but it was like a 21st century version or a 2022 version of I don't remember which song it was, but it was one of his first songs.
Like, you don't need music talent to make money in music production if you can do it this way, because like I know just by the by, right? Like who's that like every chick that like sang, sold 1 million records and then just died or something like that, every one of those is a good one to like just be, I produce her songs, whatever,
Oh
like
yeah,
people have unfinished careers, you know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
Jimmy Dean, just make a bunch of
Mhm.
like
Clint Eastwood too, a
James
new
Dean,
perspective,
Jimmy
but yeah, I
Dean,
got you. Yeah,
yeah, the sausage guy.
exactly.
But yeah, James Dean, make like a bunch of James Dean movies, right?
You could do so, right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
I mean,
well, I mean,
that's
that's beside the point. You could take James Dean, auto tune him, and make him a singer, and have him cover and be Elvis. There's like this crazy metaverse of just we've broken information almost,
no, but
like
that's
to
what I'm
where,
saying to you.
yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah,
No, you're trying to say something. Go ahead.
both keep trying to get in there, but
Uh, I want you to
I
say
gotta be
it.
more patient, man. I was just saying that that's what I'm saying though, is that it's possible that what you're saying is true, because I agree with it, but it's not necessarily a breaking something. It's more or less correcting something that was already broken in a weird way. Like the same thing with athletes. Like you have athletes, and you have musicians, and you have these artists, as you call them, and they're some of the richest people. Uh, you know, there's like a disparity between them and like the everyday person, and how much they're worth, how much money they have, and it could be a case that that's not necessarily that's not representative of their actual value. If that makes sense.
I know. It's just like, in my day, there was this thing Napster and copyright things and Metallica, and if you like whatever, it's just like copyright things. But nowadays, you could probably take Metallica, resample only the good songs, and just generate from there only the good stuff that you like, and brew your own version of Metallica and listen to that shit and give it to your friends. And like, should they be able to stop you? I really wonder.
Well, no, they're already kind of crafting copyright laws around the art and stuff like that. But you have to also remember that what is it, that Pharrell Williams song that he did with Robin Thicke, was it Blurred Lines or whatever. He actually got sued $7 million by Marvin Gaye's family because of the likeness to that song.
Yeah, I think that
So
these things are a big weird hustle. But go ahead.
no, yeah, I mean, like, you're right. There's definitely ways to get around any sort of copyright, protection, just by using like
Right.
something that sounds similar to their song and then just recreating it in that same style. But then necessarily, is that something worth copywriting? Mm.
Well, typically, yeah, this is how you get a big mansion and sports cars and a ex-wife and then 2 kids that don't talk to you. And then you remarry to some other person that's a little bit more obscure, probably too young for you, and have a kind of an obscure life. You know what I mean? Fade off into where you only like do performances at large arenas and stuff like that a couple times a year. Anyway, yeah, that's the music business, bro.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you. Like, what if that's true, that this is disrupting that, then it's just 'cause that's going to make it more available to more people. But it's not going to make it more available to more people, because what it's going to do is it's going to
The
saturate.
MP, I'm just saying, like the MP3 already crushed it. Like this is an oligarchical system where artists have been, their whole lives have been fucked up because somebody's got to make some more money than another person. So yeah, man, like I'm happy about the equanimity of the system, ubiquity of music, you know what I mean, to reach an audience for sure, man. That's great. Empowerment of people's fucking shit, you know. Who cares if somebody else likes it, you know, let the audience decide. But it's hard to get your name out there, but there's so many places to kind of like, you know, fucking pitch your shit if you like, right? So I think it's fair.
Also, usually the cream rises to the top. You know, that was
So
my idea. I was gonna
pornographic.
make a political.
Everything's sexual with you.
No, maybe. I was gonna make a political app like this, where instead of going to the media to find these politicians, there's like an internet-based network, and like I said, the cream would, in my idea, would rise to the top by being that person being more
Right.
popular, respected amongst the community of everyone. And I think music would be the same way. I mean,
Yeah.
whether it's promoted or not, like purposely, or it's just word of mouth.
Yeah. It's really like the reason that we like people, performers, their music is like they come up with like little catchy things that are almost like little audio drugs or something like that. We kind of refer back to them or something like that, and we remember the first time that we heard the song. It was a good time. We had other things that happened. Whatever, these songs stick with you. It's interesting. So when you start extracting all that stuff and it just like auto composes to a new song, basically means it's just pulling out the most recognizable sort of pieces of there that compose like a musical thought, if you will, like a chord, a word said this way in this beat or something like that. And so just rearranging all that shit is it's crushing whatever songwriting used to be. This is like destroying any kind of notion we might have had for that, because it's using like predictive gestural rules rather than it going by like, oh, this is 4-part Bach choral movement with fuck. You know what I mean? It's wild style AI. Just like rip it apart, find the chunky shit that people like, and remake it.
Yeah, but like I really respect songwriters like Ed Sheeran or Prince or even Lady Gaga, the people who wrote their own music and even other people's music. But other than songwriters, most songs aren't even, they're written by like a very small amount of people. There's like a small number of songwriters for most of the popular songs. Uh, so it's like kind of already like artificial in that sense. Like somebody's just piecing together, these songs that somebody is going to sing.
I'm like you,
like
Kosho. I hear
star.
Borderline by Madonna come on the radio. I get down to it. I turn the radio up. Do a little shoulder shake. But that Madonna that we heard in that song doesn't really exist because that pitch is sped up. That pitch sounds like she's on helium. She's not really. That's not her voice. Like
that's what I'm saying. Like, what's the difference?
Right. I know. Like vocoder or not. You know what I mean? Like auto tune or not. But they were auto tuning people before there was auto tune.
Sure. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Is what's the difference between every, like? By the way, this is the thing that you're forgetting also, or that people are forgetting. People aren't respecting, and that's like there's a new type of artist. Okay, the person who's engineering these, not just the AI, but the engineering the prompts, what the AI is going to produce, or engineering the deep fakes or whatever. These people themselves are a type of artist, and they're creating something. Whether or not they're the talented musician who's singing it or whatever, they're still producing something that is, is valuable to people.
It just comes to like, you're going to be born an artist or not, but it's like you're not going to think that you're so good that you're just going to be an artist or something. Like in the future, I don't think that society is going to do what they should and support the people and the real organic voices behind it, and not just like a bunch of ratings based like modeling algorithm to extract like the joy out of some shit and create some obviously vacuous nonsense AI thing that a million people watch, but like get like a little bit of empty joy from. But it's not a person. It's not really expressing any real human viewpoints. Just in this I don't know. Like, don't we? There's a reason why we don't love like Jessica Simpson's work. We don't like value her in the heart of the American songbook. You know what I'm saying? We think
I like
that
one
her
Jessica
shit
Simpson
is
song.
derivative plastic nonsense, right?
I like this one song because she redid "Take My Breath Away," from back in the day, and I woke up one morning and that was on the radio as I was waking up. And for some
You mean
reason,
from Top
Jessica always
Gun, the
been,
redo she did?
yeah, she did a redo of that. Yeah, I got
The
stuck in
original's
my head
better.
for some reason.
Oh
Still
man,
is to this day stuck in my head.
you're fucking maverick and you're mind programmed.
Oh yeah, you'd appreciate this, dude. Remember I told you I was doing
Your highway to
Inception
the
on my
danger
friend.
zone, bitch. All right, go ahead.
I was doing Inception on a dog the other day. And it was working. The same technique I was. The same
Oh, you
technique
were
I was using on my friend,
okay.
on a German Shepherd, and it was working.
Note to self: never go to a sleepover for his Kosho. He'll be mind programming you if you fall asleep for his. I'd rather you freeze my bra or something. For fuck's sake. But anyway, I froze your consciousness. It's in the freezer.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with that with the dog, but it was working. So
Yeah. We
If
don't
you went
really like.
camping with Kosho,
Oh no.
if you went camping with Kosho and you woke up and there was a dick in your ass, would you tell anyone?
Oh no.
oh my
I'd have
god,
like the chastity pants, Robin Hood Men in Tight style. That's me.
why does this
Like,
turn in? Just as I'm doing Inception on somebody, it has nothing to do with my cock. Okay, what the fuck? That's like a
it's
new
like,
level. That's like the next level
I-
of things that
it's
I certainly do not allow any sort of
You never heard that joke, bro? If you went camping with it and woke up with a dick in your ass, would you tell anyone? The guy always says no. And then the next thing is the guy says, all right, you want to go camping?
ever heard that joke or been
yeah.
camping
When are we
with
gonna go
anyone like
camping,
that.
Kosha? You'll love it. We got marshmallows, roasty fire. Let's go camping.
I mean, I love camping, but
You were the runner-up
yeah,
for Brokeback Mountain, we know.
yeah. So what?
That's your favorite movie.
Top
Mhm.
5. I've never even seen it, but I hear good things.
The shit that
It's
stays on repeat in your bedroom.
yeah, okay.
Like nobody hates that movie more than straight guys who have actually broken their backs. Am I right? Like I
Snack
mind that.
Secrets in Plain Sight was dope, bro. I only watched like half of it, but the half I watched was fire.
It's
You
enough,
were
right?
you were
Yeah.
promoting it to us, dude.
No, there's a
Oh,
part
that's.
2.
He's working all
Oh,
day, man. The part 2, it's
There's a
dense, bro.
part 2.
he was
I,
he was
I,
he was promoting it like all night the other night. That's
Yeah,
always
the
weird. I
part
was like, I
1.
finally watched it.
I can't even put it all
Part
together. I'm like, oh, I need to do digital roots of Fibonacci, but then I don't do that. But why should I do that? Crazy.
Curious about that. We'll talk about that in a second. But is it
24,
part 2?
bro. 24 emergent numbers, highly ordered numbers, right? 12, 60, 24 is one. Okay, you go.
33.
420 420 is one.
A bunch of important numbers.
Don't try to be cool,
421
Kosho.
420 is
You
actually
barely
as
smoke.
I bet
Your
it's smoking
weed,
even more.
your weed still got seeds in it.
Mine doesn't know.
You still got weed with seeds in it.
Yeah. Last time I had weed with seeds in it, it was great weed, and I used those
You-
seeds to make many plants, big plants. The best weed. I sold a G for $90.
A gram
That's right.
of trees? No way.
Yeah. Actually, okay, I'll be honest with you. I think it might have been an eighth. I spoke too soon, but regardless, yeah, it was overpriced, and the guy bought it.
Disappointing, man. It's 2023. You're a smart man.
Yeah. Well, regardless, I went on a cruise with my family, and I brought like probably I don't know 2 ounces. I hid it inside of a whiskey bottle. Like I put it in like 3 plastic bags, put that in a whiskey bottle, and then put whiskey back in the bottle, and then snuck the whiskey onto the ship. And yeah, so I was getting everybody high for the first 2 days, but then I lost the whole bag. But in hindsight, that was pretty stupid because I probably would have went to like federal prison or something.
Yeah, and then you'd be stuck trolling flat earthers on the internet to get to stay free out of jail. That would be fucked up.
Sounds like a fucking Vin Diesel movie.
Then I got my eyes polished. Yeah. Fuck. No one's
Not
doing
bad.
that. Nobody is doing eye polishing. It's like, I don't care how bad you are. Seriously.
Polishing.
Get this Riddick character out of here.
You know, Chronicles
Vin
of Riddick is the
Diesel.
only one I like. I don't even like the other ones, dude. I don't like Pitch Black or the Riddick or whatever. I like Chronicles of Riddick. That's the only one I like.
Oh, it's funny. He's like a little paunchy now, trying to do those car driving movies. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
He's gonna go back to playing Dungeons and Dragons again. That's actually.
Man, I
yeah.
waited like 20 years for that Riddick to come out. So
Do you like the new one?
I mean, all those movies were awesome. Yeah.
I like Chronicles of Riddick, but Pitch Black is okay. But that I don't like that new Riddick. I think that,
So, is Pitch Black? Those were designed by Geiger. Those aliens.
Gallagher, the watermelon guy.
H.R. Geiger. You
Oh.
twit.
I don't know.
All right. There's some cool monsters in that. Anyway, yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like that.
think
I did like those. Sorry, I'm talking at the fucking same time you are. Jeez.
But because I didn't like them that much, I didn't really understand. I got lost a little bit. Like there was that one kid from the first movie, and it ends up being a girl, the hot chick from Chronicles of Riddick. Am I getting that wrong? I thought for sure that was a boy.
No, it was a girl in the first one. Remember, he's like, because she had her period.
Oh, I missed that part.
That was a huge thing at the end of the movie. They had to race through the thing, and the aliens could smell blood, and she had her period, and it was a big thing.
Okay. Well, then there we go.
I mean, apparently he
Oh,
developed. That's not his. The voice that he puts on to be Vin Diesel is like a voice that he generated for doing Dungeons and Dragons hosting as a dungeon master.
Oh yeah, exactly. He's a huge nerd and a little sissy boy like The Rock calls him.
Yeah, I like real fake tough guys like Bruce Willis. That's my favorite.
You know, he's out of commission now. He's like, they say he's too like retarded now to make movies.
Yeah, they're
Doesn't
like
have much brain.
he had enough Xanax finally. Now he's not doing any acting.
Yeah, they say like he's like incapable of doing it. Kind of sad. You can't really see it in his acting, but
Well, but it's also pretty freeing, you know, because they'll still hire him. It's not like he's not going to act, you know. They'll just be like, we'll have a teleprompter up. He's like, I can't. Maybe I can read. All right, I'll try to read.
I don't think they're hiring him, man. I heard that like he's retired completely, or he's like, I forget how it was.
Yeah,
phrased, but-
Quentin Tarantino 2.0 is going to dig his ass up and put him in a fucking movie. You bet you. You watch. He'd be like 85 years old. Like, oh my gosh. And he'd be like, but he's ripped. Wow, why is he ripped? And be like, I'm taking stem cells. My name is Bruce Willis, number 5.
I've seen him in a movie recently. I just can't remember what it was called.
I seen him on some shit last night where 2 guys ran in his house, tried to make him fucking. I think he got shot off the rip. I don't know, but it was just on Netflix. So look, no, he was
Like
mad
President
old. He looked
Chicago?
mad old.
It was
Death Wish.
Yeah, Death Wish or whatever. No, not Death Wish. Is that the one where
No,
he's in
I don't know the
Chicago?
name of it. I don't know the name of it.
He becomes like
They
a
made him. They
vigilante,
made his
kind of.
son do surgery on him or on the guy that broke in or something. They shot his wife. I don't know.
Yeah. He becomes like a vigilante kind of guy.
No, it was like
He
Survive
goes.
the Night. It was called like Survive the Night or something.
You're watching The Color Night. That's what you're watching.
Yeah, 2020.
You're watching that movie with Jane March. Psychologist, my ass.
Jane Launch.
It's like $40 million movie. $40 million? All right, I'll take it.
That's the one where Bruce Willis was a psychologist
Yeah.
and she hit his car. I remember that one.
You're talking about Crash?
No, that in that psychologist movie, she hit his car on purpose so she could like try to get with him or something.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know, dude. He's in a bunch of movies this year, even. Some new movie called
Yeah,
Assassin.
probably because you just gave us false info about how he's out of commission or retired because you never do research on anything and just believe everything anyone tells you ever.
Okay, yeah, I might hear a report, and I might believe what's said in the report, and I'll share it. You're right. So what's you want, dude? It's better than reading the title of something, or
The
barely reading
official
the title.
report. Yeah, you read one official report and you think it's official. I could just write an official report right now.
And I think it's to some degree because like all these movies are really their unfinanced business projects. So it's like anything that he gets involved in, and if it's covered under any kind of insurance, it's like, well, oh yeah, the guy that we paid a whole bunch of money to couldn't do the thing because he's like, no, I can't. Where's all that investment money go to? Hey, watch it here. Somebody's got to get insured. Like he has to have insurance, some kind of rider that's different than other people. But like, there's been a ton of these like stories that come out. It's like, yeah, so and so's never gonna act anymore. Bam, next movie. What's going on?
Okay,
With that?
so it says this is from two different sources, at least two sources, and they put it in quotation marks. So it tells me that this quote probably comes from him, and it says that he's stepping away from acting after being diagnosed with aphasia. Aphasia is a language disorder that affects a person's ability to communicate, including speaking, listening, reading, and writing. There it is.
I mean, do we really need him to speak though?
If they're gonna make another Look Who's Talking, then yeah.
But the point is that they don't need to because we have AI today, and what we can do is just have them. We'll just use old Bruce Willis on old Bruce Willis.
That's
Yeah,
true.
that
That's
doesn't
a
make
good
sense.
point.
But it'd be more
I
newer
mean, if you
Bruce
have his
Willis.
back,
Because
if you have
now
his
it's
back
older.
to the camera, you can make him say anything you want.
Stupid. But that's like the prank I was saying earlier that I got this idea for a prank, and I want to do it and like I don't know, so I'll put it on YouTube or whatever. But I want to make like I want to clone like people's voices, like Jeremy's voice, for example, and I'll send him a DM from him from the future, and it's gonna be like this, like this warning and like all these details about what to prepare for in the future. It's gonna sound like it's coming from himself. I want to see if people actually buy it.
He'd be like, "Yo, check it out. Yo, heads up.
Yo, don't drink
Yo,
the coffee. And some Dwight Schrute shit.
I might even just clip that. I mean, you can clone voices pretty easy now.
yeah." I think I just found that app. Yeah. So I mean, the crazy thing is, it's like it's supposed to be pretty much impossible to make money on a film unless you have like a main big star to be in the movie.
Just a lot of times, yeah.
So like, why wouldn't Bruce Willis just license this shit out and be like, all right, yeah, okay, it's like a pretend me. Okay, I like it.
That's a thing, and that is a thing that will become more and more. Like I've had this argument probably 15 times, and I like bringing it up every time. Usually in gems, but anyways, about how in the next, I said this 5 years ago, but I'm still saying in the next 10 years, they're gonna make movies that are indistinguishable. So they'll make movies in the, CGI movies that are indistinguishable from live action movies, and when that happens,
Yes.
the modern actor is going to become like you're talking about how
Extinct.
musicians. Yeah, not so much extinct, but yeah, they'll have less and less work, and like people like Hugh Jackman playing Wolverine or the James Bond character,
Huge.
it's going to be harder to. It's going to be easier
Huge.
to give them an actual character, and you're not going to have to keep paying these people more and more money because they have like this.
But we could
monopoly on
take
that.
prime Wolverine, Hugh Jackman, let's say, extract him
Or
out of
the
film. Right, he can star in your movie that you make with ChatGPT that you write in the style of, I don't know, whatever kind of stupid movie you want.
or the amount of money you would save by doing that with the actors and shit. No more days and days of filming one scene and shit. You just whip it up real quick.
Yeah, and then Disney just takes like a little cut. You know what I mean? Because you could just be like, oh yeah, this is what happens when Wolverine meets fucking the Millennium Falcon and he teams up with fucking Han Solo in this multiverse. Since Disney owns all of these properties any fucking way, they have like copyright, like open source, like situation, and it's like, why not? Because they have a fucking, what amounts to me to being a monopoly on this shit. They own all your heroes, all your sports heroes. They own all of it.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
It's important to keep AI open source, but it's already not. It's already becoming not that. So, but yeah, like I said, what you would do though is you wouldn't use Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, or any of the James Bonds, Sean Connery, whatever. You'd have to the most efficient way to do it is to create a unique character that shares likenesses with nobody specific, and that way you can keep using that character forever and not have to worry about paying somebody. But obviously that's not going to be the case because people are familiar with certain people. So
Yeah, well then you got to put a bunch of money in for name recognition for your AI actor. Then
No, you
yeah,
just do what
you have to
Pacino
copyright
did.
it.
You just do
What's
what
that?
Pacino did in that one movie and make him think it's a real person.
What movie?
This movie with Pacino where he made an AI chick and he had like heads gassed up thinking it was like a real person. You don't remember that one?
No, wait, no, wait, hold on. Al
It was
Pacino
Al
and AI
Pacino.
chick.
I know you know this one. We've talked about it before, so already know that
I was
your
just watching. I
memory
was just
what's
sucks.
it
watching.
called?
I was watching
Simone.
Devil's Advocate
Simone,
last
that's
night. So
it.
it's like,
Coach, you're
oh,
out of this conversation. Yes, it's called Simone's Next. That was the name of it.
Winner, chicken dinner. All right.
told you I was watching fucking Devil's Advocate last night, so I got that on my mind, dude. So it's hard to think of Al Pacino doing
That
that
was a
stuff.
good fucking movie. What's his name took a pay cut to get Pacino?
Keanu.
What Keanu Reeves? He takes pay
Keanu
cuts for
Reeves took
fucking no reason.
a
He'll do
pay
it for
cut. He's like,
anybody.
yo, we should get Pacino in here. Otherwise, they weren't going to get Pacino, which is stupid. I mean, if you're going to have the devil, you got to get Pacino up in there or something. I don't
Yeah,
know. Who else you going to do?
he made the movie, of course. Like without him, it would be what it is.
But Charlize Theron, guys. I mean, prime
Yeah,
Charlize.
yeah.
That was
That is her prime.
premier. Like that's. Why did they need Keanu Reeves? I don't know.
Good question. He was good in that movie too. It was this fake Southern accent, but yeah, Charlize Theron, absolutely prime.
Who? Who are you guys talking about? The chick? His wife?
Yes.
Like you could
His
make
wife
like
was banging in it.
there can and there will be a My Cousin Vinny 2 that they just make off of My Cousin Vinny 1. You could just AI that shit easily.
Well, I don't know how
Yes,
much
please.
longer Pesci's got. He might not even be able. He might be out of
He's
commission at
done.
this point.
All those Rat Pack fucking mafioso guys. They're all. Hopefully they still have full function of their bladder and stuff like that, man. Jeez.
He died in fucking
I died salt
Iberfall.
generation.
We need to have. I don't know what Morgan Freeman's doing these days, but he should need to spend the rest of his life reading books and shit. So we have a lot of like audiobooks and bedtime stories and stuff with his voice.
Dude, AI can do all this shit, dude. You don't have to worry about Joe Pesci or Morgan Freeman's voice. You can read anything in Morgan Freeman's voice right now.
Yeah, I would guess that probably all of us with some amount of hours here have enough material to just replicate
Trust me, you do.
most of it, you know.
It's already
Which
in
is
the
really
works.
cool to me because like I could do like spot impressions that don't last that long, but then program that into the AI and the AI should continue on with it.
Yeah, I've already cloned like 5 of your voices, dude.
F you?
That's what I told you, the prank thing I was trying to do.
You have fucking not done this.
Yes, I have. Do that, but in Gems server, I took
I will
the
end
entire
you.
text.
I will end you, Chief.
You're not going to get me, Kosho.
I'll be honest, I don't have you in voice, but I have you in text in Gems. Absolutely. Anyone who's ever typed in Gems before 2021, I have all their text.
Yo, where did everyone go last night? I turned my head and I came back and there was like 8 people in here. What do you guys do? Yeah, what do you guys do?
Some people sleep, you know.
We gotta fix that.
That's
This is a huge waste of time.
I couldn't find him either. Jeremy was over with just a few people in 24/7 griping, Witsit was over in 24/7 griping, but there wasn't very many people there either. So I went to bed. I think that's what happened was people went to bed.
I mean, we had a busy week. This is the fucking spot right here, huh?
Oh yeah.
All because of Snap.
I've been here so much, I'm waiting to get suspended. I'm like, they're gonna have enough of me. Been busy though, lots of stuff.
All it takes for a good party is snacks. Everyone will come if you bring snacks.
I like cake.
Unless everybody left last night because I was here. Maybe I was here too much and it fucked up everything. But you know, that's probably not happening. No, not. I thought everybody was watching their Secrets in Plain Sight shit. I'm going crazy over it.
Bro, that second part's dope, bro. I can't wait to finish that shit.
Like, did you get into some of the Fibonacci? Like, it's only about like 5 minutes in.
Digital roots.
Bro, it's like
I still don't know what that means.
I can't even pause it right. Like on my phone, every time it's like deadly. Every time I try to pause, it's like, did you mean to skip ahead 15 minutes and lose track of it? And it's like, no, like I don't know what. It's like,
Lose track exactly where you were.
Oh my gosh, just hit by hit, like on my phone. No chance. We'll be talking about pyramids in 1 second, baseballs and whatnot.
Now, Kosho, your problem with we were talking about Carl Monk yesterday. Kosho, your problem with Carl Monk is he uses the number 2 when he's doing the Stonehenge math.
Dude, we can have a presentation when we watch Carl Monk, you know, in real time and pause it in real time. He's wrong about everything he ever says, dude.
I know. Just tell me
that
one
was one
thing.
specific example.
You can never tell me one thing.
That was one example. That was one example.
Okay, so when he uses the number 2 for Stonehenge, that's bad. That's wrong.
Yeah, because there's two circles. So he's like, there's two circles, so we can use this, multiplied by this, divided by this number that I'm arbitrarily using, and you get this.
None of
value.
his numbers were arbitrary. Bro, he used two. He used number two. There's not only is there two different sets of, not only is there two different shapes on the ground. There's two different types of stones. One of them's vertical, the other ones are horizontal. What do they call them? Lentils and something else?
I'll rewatch it again just to fucking. I meant
You can't name one thing that where he just picked a number out of thin air.
Dude, I watched it in detail
Name one thing.
a while ago. I wrote down the notes. I can't read my notes. I'll watch it for 5 minutes right now. And I'll come back with 20 things. Okay.
You can't find one thing. Okay, go ahead. Just one thing.
I already gave you one, dude. The thing that he said
Yeah,
about
the number
pie.
2.
He said about pie. I can't remember what he said.
What did he say about pie?
I'll come back with 20 things.
We're gonna squash this. Me and
It's a
Snacks are
grid
gonna
longitude
tag team.
3.14.
Hey, Jeremy, who are you
Me-
talking about?
Me and Snacks are gonna WWF tag team fucking one of those crazy elbow drops off the top rope move.
Yeah. Carl Monk elbow smash off the top rope.
Double elbow drop from opposite corners.
Twin pipes activate.
Let me get this straight. You're a Carl Monk guy too? Oh my God.
Big time, bro. Big time. I gotta put heads on.
What's it called again? The code?
Oh my God, you don't even know the name of it. Yes, it's 5 hours. If it's not 5
Oh,
hours,
I just said
it
what the
doesn't
name of
really
it was,
count.
and I don't know what the name of it is. Okay.
Didn't you all discuss this like a long time ago?
What's up, APOC?
What's that? Did you guys talk about the code a long time ago? Kosho was
Yeah,
asking
and
about it.
you can't name one thing that's wrong with it.
Yeah, Jeremy and
This
I
guy
both
said-
closed. Yeah.
Oh, your eyebrows closed. Listen, the guy in here who drinks a keg this morning remembers, and you don't remember at all. He probably knows how many things Carl Monk
How
got
many
wrong.
keg stands? How many keg stands you do this morning? Yo,
Oh,
listen.
man. That's funny.
The code totally debunks your whole paradigm of history.
Okay, man. I'm gonna watch it from the very beginning, and every single thing he gets wrong, I'll just report it back to you.
Just come back with one thing this time. Just one thing. You can't. Just one thing.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. You just came back and blatantly was like, he was totally wrong about everything, and then didn't have nothing.
Well, maybe it's better said. He's wrong about everything that Kosho believes in. Maybe that's more accurate. He says everything that Kosho is against. Maybe that's more.
He uses mathematical concepts and functions and principles and even values incorrectly in every step of the way.
Incorrect. Not true. That's not true. Pick one thing.
I'm about to be playing.
You just keep saying this over and over. He was wrong. He did the math wrong. He's pulling numbers out of thin air. But you can't name one instance. And you've been doing this for like 5 months now.
How many do I have to name before?
One. Just one. One thing. Just one.
That's comedy. You can't write this shit.
You can't make this up, right? I know. Just one thing, Kosho. One thing.
It is
Hold on, it's just fucking up. Hold on. I'm playing the video and then it's playing Hard on My Sleeve by Tom Snow. I don't know what's going on.
It's because you'd be trying to watch it at like 3x speed. Dude, just watch it at normal speed and just wait for one thing to be wrong.
You can't watch. You gotta watch it at regular speeds.
You think Witsit talks fast? Watch something in 3 speed. Then you
Talk
really
normal.
can't understand it.
Carl Monk's pretty slow, actually. Yeah.
My girl was making fun of me for that not that long ago because I was watching stuff on fast speed. She thought I wasn't listening, so she started talking like super fast. She's like, "This is how you listen to your YouTube videos." I was like, "Oh, shit."
Like a micro machine guy.
I just love the way that the video starts too. The Carl Monk video. He comes into the garage, smoking a
Can you
pipe,
post a
standing
link?
backwards.
Can you post a link?
Yeah, I'll post it.
Yeah, so I could watch it and then laugh at you.
Honestly, I think everyone should watch this because it's fucking retarded. Everyone needs to know that. And it's impossible to watch at normal speed, dude. Fuck this. Even 1.5 speed is too slow.
He walks in with the pipe.
Yeah, as well as standing backwards.
He's
It turns around
gangster.
slowly. Yeah, hold on.
He says it right at the beginning, Kosho. You have to make a readjustment to your thinking. And maybe you're not doing that. And you're not getting it.
That could be it, yeah.
Because you're not adjusting.
Is that what he said? You have to adjust your thinking. You have to cross your eyes, dot your T's.
So far, I'm not seeing anything that's wrong, Kosho. And if you could timestamp it, Kosho, where he says something wrong, that'd be cool. Jeremy, can it be
Yeah, I
that?
got a timestamp.
Oh, cool. Can it be that people who are holding on to the belief, like a light doesn't turn on when these people say certain things because it goes over their head because they can't grasp the argument because they won't allow that to process. Is that probably what it is too? Maybe it counts for that.
The answer is no.
Yes, it's all over their heads because everything I say is hood shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look at this equation from this timestamp here. Okay? Okay? So this is what this equation represents. This is Stonehenge in the circle, the outside circle. It's got 60 blocks. So he's arbitrarily using 360 degrees to describe the angles in a circle, because we arbitrarily do that because it's a large number with a lot of factors. Okay, but that doesn't mean that the people who made Stonehenge had 360-degree circles. That doesn't matter though. He multiplies for no reason 360 degrees by the 60 stones. There's really no reason to do that. It doesn't make sense. He gets a value. He then divides that by the position of Stonehenge. So Stonehenge has a current latitude. He uses And I can't remember if that's latitude or longitude, so don't quote me on whether that's latitude or longitude. But regardless, he divides that number by 51 degrees, and then by 10 minutes, and then he gets the arc seconds of supposedly where Stonehenge is. So an arbitrary calculation that makes no sense. And by the way, when I checked this, it's not even true that that's the position of Stonehenge. So it doesn't even matter. But regardless, that is like what about that calculation makes any sense or has any relevance in anything?
All right, I'm going to fact check you real quick. What is the longitude of? I'm going to fact check you.
It's
real
latitude.
time
It's
fact
latitude
check
for sure.
Okay, what is the latitude of Stonehenge? All right.
What I did is I looked
51
on the
degrees. Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Fact
of
check.
course, of
Boom,
course,
busted.
of course, it's 51
I'm just
degrees.
kidding.
But
all right,
I'm talking about the precision he goes to.
Okay, so if you take 51 degrees and then the 10 minutes and the 43.75 north, because that's the actual latitude, he's saying that that equals the same as 360 divided by times 60, right?
No. He's saying that if you take 360 and multiply it by 60, you get 21,600. An arbitrary calculation. And he's saying take this large number, 21,600, divide it by the degrees in its latitude, divide that by the minutes in its latitude, and you're going to end up with the seconds in its latitude. Right?
Okay.
It's not even true because it's not at that exact position. But regardless, that calculation is meaningless. It's a perfect example of what all of his calculations are. He arbitrarily
what was the
uses
point
numbers
of his equation? What was that? Like,
to show the significance in what these ancient people were doing, that they were setting up this math inside of what they were doing.
Well, I mean, without the understanding that he's talking about an ancient prime meridian, you know, that's at itself 0,360 longitude, and that runs from the pole across the Great Pyramid at Giza a full 31 degrees, 8 minutes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. No, you're right. I forgot about that too. You're right about that. I think that he's not using its actual latitude. He's using
in order to read our Western pyramids at 0
right
minutes 8 seconds, longitudinal variance must be factored into our present-day longitude in order to read the code.
He's right about that. Again, this is from watching the video in the past, but it doesn't matter. The same thing applies whether you use the prime meridian or whether you use its latitude or you use the prime meridian in reference to the pyramids.
Okay, so answer my question, Koku. I didn't watch that part of the video yet. So when he talks about this formula, what is he saying that this formula equates to? What's the purpose of him creating this formula? No matter what the numbers are, no matter what the degrees and the minutes, but what is he saying that this formula represents exactly? Maybe I should just watch the video because I don't think I'm going to get an answer from you. Let me watch it. Hold on. I'll figure out what he's trying to explain here. Give me a second.
Wow, this is a great day. We're Carl Monk the coding. Decoding the code. Sure. Jesse, you're down?
Together.
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, I got the answer. So he said that number calculates the dead center, I guess the coordinates of Stonehenge, right? He's saying if you take that number times the 60 pieces, the circle times the 60 equals a certain number, which is also the degrees, minutes, and arc seconds, correct? That's what he says. So all he did was just say that if you take the dead center of this Stonehenge, it gives you a certain coordinates, and it just so happens to equate 360, a circle times the number of pieces. So what's your beef with that, Kosho? How's he wrong?
Hold on.
That's a beautiful day today.
Coast to coast, I am here. Kosher to kosher.
Okay, like I said, dude, he takes this value. And by the way, this is representative of all his other fucking bullshit. This is what he does every time. Takes this number. Okay? He doesn't already have the latitude. Okay, because he's deriving the latitude from this. So for some reason he uses the latitude that we currently know, right? The 51, 10 minutes, divides that into the number that he got, which is 360 times 60. And he ends up with the seconds of that latitude, which is not, like I said, it's off. But regardless if it's off or not, um, uh, that doesn't make any sense. How is he deriving a value that he's also using to derive that value? Like, why is that meaningful in any kind of way whatsoever?
Well,
And
would it have? Oh, the cats are fighting. Oh, damn! Cats got down. So imagine, what if there was only 58 stones? Would that change his number? Yes, it would, right?
maybe I don't know. Yeah, if there was 58 stones, sure, then he wouldn't
Yeah,
have been able
because
to
then you'd have a
arbitrarily
different,
multiply it. Right?
right? It just wouldn't equate. So then, is it important that there's 60 pieces and not 58 pieces to give him that calculation?
If you look on Google Maps and where Stonehenge is, it's not even at that position. Hold on, I'm gonna go there right now.
Well, no, because he's using an ancient grid latitude of 0360.
No, but in this instance, he's not though. In this instance, he's using the actual latitude. Because I went back and listened to it. He's using the actual latitude in this instance, which actually I don't think is different than the ancient latitude. Well, I'm looking up the exact.
But
position.
because it's a circle, because it's all going around the center, like it all works out. I think.
I put the image for you, Kosho.
Oh, thank you. There we
Okay,
go.
so if you went to 42.35, can you put a little pin at 42.3594 or whatever you said it is, and
Yeah, it looks
see
like
where that would be exactly?
That's what I did. I set the latitude to exactly what he said. It's the yellow pin.
Right. So that's, he's saying it's splitting it right in half, right? It's right in the
No,
halfway mark.
the latitude this is north up,
Okay.
so it's below it. I used the published for the right left, and that was spot on. But the one that you guys got from wherever you got, I don't know what movie you're talking about, but that's the one that's caused it to drop down below the center.
Right.
because
So,
he just put. So if it's dropping down, he's just putting it right dead center in the middle, right? Because your mark has it a little higher than the center. It looks. So if you're to go to a little down, I think maybe that would make more sense.
No,
Maybe.
the aqua blue mark is the official coordinates, and the yellow
Mhm.
pin is this movie, this guy Monk's whatever his name's his coordinates.
right. So like I said, for no reason, like maybe because he already knows where Stonehenge is, he divides this number that he derived, or he derives this number from that 2600, whatever the number is, 21,600.
Was that roughly the diameter of the moon?
Times 10, which is coincidental, but regardless, yeah, he gets that by multiplying 3,600 by 60 for no reason. Again, like I told you, there's literally no reason to do that.
So if you take 51 at 10 minutes, where does that mark it, Jesse?
What's
It'd be
that?
further south.
If you well, that's what I'm saying. Like if he just has the 51 point, but if you add the 10 minutes and the 42 arc seconds, where does that put it? Because you just have the beginning
Look,
part.
okay,
Just
let me
wondering.
make this simple for you, Kosho. Okay, rather than you struggle around this for hours. Okay, just take number 360, multiply it by 100, and then multiply that by the number of days in a year, and see if that comports with an equatorial measurement. I've been waiting. You got some
Okay, I
calculator?
think you got to multiply it by 10 more.
We'll go to Google Earth. Google Earth.
Since 1,000? No.
I think so. That's kind of crazy. That's correct. But it's actually not that crazy. Hold on 1 second. Okay, hold on 1 second.
Hold on a second. I'll pull the right thing up. There's an error here. Hold on. It was like a pop quiz hot shot, but I wound up shooting my own self. Please bear with me. I'll correct that.
Hold on, I'm gonna figure this out. Okay, I got it. It's a coincidence. Because if you take 3959, basically 4,000, and you multiply that by 2, by the number of feet in a mile, 5280, multiply that by pi, you get 131 million and some change. And you get 131 million and some change if you multiply 360 by 365 by 1,000. And I just had this a second ago. Yeah, they are eerily close, but I think that's just a coincidence.
Eerily close. Interesting. What's weird is every time I Google search 51 degrees, 10 minutes, 42.35 seconds, it puts me in the ocean. I don't know why Google isn't cooperating
Because you didn't give it a latitude, I mean a longitude.
Right, you have to give it a longitude and make sure to get the sign correct because they're only a degree from the prime meridian, I think. So if you get the sign incorrect on the longitude, it'll put you right in the ocean.
Okay, what is the longitude? Do that right now. And that's north, right? Oh yeah, maybe that's why. Maybe because I didn't put north. Hold on, let me see. Nope, that's not what it is.
Yeah, you have to put west if you have a non-negative longitude. The longitude is printed in by the pin on the picture that I posted.
So it's
Yeah, I enlarged it for you, Jesse.
I gotta go get Google Earth because it's not working on Google.
But yeah, Snacks, the thing you said about 360 and 365, that's a cool coincidence, but I think it's just that coincidence.
It's a cool coincidence. Welcome to Baller. All coincidences.
But Earth is coincidental as well.
Well, so what it is it's 360 times 1,000 times the number of days is feet. The result in feet is the circumference.
No, yeah. So if you take the feet, the circumference of the Earth in feet, it'll be about the same value. But if look at what the number of
But that's
feet
a
in a
coincidence.
mile. Yeah, the number of feet in a mile is nearly 5,000. It's 5,280.
5,080.
Yeah, but it's close to 5,000. And if you multiply that by 2, you get a value that's almost 10,000, right? So
Yeah.
you're getting this multiple of 10. So in the other equation, when you're multiplying by 1,000, this is for this sort of gives you the same result, right? It's a multiple of 10. It's a multiple of 10. 10,000 in one case, 1,000 in the other. And then you're multiplying 360 by 365. And in the other equation, you're multiplying pi by 3959. And those don't give you the same value, but they give you close to the same value. One's like 125 and some change, and the other one's 129 and some change, right? So it just
Does it
turns out
work
that
with metric, Kosher?
probably not. I guess metric would just be 40,000. So, yeah, 360 by 365 times 1,000, that would be 40,000.
Well, then you should be able to do like a 5 times 7 something. Like the diameter, not the radius, but like, I don't know. Like if you take half pi, you get about 5. If you take two phi and add like a 0.11 or something like that, you're getting pi effectively. That's why I find his shit interesting because he shows that there are relations to these constants like pi, and that you can break pi into other things. Like that's what I think is interesting. Like effectively, you could get close enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
To
no, claims that, but I have to go through the entire. This is just the first claim he makes in the video, but every claim he makes in the video, every single one of them, I was taking notes because every single thing, he just fundamentally like stretch something or put something where it didn't belong. Or,
right. Well, I'm just saying, like, so there's modification that can be done to phi to get it to act like pi would, and so much so that you could almost say that the reflexive is true as well. Like the pi may itself be 2 of pi or 2 of phi, but something a little bit more. And if you watch some more of that, the proportions, just the 1 to 2 proportion in a rectangle, kind of has both of these things happening at the same time.
yeah, two phi is pretty close to pi. What's the difference?
Right. We can derive like, can we like get find pi like out of the pyramid? It just has that
Yeah.
shape and stuff. And
Yeah,
you can get it out of yin and yang. You can derive find pi out of that too. I mean, I don't know how much of it is just like amazing shape wizardry, like people can do. Maybe some people are just better at that than others, but I don't think it's a sleight of hand magic. I mean,
No, but those two values, pi and phi, those are fundamental values. So it's like pi shows up in different places, not because it's a coincidence, but it's a fundamental value. Phi.
Well, at what time? I mean, they don't. The pi would have even been different then than it is now in our standard, right?
Yeah. But I mean, the numbers they use closely approximated. Like,
but there's no difference that phi would have always been the same because of it's derived just from simple addition. There's no high precision necessary per se.
Oh, yeah, there's high precision necessary because you have to.
If you're just using it as a constant, then it's just a ratio. But that's not what. I guess pi is not that, right?
Yeah, but like if for pi, for example, you can use 22 over 7 as a fraction, and it will closely approximate it. But there's even closer fractions that will do that. And same with Fibonacci sequence. There's the ratio between two values in the Fibonacci sequence will closely approximate phi, but it's only as you get higher and higher in those numbers in the set. So
there's a component to it as well called the well, the reason that we know about the Fibonacci series is because of the mathematician, I think it's John Lucas.
The Lucas series, yeah.
Right, and so the Lucas series I can derive also out of Fibonacci, but it's like the numbers that are left over are the Lucas series, and that's interesting. But
approaches it faster, I think. Yeah, I think it's a set that approaches the Fibonacci
sequence. It's the same function that it's just pulling apart. It's just like we're looking at two different sides of a number chirality. It's asymmetric. They're not the same, but they're yet the same portions of the same logical system. Hooah, that was tough to say.
Did you know that you can pull two random numbers, any numbers at all, and have them be at the start of your sequence, the same as Lucas or Fibonacci sequence, and they will also approach the golden ratio, the phi ratio, whatever. Just they take longer to approach it.
I couldn't hear you. I was muted and just cheering to myself.
I was saying that you can take two random numbers, like 10,000 and 53, and have them be the start numbers of your sequence, and they will also approach the phi ratio to any two numbers.
Right, because it's about an additional relationship. That's what it is. It doesn't matter where you are. It's just you always wind up in the same sort of roots if you just keep adding in this way.
It's definitely interesting, and like I said, it's interesting to see where it comes up.
It's interesting. It's interesting because the number's infinite, right? And just like pi is one infinite number, but this is like there's like infinite. Let's say there's infinity phi, right? And then there's the number before that, and then there's a number before that. They're effectively just as big as infinite too, right? And all of these,
not really a number.
but all these are like I was trying to explain about not using digital roots, but by just extracting the Paisano periods out of them, which are like the iterative factors that like make up for each digit place that eventually build the number. Like there's a program that just addition does by itself, and it like kind of creates these rules for it, so we can matricize all these big numbers and see how they're really working. To the degree like where they're all ordered matrices. Like there's an infinity matrix, there's one right below that, all the way down to one. We'll see like this fractality of like and almost emergent mathematical solves that the number itself must do. Like it's like its own. It's kind of computing its shit as it goes in higher and higher value. but it's hard. Like the last time I was able to do it, it's like I was able to convince a friend that was working in Sweden, fucking use the computer lab and fucking hack Wolfram Alpha up to do it for me.
Oh shit.
Messaged me on Facebook. I had like billions of digits. I probably wound up on this some kind of watch list today. I guess I don't know.
And what were you trying to? You were trying to find the Pisano number for Fibonacci sequence. For what?
1,000 millions, just bigger combinations, right? I start out from 60, but they start to get really big pretty fast. Yeah.
And you're just trying to find the Pisano number for that index.
Yeah, because they start to like create like binary strings inside of them, and I wanted to study what that is.
Oh, I see.
Because like numbers break so often, it's basically breakage. I look at 0 as the break point. It busts.
Right,
It
okay,
busts
yeah.
the number stack. The number stack busts, and we got to start again. Otherwise, whatever. In this way, I mean, certain patterns within the thousands or the hundreds columns will result in like a 8 to 10 digit of like 0001 00111 something like that, and that means that it's like it's hitting like a 10 at that point, and then it's hitting a 1, in that sequence as it's like multiplying out from its previous iteration value. Yeah, all right. It's just weird. It starts to spit that gobbledygook out, and I'm like, that's weird. There's no reason for that.
Well, if
And the only reason for it is because of the fact that I'm looking at it through the lens of base 10 system. And if I looked at it through a different base, it would show me some kind of different pattern formations, but it would show me it based on its dimensional property that way. Where its breakpoint's going to be. Like how many strings together of a thing can happen before it breaks. Right. And this breaks down like that's a concept. That's a big concept, because that it's like molecular science and all kinds of things, man. So I look at this as like a philosophical way to kind of think about things, but I don't know what it really essentially can prove on its own, man. But
you ever do that with prime numbers?
Right. So there's prime.
Like you look at the patterns in their spacing.
I mean, there's relatively like that's like a way that we look at numbers to develop primes, but I think primes exist like I don't know. I look at it as a larger conceptual idea.
The primes are fundamental.
Yeah.
That's why if you're ever speaking to aliens, you gotta speak to them in prime numbers.
Yeah, I say that. I mean, if people spent as much time giving a shit about prime numbers as they did about Fibonacci, we'd have a totally different engineering situations happening.
There's a lot of dudes out there in the computer science world that are very big on prime numbers. I mean, almost all of cryptography is based on prime numbers.
Yeah, but anyway, if you figure that just like nature itself, or just like a field of numbers, can develop in its own way, just like a type of intelligent rule set, an emergent rule set, it's like that video game, right? What is that? Where it like makes little cells or whatever, and they battle each other, whatever.
That sounds fun. But,
early computer science shit. You talk about it.
Yeah. I'm really into math. Back before I fell on my head, 2016, I was trying to find I had the candidate for the million-digit prime number. Maybe it was a million digits. I forget how. It was the next one in the set that because there was like a competition. They give you like millions of dollars. That might not be a million digit. It might be $1 million for this value. Either way.
But yeah, it's just to compute this number as I'd like to be able to look at it in a really, really high end, and be able to play around and just switch the colors of the numbers and stuff and see if it like makes a picture of some kind. Because it will, like it'll show me, like once I do that, like it's easy for me to like decode it and decrypt what's going on. Sometimes
you get like a visual picture in.
Yeah, and enforce it into different like square sizes. Because just the numbers will all be kind of even like that.
Hey, Kosho, the beauty in these numbers and sequences and patterns, like the way we see it in nature, does that like raise questions to you, like for how can people believe in this chaotic, random happenstance creation story? Like how
No.
does that make you feel, man? Like when you see that
Actually,
there's
it is profound to me, and actually, it's something I'm passionate about. Is numbers, number patterns, things like that, math.
yeah, yeah, like
But
I
at the
was
same
watching.
time,
Sorry,
I don't find it. It doesn't cause me to surrender to the idea that somebody had to purposely make it that way.
so
It
like for
seems to be
instance,
emergent from the rules within it.
so like for instance, there's this one guy who did a video, um, and he was showing like how leaves, the way they grow on the branch, and
Follow this pivot. They follow the five
yeah,
fire ratio.
yeah, and it,
There's a reason for that.
and there's and he explains how it has to do with the way it can capture the water and the sunlight. And if it wasn't, if the leaves didn't grow on the branch in that pattern, then it wouldn't get like efficiency of capturing water and light and the way they could all receive it, like in a perfect way, in a harmonious way. Like when you learn that, when you see it, you get it, like, oh shoot, that's pretty cool. Like, yeah, that it makes sense. Like, then how was that created just randomly? Like, and it adds up, in the sequence. Then you could start to see it in other, patterns and other, realities, or I'm sorry, natural creation. Like, what do you think?
Wait, yeah, imagine that there was like a person who had a random lottery ticket
Okay, I wish that was
to
me.
win, and they won 3 times in a row.
Okay,
Right? This seems unlikely, but it's not unlikely if every person in the world played the lottery, and every one of those people who, because yeah, so if every person played the lottery 3 times, right? There would be a
okay.
person. That wouldn't be true.
But
But I'm saying there would be.
we're
Regardless,
talking
okay,
about every branch hit the lottery then to have this particular
yeah, but there's
sequence.
if you imagine a world where there's every eventuality played out, there's all different types, and all the ones that didn't um, have that feature died out, then what you're left with is the ones that did have that feature. So it's not that that was, in my idea, that's not what was created the first time and they got it right. The ones that didn't get that right weren't successful and didn't survive. So that's just a
So
feature
you're
of,
saying the only things that survived are the ones that had this particular mathematical thing, right? That's what you're saying?
so yeah, the ones that persisted today, yeah,
So you're just
they're more
chalking it up
successful.
to again, happenstance. It just so happened that
It's
now
not that it
now
just so happened.
now every so now every seed that grows, or I'm sorry, every seed that you plant and grows now adheres to this, you know, created model for plants, trees, brushes, whatever. It they now are all hitting the lottery every time they grow.
No, what? No,
Well,
the genetics work by for a plant, for example. The seed comes from the plant, and the new plant comes from that seed. So if the plant had that genetics, then the new plant's gonna have that genetics. So it doesn't have to
right.
win the lottery at that point.
Okay.
It's
So
already
just that
it already
one
has the
plant had a
genetics.
win, and then he could carry on the genetics, so that way every plant after it, or every seed after it, will grow in this certain sequence. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. There was all different types of plants and leaves, formats, and some of them were overlapping each other, and some of them were in the same position, and some of them had this Fibonacci pattern. I think every 135 degrees or something like that. And it just so happened that that one was the most successful. So that was the one that had more seeds to pass on, and that's the one that persisted to today because the other ones were not successful.
Yeah,
Doesn't
but
mean
it's
they're
not.
blocking.
It's not just like survival of the fittest, bro.
It's not survival of the fittest, but that's just survive. That's just the one that survived. The one that survived was the one that was most likely to survive. Other ones,
Exactly,
other
bro.
ones
That's
probably,
what's
other
what
ones probably
survival of the
survived too.
fittest is.
No, other ones probably survived too. Just they weren't as successful as this one.
But even then, like, bro, when you break it down to the most simple cell, right, a protozoa or a single-celled amoeba, just the complexity of the RNA, just the outside membrane alone, the lipid membrane alone, the irreducible complexity of that alone, bro, you can't get that by accident. Even if given 1 trillion years, you can give it 10 trillion years, it's not gonna happen, bro, unless there's something guiding it along.
The lipids in the cell wall. I think they've shown that in the lab.
Yeah, they've tried showing it in the lab, and they lied to the people. The media exaggerated their claims. They've never been able to actually produce in the lab an actual lipid cell membrane. It just resembles a lipid cell membrane, but it's not an actual lipid cell membrane.
Do you know the difference, Kosho? We've actually talked about this. I learned this a couple of weeks ago. Jesse, come here.
What's
Is that the lipid? Hold on a second. I'm
Oh, now
yelling
you're
at my
talking to
little one.
Jesse.
I'm
I
yelling at
thought
my
you
little one. No, I am talking to. I'm talking to Kosho at the moment, but she's
I got
we're
the
in Lowe's
Brotherhood
and
name.
I'm trying to take her.
That's beautiful. You guys in
Hold on a second.
models.
Kosho, do
Yeah, it's like
you
the
know
Brotherhood.
hold on a second. Hold on real quick. Kosho, the lipids on the inside of the membrane are different than the ones on the outside. Please explain how evolution or chemistry can get you that.
Why would you expect me to be able to explain that?
Here, peep this.
I was
Peep
just
this.
wondering because that's
The complex cellular membrane. This is a look at it, bro. Look at the protein channels, the glycoproteins, the globular proteins, the carbohydrates, the hydrophilic heads, the phosphophilic. You know what I mean? Like this stuff, and it's semi-permeable. It only allows certain things in and certain things out. This is very complex, bro. You're trying to reduce it to just like fat, bro. It's more than just a layer of fat, bro. People are disingenuous and try to say, "Oh, it's just some fat." Bro, it's more than that. And it even gets more complex when you go into the RNA and the DNA and how there's actually little organic robots that go up and down the DNA, repairing it as they go, fixing the errors in the DNA. These little robots, and then you go into those little robots and how they're made, bro. This stuff is insane, bro. It's not something that you can just
Robots making
reduce
robots.
to just time. Give it enough time and anything will be possible. You can give it 10 trillion years, bro, theoretically. It still wouldn't happen. The orders of magnitude, right? I mean, not the orders of magnitude. The probability is like 1 million to like the 100th millionth power, bro. Like, there's literally no. It's impossible. It's literally impossible, mathematically impossible for
That's
this to have happened by
exactly what
accident.
makes it possible.
You can't even come up with a number. They've tried coming up with the numbers. Like mathematicians have done the variables, the probability, and I don't think I can even read out the number, bro.
I can't even get into 10 orders of this Fibonacci number without having to make a football field and then print them all out on that. That's how big the number is.
Yeah, I can't read
10
it, bro.
digits in. That ain't shit.
Can you just write it in scientific notation?
Fuck off.
It's just interesting, Kosho, that you
well, here's something I learned.
Go ahead.
Here's something I learned the other day is like the possible combinations of how amino acids, the genetic code can be put together is 10 to like so many quadrillion possible combinations on there, and the only number of elemental particles in the whole universe is like 10 to the power of 80, I think, or 90. So, I mean, think about that. So, and you got to have a certain sequence of the amino acids to have a functional protein. It can't be just randomly thrown together. So, how did the information get in the DNA to begin with? To structure different proteins. How'd that get there? By just root chemistry.
Order out of chaos.
Yeah, it just baffles me that someone they don't get it. They don't see how there's a designer, there's a creator, there's a conscience behind why this is made to do that. Because in their in their world of survival of the fittest, and if something doesn't work, then it does away with that and tries something else. But they don't realize that you have to have those things to make it work all at the same time, not one for 1,000 years and then 3,000 years later or 1 billion years later, all of a sudden it works. Like I think something as simple but as complex as the eye. Like if you don't have one part of the eye, your eye don't work. So in their theory of evolution, and it had to have evolved to make, well, it would have dropped, let's say, one part of the eye if it wasn't doing anything and then created something else. They all have to work at the same time. It's not like you can't just put an engine and not a battery. You can't just, oh well, the battery came later. Okay, well then what about the fan belt? What about the pistons? Like everything about the engine was all made at once to work at once. Like I don't know what they don't get about that or how they just hand wave that. It's crazy to me.
You know what's crazy is you only need to look at the, I don't know, past 500 years and what we thought we knew about any of this stuff, whether it's not DNA, but about genetics and diseases and all this type of stuff. And what we know concretely today, like the basis of chemistry in biology and the basics of quantum mechanics and chemistry, and whether or not we know every detail of the universe, these things and these things established from these other things, like these have discrete rules and laws that govern how they behave. Like chemistry has like precise laws on how these things behave and interact, and those same laws are what um, gives rise to genetics and DNA and all sorts of type of stuff in biology. So I don't see why there continues to be a need for some kind of assist when those laws and those rules obviously you know they give rise to exactly what we're seeing. There's no miraculous event that needs to occur for these rules to
No,
create all these things.
no, but the miraculous event, Kosha, would be that all these things existed simultaneously to where they can actually create these laws and rules. If you had one without the other, because your theory of evolution would, like survival of the fittest, if it didn't work, it discharged it got rid of it, and then it would create something else to make it work. You're like looking at the fingertips, but you're missing the hand and the forearm and the elbow, and you're just jumping straight to the fingertips. Like, wait, you have to, it all works together, and it has to all be there to get to that point. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
right.
Like,
But
So even if you had all the parts, right? Like you had the carbohydrates, the peptides, the nucleic acids, the lipids, the amino acids, the monomeric sugars, and all this other stuff, you just put it all together in a primordial soup in the lab. And even if
so
you
why
shock
would
it
you
with
think?
electricity, you mess with the pressure, you try to replicate, the Precambrian era. Try to make those
Why would
things
you think
come
that would happen?
together perfectly, into a working machine by itself,
Yeah,
by accident.
that's a strange hypothesis, and that's in no way what anybody thinks would happen, right?
but
Like
but
you wouldn't take these complex cells and then put them together, and the proteins and amino acids,
But
and
that's a easier.
expect anything to come about. Yeah, I know, but that's not. So if you look at the pattern goes from little complexity to the complexity we have today. So the complexity we have today are like all the components of it wouldn't have been, just loosely hanging out by themselves and then came together and made cells. If they would have started out being not nearly as complex, and the complexity would have been, slowly added on after.
No, I get what you're
Uh,
saying, bro. It's evolution, right? To the minute particle, right? Into an algae or into a protozoa. I understand, bro. I understand your theory. You're entitled to your belief. But at the end of the day, it's a belief. It's a faith-based ideology. It's completely based on faith.
right, and one
also a
thing
pattern.
too, one thing too, Kosho, is I think you're missing a bigger point. You can have all these components, but what is the consciousness, the design to start telling these components what to do and where to go and what they're going to do when they're in their place. So like I can throw all the engine parts, apart from it one another into a box and shake it, but that's not going to do nothing. It's going to take me to then take a bolt, take a nut, take a wire, connect, because then I'm giving it a purpose. I'm building something with a purpose to have an end result. So if you think it's all chaos and just sporadic, but there's no consciousness
I'm not
behind
using the
it.
word chaos.
Well,
I'm not using the word chaos.
I am,
I'm,
because
I'm
evolution is chaos.
Yeah, well, I'm not using that word, and I'm not saying because I'm telling you
Okay.
there's a very specific set of rules, and those specific set of rules
Who
give
set the
rise to
rules?
things like I don't know. Who knows?
Well,
I don't know.
well, there we go. Well, welcome
But
to,
regardless of that,
you have a
regardless of
creator.
that, there's a very small set of rules, and those rules dictate how electrons cause or behave in the cell and that in the atom, and that gives rise to chemistry, and chemistry is all that the brain needs. Biochemistry, or sorry, uh, electrochemical is the process in which the neurons are communicating. Right? There's like
Right.
chemicals, the electrical pulses, and
Right.
we call those neurotransmitters, and
Yeah.
that's gonna be what you perceive as being conscious, right? Because you're gonna be able to make choices and interpret things. But it's just the same set of rules. It's not some supernatural event.
No,
Right?
well,
It's like
It's literally a supernatural event that we
it
are alive every
absolutely
day that we
is.
wake up, every morning, regardless of what, if you believe in God or not, and what deity you worship. It's literally a supernatural event that the universe remains in a homeostatic state for us to literally live for millions and billions of years. Like if you believe that the Earth is billions of years old, it means for over a billion years there's been a relative balanced state that life can thrive. You know what I mean? Like, and how are we the only planet in our solar system that has that, right? And then if you go on, there's no evidence of life anywhere in the universe except here.
that's right. Well, so far as we don't have the ability to look closely at the other planets, but yeah, I agree. I've also argued that
Like,
there's a likeliness that we are the most evolved creatures in the universe.
but like, yeah, you're talking about like D-wave computer, quantum supercomputer, that kind of thing.
Oh, you mean when I was talking about the brain?
No, I mean line.
Yesterday,
Yeah, like they also have like something like chemical or genetic computers. That's a concept, but basically because of the shape of them, they'll like flip out like multiple different scenarios in a way, sort of like a multi-dimensional calculation of some sorts going on. So I don't know. I guess I give the credit of the material, something in the calculation here. Like it gets a little edge because it's made of something. So like probabilities sort of switch around. Will be drastically different than just what it might be on a raw random. You know?
Now think about the complexities of a supercomputer and the minds that it took to build that. And it would take a conscious a plan. This is why sometimes I just laugh at Kosho.
I just mean the materials themselves, just like, yeah, somebody designed the building blocks. I'm just saying the Lego bricks, like they fit together in this way in which that they're going to be even putting themselves together a little bit because of static charges and stuff like that. Like in some way, the energy, the electrostatics, the all that, it can create these
rules,
sort of adjunct processes to help,
that's true, right? I understand. Like it's
Oh,
self-assembling, right? From the most minute particle, even the first element was hydrogen. The periodic table almost seems like each element, right, had its order of existence, starting with hydrogen.
Yeah.
And then they get heavier and heavier and heavier until you get to the nuclear elements that are the heaviest, like plutonium and etc. So it almost seems like there was like some sort of order of causality, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's almost like there's other things that had to all exist at the same time for it to actually work out. It's almost like things came to existence fully made already.
Right.
Like
I
there's
would
no
argue.
Yeah.
I,
Well, I
go
would
on.
say that I could break it back down to ratios and say like, okay, well, I could still take like these amino acid chains and stuff, and I could say that a lot of them are going to be like a carbon, hydrogen, oxygen of some sort. I could just take those and say like, okay, well, for the numbers that are the exponential numbers, I could just take those and assign those to like a chord or notes or something like that, and see what kind of like proportions it's gonna make. It's gonna change like its phase. You know what I mean? It's gonna sound different to me. So
I would argue. I would
I
argue
like to
that
fuck around like
all,
that. Go ahead.
I would
Yeah,
I
sorry.
would argue that all the elements were here. The difference is the discovery of them. They were all here. Every like so like when they're like, oh, here's hydrogen and here's nitrogen. It was all here already. It's just us as man coming to through exploration and testing and finding out. Then we're like, oh, here's this one. And then like I remember as a kid, the that table, that chart there was way less elements on it as a kid. I don't remember seeing a lot of these things that we see today, but that's because through discovery they added them to that elemental chart. Because and that's not to say that those things weren't here already. It's
Are
just
you like
that it's based.
150 years old?
No, dude, I'm telling you that the chart that maybe they just didn't teach us all the. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't
Teaches
show.
you. Yeah.
Back in the early '80s, growing up as a kid, like we had an elemental chart, and I don't remember seeing that many elements on it. Honestly, like I mean,
Yeah, there's theoretical elements, right? That through math they know they could create, and they have created, but they have a short half life, so they decay really quickly and disappear, or they turn to something else. But the thing is, like theoretically speaking, they believe that before, at the beginning of the Big Bang, all you had were like electrons, and then the first element was hydrogen, based on those electrons. And then from there on, the rest of the periodic table came to be one element at a time in their order by
But
weight.
I don't.
that's like
I don't think that's
a
how it
type of
happened.
that's just like one type of analysis. That we're talking about life. There should be like a periodic table of like organic chemistry that way. That makes more sense to us because trying to shove the round peg square hole kind of situation.
But irreducible complexity is defined as a single system, or an example is a single system composed of several well-matched interacting parts that contribute to the basic function, wherein the removal of any one of those parts causes the system to effectively cease functioning.
That doesn't work when you talk about the elements because they didn't come in one at a time.
Yeah, I'm talking about life,
Like
though.
they
I'm not talking
come
about.
because of But I mean, the same thing would apply for life because it's not that they came in with complex parts adding together to make these cells. The first thing you would have needed would have been maybe a cell wall. You those lipids with coming together to create some sort of protective agent for the amino acids or whatever to come together.
No,
Or
I
whatever
understand.
would have been the
I
first structure of
understand.
the RNA. But that stuff doesn't require complexity. That stuff happens naturally. Like the cell wall thing with lipids, they've shown that without even instigating anything, that
No,
can happen
that's
naturally.
not. It has not been proven. They made it. They made that claim. When if you actually go research the studies, bro, they did not make no cell wall, dude. They just put some fat and made it into a circle, and they call it a cell wall, dude. That's not what we see in the natural kingdom. A system performing a given basic function is irreducibly complex. It includes a set of well-matched, mutually interacting, non-arbitrarily individuated parts, such that each part in the set is indispensable to maintaining the system's basic and therefore original function. The set of these indispensable parts is known as the irreducible core of the system. You can't have it any other way, bro. You can't.
Yep. Back down to shapes.
I'm looking
So if
at
you have
this.
a less complex, if it's less complex, like it doesn't exist the way it does today, it existed in some less complex way, which didn't require all the same components you're talking about, then how would that be? Because you agree that would have been the case. Why is that an issue? It doesn't require the same complex components.
Bro, it's like getting a working Ferrari, right? One part at a time. That's because actually, even the most simplest cell is more complex than a Ferrari. Orders of magnitude more complex than a Ferrari, a living life form. And you're trying to tell me that you can get a working Ferrari one little part at a time? Like just the first came the frame, then came the wheels, then came the brakes, then came the ignition, then came the outer body, then came the windshields, then came the key where you turn it on and it runs, dude, all by accident.
Exactly what I'm
That's what we're
not
trying
saying,
to tell you.
because yeah, that's funny. I said
I
literally.
want to, yeah, I want to see a
that's what
windshield form
I'm
right in
trying to
front of
tell
me.
him
It'd be
now.
dope. Be fucking sick to see.
You press the button, start, and it all just came about by accident. The pistons,
Exactly.
everything.
That
That's
old.
not exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
That's what you're trying to tell me. That's what you're trying to convince us
No,
of.
it's not.
Bro, we're not
No, it's
buying
not.
that, dude.
The Ferrari would be the example of the modern day cell and its complexity. So now you would need an analogy for a very basic thing that does something similar, that exists in a similar way, but it's not a Ferrari. Like maybe a
Similar, huh?
bounce
You think a
car
Ferrari is in
or
any
subcar.
way comparable to a human cell or the single cell of anything?
Cells are way more complex than a Ferrari, bro.
Motherfucker. Over here.
It's all right, bro. You can believe that, but just understand, right? That at the end of the day, it's faith-based system that you believe. That's all,
Right.
bro. You can have that entitlement. I'm not trying to, but you have to understand, at least come to a reasonable conclusion that what you believe is based on faith.
And it's like that old age, example. It's like saying that a tornado goes through a junkyard and builds a 747 plane down to the rivet. And the seats and the seat belts and the engine and the wings and everything just gets thrown together. The little electrical outlets inside, like everything was perfectly put together just by this tornado happening. Like it just that's fantasy, bro.
Have you got
But
these
like you said, it's a belief.
interviews? SC, have you got these interviews? They look interesting.
Yeah, I do.
Post it again, dude. Post
DM
it.
it to me if you want instead of.
No, man, post it right in the live stream, bro. Get that interview
I'll
up.
post it again. Shout out Jaren. He did a very, very good thing. His last show, I highly recommend it to anybody. Talked about this astronaut, Igor, Bulgarian astronaut, cosmonaut, and he says we didn't go to space. I'll post the interview.
Yeah, there was two Russian astronauts that did that, right?
Yep. Yeah, this
Yeah.
would be the second one, I believe. That's right.
Yeah, there's two Russian. I think they kind of spilled the beans.
It wasn't one of them Polish, but he was a Polish cosmonaut.
Here's a clip I made, but you can watch the whole, and I recommend it. Oh, by the way, I recommend this show for two things. Jaren broke down the angles, the degrees, when they say parallax, and there's 0.025 and all that bull, right? We all know it's bull, right? But Jaren does a great job. He breaks it down, the degree, the minute, the second. You got to watch it. And like I knew parallax was a joke, but if anyone doubts it, just watch this and you will come out astonished at the end of it. There's no way, absolutely no way that they can get that parallax that they say. Impossible. So yeah, shout out to Jaren for this.
Yeah, he does a lot of good work, man. That guy.
Yeah.
It's only a matter of time before these people start getting rounded up and thrown in re-education camps.
Slackers Island. Slackers Island.
Slackers Island. There you go.
Yeah, you hear them say parallax, right? Yeah, we know it. Parallax. Bro, if only you knew, if only you had an idea of what they claim they're measuring, it's like, it's beyond the joke, right? There's impossible, and then there's one step after that. That's what they're talking about. Yeah. And then there's a reverse parallax. You guys ever heard of that? Reverse parallax?
You want negative parallax? Reversing, like to find the using the distances to find an angle.
Yeah, some of the measurements they do are reverse. Like they're negative.
Yeah, negative. So negative parallax.
Yeah. How is that possible?
Do you understand what's meant by that?
Sorry?
Do you understand what's meant when they say that? Because it shouldn't be that crazy.
Explain it to us.
I'm trying to play the
Explain it
video.
to us.
Negative. Hold on 1 second, please.
And
Play
let him
the
open
video
up
that you
his
just
book.
posted in it. No.
Let him find the
sound won't
official
stop
answer.
playing. Just give me a second. Give me a
Google it.
second.
Let me get to my handler's notes. Give me a second.
Dude, it's really simple, man. Hold on.
It's real
Oh,
easy,
sorry.
guys.
Opened up two
Things
windows.
are negative. Real easy. It's reverse.
Hold up, dude. Hold up. Yeah. So you know how like if you have parallax, if you have a parallax measurement, like let's
Just
say
put it
you're
on.
on. Yeah, if you're on like a rooftop, for example, right, and you're gonna shift to the adjacent rooftop, and this is gonna be what you're using to make your parallax measurement. You're looking at an object in distance, and some further away object that's remaining stationary, such that you can describe the angle between them and use that as a distance to that object, right? So the issue is that in some instances you may not like they both might seem stationary, right? Like the movement is very minute, and in that case you're actually not really clear on which of those objects is the stationary one, right? You're not sure which of those is the one that you're referring to, that you're in reference to, and the one that is closer. And so you're not sure out of those two which is closer. You have the parallax measurement, but you're not sure which one it applies to. Does that make sense?
Kosho, how do you say stationary when it's all moving?
It doesn't matter if it's all moving. Stationary in this instance just means that it appears to not be moving in the time that you're taking the measurement, and the time duration you're
Let me
taking the
try.
measurements being taken.
Let me try to explain to you guys what they're actually say they're measuring, right? So you can. It's like that's why I'm recommending this video because we know I've known this for a long time, but it's hard to explain it, right? It's hard to put to words. Like if you draw a circle and you have 3,600 lines, right? Picture that.
Yep.
3,600 lines, right? They're saying they're measuring an angle of one of those, but listen to this: 0.00025% of that.
So
Hold on, SC. It's worse than that. I don't know where you got 3,600 from, but you got a circle, right? Then you break that down into 360 degrees. So you got 360 lines there. Then an arc second is you break one of those segments, one of those 360 segments, you break one of those into 3,600.
That's what No. I don't think so, bro.
well,
It's
he's
an arc
right.
Because they're
section.
all different. They're all different points, so that would
They're
make
not
sense.
all different. They're not all different. They're
Look,
exactly like you said.
there's a degree, right?
3,600.
There's a degree. The degree is broken down into 60 minutes. The minute is broken down into 60 seconds.
Yes, that's what he just said.
Listen to me, SE. You chop the circle up into 360 parts. You got 360 degrees. Then an arc second is 1/3600th of a degree.
That's what I'm trying to
So,
say. Yeah.
well, no, you acted, before you said it. You said you chopped the circle up into 3,600 parts. It's way worse than that, though. Each degree
Okay,
is
maybe.
chopped into
All
3,600.
right. Yeah. Fair enough if I
Okay,
didn't
I'm
say
just
it
making
correctly.
sure
But
everyone knows. All right.
yeah. But imagine now one of those, right? One of those, what you just said, that last line, right? The 1/3600th of the 1/3600th, right? Which is crazy just to even imagine. Now that is 0.00025. That's what they're saying that they measured.
Okay.
I'm not doing it justice, right? Like I said, watch. You got to see it. You got to see it. You got to visualize it, right? Talking about it means absolutely nothing. Watch Jeranism and you'll see breaks it down, and you're gonna go, "What? You gotta be kidding me, man! This is what they say parallax is." Yeah. So what do you say,
That sounds.
Kosho? You believe
That's
that
like one.
measurement? You believe
That's like
that's the
one.
parallax?
That's like 1/400th of an arc second. That sounds like.
No fucking way. 1/400th of an arc second.
Impossible.
That's what the measurement that he just described sounds like. Yeah.
So you got a circle. You got a circle. You chop in at 360 degrees. Now you got 360 equal size segments of a circle. Then you take one of those segments, chop that into 3,600 pieces, and you're telling me they measured a 400th of one of those little teeny tiny pieces?
No
I don't know.
chance in hell.
Have you guys ever heard of like telescopes? You know what I'm talking about? Like it's like a thing you put your eye through.
Never heard of them.
What's that?
Yeah, you put your eye on the lens, and actually the light on the other side becomes magnified, and so you take like an arc. You take like a 30 arc minutes of the sky, which is about the diameter of the moon, and if you look at it through the telescope, it can take up the entire image of what you're seeing, and you can even go to minute parts of that. So you break that up into an arc second, and there's tiny minute parts of that, right? So the better telescope you have, the greater or the smaller angles you're actually able to perceive. So when someone tells you that they can see 400th of an arc second in the sky, you got to remember that they're using telescopes. Okay,
Doesn't
so it's
matter.
not that fucking fantastical.
Yes, it is. It's impossible. Not only impossible, impossible times infinity squared.
I like to see that math on paper, please.
Yeah, just watch the video, and anybody coming out of that thinking, because it's one thing to talk about it, but it's actually another thing to see the circle and to see how it's chopped and then chopped again. It's like, it's a fool's errand. It's like, there's no chance in hell. And then, even giving him that, then they have negative parallax. They have negative parallax. It's like insane.
Now, Kosho, here's a question I have for you. Let's say you go out, you do a measurement, and you look through your eyepiece like you're saying, and you get an angle. Isn't it safe to say that 1 second after that, you've changed? Like by the time you go to write it down and then look back in the eyepiece, it have already have traveled, quote unquote, so many feet off of your original measurement. Yes or no? In your
I'm sorry,
world of a
say
spinning,
it again, please.
okay, in your world of a spinning ball going through a Milky Way, traveling at 2.5 million miles, and then that means all the other things are moving at maybe even faster speeds somewhere out in the sky that you're looking at. The second that you look through your eyepiece and then you turn down to write down what you're gonna, what your angle calculated, the second that you write it down, then look back through your eyepiece, isn't it safe to say that now that angle, quote unquote, has changed dramatically just in the seconds that it took you to write it down and look back? Because if it's all moving, then everything would have been shifted off, right? From your original calculation in your spinning, moving universe. Yes or no?
You ever watched NASCAR before?
Okay. Okay. No, what's NASCAR? What's that?
It's this race where they, like I say, Daytona 500. They go around in a circle 400 times. Or what did I say? It's Daytona 500. So they go around in a circle 500 times, right? They're just doing the same circle 500 times.
I'm more of a
It takes them,
Formula
I
One
don't know.
guy.
Yeah, it takes them, I don't know how long it takes them. Let's say it takes them a minute to go around once. I think it's much faster than that. Probably 20. Who knows how fast it takes them to go around the circle. Okay. But if you were to break up any one of those laps into, what is it? 100 million. Or what? I forget the time frame. Like the 250 million, I think it is. Isn't it? Yeah, it takes I think it says 250 million years to go around the Milky Way galaxy. Okay, so if you break up that one lap into 250 million segments, and you watch just that one segment of the race, right? Do you think there's going to be any meaningful difference between one shot to the next as far as where the cars and their distance from each other is? Because I don't think that there's going to be any meaningful difference in their distances from each other. And that's what you would expect to see in the night sky over the course of a year. Okay, so it doesn't matter if those things are moving separately from each other. The
No,
movements would be expected to be
Incorrect, Kosho.
extremely
no,
minute.
no,
Incorrect.
Kosho. I'm saying in regards to math, then definitely it would, because the 2 seconds passes by, that car is no longer in my calculated position.
Yeah,
So
but 2 seconds. 2 seconds is not. It was not analogous. You'd have to break. I said breaking it up into 250 million segments, and then that would be equivalent to 1 year on Earth. You wouldn't break it up into 1 second. You're gonna have to divide that by 5 million, like 30 million more,
so
300
you're
million more.
so you're saying mathematically it doesn't matter that what you're calculating is changing within a second. You're saying mathematically, no, we're good because we have 250 million years to wrap around this. First of all, like, that's another discussion of saying something's taking 250 million years to travel, because anyways, I don't want to get into it, Kosher. Never mind.
Well, when it comes
It's
to
fair.
movement, when it comes to movement, they don't know what's actually happening. So I mean, anytime they claim something's moving, they actually have no idea what's actually happening because there is no actual.
Right. There's
Right?
no actual reference frame, and there's no actual positions
Yeah.
because of refraction, right? Yeah.
You don't know if we're moving or the sun's moving or what's going on. You have no idea what's actually happening when it comes to movement ever anywhere.
So that's not true whatsoever, because you can describe how we're moving in reference to the sun, and we call it the solar system, and we can describe how the solar system is moving in reference to the galaxy.
Yeah, but from our point of view, though, we can describe it the other way, so you don't know what's actually happening.
It doesn't matter which way you describe it; the same thing's happening.
No, it's not.
Okay.
No. From our point of view, from our reference frame, everything's moving around us.
Yeah, but you can, if you can describe the same thing in a way that makes more sense, for the purpose of making sense, then you would do it that way.
No,
So
you
even though
don't.
you
Don't
can
worry about.
describe
We're
it in
not worried
reference to the
about what
Earth,
makes sense. Yo, we're not worried about what makes sense, because the merry-go-round shit is totally nonsensical, the way you guys put it. So we're not worried about what makes sense. We're just worried about how we can describe it from what reference frame, and we don't know what's actually happening ever. Never, ever. You have no idea what's moving. This is the corner you've painted yourself into now. This is not my fault. Don't blame me, okay? Don't be mad at me. You did this to yourself with the merry-go-round. You don't know what's there is no actual, remember? There's no actual. You have no idea.
that's fair. Anyways, if
Is
you're
it fair?
rotating and something's going in a circle around you, you can actually describe that event in the other way around, and it would both be valid. If whichever one
Exactly.
was
So
relevant for, yeah, so it's incorrect to say you don't know what's actually happening, because you just described what's actually happening. You just described it in a specific reference frame. You can describe it in the other reference frame, and it would also be what's actually happening.
yeah, so you never know, but we never. So I mean, it could be anything. There could be two different things actually happening.
No, it's the same thing, dude. You're just describing it in two different reference frames.
So here you need an actual thing to happen, and there is an actual thing happening now. But with my thing, there was no actual. Bro, you can't know what's actually happening. You don't know if we're moving or the sun's moving or what's going on. Anything, nothing. You're boxed in. You're trapped.
I often find myself in the same situation when talking to women, because you find yourself saying, I could say the same thing I've already said so many times, but we already know they don't listen to me. So what's the point?
Oh shit! He just put a skirt on you, Jeremy.
Yeah, no, he did. He said you're tantamount to a woman.
It's not the first time, and it wouldn't be the last time.
Them is fighting words. Dude, you can't change a radius. Get over yourself. This is an ironclad thing. You lost, Kosho. Admit it. Keep your friendship. You can't change the radius of a circle, no matter how much you try, bro. It's always going to be the shortest distance. Get over it. It's not worth losing a friendship. It's like fighting my uphill, my downstream river. You can't win, bro. In these two scenarios, you can't win. You can't beat the current, and you can't fight the radius. Sorry, man. This Coriolis thing is dead, bro. It's over. It's buried. You gotta move on.
What radius is that then, SE? I don't know what radius you're talking about. Sorry, I'm late to the combo.
Well, they're starting in a circle. They're starting in the middle, right? And there's a target at the edge. So one, you lead the target, keep your radius, right? And the other one is just following a curve, so it's traveling a longer distance.
Oh yeah, I see.
I mean, this is not rocket science, right? A radius cannot be changed.
A 10-year-old can reconcile this, yeah.
Yeah. Just go with the radius, bro, and that's it. You shut them down.
You know, I don't know if anybody watched Witz's debate yesterday. It was pretty funny, actually. But he actually used that in his opener, Jeremy. I think you may have inspired it.
Yo, hold on. What happened? He used my argument?
Yeah, he used it in his opener. You know, his opening statement, saying how the airlines would save billions of dollars and etc.
Witsit probably told him, yeah, he should have stayed away from the saving money thing, though. He should have just went straight with there's a claim on the table. They fly in a great circle route because it's the shortest distance. That's it. That's as far. You don't need to go with they save billions of dollars or anything. Just that claim is false, patently false. But that's dope, though. That's dope. I'm glad he's putting it out there. I wanted it, I just want to get it out there. I don't care who uses it, whatever. It's not mine. Like, it's for us.
I like his other idea. It says you should just try to meet the city as it spins. It would be better if you just flew in a direction and didn't have to account for that great circle, and you could just meet the city because it's gonna spin into your straight path that you're flying to.
Yeah, if you really wanted to fly the shortest distance, you would lead the target and fly to where the city's going to be, instead of always having your heading at the city and flying a longer path. Yeah.
Just incorporate the radius in there, Jeremy. If you do that, it's ironclad, bro. There's no way around it.
Apocryphon, you're a smart guy. Probably the smartest guy in here right now, outside of.
You must be the alcohol.
Probably the smartest guy in here. Well, yeah, it could be, man. It's like a drunken master. I know you love that movie because I love that movie.
Oh, it's such a good movie, dude.
Yeah, man, and there's a lot of truth to that for some people. And anyways, I just wanted to ask you because you're smart.
It's about letting go of emotional inhibitions placed on thinking patterns given to you by your environment.
Yeah,
it's got to be one. Sagan way.
Call it liquid courage when you drink.
Yo, someone DM me that Jaren video, please, where he said my argument as his opener. I want to hear it. Thank you.
Anyhow, Apocryphon, that table I posted, you can see the black lines and the red lines, right? In your estimation, which red line of those 4 red lines, which one of those red lines is the shortest?
Which one's the shortest?
Yes, out of the red lines.
Well, obviously the ones that are straight.
The ones that are straight. So is there just one, or was there 2 of them? I guess you're saying.
Ain't that the shortest path between A and B is a straight line?
Right, that's right. So you're saying that there's 2 of them on that table that are both the shortest path. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess theoretically it would be that.
Okay, just making sure because the ones that I think you're talking about are the one where you lead the target in the case of the inertial frame, and the other one would be when you take the great circle route with course corrections in the rotating frame. So both
Right.
of those represent what would be the shortest path, just in different reference frames. Okay, just making sure.
So let's do this, Kosho. Let's take that curved red line and smash it, and you'll realize that the point of it will then be farther out from the circle line if you smashed
Yeah.
it straight, right?
Yeah,
That
I
makes
got
sense,
that.
right?
You're ruining my point though, man, by using this dumb shit, dude.
You're using logic.
You're supposed to be
and
my
I don't
credible.
like
You're supposed to be my
that.
credible witness, dude. Because yeah, of course, yeah. If you smash those lines, they're longer. That's the point. The straight lines are the shortest ones.
Apocryphon, quit it. You know he hates that.
He hates when I use logic. Damn logic.
The point is that there's no single, like, there's not some like reference frame that's a definite one, and some distance which represents the, that distance is the definite distance. The shortest distance in one reference frame, it can be achieved in the other reference frame by doing something different. So you don't have to leave the target in the rotating frame to achieve that same shortest distance.
See, although this is a great argument, right? And I commend Jeremy for it, it still leaves a lot of wiggle room for you guys, right? You're going to talk about planes going this way, that way, this. But
Don't
my
forget the
river
fishing.
argument, hold on. My river argument is ironclad. If you want to kill the Coriolis, just use my uphill flowing river argument and you kill it. There's no way around it. You have a river flowing downhill, 40 miles an hour. You have a boat that can only go 20 miles an hour uphill. It can never reach the destination uphill. That's all you got to say. Period. There's nothing. There's no argument around that. Nothing. None.
They'll just say it's all relative, though, right? I see.
They can't. They can't.
That's
Because
actually a mystery what
everybody's
would be
been
said.
to a river, everybody's witnessed a force of flow, and everybody knows you can't swim up that thing unless you have more power. That's it. There's no way around
How's
it.
that any way analogous to this situation, or Coriolis, or anything?
Simple. Is your Atmos spinning with the Earth?
More or less.
Okay. So you have the Atmos, which is air, all the molecules, everything coming at you at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Correct?
If you're stationary in reference to the Earth, sure.
Right. Now, if you lift off the ground in a plane.
Hold on. If you lift off the ground, you're not stationary with reference to the Earth.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. No.
So
I'm
that
not sorry.
means
You're
the
not,
Earth.
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
I misspoke. I mean stationary in reference to the Earth rotates. What I'm saying. So you're stationary in reference to the Earth's rotation.
Right. So the Earth is rotating with the 1,000 mile an hour Atmos. Yes or no?
Yes, and the plane. Go ahead.
Okay. Then the plane takes off now off the ground. Right. Now the plane can only go 500 miles an hour, but your river, your Atmos, is coming at you at 1,000 miles an hour. How can you go the other direction?
Moving with the Earth too. The plane is
You
also
got a
moving with
boat,
the Earth.
you got a river coming at you at 40 miles an hour, or you're going upstream, but you only have a motor capable of producing 20 miles an hour. How do you go upstream?
You're still going faster than the people whose motors only go 10 miles an hour.
So what? You got to go greater than 40 to reach your destination upstream. How do you do it?
But see, I think you're making a false equivalency by saying that the water is moving separately from the ground when where the real discussion is about the air, which is not moving vastly separately from the ground, right?
The air is analogous to the river.
And what is analogous to the ground in the river? The ground around the river.
What does that have to do? You have air coming towards you. You're in the air. You have water coming towards you. You're in the water. What does anything else matter?
Well, what's this analogous to, though?
It's a river flowing down river at 40 miles an hour. Your boat can only go 20 miles an hour. It's analogous to a plane traveling in an Atmos, traveling at 1,000 miles an hour. Molecules, all that moisture, wind, everything, all that Atmos coming at you at 1,000 miles an hour, but your plane could only go 500 miles an hour in the opposite direction. How do you ever move forward.
Well, why does it matter? What does the ground represent in this? Because let's just say all the boats, let's say all of the commerce and everything all happens on boats, and no one ever even lands on the shore or anything. So just you don't even need to worry about the ground. The river is all moving 40 miles an hour, but you can still work your way compared to everyone else that's on the river. Everyone's moving down 40 miles an hour, so you can still go 10, 20 miles an hour upriver, get to boats that are further upriver that aren't moving, or you can turn around, you can go downriver. It works
Never.
out just
You'll
fine.
never go. No, never. You're never gonna go upriver, ever.
Well, but compared to the boats that are just drifting and not motoring, you can go upriver
Doesn't matter
compared to
about the
them.
boats and drifting and motoring. You want to go upriver. Forget about the boats or any other garbage you're gonna say. You want to go upriver from your location, upriver.
Well, compared to the kids in the inner tubes, you are going
Doesn't matter
upriver.
about the kids in the inner tubes, the clowns dancing, the birds flying. You want to go upriver against the current.
So, what does this 40-mile-an-hour difference between the water and the land represent in your analogy?
You're missing
I
it.
explained it to you already. The Atmos.
Okay, I listed two things, the water and the ground. And you keep saying the Atmos, but you won't tell me what the ground is analogous to.
I don't care what the ground is analogous to. This is your scenario. You're flying in the air. You want to go against the current, against the Atmos coming at you. You're in the river. You want to go upriver. In other words, move forward from your destination, from where the water is pulling you back. Now,
And
you can't do that. There's nothing that you can say or do that you're going to go upriver. You know why? Because your boat only has 20-mile-an-hour horsepower, but the river is coming at you at 40. There's nothing that you can say or do that's going to ever change that.
But why would it matter? So you can still, by pointing your boat upriver, you're still going downstream at a lower rate than the people who are pointing downstream. Why does it matter that you can never actually go upriver compared to the ground?
Because you're never going to reach your destination. So now you're agreeing with me, right? That you never can, right? You're agreeing with me?
Oh, my destination is on the ground?
Your destination is upriver.
In the water or on the ground?
Up in the water, yeah. In the water, upriver.
Oh, so there's a guy with a pontoon up there, and I want to go see him, right? So
No, you got to go upriver. You're not going to change. No, whatever you say is not going to change this scenario. See what I'm saying? You have to go up against a current. Picture now you're on a boat, you're on a canoe, right? And you're paddling, right? Now you only have enough paddle power to go 2 miles an hour, right? But the current is going 10 miles an hour down. No matter how much you try, no matter how many pontoons you put, no matter what scenario you're going to try to put here, you are never going to paddle up river, ever.
So the guy I'm trying to see, is he drifting in the river or is he anchored?
He's upriver.
Well, so
He's
all I've
away
got to
from you. He's upriver. He's floating somewhere. He's upriver.
Okay, but he's also moving down with the river. It's 40
No,
miles an
he's
hour.
not
So
moving. No, he's not moving. No.
oh, he's
stuck
anchored to
in the river.
anchored to the ground then.
Doesn't matter how he is. He's got a super duper boat, a UFO. Doesn't matter. You anchor him, put him in a hovercraft. He is there. He is in that location, away from you, forward from you. But the river is coming downstream, right? You could only paddle at 2 miles an hour, but the river is coming at 10 miles an hour. You, Jesse, will never reach that person, ever.
Sure I will, because he's not anchored to the ground, so I just gotta wait for him to come down to me. If I'm going upwards at 10 miles an hour,
You see the dishonesty. You see the games that they play.
you can tell who's dishonest by who cuts whom off.
All right.
Oh.
Let me maybe say your example this way. Okay, Jesse. We put a treadmill, all right, and it's like, let's say it's 20 feet across, and I want to get to the end of the treadmill. Now the treadmill is going fast, so now I have to run, and it's going against me, and the speed that it's traveling at, I can't go faster than it to catch any ground to get to make any headway. He's trying to explain to you that if you have something going against you that's faster, then you would have to produce a speed faster than that to make any headway to get closer to your destination. I don't know if you're just being like, argumentative, or you're like, if you know what we're saying, but you just don't want to agree with what's being said.
Let me make it crystal clear. Jesse, you're in a river, right? Now you have paddle power of 2 miles an hour. The river is coming at you downstream at 10 miles an hour. You want to go that direction. Now, 100 or 200 feet ahead of you, I have a drone, and I'm hovering it in the air, stationary in that location.
Stationary compared to the ground?
Yeah, okay. Compare it to whatever you want. Compare it to whatever you want. Santa Claus.
Okay,
it doesn't
perfect.
matter.
Stationary to the surface of the moving water below him. So he's moving downstream at 10 miles an hour, right? The drone is?
It's not moving, it's stationary.
Well, he just said I could compare it to anything I wanted.
Hey, SE, make it a dock. Make it a dock. Put a dock where it's not gonna move. It's just sitting there in the water. It's a dock, and you got to get to the dock on the river.
No, this is stupid. This is stupid. This is just Jesse's being
very stupid.
No, yeah, you are, Jesse.
Yeah, he's stupid. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he's being stupid.
So that's the scenario. Now, how are you going to reach? How are you going to reach that dock or that drone, whatever you want? It's a stationary fixed point, and you only have muscle power to go 2 miles an hour, and you got a river coming down current at 10 miles an hour. Are you ever going to be able to reach that dock or the port, whatever you want, that fixed location ahead of you, let's say 1,000 feet?
No, but if the ground was also moving 10 miles an hour in the same direction as the river, then
the answer is no, right? No. Never.
Right.
You're never going to be able to do that, right?
Right, but see,
You see, there's no but.
Oh, I'm here.
Go on. Now try your weaselly little thing, what you're going to say now. Go ahead.
Oh, it's really very simple. In your analogy, you have the river and the ground moving at, say, 40 miles an hour of difference of speed. But on the Earth is moving with the air. They're both moving at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So it's a false analogy.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You're never going to go upstream, bro. There's nothing that you can say that's going to enable you to travel against the current that you don't have enough power. You understand? There is nothing that you can say that's going to change this, bro. You can make Earth come to you. You can make ferries. But everybody here knows that swam in water. You're never going to beat a current greater than you're forced to swim. People have been pulled away. People have died in the ocean because of that. You, Jesse, are not going to change physics.
SE, your river analogy is not the same as the Earth's atmosphere.
Tell me why. Tell me why you think that you can fly against a flow that is greater than you. Go ahead.
Because the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. It's not a 1,000-mile current of air flowing across the surface. It's all moving together.
No, but he's saying you're going against that current. He's not the one where you're moving with the current, where you're going against the current. Because
Could I ask 2 questions?
No, let Leflin, because he came in. Let Leflin finish off this.
Yeah, there's not a 1,000-mile air current flowing over your head. It's all moving together.
And how are you gonna? If it's all moving together, how are you gonna move against it? The other direction.
I just fly west or I fly east. It's all moving together. I'm flying relative to the ground. It's all moving together. So there's not this vast 1,000-mile-an-hour current that you're fighting against.
Sure, it is. It's turning one way. Do you not know your model?
Yeah,
Do you not
I can
know
fly
your model?
east or west. I could fly east or west, either one, and get where I want
You
to
know
go.
why?
It's not a problem.
You know why? Because you're not flying in a 1,000-mile-an-hour headwind. That's why you can do that. But if you were flying into a 1,000-mile-an-hour headwind, I think you have a little bit of a problem there.
Can I ask 2 questions? Apocryphon, let's say the ground suddenly began moving in the same direction as the river at the same speed, 40 miles an hour. Would I then be able to paddle my way up to that dock eventually?
Well,
Why are you changing the scenario?
his scenario is you're making something on the ground now moving, and the river's moving too. So that's different. That's like you're changing his scenario.
Can you answer the question though? And then I have one follow up, and then that's all I need to do on that.
Okay, so if you're on now, you're saying this is what you're trying to point to SE. You're trying to say if you're in a boat going 40 miles per hour with the current, then you could just sit there and wait for that person to get to you, because even though you're going upstream and you can't get to him because you don't have the power to go against it, you're saying, well, I'll just wait for that person over there to move towards me because he's going to
That's
come
what they're
to me.
saying. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
You're arguing that point, and we're not arguing that, Jesse, because obviously, yes, you can put a boat on the other side; it'll move with the current. But he's saying, now take, if you think your atmosphere is in lockstep with the globe and it's spinning right in a certain direction. Now he's saying, well, then if you go against that direction, then you will be that person on the other side going against, and you don't have enough power to overcome to make any headway on your spinning ball, because now you're never going to catch up to where it's going away from you if the air is blowing you back from going to that destination. Why you're making it more than what it, like a child can understand this, I don't know, but it's okay. It's maybe for the audience to realize, maybe right now what you're saying is only going to create more people to realize, yeah, that doesn't make sense, and they are lying or twisted, or maybe not lying, that's a strong word, but they are spreading false information and they're not grasping the simple concept. And I'm telling you, I'm speaking to you right now, completely drunk, to where I'm probably not even going to remember this conversation, but my brain gets it, and I'm shit faced right now. It's weird.
So, bro, that's why I put the drone in the air, because I know they play the Earth moving games, right? That's why I put the drone in the air, made it there so other people could understand that they're going to try their conniving sly stuff, right? Everybody knows that there's no way you're going to reach a destination up current if you don't have enough power to overcome that current. Anybody knows that. Everybody.
Yeah, I didn't realize you were using an analogy there, SE, actually. That's why I said it's all relative, because I remember years and years ago watching a James May video, the guy from Top Gear. The video is called Why Trains Can't Go Uphill. And I remember watching this video and thinking, because I'm not really interested in that kind of thing, but I like James May. And when Flat Earth came around, this is several years ago too, I remember the first thing thinking, oh yeah, shit, trains are going uphill. Hence the all relative comment. So I didn't realize you were using an analogy, but yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, thanks. There's no way around this, bro. They can just dance around it and say this and that, or it doesn't spin, or it spins, but if you use a river analogy, they're dead. There's no way around it. They can just double speak and people could listen to them, because everybody has swam and everybody has had that crazy sensation when you're in the ocean and a current catches you and you're running out of breath and you're saying, oh my God, did I go out too far? Yeah.
Bro, waterfall's just wrapping around the curve of the earth. You're stupid, Flatty.
Yeah.
Dude, by the way, that's such a scary moment when the current is taking you out and you're like trying to swim against it, but you're just getting farther and farther from the shoreline. Dude, that's like serious, a scary fucking. But the key to that though is they say just go sideways, and like eventually you could wait for the current to just throw you back into the shore. So don't panic, just go sideways, and then eventually you'll catch a current you could ride the current, if you will.
Yeah, riding the current's fun, man. Let it catch you. I used to so we went on vacation a bunch in the Caribbean, and I used to punch waves, right? Get my anger out, punching the motherfucking waves. And they always keep coming, right? They're always coming, always talking shit. Anyway, so sometimes I'd throw my body into it, right? Get wilding out, and then shit would pull me one way or another. And I have to watch out for Like I'd go to places where there wasn't a lot of coral or rocks and shit because I knew that I was gonna like let it take me because it's a really cool feeling to let it take you, but then you gotta be safe about it. Anyway.
Yeah, if you're not too safe, it can just keep taking you.
I know, man. You'd be like, hell yeah, ho, she bonk, dead. Like, oh man, shit.
Just think of this, guys. Think of when you're driving in a car, right? And you stick your hand out. Let's say you're going 60 miles an hour. You freaking feel that, no? It pushes your hand back, right? It's like,
Absolutely.
now imagine 1,000 miles an hour.
I
Just
wonder if
imagine
when you guys finally fully grasp reference frame,
He comes with his
or when you
reference
can
frame,
grasp it at all,
thinking it'll all
if you're gonna
be
turn around and
better.
say that if you're gonna say that your argument's always been that, and arguments to match yours, because
What?
fundamentally you're displaying that you have no understanding of reference frames when you give that example of the river.
Bro, I just destroyed your Coriolis. Destroyed it. Like
He
buried
does.
it. Like there's flowers growing already.
My
They do.
condolences.
They do understand, Kosho. That's why they refuse to answer my 2 questions.
That could be the
No,
case.
I answered your question. As a matter of fact, you said I went on a 5-minute rant.
You talked about everything but what I asked.
Because you applied the different analogy. That's why you're trying to say something other than what he was explaining. But what was your second question, Jesse? Let's start there.
Okay, my second question was,
Open this beer while you say this dumb shit. Go ahead.
at the equator, when the air is moving 1,000 miles an hour, which direction and how fast will the surface of the Earth be moving? According to the globe model, of course.
Well, what direction is the wind in your ball model? What direction is the atmosphere spinning with the ball?
Let's just say it's going eastward. Let's say we have
Okay.
1,000 mile an hour eastward wind at the equator due to Earth's rotation.
Okay. So it's let me try to visualize this. I got a bottle cap here. Okay, so it's going east. I'm spinning east. Then the wind is also flying east.
You know what? The wind would probably be blowing west.
Okay.
From the observer's vantage point.
Okay, so the ball spinning east and but the wind's blowing west. So let's say Chicago is falling away from me as I'm launching from Los Angeles. Now,
remember,
but go ahead.
The apparent wind is due to the observer's vantage point. The air itself is moving towards the east at 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay, so it's moving east. So then then you change it. It's not going west now. It's going east, right?
If the air wasn't moving and an observer was moving, then it could be appearing to come from the west. But that's besides the point. The given here is that, for the sake of discussion, the air itself, in the absolute frame of reference, is moving east at 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay, so what you're saying is that if the Earth is spinning east, but the wind is also flying with it going east, you're saying that from the West Coast, I could just jump on a plane and fly with the current, with the wind, and then I will be able to, get to the location on their side. And then you're saying that the guy going from east to west, he just has to go up, and he doesn't have to worry about the wind of the speed of the wind because he could just wait for the ball to come back towards him, and then he'll eventually will just land. But I think what he's trying to point out is that when you go up in the air on the East Coast, well, that air is going to blow you at that speed, so you're going to be still over Chicago hovering because you're not able to fight that wind that's going faster. And I think that's what you're not understanding in his argument, because if you're saying, because then you're just like copping out and you're not acknowledging that if I launch from Chicago and there's a 1,000-mile wind coming at me, then I will never have enough force to fly over to Los Angeles. But you're saying, well, you could just wait for it to spin. But then in
No,
that
no,
spinning, I'm still stuck over Chicago because I also turned with the ball at that point. No, nothing. You're not understanding the logic.
Well done, bro. Well done. Exactly. Yeah, they have no
Dude,
clue what they
how am
say.
I
Yeah.
so fucked up and I get it? Like it's
You're
like I'm
drunk, piss drunk, and you get it more than him. It's amazing, bro. Well done.
holy fuck, Jesse. Do you
Well,
understand what I just said? Yes or no?
it might have been a little distorted from the alcohol, but
Yeah, right.
you
They
didn't answer.
understand it.
But you
It's just
didn't
they don't want to understand it. See?
But no one answered
Mm.
either of my questions.
But I answered your question.
The question, the answer was a simple direction and velocity. It would have taken about 8 seconds for you to answer the question. You talked for a minute and didn't answer it.
Okay. Well,
So
I
here's,
hope I explained it though, so you
but
could
you
get it.
didn't.
I did. Jesse.
So we agree that on the globe, the air would be moving east at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, right?
Right.
Okay. So the question is, which direction, east or west, and how fast is the ground moving on the globe at the equator?
It's the same speed.
And which direction?
East.
Same direction and same speed?
Apparently in your model.
Okay, thank you. You actually answered both those questions. Now, why is it different then? Why are we having an analogy where the river is moving at a faster or slower speed than the ground when you just said that according to the globe model on the equator, the air and the ground would be both moving the same speed and the same direction?
Okay, the reason why is because again, let me say it maybe slower. When you get in a plane that's over Chicago, okay, and there's a wind that's flying at 1,000 miles per hour at you, but your plane, you're only flying 400 miles per hour. Now you're saying you can just wait for the ball to spin towards you, but you're still over Chicago. So you're never getting closer to LA if you're not able to overpower the 1,000-mile wind coming at you to travel to Los Angeles. So if you're still stuck in a plane, like in your ball model, you would not be able. This is his whole point of the river, going up river. It had nothing to do with the water spinning or coming at you, and you can still reach the end destination because you can just wait for that to come to you. He's saying that you'll never get to the other side because you're not having enough power to go faster than the 1,000 miles per hour coming at you, or 40 miles per hour in his boat theory. But it makes perfect sense, Jesse. I don't know. Wow. What
It's
the
called You
fuck?
Can't Have Your Cake and Eat It Too. This has been the classic argument for a long time about this whole argument about exactly what Essie's describing.
So
You can't have your cake and eat it too, bud. You can't. Either the earth and the atmosphere is moving together or it's not. But you can't have the same cake and eat it too. Sorry. Great argument, Essie.
Thanks. That's how you catch them double speaking. They have to say that. They have
That's
to
how
have
you get their ass real good.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So if the Earth and the surface of the Earth and the air at the equator are both moving in the same direction and at the same speed, wouldn't that be analogous to a fly inside a moving bus?
No, we say we can levitate a helicopter and it'll just come to us, if that's what you're saying.
But let's say the bus is going 60 miles an hour and there's this poor fly at the back, and we know flies can reach, 4 or 5 miles an hour? And it's a fat fly, so it can't fly that fast. And he lights off from the back of the bus and he's trying to fly forward. Do you think he'll be unable to fly forward because he's trying to overcome 60 miles an hour headwind, even because he can only fly 5 miles an hour?
I don't know. Are you in an enclosed system, right? But you're on a bus where you're not feeling the atmos because
Yeah,
the walls of the bus are blocking the Atmos.
yeah, Jesse. What you're trying to explain is now you've taken away your wind spinning with the bus because the bus is now allowing a fly to fly around. But I'll tell you what, though, Jesse, if you put a fan and cranked it up to 60 miles per hour, that fly is going to have one fucking hard time to fly from the back of the bus to the front of the bus because it's going against the wind. You
The
can't just
Atmos.
try to, yeah,
The
exactly.
walls on the bus don't help your case. Help your case.
That was fucking
Then
great.
tell us how, if the
Cheers
Earth and
to
the
that.
Atmos are spinning together, how we can't just get in a helicopter, fly straight up, and just we're still, we're off the Earth. We're not moving. Now you're seeing the Atmos is moving the same speed, but we can actually fly through the Atmos. We can't fly through solid things, but we can actually move like through the Atmos, like in a river, right? Like we can move against the Atmos, but we can only go 500 miles an hour, and the Atmos is moving 1,000, meaning you're standing still. You can't go nowhere. You're going
Right.
backwards.
Right, like imagine a fly can go 4 miles per hour or whatever you said it is, but then you put a current, like a wind against it. That fly won't be able to power enough energy to go against your wind that you're blowing at it. So it will never come to you because it's like you're blowing it away. And this is Essie's analogy, and I don't know what you don't get about it. Honestly, are you just
It has nothing to do with the argument. You're in two total different references. One, you're being protected by the Atmos from outside. The other, you're not. Like the whole vehicle is subject to the Atmos. What's inside the vehicle and what it does, that's a different reference frame. It has no bearing on what we're talking about at all.
Exactly.
They love shifting this kind of crap. They love moving you off your claim.
Yeah, Jesse,
It's the claim where we're moving through Atmos at 500 and it's moving at us at 1,000 and we can't reach our destination.
Right. Jesse, your little fly, theory was you were just hand waving the fact that that had nothing to do with what we're talking about
Nonsense.
because a fly moving within a bus isn't experiencing that resistance it's going to get from the wind actually hitting it. If you were to put the fly on the outside of the bus and then tell it, okay, now fly over here, on the outside of the bus where it's going to be affected by the wind, and you tell the fly, somehow you could train it. You're like, come here, fly, and then it try to get to you on the other side, on the outside of the bus. It will never get to you because the wind is way too strong for it to keep up with the bus. You understand that, Jesse? Do you get what I'm saying?
Sure, but let's change the experiment a little.
Okay. At least you agree to that.
There's a strong 60-mile-an-hour wind blowing that day, exactly from behind the bus. In other words, the bus and the wind are moving the exact same speed.
Okay.
Okay. Now this bus driver gets distracted, and he goes under a bridge that's too low, and it rips the whole top and the walls right off the bus. So now we've just got this moving platform. But fortunately for the fly, the wind is coming from behind and it's moving at the exact same bus speed as the bus, right?
Okay.
Now, will the fly be able to take light from the back of the bus and fly up to the front of the bus? Because the air is still moving with the bus just like it was before the top got ripped off, right?
Okay, it's the same scenario. If the wind is coming at the fly, it won't be able to get to the front because that wind, the fly cannot produce enough energy to fly through that gust of wind coming at its face. Now, let's flip it. Let's say the air was going in the opposite direction. Do you realize that fly will just shoot across because the wind will be blowing it? It won't even have to fly. It can just go up and just let the wind take it. This is so simple, Jesse. What are you not?
But
Jesus Christ.
you answered a couple questions that I didn't ask, but not the one I did. If the wind was blowing the exact same direction and speed as the bus was driving, 60 miles an hour, the passengers on the bus wouldn't feel a breeze at all, right?
Top off, and it was a convertible bus, you'd definitely feel it.
Yeah.
No, remember we have a tailwind.
Okay, you would feel it. You would feel it in your face. You would.
No.
Okay. Okay. Let's put a human.
Are y'all ignoring the tailwind?
Let me explain. What's happening to the bus itself? What's happening to the bus itself?
It's moving at 60 miles an hour.
That's right.
Yeah, and the air around the bus, there's a 60-mile-an-hour wind blowing with the bus.
Right.
So then what?
I could do this all day. We're not talking about the bus. We're talking about an airplane flying through the atmosphere. It's supposed to be moving with the Earth, 1,000 miles an hour. You're
What
trying
happened?
to fly to a destination, and you can only go 500 miles an hour, and you're trying to go the opposite direction. You could never get to your destination.
What happened to the bus?
That's what I was talking about. What happened? The bus went bye-bye. We're talking about airplanes moving through the atmosphere. Just like the boat on the river. You want to talk about the boat in the river, we can talk about that. We're not talking about the inside of a bus. We don't care about what's going on the inside of a bus.
Well, if the Earth is rotating at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and the air is moving with the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour, there's not an issue.
Okay. So if we got in a plane and tried to fly the opposite direction of the spin of the Earth, the movement of the atmosphere that's moving 1,000 miles an hour, we have a plane that can fly 500. How are we going to reach our destination?
Yeah, it'll get there.
And I could give this math
At about
problem to
an hour.
any 8-year-old, and they would know exactly what to say.
That's exactly right.
Wow.
They would all say they couldn't get there. They couldn't get to their destination if they were trying to go the opposite direction.
I fly east, west, north, south all the time. I don't have an issue unless I've got a headwind or something.
That's because you're flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth, using flat, non-rotating Earth coordinates, using flat, non-rotating instruments to get there. Yeah, none of this spinning ball imagination stuff.
Or the Earth is spinning and the atmosphere is spinning with it. It would work the same way, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't work the same way. That's
How do
we're
you
trying
know?
to explain
We
to you.
don't have that scenario to test this on, so we don't even know that yet.
Can you get us a spinning ball Earth we can fly around? Because look, we all experience a flat, non-rotating Earth around here.
All right. Let me use this, Jesse. Let's take Usain Bolt, who was probably, I think he's the recorded fastest man on Earth, right? Let's say he can run however fast he can run. It's pretty fucking fast. Now he can do that with wind, blowing, doesn't matter, 20 miles per hour wind, 10 miles per hour wind. Now let's say that there's like 100 mile per hour winds that day. Will he still be able to run as fast as he can, like recorded on a track? If he had 100 miles per hour wind that he had to run against, would he be able to still meet that record or run that fast to hit that destination, that goal line, that finish line? Yes or no?
Well, we can't do another question when we haven't answered the last one.
Well, because
you threw out my bus, right? Someone who threw out my school bus. If you're gonna just throw my experiment out with the bus, then why are you gonna keep throwing questions at me when you just throw mine out, right? That doesn't work.
Okay. As long as you quit talking about lights in the sky and stuff, you can have your bus. Go ahead.
Okay.
Tell us how anything inside the bus, what's happening inside the bus matters. We're talking about the whole bus moving.
But remember, the bus has got no top anymore, no walls. It's driving exactly east at exactly 60 miles an hour, okay?
What packages do you have in the bus?
And there's
what's the color of the seats in the bus?
Very funny. See, you're throwing the bus out a different way.
Hold on, are there any chiggers on the bus in the bus seats? You got chiggers in there? I don't want to get on that bus.
Is it a bus in Los Angeles or
does
is
it
a
have
bus
brake
in
pedals?
Yeah, you just
Can you see out the windows? What can you see out the
An
windows?
analogy, I guess. Fucking hell.
Okay, so you take off the top of the bus and then there's wind going above the bus, right? Because it still has the face of the bus, right? Like look at the bus that.
Nope. The windshield's gone too.
Oh, so now it's a flatbed.
It's a
And now,
flatbed with
so the
one seat
driver,
and a
is just
steering wheel
getting
sticking.
okay. So the driver is just getting hit with the wind, right? Pa, 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 in his face. That's what you're saying?
Well, no, there's a tailwind also moving at 60 miles an hour and exactly east, exact same direction and exact same velocity as the bus, right?
Okay.
Just like would be inside the bus if the
So
top was on, right?
okay. So if the
But there's
wind
no
was
top.
coming, if the wind was a tailwind, so if it's coming from the back of the bus, so now the bus is driving, but the wind's blowing from behind it, right?
Right, but at the same exact speed. So the driver, he doesn't feel wind
Okay.
from front, he doesn't feel wind from behind. Just him in the air are just moving the same direction and the same velocity together.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to think of how do you drive at 60 miles per hour and not feel something on your face? Oh, because it's the same exact speed, you're saying. So
Exactly.
it's gonna okay. So now it's coming from the back. So now let's say the fly is in the back and it's gonna fly to the front. Yes, no problem, right? In that instance, no problem. But that wasn't the argument from SE. The problem would be, Jesse, is now let's get that fly in the front of the bus to go to the back of the bus. Because now the bus has a wind coming from behind it. So that means the fly has to go against the wind, even though that you're saying the bus is moving at a certain speed. But you still have to go against that wind going the opposite direction. If you're going the like forward direction of it, or should I say from the back to the front, you don't have to worry about it. And this is like Essie's argument. Because
From the back to the front. Sorry.
Once you
What color are the seats on the airplane?
So how fast would that fly have to be able to fly to get from the front of the bus to the back of the bus, assuming that the air and the bus are moving at the exact same speed and direction?
Jesse, is this a black thing? No, I'm sorry.
Is Rosa Parks on the bus? Is Rosa Parks on the bus? No, hold on though.
If I was there, he would have a tougher time getting to the front of the bus.
Is the fly black? I'm just kidding.
You know, in their crazy model, you could actually get in your car and drive the opposite direction if the ball was spinning. If the whole thing's
Right.
spinning, you can just get in your car and drive like east, and hell, you'd get there a lot faster. You know.
Matter of fact, I think Whitsitt, like he talked about that in one of his videos, where there's a point where the plane would be going backwards. When it's flying, it would actually be going
They didn't make
backwards.
the highways on Earth like curved, you know, so we could meet the target. like in Jeremy's argument's rock solid. There's no getting out of that. That's retarded.
I ain't never seen a fly.
Everybody knows this.
Like I didn't.
He
even
made the mistake by claiming that they would save a bunch of fuel. That's about it. But there's nothing wrong with that one.
Dude, usually I observe.
You got you by the balls there.
Bro, usually I observe a fly just annoying the shit out of me and the people around me. I don't know about all this bus nonsense.
Jesse, if the fly was black and the bus was in the 1950s, the fly couldn't go to the front. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying.
Most flies are black, bro.
Well, we already got the fly to the front. Now we're trying to get it to the back. Okay.
Yeah.
How
okay.
fast? If the bus and the air are moving at exactly the same direction and velocity, so there's zero delta. There's zero different speed or direction between them.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Could the fly then also fly to the back?
With your okay, so let me go down this road with you now. Okay. You're right. If there's no like difference from like of resistance, then it would equal. So it would be like as if there's no wind. That's what you're trying to get at. But that's not SE's argument, because we're talking about something to where there is a greater distance. Because the maybe in your argument, if the plane was flying 1,000 miles per hour, then we're getting somewhere, because then at least now you're understanding that it would take a plane to fly 1,000 miles, just as you did with your bus traveling 60 miles per hour with 60 miles wind. If the wind is also 1,000 miles, then it would take a plane to go 1,000 miles per hour. So that way it has that same effect on the fly of what you're trying to like argue against. And I agree with you. That makes sense. Zero resistance. Yeah, you should be able to move better. That's fine.
So
I get that.
So how fast would the fly be flying if he goes from the back of the bus to the front of the bus, and it takes him 1 minute to fly from the back to the front of the bus? Okay, he's just kind of a slow, big fly. It takes 1 minute to go from the back of the bus to the front of the bus. During that
don't
1
know.
minute, the bus has traveled 1 mile. Okay.
Okay.
So that means that fly is flying faster than 60 miles an hour, right?
Not necessarily.
Well, if it took him 1 minute and the bus traveled 60 miles in that 1 minute, that's 60 miles an hour, right? If the bus traveled 1 mile in 1 minute, that's 60 miles a minute, right? An hour, right?
But it's going with the wind. So he could just, in that case, he could just fly his normal speed because there's zero resistance.
Dude, I feel like that's the laziest name of anything. Fly, like that's what it does. So we're gonna
Right,
name it. Come on.
The fly flies.
To him, he's flying his regular speed. In reality, he's flying over 60 miles an hour.
Oh, you're saying so? Okay, I get what you're saying. You're
compared
saying,
to the road.
Right. You're saying that if I'm standing and I watch a bus fly past me or drive past me, got fly in my mind now. If the bus drives past me, that bus is going 60 miles per hour, as opposed to my position, because I'm obviously not. I'm just. Let's say I'm walking down the road and okay,
Yeah,
that
you missed the
shot by
bus.
me.
Yeah, you
But you're
missed the
saying-
bus.
Right. So then you're saying though that the fly is, even if it just like goes a little bit, you're saying that it would be going 60 miles per hour relative to the bus that it's in. That's what you're saying.
No, relative to you on the ground.
It'd be like calling a cheetah a run and kill things. Like it's the same thing as calling a fly a fly. Anyway, I'm sorry.
You're just running interference there, Glad. So
No, I'm just trying to keep it light. Like I can't believe we're still having this argument in 2023. So I'm just trying to keep it light.
I know it's like hard to get through Jesse, but I know he's like hanging on like by his fingertips, trying not to let go of the ball belief and that it's not spinning. So Jesse, but I will walk down this with you because I think like maybe we're not even talking at each other. We're talking for others to click in their minds to realize how full of shit a lot of your arguments are, and they don't make sense because logically we understand that if you have a wind that is 1,000 miles per hour, but you have a vessel or a mode of transportation, whatever it be, an airplane, whatever, if it's having to go against that wind, it will never be able to go against it, and you would have to be flying 1,000 miles per hour plus in order to get any gain any yardage to start moving through that gust of wind. Or
Really doesn't matter what the wind is doing. It's the Earth itself. The destination is on the Earth, so it's moving towards you at 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, again,
Completely
that's
retarded how you couldn't get in a helicopter, just levitate, and New York City just meet you in 10 minutes, whatever. However fast it is, what?
Exactly.
1,000 miles.
Exactly.
2 hours? 2 hours, you just levitate in a helicopter, and fucking here comes New York, and you just land in New York.
I remember as a kid.
I think the argument is completely, absolutely just, you got to be a second grader to sit here and argue this kind of shit.
Right. I remember as a kid, I used to think, well, can't they just like launch a missile straight up in the air and then let the world turn around and then it could just fall back down onto the target, because it's spinning? I remember thinking that, like, why doesn't it just shoot them up and then they'll just drop down? But now they're like, well, the atmosphere is moving too. So once you launch that rocket, it would be being pushed away from your target, but then you have to like turn on its little rocket to fly, so that way it could fly through that
time ago they made this stupid claim that the Earth was spinning, and some guy took a cannon out in his frickin' field and shot it in the air, and the ball came back and landed right back in the barrel. I said, I don't think the Earth is spinning.
So,
I think I agree with you. I don't think this fucking place is moving at all if that kind of shit happens. I apologize. Fucking shoot a
Right.
cannonball 3 miles in the air that lands right back in the barrel.
Right.
So, Apocryphon, let's say a policeman shows up behind this bus and he wants to pull him over because he's driving without his, the top. But the bus
Okay.
driver realizes his bus is a lot lighter and it can go a lot faster. And he notices also that his tailwind is starting to pick up, so he steps on it. And pretty soon he's going 1,000 miles an hour in this bus.
Okay.
And the wind is also coming from behind at exactly 1,000 miles an hour. Same
All right.
situation, but instead of 60 and 60, now it's 1,000 and 1,000.
Okay.
Why couldn't the fly could still fly from the back of the bus to the front and then back to the back, right?
Because you're dealing with, if it's going the same speed, then there's no resistance for the fly going with the wind as opposed to it coming towards you.
Right. Now, a sudden change
Hey,
of
look, the fly on the bus, he flew from the back to the front, and back to the front, and back to the front. Did the bus and the fly get there at the same time?
Yeah,
So
what if it's going reverse on the Earth and the Earth's turning the opposite direction? Coriolis force causes the fly to get dizzy. What do you think?
Jesse,
to-
this
Go
Jesse,
on.
That's answer my
No,
question.
but couldn't it be
Oh, yeah,
possible,
go ahead.
Jesse? Because flies have like little senses, whatever cells and stuff.
I used to put bugs on little boats I'd make and float them in the little kiddie swimming pool when I was a
I'm sure
kid.
you did all
and,
kinds of things to bugs.
and they never seemed to get seasick. I don't know what's with that. But anyway, so what if suddenly the bus driver
Superman
noticed he
showed up.
was
All right.
the
Okay,
bus
I'm
driver.
coming. I'm along. Let's go. Superman showed up, and the bus and the fly flew back and forth and back and forth. Superman flew back and forth inside the bus. When did the bus get there? Did the bus get there at the same time?
No, how many stops did the bus make?
It's
Yeah,
about
where
to,
did it have to stop
it's
along the
about
way?
to stop. Yeah, it's the bus driver realizes he's running out of
Was it have to
fuel.
pick up Aquaman and Wonder Woman and the whole Justice League, and then end the fly, and then they get to their destination?
So we're almost to the
Did they
destination.
get the Green Lantern? Did they go pick him up too?
Well, what are your thoughts, Explorer Earth? Are you trying to help or just trying to hinder?
So the guy with the cannonball, he shot this cannon and it went crazy high and it come back and landed down in the cannonball. And you know what? A lot of people saw that thing and said, "Hey, I'm gonna go get me a cannon so I can do that." And it's happened repeatedly over and over and over again. It's so hilarious how you argue about this crazy ball spinning in space story. It's actually pathetic at this point. I talked to my niece and I didn't even know she was a flat earther. I says, I'm taking them like 6 of her and her friends to the mall or something. I says, you guys know the Earth is flat, right? Yes, we all know the Earth is flat.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was
You
like
know,
going, well, my work is done.
Oh.
Now let's get to the word. That's all you need to learn after that. Just learn the word and you're gonna be good.
you know it's interesting. About 3 years ago, maybe 2-3 years ago, I took my kids up to Big Bear, and while we're in the staying at my timeshare, I tell them like I start talking about flat Earth with them, and all my kids, all 5 of them, they started mocking me like, "Oh, you're a flat earther." Oh, like they're like joking and like pointing at trying to belittle me. I'm like, "Oh, really? So you guys know about the arguments?" Now, that was 3 years ago. So about a year and a half ago, I brought it up again. And now they have a different yeah, we have
They
been
had new
hearing more
jokes.
about that. No, they didn't. They're now like realizing yeah, things aren't making sense.
If this wasn't censored, if the truth wasn't censored so bad, everyone would have it.
Right. I think every child would see the flat earth arguments clearer if they weren't so programmed and berated with the ball falsehood, because they can get it. Because now that it's like, at first they just like knee-jerk reaction, "Oh, you're a flat earther," but now they're like getting it. It's just
I think they're
a
done
matter of
listening
changing
to
the
a bunch of
mind.
storytellers. I think they're done listening to a bunch of storytellers. Hey, look, it was a great movie. The moon landing, all this stuff, all that stuff you did, the great movie. Great story, bro. Great story. But hey, it's time for that to be over with. We all want to wake up and smell the coffee. Just because you want to sit and talk about flies flying on a bus, look.
Speaking of that, wasn't Jesse in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesse was. It's Jesse's. Yeah, Jesse gets all the time in the world because he wants to talk about flies on a bus.
It doesn't seem that way. Seems like he can't finish saying what he's saying.
Yeah, I love talking about the bus. Hey, were there
What if
floor
the
mats
fly
in
on
the
the bus
bus?
was knitting a sweater, and it was a
Hey, who
small
was
sweater,
driving the
and
bus?
the fly only has small
Was it a big
hands?
lady?
You guys are funny.
I think it was a scrawny guy because he wasn't making much of a turbulence in the air. But so the bus was.
Was he running back and forth like the fly? Was he racing the fly on the bus?
Apocryphon.
Guys, calm. Everyone, settle down.
Yeah, what happened? What happened, Jesse?
So
I want to go back to Jeremy. Let Jeremy talk for a minute. He came up with the nuts. Now let's let him explain how they can get away from his argument.
Well, let's finish this one out first, because I'm actually with the ballers on this argument. You can't use part of their model. You can't use something that's not happening in their model to debunk their model. We do that all the time. Both sides do it.
What are you talking about?
They got the earth. The air is moving with the earth. You're not
Okay.
going against anything. The whole river is moving. It's all one giant river, moving together. The ground, the earth, everything.
Okay, do you not realize what you just said? That means you can hover a balloon, right? In their model, you can hover a balloon, and the balloon is just gonna. What's it gonna do in their model, Jeremy? Fly along with the current, right? Fly along with 1,000 miles an hour, right? Now, if you want to make that balloon go the other way, right? So you got a little fan there. You think you can do it in reality?
Exactly.
You should be
Now,
able to
Jeremy,
move.
you think you can do it in their model? If you got 1,000 mile of wind carrying that balloon like a river? Are you kidding me, bro? How do you think it's there? Yeah. How do you agree with them on this? I don't get it.
I'm kind of
What if
lost too.
what if it was a really wide river and it had floating islands, and you're gonna paddle your little canoe from one floating island to another floating island, right? The islands are also going to be moving 1,000 miles an hour with the water, so all you got to do is just come up with some speed a little bit, and you'll get from one island to the other, right? They're all like floating islands, all drifting down the river together, a really wide river.
But that was the difference, though. Now you're bringing up something different, because that's what Essie was trying to tell you, that the thing in the water is stationary; it's not moving. So, like, you can say that it's spinning, that's fine, but you're still looking at your position. You're never going to get closer to it, because in your world, you also will be spinning. So if you have these two things spinning, and you don't have enough power to produce from yourself to get to the other destination, because the opposing force against you, then you'll never get to that destination, spinning or not. Like, even if nothing is moving and you have a pool, okay, and you put on these jet streams at the end of the pool, and the water's just rushing at you, if you're not strong enough to go quicker than, or to produce a stronger force than what the water's coming at you, you'll never be able to reach to the other side of that pool. And that's SE's entire argument. Doesn't matter if the pool's spinning or doesn't matter. It's just the fact that there's a force going against you, and you have to be able to produce a stronger force to make any headway to go towards it and then beyond it. I don't know what you don't get about this, but it's okay though.
Well,
Jeremy, you understand the scenario I did with the balloon, bro? In their model, the Atmos is spinning with the Earth. That means we have, like, when you stick your head out of a car when you're going against it 60 miles, you feel that drift, right? Pushing your hand back. Well, in their model, all that wind, all that stuff is traveling with the Earth
Jeremy's
at
not here.
1,000 miles an hour. So you lift the balloon up in the air. In their model, the balloon is dragged along the Atmos, that 1,000 miles an hour, along with it. You follow, bro? Now, in reality,
He's
we
not
could
here.
put a little fan on one side of the balloon and make it go the other way. Right? But if there's a headwind coming at 1,000 miles an hour, that ain't never going to happen. You get me, Jeremy?
He's not here. See, he checked out.
He's not here. Oh, okay.
Where'd he go?
I don't know. I just know that he normally shows up right by my name.
This is for Jesse. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So you're going to claim that the ocean, the water between the islands, is moving 1,000 miles an hour if the islands are moving 1,000 miles an hour, correct?
The islands are floating islands. They're just in the water,
Okay, now,
moving with the
what
wind.
if you had a drone? You had to fly above the water, and then William.
Well, there's also happens to be 1,000-mile-an-hour wind blowing in this exact same direction as the river, so it's no problem. It's just like the fly on the bus.
But if the river is flowing 1,000, how can that tug the air above it 1,000 miles? How does it tug the air above it? Explain that.
It's a windy day. It's just a windy day.
No, but does the water tug it, or is the air already doing that? How does that work?
It's always doing that. It's just always blowing that direction and that speed.
So according to Einstein, you're not really moving at all because the whole environment is
exactly.
kind of like you're in the back. It's like you're in the back of a train, and the train is enclosed in an enclosed system.
There's nothing
claim-
enclosed.
Huh?
There's nothing enclosed. It's just that everything's moving together. But
Well, if you go outside the train, if you go on the top of the train, like in the James Bond movies, fly backwards. So it has to be enclosed.
Hey Jesse, let me ask you this: when you take a car or a bike or a plane, and you have a speedometer, and it says 0, right? And then you go to 60 miles per hour. Now, if you're traveling east, are you driving 1,060 miles per hour in your world? Is that what you're trying to say? Because the ball's spinning and you're moving with it. Does that mean that the car is going 1,060 miles per hour? Or is it just on a stationary plane and it's 0, and then you move, and then that's what represents the miles per hour? You're going 60 miles per hour. Or are we going 1,060 miles per hour?
Well, if your speedometer is measuring the difference of speed between you and the road, and that difference is 60, then it will measure 60. If that whole surface that you're driving on is moving 1,000 miles an hour in the same direction, then you will be going 1,060. But you're not measuring. Your speedometer doesn't measure to inertial frame of reference. It measures to the surface you're on. So it would only measure 60. But you're still your absolute speed will still be 1,060.
Okay. Now we take a plane. Okay. And now we know that in your world, the atmosphere is locked with the Earth's rotation. So now that wind is going 1,000 miles per hour. Okay. And you are now flying against that wind, and you're only going 400 miles per hour. But the wind is now greater than your travel. This is what Essie is trying to explain to you. Do you understand that?
I do, actually.
Then why are you so argumentative about it?
Because the ground is also moving.
No, but hold on though. I told you already. But if you launch from Chicago and you're being blown away with Chicago because it's moving, so you're like kind of falling backwards, and then you try to go at 400 miles per hour, that means you're not strong enough to counter the 1,000 mile per hour blowing you, so you'll always be stuck on Chicago. You won't ever be able to fly through the 1,000 miles per hour because while you're saying, oh, but it's spinning. Well, guess what? You would be spinning too then, and you're always going to be behind that location. You'll never be able to catch up to Los Angeles because you'd have to go 1,500 miles per hour because so that way you can break that force that's coming at you. Does that make sense to you?
I mean, I see where your confusion is.
Oh, my
But
confusion.
but you're misunderstanding the relative motions, obviously.
How fast is the ISS going around the Earth? How fast are they traveling?
Make it even
Isn't
more
it like
confusing.
Mach 25 or some bullshit like that?
Well, it's pretty fast.
It's a little fast.
How come that you're claiming that there's a reference frame between the Atmos and the
head off, man.
right?
To tear
So
your head
what in
off,
the
to tear your head off if we're moving anything like this speed that they say we are, guys. Come on.
Well, I mean, I know, but just I'm saying that they're supposed to be traveling around the Earth at every 90 minutes.
But apparently they are outside of our atmosphere, perhaps.
Yeah, in Magic, Fantasy, Narnia.
Right. They're way out there. They're beyond.
They're
They don't have to,
No, they're busy looking at the
abide
light
to the
sky and making up
laws of
stories
physics.
about reference frames and all kinds of nonsense.
Maybe this would help you, Apocryphon. Let's say you're at the equator.
Matter
and
of
you
fact, I'm sorry to cut you off, but matter of fact, at a higher elevation, you would have to be going faster because technically the outer ring of this thing spinning would have to be traveling faster because it's
Why is it affecting me just going off the Earth just a few hundred feet and the ISS just goes up 250 feet? How's they traveling 17,000 miles an hour and I'm not?
well,
But you're saying the Atmos can hold me back from the spin or something? And
I'm sorry, Jesse. Go ahead, Jesse.
So picture you're in an airplane that can fly exactly 500 miles an hour, just to make it easy, half of 1,000 miles an hour.
All right.
And you're on the equator, and you point into what would be the wind if, you point west, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're currently going 1,000 miles an hour backwards on the runway, right? You're pointing west.
Whoa, what?
But
You're
the
going
Earth,
1,000 miles per hour backwards.
right?
Wait,
What's the surface speed at the equator?
Okay. I get what you're saying. You're going backwards because yeah, I get what you're saying.
The whole
You're
runway
pointed
is
away.
going backwards.
Yeah.
Right.
I got you. In your world, yeah, I got it. Go ahead.
Okay. Now you take off, you fly up, you level out, you're cruising at 500 miles an hour, still the same direction. Now, how fast are you moving backwards?
Well, technically, you're going 500 miles per hour because that's what your speedometer says.
Compared to the surface of the Earth?
Well, this goes back to the original argument. Like see what you're explaining right now, Jesse, is only possible on a non-rotating stationary plane. Because the second that you try to say that the Earth was spinning backwards at 1,000 miles per hour and you're going against it, technically, if you're only going 500 miles per hour, then you're not able to go beyond that point of where what's obstructing you, the force needed for you to actually gain yardage or miles to even get to a destination, because I don't know why you leave out the fact that the air that you believe is locked with the earth. I don't know why this is actually going back to Essie's argument. He's saying that if you go up a river and you cannot produce enough power to go faster than what is coming at you, you'll never get to the end of that river. Same thing with the sky. If the sky is blowing at you 1,000 miles per hour, regardless of the Earth spinning, if you're going against it, you would have to produce enough power to go faster than what's coming at you. Like, I don't know why that's very, like, I don't know what's not being understood.
Hold on. Let me give you a math equation that it's going to take you about 17 weeks to figure out and then get back to me.
So
I know it's true, though. Hey, I know it's true. I got a math equation. You better watch it. I got my math.
Jesse, I have a question.
Hey, Dan. Yeah, what's up?
Hi. If we were doing a balloon, a hot air balloon instead, simulating, let's say, the helicopter, the hover, emotionless, forget my momentum, from my engines. If I started in lockstep, 1,000 miles an hour on the equator, and drifted with the flatnosphere, wouldn't I have a different amount of drag than the air? How could I maintain my speed once I leave the Earth? Let's say I'm, in a helicopter or a balloon, but I'm taking away all the propulsion now. And I'm just saying, damn, what about the drag? How can I maintain the same speed once I leave the ground?
Wait, the same 1,000 miles an hour if you're taking off at the equator?
Yeah, if I just hover there for an hour. Didn't I experience any lack? Don't I lose any speed just by taking? I'm not touching the surface. So the question becomes: does the drag of my craft? And now the relationship is between the flatnosphere, moving in flatnosphere, and my originally moving with it item that now has different drag than it. I don't see how I could maintain my space. Forget propulsion. I don't see how I can maintain that speed.
On a calm day where there's no difference between the air and
no propulsion, no wind.
What would move you? What would cause you to deviate from your initial position? It would take force to change your velocity, right?
If I have an initial speed from the ground when I took off, how am I maintaining that to keep up with the ground, to continue to hover?
Well, you've got your initial speed. That's all you need.
Oh, there's such a thing as resistance and drag and all kinds of things. And my craft is going to have a different relationship with the air than the air itself. Than, let's say, a piece of dust or a fly.
That's actually a really good question, Dan. Can they go the opposite direction against the wind without having such resistance?
Just that the air is doing one thing, but I got different weight than the air. I'm bringing my mass into it, and I got to have a different drag. I really can't stay in the same airspace no matter what.
What's going to move you?
Well, I already had momentum when I took off. What's going to keep that momentum is the question.
Do you know what momentum is? It takes a force to reduce momentum.
Right.
Momentum is that ability to maintain a velocity.
Right.
Unless a force absorbs it.
So how, with weight and mass in my craft, how am I going to keep the same momentum as the fluffy air around me? I mean, you think I'm being propelled still?
No, you have momentum.
So why don't I lose any momentum is my question.
I mean, for the same reason are bowling aisles level? I don't even know that.
Probably.
Okay, so let's say bowling aisles are level. For the same reason that the bowling ball continues down at the aisle at the same speed.
Real quick. I gotta jump in the shower. In Essie's analogy, you're trying to fight the river going upstream. So if you were to just set the boat in the river, it would just go. Right? You don't have anything going in. You don't have the boat's not trying to move anywhere. It's just going with the flow. But in the globe model, they have the air, aka the river, going with the earth. So like there's no 1,000-mile-an-hour wind you're trying to fight. Like that's not a thing in anyone's model.
Let me rebut that. Okay. So you're saying that the Atmos is spinning in their model at the equator with the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we get a hot air balloon. We
Okay.
shoot it up in the air. What happens to the balloon?
It just sits there because the air is moving with the Earth.
Okay, now if I put a fan on the opposite side of the balloon, can I move it against the motion of the Earth?
If there's wind, yeah, the wind will move the balloon. Yeah.
Not wind. Not wind. You're saying the balloon is staying in the air because the atmos is moving at 1,000 miles an hour in
With the
lockstep
ground.
with the Earth, right?
With the ground, yeah.
So what's making the balloon move?
The balloon just sits there. If there's no wind, the balloon will just sit there.
Bro, you're not. I don't think you're understanding. The balloon is
Understanding what?
moving in lockstep with the ground because the atmos is turning at the same time, right? At 1,000 miles an hour. Isn't
Yeah, so
that
you
their
put a
model?
balloon up. Yeah, so you put a balloon up, and since the air is moving with the Earth, the balloon just sits there.
Okay. Now the balloon sits there. Why? Because it's not just traveling on its own, right? It's moving with the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour because the balloon has no propulsion, right, Jeremy?
Yeah, everything's moving together. So you let a balloon go, and we pretend we got some kind of relative density thing going, and there's no wind, and the balloon's just sitting there. Yep.
There's no pretend, bro. In their model, the balloon is moving with the Earth because the atmos is bringing it with it. You
Yeah.
get that? Okay. So now, if there's such a scenario going on where there's 1,000 mile an hour wind, keeping a balloon in that place going at 1,000 miles an hour, right? Because the balloon can't move on its own. Now, if we put a fan on the opposite side, can we make the balloon move in the opposite direction of the Earth and the 1,000 mile an hour atmos?
You're gonna make the balloon move on whatever the opposite side of the fan is.
Now, how is that going to happen if you have a headwind of 1,000 miles an hour coming
There's
towards you?
no 1,000 mile an hour wind, SE. That's not a
Bingo!
thing.
Now you got it, bro. That's the whole
It's not their
argument.
model. Their model does not have 1,000 mile an hour wind. It's not anyone's model.
Yes, it does, bro. Yes, it
No,
does.
there's no
Yes.
wind.
The atmos, bro. When you're driving a car and you stick your hand out at 60 miles an hour, is there a wind there?
Yeah, there's a wind there, yeah, but it's not analogous to Earth because everything's moving in lockstep. There's no wind. There's no
Yeah,
1,000
but if
mile an
you
hour
move
wind.
against it, if you move against the lockstep, don't you understand that, bro?
If you move against the lockstep, then you're just going that speed. It's not like there's no wind.
Yeah.
I know there's no wind. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Their thing is a fantasy. And the river just brings it out. The river analogy is just
It's not
part of it
analogous.
because
It's
sure
not
it is.
analogous. No, it's not. There's no wind. And
Jeremy's saying
in
there's
your
no wind
analogy,
in
the
our
stream
fantasy.
is the in your analogy, the river is the wind, right?
Yeah,
There's no wind.
exactly. So there's no river. There's no
Your
stream.
analogy doesn't.
We're not
Yeah, your
spinning. We're
analogy
not
does.
moving. We're not going
It's not
anywhere.
analogous. It's not
Sure.
analogous though.
Of course it is. Well,
There's
are
no
you
wind.
saying that atmos will not react against a surface?
It will, but there's no wind. There's no current flowing. It's
Yeah,
all
because
moving in
you're going
lockstep.
with it. That's why, Jeremy. You're flowing with the river. That's why you don't feel the current. But if you turn around and go the other way, what do you think is going to happen?
You're gonna just go in that direction because everything's moving with it. And in the stream analogy, the ground's moving with the stream, so it's like everything's stationary.
Right. That's what I want them to say. But let's say now I'm in the river, right? And I put a drone there. Like, can't you see this? Let's say I hover a drone, right? A stationary drone above the river, right? So now the river and the ground, if you like, is coming towards you, right? If you want to do it their way, if you want to play La La Land, right?
Well,
So you have
the air would be moving too. Everything's moving in lockstep. Like you're trying to like get something out of lockstep. So there's this 1,000 mile an hour wind or current or something going on, but it's not happening in their model.
It is, but you're just not seeing it, bro.
It's not.
You're
There's
just
no
not
1,000 mile
seeing
an
it.
hour wind.
I don't know what
It's
else
all
to tell you,
lockstep,
bro.
bro. It's
I
all
don't know what else
lockstep.
to to you.
It's just the atmos moving itself. Okay, how does the ISS move itself? I can't. Okay.
Your mic is your mic's beyond fixable right now. It sounds like.
If you want to make the analogy accurate,
No.
then
Can you just That to me.
Bro, your mic's fucked up.
Somebody's hot micing. There you go.
So we can't see an analogy
accurate.
Atmos that if you stick your hair out, your hand out the window, you clearly feel it at 60 miles an hour. You're telling me
Definitely
you
gonna
can
feel it.
envision this thing traveling at 1,000 miles an hour, but yet you can envision no effect at all. Just calmly move around in
What
it.
happens? What happens if the wind's moving the same direction as you at the same speed? Do you feel your hand doing that when you put your hand out the window?
Obviously not, if it's going the same
Yeah,
speed.
obviously not. Okay,
That's what's going on.
Okay, now, what do you mean that's what's going on?
That's what their globe model says is happening.
Okay, now go the other way. Change speed. Well, now that you're going at the same speed, now jump out the window or something, or change, move your hand. You think you're not going to feel the difference? Are you serious, man? Are you guys
Think about
really
what you're
saying this?
Think about what you're saying, dude. When you're talking about changing speeds, you're talking about changing speeds in relative to the Earth. So if you want to talk about it as changing speeds as relative to the inertial frame, like you're trying to do, like in one direction you're going 1,000 miles per hour plus your speed. Let's say 60 miles per hour, so 1,060. In the other direction you're going 1,000 minus 60, so 940. So if you want to describe it that way, then you're going 940 miles per hour in reference to 1,000 mile per hour wind, which is just a 60 mile per hour wind. So that'd be what you experience, and that is what we experience.
Listen, dudes, there's nothing you can say that changes this, okay? You have an atmos filled with moisture, water, wind, air. All that is moving at 1,000 miles an hour. You cannot change that. No matter what you say, you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. All that is spinning. Now, if you go the other way, you're going to feel that unless you're in La La Land, unless you're dreaming of something, right? There's no way around it. If the river is going downstream and you're going upstream, you're going to feel that. Fluid mechanics. There's
So in
no
this
way
model,
around that.
all right. So in this model you have of their globe, you think that if you put a balloon in the air, it's just going to be swept away by 1,000-mile-an-hour wind at the equator?
No, I didn't say that. In their model, the balloon stays intact with the ground because the air is keeping it there. I repeated that to you, Jeremy. The balloon cannot achieve speeds of 1,000 miles an hour. So if the ground is moving and the air isn't, the balloon is going to go and take off. No way around that. Now, the reason why the balloon is staying in lockstep is because the wind, the atmos, is keeping it traveling at that speed. That's their model. You can't change that, bro.
Yeah, so if the balloon moves to the left or the right or whatever way it goes, like it's not like fighting any current because everything's going with everything else. So there's like no current, there's no wind there.
Wow, man. Wow, you just can't get it. It's just like the Coriolis. It's gonna take me a year to explain this to you, bro. Just when I was proud of you, where you came up with your radius thing, now you're going into La La Land again.
So hold on, Jeremy. Can it happen exactly like you're talking about, just on a flat, non-rotating Earth?
Bro, their model is analogous to a stationary thing because it's all in lockstep. So you don't know if it's all in lockstep or if everything's just stationary.
Exactly.
Well, there's distinctions that we've identified that you can test for.
When it comes to this, though, the thing SE's talking about, there's no distinction because it's all stationary.
Yeah, you wouldn't use a balloon. That'd be ridiculous. You use something that would more easily display the distinction you're trying to make, like a ballistic object that's acting outside the forces of the atmosphere.
So can
Look,
you tell
this
me,
is simple, bro.
one at 17,000 miles per hour going against the rotation of the Earth and atmos and everything?
What about it? And when is it going against the rotation of the Earth?
Gravity, is that what they claim, or
I didn't hear the beginning of what you said. Yeah, the ISS is never going against the rotation of the Earth, but go keep going.
Well, it goes around in 90 minutes. How does it get there?
How does it get to where it's going? By heading there? I don't know what you mean.
17 something thousand, right? Miles per hour.
They gain that velocity when it first was put up there, so it's just not losing that velocity.
Okay.
I think
Hold on.
they add velocity every they add some thrust every now and then, but very little.
But so they claim that it's outside some gravitational force that we can't get up at 100 miles in the air and do the same thing. Propel
No.
it. I know. Now I understand. So how did they propel the ISS to 17,000 miles per hour?
I think liquid fuel, fuel that they had on the back of the rockets. But regardless, they're not outside gravity. They're within gravitational, like 90% of the same gravity we experience on Earth.
So you're saying the ISS had to propel itself to go that fast?
Yeah, you might have seen one of those rocket launches before. That stuff that comes out of the back, that's like it's used to propel them. So they use something very similar to that, almost identical to that exact same one that you've probably seen, and it just propels out the back, and it allows them to go faster in the opposite direction.
So they when they launched the ISS, they had enough fuel to, once they got there and escaped Earth's whatever trap that it's in, then it still had enough fuel to propel itself to 17,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, they brought enough.
Do you have any kind of math on how? I mean, the amount of fuel that they would need to propel that ISS to 17,000 miles per hour?
Once they're above the Kármán line, not even that high, and they're going almost horizontally in reference to the Earth, the surface of the Earth, they can basically take as long as they'd like and let fuel out slowly because they're falling towards the ground, but they're going fast that they're going to miss the ground, and all the fuel that they use going perpendicular to the force of gravity is going to not work against gravity. So
Well, they had to get in a perfect orbit, but they had to create that momentum of 17,000 miles an hour first, right?
well, they just have to get horizontal and then keep adding thrust in order to reach that. Yeah, I think they're going like 3,000 miles per hour already when they're going horizontal.
Do you know when it was exactly created and why there isn't video footage of it?
I do know when it was created, and it's because I saw the video footage of it. About 25 years ago.
360 views, like that you could see him pan 360 with the camera. When they were constructing the ISS, there should have been shots everywhere, all kinds of activity going on, right?
Yeah, I think they have 4D view. Actually, they have this thing where you can actually click, and you can move the camera yourself. Actually, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
So what do you guys, not to change subject, but if you guys are done, what do you guys think about the balloon thing? Does it make sense? What I said, a balloon can't propel itself. It has to be moved along with the atmos. Does that make sense?
It's moving with the wind.
What wind?
Oh,
Wind will make it go left or right when it blows it. I'm talking about when the balloon leaves the earth that's spinning. What causes the balloon to stay with, relative with the position you made it go up? What's the cause of that in your model?
The conservation of momentum, and then the fact that the air is going to dictate where it moves. It's gonna be completely influenced by where the air is moving. But it's also got its conservation of momentum, which was its momentum when it left the surface of the Earth.
So conservation of momentum is retained forever?
That's what that phrase means. Conservation of momentum.
That's another nail in your coffin. So you're telling me if I'm on a merry-go-round,
something takes it away.
So you're telling me if I'm on a merry-go-round and I throw a ball in the air, it should spin around with the merry-go-round. It should conserve its momentum.
Linear momentum.
Or now linear.
Conservation of linear momentum.
Okay, how about if I hover a drone on the side of? I'm holding the drone now. It's hovering with me, and I let it go. Right? Is it gonna spin around with me? Is it gonna conserve momentum?
Linear momentum.
So nothing ever conserves momentum like you say in reality. Ever. Never, ever, ever. Right?
No, the things that I'm talking about are conservations of linear momentum.
So never in reality though. Never conservation of momentum never happens forever in reality. You can never ever show me that, right?
No, conservation momentum happens every time in reality, and actually only changes if something outside, like another force, is introduced and undoes it.
Right. So never, you can't show it here in reality on Earth, this conservation of momentum forever. It's just an idea, correct?
Yeah, it's a true idea.
But an idea, nevertheless, you can never show it here on Earth, correct, Kosho?
We show it every time anything
How?
happens.
Show me one instance of conservation of momentum forever here on Earth. Go.
Everything that ever happens.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, Kosho. Well,
I don't
hey, I have a
understand.
question. Is Jeremy still here? Jeremy, one quick question. Earlier, you said that they don't have 1,000-mile-per-hour wind spinning, but if you say that, then how do they say that the atmosphere is locked with the Earth spinning? So I just wanted to like go back to that. Sorry if I'm just saying like how can you say that? Go
Yeah, so this balloon thing, conservation of momentum, it's just pure fantasy. Pure fantasy.
If
They
you're
cannot
on a
show one instance of conservation of momentum on Earth forever.
yes,
They can't do it.
you keep on adding in the caveat forever, but that's an unnecessary caveat.
Oh,
But
you
yeah,
mean the one that
every
you said that before said, oh, yeah, that goes with it, that caveat?
that's what conservation momentum means. It means that it's conserved. There's no time limit that that changes that. The limit is only when outside forces change its momentum. So an outside force acts on it, then its momentum is going to change.
So translation in
converted.
English, you can never show this on Earth, correct?
So we can show that the Newton's 3 laws, they're true. We can show that in every case.
But you can never show conservation of momentum forever on Earth, ever, 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 right?
You're asking for me to show it forever.
That's
right?
what you said.
Forever,
Now
ever?
you have to admit that you were wrong and you cannot do this, right? I don't care wrong or right.
I never said
I
I
just
could.
don't
I
like
never
the
said I
double
could do that,
speaking.
Essie. I never said I could do that.
I can play you back the tape, yeah. And you even laughed
No, I
when you
never
said it
said
at
that.
me. Yep, you did.
Yeah, I laughed. I laughed whenever you asked. Because I think what you asked was, does that happen forever? And I said, yeah, that's what conservation means. Conservation
Exactly.
means that it's
That
conserved.
happened.
There's
That's
nothing that. There's
exactly what
nothing
you
that.
said, yeah. That it happens
Yes.
forever.
And you're asking to show that it happens forever. But all you
And
have
you
to do
can't.
is show that principle. All you have to do is show that the principle is true. If you show that, then there's nothing. There's no reason to suspect that it doesn't occur forever. There's
So
nothing
now
else
it's the
that.
principle. Now you admit you said it, but now you say it's just the principle.
I'm not
Let me
saying
just
it's just a
answer
principle. I'm
APOC.
telling you, it is a principle. God damn it, dude.
Let me just
So,
answer
but
APOC
can you
real quick.
show it on Earth?
All day,
Can
every
you
day.
ever show conservation of momentum forever on Earth? Yes or no, Kosho?
When you add in the forever part pointlessly, I'm not sure what you're asking, but when you say the other part, yes.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
I mean,
You want me to
since
show you
we
something forever?
obviously,
That makes no sense.
yeah, we can't sit here and watch something forever. So how would, yeah, it's like asking for the impossible.
Just answer APOC real quick. Just answer APOC real quick. We measure wind by what's relative to the ground. So yeah, there's no 1,000-mile-an-hour wind.
Or relative to the observer. If the observer is like on a boat, he might say, oh, I feel wind, but it's actually just the boat moving.
Yeah,
Wind
we
on
know there's no
Earth.
wind.
No.
We know there's no spin.
Wind.
We know it's a fantasy.
Okay, but Jeremy, just real
If you
quick,
get the wind speed, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, but if there is a belief that the atmosphere is in lockstep with the Earth, then wouldn't that make the Earth's 1,000-mile-per-hour spin create a 1,000-mile-per-hour atmosphere?
Yes, it's all moving in sync in lockstep. Yes, in their
Right.
model.
So, all right. So that's what SE was trying to point out. If you have 1,000 miles, I'm sorry, I'm restocking the fridge. So if it's loud, sorry. So if there's 1,000 miles of a lockstep wind, there should be some resistance to something flying against that direction of that wind in the air. Yes or no?
No, what from what?
From the okay from the ground. So if the wind is spinning in lockstep in a certain direction at 1,000 miles per hour, and then you take something like a plane and put it in that air, it would be and put it in the opposite direction of the Earth's rotation, then how or why doesn't it spin or go against that locksteps environment?
I don't know why you think something has to go against it. It's just moving. It's like you're in a car and there's a fly flying around. There's flies not flying against anything. It's moving right. All the air in the car is moving with the car, so the fly is just flying around inside the
Yeah, but
car. It's not
okay,
going against the speed outside the car. Or I don't know.
no. I get what you're saying, Jeremy, but that's an enclosed system. So I mean, unless ballers want to, I guess they want to argue that there's a containment. Oh wait, they do, huh? They do say there's containment.
Dude, you got to use their model, bro. You like if you're gonna like try to debunk their model or something, you got to use their model.
So that's not their
Like you
model.
can argue against something about their model, but if you're gonna do that, you got to use the rest of their model with it. You can't like use like I said, both sides do this all the time. They like pick different parts out of different models and then use it to argue against each other with. It's weird.
So what would be their acceptance that we could prove that their falsifiability? What would they need? Prove the Earth is flat. All these stories they come up with, they don't have anything to prove that it's not flat. Everything agrees with flat, non-rotating Earth coordinates. So it's like I tell you this long story. I take 100 years to tell you this story about the nature of the Earth. It's never true. It just matches what we experience on a daily basis. Imagine where we would be if we didn't have this fantasy Narnia story that means the exact same thing of where we're living now, but it's just a big story. Why don't we concentrate on, things that we could be doing other than we can agree to disagree. You think we live in space on a spinning ball, but we live on Earth, and all of science, everything that's ever been done says that, we're non-flat rotating Earth, but, if you want to believe, because it matches everything, their model matches everything that we do. Geocentric, flat stationary plane. Is there one thing? What will they accept for falsifiability?
Well, some measurements of flatness would be an interesting place to start. Did you see I tagged you with some measurements of unflatness?
I just have a simple experiment. It's not very difficult. It doesn't cost too much money. I mean, considering what NASA gets. I just want a north-south circumnavigation on a single longitude with drone footage. And
Bro, we
broadcast.
can't get past winds here, bro. You want to go high tech? We can't even explain to somebody how Atmos traveling at 1,000 miles an hour is detrimental, is like felt. And you have Jeremy thinking that you can't feel something traveling at 1,000 miles an hour. It's amazing. Just boggles my mind.
What's funny is we always talk about trains, but if you're on a bullet train going 1,000 miles per hour and they have air conditioners in there, and someone turns the air conditioner on, and it's very, very light air conditioner. Technically, somebody like USC will say that walking towards the back and the front of the train, you're going to be feeling 1,000 mile per hour wind coming off of this air conditioner. But of course, everyone else is going to understand that that's not at all what's expected, because the air is already moving with the train just as you are. So it doesn't matter which direction you're going. Talking about the speed that it's doing outside the train, is so irrelevant that it confuses the situation. So this is the same case. If the air is moving with the earth, no matter which direction you're going, it's all in one package. It's all moving together.
Tell that to a guy driving a bike in high winds, bro. Come on, man. Get
Exactly.
serious.
Fluid
What does that have
dynamics,
to do with
man.
anything?
It has to do with fluid dynamics. If you don't understand fluid dynamics, bro, you got an issue.
Many people don't understand fluid dynamics and they don't have issues. But regardless, this isn't a fluid dynamic issue. This is an issue of what's the air moving in reference to. It's moving in reference to nothing because it's moving with the earth. So it and the earth are moving in reference to the outside frame that the earth is rotating within, which is nothing. And it's no relevance to us. So I don't know why we would be discussing it moving at that speed when we don't experience that and wouldn't even, the only people that I can imagine experiencing that or needing to experience that is like the Apollo astronauts as they're re-entering into the atmosphere, coming from the moon, coming from a, tangential velocity of, let's say 0. I don't think it was 0. They would probably experience the crosswinds, the 1,000-mile-per-hour crosswinds if they were coming into the equator, which would be much less than their velocity downward anyway. But regardless, there's no other example I can think of where someone would even experience that the wind at those speeds.
You can say whatever you want, bro. You can't change physics. If you have a rotating object with Atmos on it, which in itself is ridiculous, but let's just say you have that in your fantasy, right? You can't change the fact that you have an Atmos, which is fluid, filled with water, all kinds of gases. You feel them every day. Anybody that puts his hand out the window knows what I'm talking about. That's the Atmos, right? Now that is spinning with the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour. Now, there's nothing that you can say or do that's going to change physics. Once you lift off that surface, which has fluid clinging to it miraculously, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, you're going to only conserve your momentum for a certain amount of time. You can't use that.
Really?
There's no way to use that.
Wait,
You're
so-
going to keep your momentum forever. So the only alternative you
evidence
have
of that?
is the Atmos pulling the balloon with you. Because the balloon doesn't have trajectory, it doesn't have power. So there's no way around that, bro.
You just made an outrageous claim with no evidence for. So I'm trying to find out. Do you have evidence that the conservation of momentum is only preserved for a small amount of time or some limited amount of time?
Now we're going to go back to you double speaking. Are you
No,
saying
this is what you just said. This is what you just said.
Are you saying conservation of momentum lasts forever?
I'm saying that it's a rule. Like that's what it means. That conservation momentum is supposed to last until some outside force changes it. If there's no outside forces changing it, then that means that it's conserved forever.
So you hear that now? Now he's going to say it's not forever. Once I ask him this,
and you're saying you're saying it's time limited. So I'm asking, what's that time limit?
So the balloon. So let's get this straight now. What's keeping the balloon intact with you on Earth? Is it the conservation of momentum, or is it the Atmos traveling at 1,000 miles an hour? Which one of those two things are happening?
I told you both those things.
So both of those things.
Yes, conservation of momentum will, keep it basically with the Earth or with the surface. The air is going to be what ultimately makes the difference after that, and it's going to be moving with the air. But it's not going to be introduced with the 1,000-mile-per-hour wind because it's already moving with the air.
It's already moving with the air. Okay, so now you said all four things. So what's going on here now?
There's two things.
The conservation of momentum? Is it the Atmos? What is it?
Those are two things, and that's just those two things, as I just said. But I'm asking you about the time limit you just brought up. You said for a certain amount of time, it'll conserve that momentum. And I'm asking you, what is that limit, or how can I find that limit out?
Very simple. Watch a bird. When you see a bird, right? You see a bird, an eagle flying, picks up. You ever see it picks up a mouse, and it's soaring with it, right? Now, once the bird lets go of the mouse, right? It conserves its momentum for a while, and then boop, drops to the ground.
Because the force is acting on it.
Okay.
This is exactly what we
Fine.
said.
So there's no forces. There's no forces acting on this balloon.
That would be the air.
That would be the air.
Yep. That's why the air and the conservation of momentum. Those things.
The air and the
force
okay,
acting
so
on the
we
balloon
got
is
the
air.
conservation of momentum, keeping it going one way. We have the atmos at 1,000 miles an hour, also keeping it that way. So you got two forces acting upon it, right?
Conservation
Now,
of momentum is not a force.
call it whatever you want. We have two things acting upon it, right?
One.
Right or wrong?
In that.
Okay, now I could put a little fan in front of that balloon, just a 5 mile an hour fan, and I could go the other way very easily against the atmos and against the conservation of momentum. How can I do that?
Conservation of momentum is not a force. You can't go against conservation of momentum.
Okay, how can I go against 1,000 mile an hour atmos coming at me?
Balloon and the
With
fan
a
are
simple
moving
little
with
5
the
mile an hour
atmosphere.
fan. Huh?
The balloon and the fan is going with the atmosphere.
Okay, and it's the atmosphere that's keeping the balloon going that way, right? At 1,000 miles an hour.
The balloon has the speed of the atmosphere, so when it changes velocity to a fan, it will move.
So you mean a little itsy bitsy little fan, the little itsy bitsy little fan that I have 5 miles an hour, can make the balloon go against the other way, against 1,000 mile an hour?
It isn't going against 1,000 miles an hour.
It's not going 1,000 miles?
No, it is going these 1,000 miles an hour by itself. The fan is just adding or changing the velocity.
Oh, so we got 1,000 miles an hour, but not 1,000 miles an hour. How does that work, bro?
You gotta understand that the balloon will be moving with the atmosphere, meaning that it will move these 1,000 miles an hour. By
Yeah,
adding
because the
velocity,
atmos
it will
is
move.
keeping it going at that. Because we know the balloon doesn't have any power, right? So it's the atmos that's keeping it traveling at 1,000 miles an hour. Is that correct?
It is moving with it. It isn't like the atmosphere is keeping the balloon going.
So if there was no atmosphere, would the balloon still keep going at 1,000 miles an hour?
If atmosphere suddenly disappeared, yeah.
Yeah. The balloon would still travel at 1,000 miles an hour, even if the atmosphere disappeared?
Yes, if it would immediately disappear, and like it would disappear just like that, then yes, it will still keep going.
For how long?
If there was no force acting on it, infinitely long.
But there is force acting on it, right?
In a scenario without atmosphere, well, that would have been gravity, maybe.
So you're saying, let's get this clear now. So you're saying if we take away the atmos, which is keeping the balloon traveling at 1,000 miles an hour, in your mind, that balloon will still travel at 1,000 miles an hour, even though it doesn't have the atmosphere to propel it, correct?
The atmosphere accelerates the balloon to, for example, 1,000 miles an hour. When we remove the atmosphere, the balloon will still have the velocity. Nothing is deaccelerating it.
So you mean the balloon will still travel? Like again, what's going to propel the balloon? If in your model it's the atmos that's propelling the balloon, right? Because it's traveling at the same with the Earth. When we take off the atmos, when we get rid of it, which of course we can't, it's ridiculous. But let's say we do, what will propel the balloon then?
Nothing. You would need to stop the balloon to prevent it from going away. When you
So
remove the
nothing.
atmosphere and
So now you're admitting the balloon wouldn't move if it wasn't for the atmos, right?
no, it will move if it was accelerated by the atmosphere.
And if we remove the atmosphere?
Then it will still keep going if it was accelerated by the atmosphere.
I could swear, but everybody, did he just say two things at the same time? Or is it me? Did he say the balloon will eventually stop and then he'll say no, but it'll eventually keep going? Did he say both things or is it just me?
Both those two things could be true. What are you talking about?
Man, you guys.
Eventually stop it. If something actually can't keep going unless it stops,
to you guys and listening to you double speak. It like makes my day, man. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I didn't even hear what he said. I'm just asking you why that's impossible.
So I want to set up
for two things to happen at the same time, and you're asking
He didn't
why?
say the same time. At the same time. If something eventually stops and something eventually speeds back up or starts back up or whatever, that's not the same time. These are just two things that eventually happen. It could be two different
Listen, dude, is the atmosphere propelling your balloon? Yes or no at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator?
I don't think it needs to do that. It just needs to move the balloon. If the balloon's going 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, because it already has been doing that, and if it goes in the
Because
air and
of
is
what?
still doing that,
Because of what?
because of conservation momentum, because it was created at the equator, and if
But we
it
just
goes up in the air,
so now you're going to go back to conservation of momentum. Okay, we'll go back.
I never said that, dude. I've always told you those two things. Jesus Christ. Anyways, and it goes up in the air, and it goes up in the air. It has a conservation momentum, but it has the added influence of whatever the air is doing. So it's going to fluctuate slightly from going exactly with the ground. That's because of the air at that point. But it says those two things are what influence its motion.
Okay, so it's the atmos and the conservation of momentum. Let's say we remove the atmos. What happens to the balloon?
It explodes. It inflates really, really big. It explodes.
Yeah, you see, you need your atmos, my friend, to propel your balloon. There's no way around it. And if that's the
I think
case,
you have some sort of misunderstanding in here. When
oh,
you
you got
remove
the
the
misunderstanding, my friend.
no, okay, let's say the balloon is moving this 1,000 miles an hour thanks to the atmosphere. You remove the atmosphere. You don't add any force to the balloon to deaccelerate it. It will keep moving at those 1,000 miles an hour. The
Have
atmosphere
you ever?
isn't
So you're saying it's going to keep moving forever when you take out the atmos? Still going to be circling your mythical globe. That's what you're saying?
it won't be circling it, but yeah, it will still have the velocity that it had before atmosphere was moved.
So
Unless
we
you
recognize the fact that the balloon cannot propel itself. We know that it's the atmos admitted by you that's propelling it. Yet we take away the propellant, and you still think that that balloon is going to travel at 1,000 miles an hour. Duly noted, my friend. Thank you.
propelling would be acceleration. It has a constant like speed that it's going at, and when you remove the atmosphere that was like keeping the speed, it will still keep going because there's no force acting on it to stop.
You just said I take away the motor and I let go of the gas, and the car is still moving, my
No.
friend. Only
Atmosphere
in
isn't the
La La
motor.
Land.
Atmosphere isn't the motor. Atmosphere isn't like accelerating the balloon.
But
The
it's
balloon
keeping
has
it going. In your thing, it's keeping it going, no?
no. The atmosphere isn't keeping it going.
What's
The
keeping it
balloon,
going?
its velocity that it had.
Conservation momentum.
I love it, man. I love it. It's
Conservation of linear
velocity on its
momentum.
own. It's propelling itself, the balloon?
Conservation
You
of linear
don't need to
momentum.
propel something to move it. If it already has a velocity, it will move with this velocity.
So it attained the velocity on its own?
No, it obtained the velocity from the atmosphere. If the
The
atmosphere was
atmosphere that
moved,
you say is not propelling it. That atmosphere?
God damn, do you struggle with
God
understanding
damn, I
this?
love this. I freaking love this, man.
If you take away all friction, like let's pretend friction is not a thing at all, and also wind resistance, and you're in a car and there's a straight road that went on for who knows however long, if you let off the gas, you're not going to slow down. There's nothing slowing you down. Right?
So you're gonna go forever?
So
You let go of the gas, you got a special car, goes forever? Can I get
as
one of
long
those?
if there's no hills, well, yeah, you have to live in a universe where there's no friction or wind resistance, like I said.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, gonna happen.
But do you guys realize how silly you sound? Seriously. Do you not see it?
I can see how ironic that question was.
Like you have balloons propelling themselves at 1,000 miles an hour. Balloons. That's
They're not
freaking
propelling.
amazing.
There's no propulsion needed. There's a conservation of linear momentum.
Uh-huh.
It's
You keep
the
telling
first
yourself
law.
that.
It's the first law of fucking motion. There's a couple laws of motion, and the very first one is the one we're talking about.
It
Can't
disappears.
have it both ways, bro. You can't have the atmos propelling and then not propelling. It's double speak. Everybody sees it. It doesn't work.
Hey, what happens to the balloons when you send them all the way up, in the atmos, like above the wind and all that stuff?
They go above the atmos, above the wind, and all that stuff.
Well, they remain in the same spot, right? Right, directly over.
No, they don't. But there's a thing called a float point, because basically it's the same thing
Yeah,
as
they
being in
do.
water. They don't stay in the same spot now.
Yeah, no, actually, yeah, they say that I was reading an article that NASA was talking about this one weather balloon that or not a weather balloon, but a satellite on a balloon, and they said that it was like just in one spot for 2 weeks, and then once they were done, using whatever data they're trying to gather from it, then they like just let it fall down or whatever. Like they didn't care about it no more. But yeah, there are known. You could even like Google if you want to, Kosho. But there are certain weather balloons or or I'm sorry, satelloons, whatever you want to call them. There's certain ones that they'll go straight up and then they'll just stay in one fixed position. They won't move at all because there's no longer like any resistant, or there's no force on it that's making it move. Look
Aren't
at that.
there incredible strong winds up there?
Well, there should be technically, because the higher you go, if there's going to be an atmosphere locked into the Earth, then it should actually be going faster than 1,000 miles. Because no different than like Olympic runners on a track, you have to go faster when you're on the outer lane if you're not spaced out like evenly. So that's why like the first lane, they're way farther back than the guy way on the outside lane, because they understand that to keep it equal and even, if everyone was just straight across, the person on the farthest lane would have to run way faster than the person on the closest lane. That's just like basic. So like obviously if that air way up there has to keep its same momentum of your fake spinning ball, then it would have to be going faster just to keep up with your lockstep. But whatever.
How much faster though?
I just want south navigation on a single longitude, recorded live. Now you can run and hide.
Use the data for these long, ultra long duration balloons and the 2-week balloons. None of them say anything about staying in the same spot. They talk about staying at the same altitude. Or say anything about staying in the same location though. But obviously, I can find out more.
If I was really like interested in trying to prove you wrong right now, because I know I've read the article and I could that's maybe I should just like shut you up. No, I'm just kidding. You'll find it. You'll find it. I think they said like 2 weeks. It stayed in the same position.
Yeah, 2
for 2
weeks. Yes.
Oh, you
But
found
it doesn't say
it.
anything
Okay,
about the
good.
same. It doesn't say anything about the same position. It says
same position.
It says NASA estimates the balloon will circumnavigate the globe about the southern hemisphere mid-latitudes once every 1 to 2 to 3 weeks. That's one of the balloons.
That's not the
None
same.
of them say anything about
That's
staying in the same spot.
That's not the same article. Then the one I read was that how they sent it up and it stayed in the same spot above America, in the same spot for like 2 weeks, and that they were able to gather its data. And yes, it was the same spot, same position. I don't know why you're like arguing that, but if I need to prove you wrong, Kosho, I will. Just let me
Hey.
get another beer first.
Do they have any that just stay on the same longitude, not the same latitude? Do they just stay on the same longitude and circumnavigate the Earth? Like the meridian? Do they have any balloons that do that? Is that what you do when you can't answer? You just stay silent?
I have no idea what you're saying or who you're talking to. Hard to respond to something like that.
A balloon staying on a longitude, not on a latitude. It's moving longitude, like around the globe, north to south, not east to west.
It's fantastic. What's your point?
Is there any evidence of that? That they're
I don't
doing
think
that?
so.
What latitude did the balloon that when it stayed? What latitude did it remain on?
I don't think it stayed on a single latitude. But I don't know.
Yeah, it moved around according to the winds up there.
Navigated the Earth, right?
I mean, it stayed on the same latitude.
Right. I want the one that just stays on a longitude and goes through the altitudes. It goes, higher and lower altitude, but stays on the same longitude, north to south.
There are none like that.
Well, it's a rhetorical question, but isn't that kind of funny? Isn't that weird?
What,
it'd
that
be
you
weird
made
if
up
it could do
something
that.
and you're complaining that it doesn't exist? What are we supposed to think is weird?
I'm wondering why there ain't a circumnavigation of the globe north to south.
You're wondering why balloons don't circumnavigate the Earth north to south? Is that what you're asking?
Able to do it. If you can go around east to west, you should be able to go north to south.
Right, but balloons don't do that.
Balloons go with the wind. How would a balloon go north to south if there are no prevailing winds going north to south?
I mean, okay, so how about not a balloon? How about an airplane?
One more orbit.
Yeah, there are craft in the sky. If you say they're balloons, it's whatever. I call them satellites, but they go north to south. You can see them all the time. The
It's called
iridium.
polar orbit. Some of them are on polar orbit, and they're like,
Yeah, I think all the
floating.
iridium ones.
Yeah, they might
Iridium
have seen
satellites,
them.
which are visible. Yeah. If you ever observed those iridium ones, you can see them going north to south.
Some miles.
See what?
You know, multiple pilots on board. One of them, a couple of them are sleeping. You know, we got some drones that they're using Tesla batteries, so they can go forever. They can stay up for 5 years if they want, like glider drones or whatever you want to use.
Huh.
And you go north to south. I want to set up a business. Ask for permission to fly my drones. I'm going to make a race that goes around north to south on a single longitude, just north to south around the globe. I'm going to call it the No South Circ race, North South circumnavigation race with drones. And I want to fly them all the way. I want to fly them on that single longitude and keep flying them. Are they going to let me do that? Are they going to shut down the Antarctic Treaty so I can have my race? Are they going to shut down the dew line? They're going to turn that off for a minute so they don't blow up all my drones that I racing around the Earth?
I think just sending a satellite would be cheaper and safer.
I just want to start it like in North America where I just launch my drones north and let's see if they allow my drones to fly all the way north and then go around the globe.
Yeah, most likely there is no air-to-air missiles on Antarctica, so it'll be safe to get.
I want to have like 1,000 drones just launched at the north and see who can get there first. I want to do that in Antarctica too. I want to launch it at the south from like whatever the 68th, 70th parallel, and just launch my drone south or north or south and see who can get there first.
Who's putting their symbolic dick into the middle of the earth there? Who's doing that? You said North Pole, right? You want to shove some rockets up North Pole?
We'll just say whose drone can go the furthest.
You ain't getting up there. You ain't getting.
Well, propose a business model and see who enters the race. I can come up with a pretty fantastic drone that'll fly, hundreds of miles. No problem.
What makes you think this is going to be legal?
Well, who said anything about legal? I don't deal with legal. I deal with the law. As long as I don't hurt nobody, you better leave me the fuck be. As long as I don't owe nobody, hurt nobody, do anything wrong, leave me alone. I'm not doing anything wrong.
Hold on though. They got legalese to stop you from throwing stuff at the North Pole.
Them.
Huh?
Good for them. I got law on my side.
So are you gonna? So you don't think your drones will get shot down?
I mean, no one will shut them down because there's no one to shoot them down. But well,
why would they want to destroy my property?
I don't know why. I'm just saying, are you prepared for that?
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of things that could happen, but yeah, expect it. And if I had 1,000 people launching drones and they all shot every single one of them down, I think that would send a pretty clear message that we can't go there.
So you're going to send, let's just say 100 drones, right? Or 200. What makes you think you're going to get there?
The angle. Could they shoot them all down?
1,000 drones, easy. Yeah,
How about 1,000,000 drones?
you're not gonna do that.
How do you know that?
Wow. Okay.
How do you know that?
The kind of
I'm
drone you would
predicting the
need to
future, and
fly
you're not
that.
gonna do that. Well, look, I'm predicting the future. You're not gonna do that. Call me Nostradamus.
The kind of if
They're
if
either
it was if you could do that with all the rinky-dink drones, then yeah, fine. But the type of drone you're going to need for that trip is going to be a pretty substantially it's
Why
going to
do you
cost a lot.
get on board? They can't. You can't go there either.
Well, here's a bunch of people who did go there, and they did circumnavigate north to south. So check them out.
Oh no! Come on, you're people still trying to say that happened? Oof.
Good.
That is the way to do it, though. You would get multiple drones, have them relay the video footage on a 360 cam. You would do it from multiple angles all at once. That
You,
would be the way to do it, though.
while you're flying it, that's not a problem.
What about if I send up 1,000,000 drones?
He said million, dude. What?
I know.
I don't think 1,000,000, but I think we could get their hands full, and it would make a statement to these cocksuckers.
Hell no, it wouldn't. You couldn't do anything to make a statement to anybody, dude. It's all set up.
What if they did that drone experiment? Then how would the conspiracists explain that away?
Well, since we're not there yet, we wouldn't know how anyone would react. Nice try, though.
But we're doing this to explain like how we're talking about fucking drones that will circumnavigate the
Thought
air. So why
experiment.
not talk about the consequences?
Okay, so do you want to do thought experiments or do you want to talk about facts? What do you want to do?
The point is, they're never going to allow me to do that. I promise. Just my own drone.
For sure.
Ask yourself, why would they not allow me to fly north? What's going on up there?
I mean, have you asked if you can?
Well, I intend to.
No,
I
other people have just told me that I can't.
I intend to send some contracts to try and start my business.
Yeah, okay.
Well, it's just a couple $100 worth of paper. Not that big of a deal.
Do it.
I plan to.
All right.
Get back to us on that.
So when I come back on here and I got the documents, the contracts of them and their response letters saying that I can't do that because of some treaty.
I understand. It's just to see the first response.
I mean, if
from,
you're
yeah,
if
I'm
you're
anxious to see that.
electric, then
You also have to have
wouldn't-
$1 million of insurance.
So
That's
the
part of
conclusion
one.
that
That's
you've
part of one of
reached,
their barriers to do it. You got to have $1 million insurance.
the conclusion that you've reached without experimenting. What if that happens?
Excuse me?
You've come to the
Wait,
conclusion
so you
that
think?
right in.
So you think you can't make a, let's say, quote unquote, tournament to circumnavigate north to south and raise $1 million for the competition?
Bro, yeah, get that done. I will.
Yeah,
Oh,
do it.
fucking A. Show me a GoFundMe. I'll put 100 in.
Bots, right? They can make drone bots that fly around north to south.
Bro, if you're serious, get a business model and a GoFundMe. I'll put $100 towards it, okay?
Also, a word of warning: if even one nation says no, it's off. It's off. You can't do it.
According to
You
Dogma.
know what? Hey, hold on. Stop saying no to it. Brother, this is where we need to end it, okay? Go get the paperwork. I'll sign it, fucker. I'll put money towards the damn thing. The problem is, ain't nobody got the balls to set anything like this up.
I'll give you the business model on the Explore Flat Earth YouTube channel.
Okay, well, whatever. Just give it to all of us, man. What? Come on now.
Don't even call it Explore Flat Earth, man. Just say it's a circumnavigation race, man. That's all you have to say.
The no south circ. No circ. North south circumnavigation race.
So, is he trying to say that independent exploration is allowed in Antarctica, or what?
It is allowed, but yeah.
No, it's not.
No, we're gonna ask him permission. We're gonna be nice. We're gonna send him a contract and say, hey, can we do this or not?
Okay. Good luck.
Tell 'em and show them exactly why they can't tell me I can't have that race. We have technology nowadays. You can do amazing shit. You can make a drone fly 500 miles, no problem.
The cost of it might be really high, but yeah.
So to the
Yeah,
person
but
that said that you can't explore Antarctica, can you like specifically like show us like where that is, the case? Like,
It's in the treaty.
Oh yeah, it's tied
yeah, I
to
know, but I'm saying like maybe I'm like skeptical as to like your knowledge of that being there, right? Can you like demonstrate that to me?
I think they control the land, but they can't control the airspace.
Yeah, no, but
That's
can you
different.
just like can you demonstrate this stuff? Because like some of us are like, yeah, we don't believe that, right?
We have to be a threat in order to have a no-fly zone.
I'm not sure what you want.
We're just racing. We got the best drones in the world. We're gonna fly north to south. We got the best drones.
You see these bad boys?
Actually says it in the treaty. Where is the actual words in the treaty that say you cannot explore Antarctica?
Chapter 4.
Yeah, listen, this is why I don't get into Antarctica, guys. And I'm a what you want to call a flat earther, right? True earther. This is stupid to talk about. No way we can prove any of this, one way or another.
So you don't think we could fly drones south?
I don't know, dude. No clue.
You're not a big on evidence.
Sorry, what?
It's not possible. I get what I know what he's getting at.
No, but I'm saying if you got the money, honey, go. And I'd love to hear about it. I'll put $100 towards it. That's the last I'll say.
And I'm gonna do something similar. I'm gonna send a contract with a business model that to try and get north or south or both, and let them tell me no that I can't. They're not going to answer the contract, and then they're going to agree with everything in it. Then I'm going to have to arbitrate it. Then I'm going to have to present it in federal court with that evidence that I proof of delivery, that they got the message, they didn't answer, they have an obligation. It's pretty simple. It's just contract law. I don't really need to have set up the race. All I need to do is have a business model for it and have them tell me no, I can't do it.
That's some pristine future telling abilities.
Well, that's just the
Craft
law.
that
But
do this, you can see from the ground. You can see this happening, that they go north to south.
It's almost like
This
Kosa
happened.
hasn't been here for this entire conversation.
No, you guys are talking about going to Antarctica to do this race that you guys are not going to do, just so you can prove that if not, you can take craft to go north to south. In this case, drones, 100 drones. Right. Well, that's a fantastic idea, but as somebody keeps saying, it's never going to happen. So instead, there's something you can see on any given day that goes north to south at any given point in time. It's always going north to south.
And that is what you posted a cartoon, fella, and we know you love cartoons. Shit, I grew up on the stuff, right? But where's real world of consequence stuff that you can show us?
There's a picture of it right there.
What the
headed
fuck?
towards the center.
Do you really
headed
think
towards
that
the center of
that's
that circle.
compelling, let alone evidence? What the fuck are you trying to say that is, dude?
Should be.
Not
Well,
at
there's
all.
star trails.
Not at all. It says, what does it say?
There's
James
star
W.
trails.
Young. So how did James get this quote unquote photo?
Well, he took a long exposure shot of the stars to get the star trails, and in that image of the star trails, there was something moving towards the center of that rotation, aka the pole, as seen in this image.
Well, what? So what? Little blip in the sky. So what, dude?
Yeah. Well, the center of that rotation happens to be the North Pole, so it's
And
flying
we're just
south
supposed
to
to
north.
take that your word for it and his word, and this is like what, second, third, fourth hand information, quote unquote information.
I thought that was something we all agreed on.
Sorry, what?
That the North Pole represents the center of rotation of the sky in your case, and the Earth in my
Ooh,
case.
that's even a claim too far. I won't even claim that. How's that grab you?
I mean, that's fine. Anybody who does claim that this is headed towards the center of rotation, aka the North Pole, and that's what we're trying to find evidence.
Why don't you deal with me? Because I'm seeing through all your nonsense. So try again with me. Just me.
I think this is an example of the backfire effect.
out of nowhere with a nothing comment. So anyway, Kosho, try again with me. I don't think any of this means anything, and I don't claim anything about the rotation of stars in the North Pole, okay? Because I'm smart like that. So now what?
Well, I mean, if these are things you don't think about or don't have, conclusions for, or you don't have any idea of
Yeah, it's
where
sky
the North
stuff,
Pole
bro.
is,
Sky stuff. You're
then there's no,
addicted to sky stuff.
then this doesn't pertain to you because we're talking about a craft that can go from north to south, to both poles, going around the poles, north to south, circumnavigation. But you don't even agree where that is. So what am I supposed to say to you?
Exactly. And I represent the general public, the layman, who is not ever looking at the fucking stars and going, gosh, I wonder which one isn't moving. No one's thinking about that. Therefore, it's not going to be globe evidence or flat earth evidence to anybody, dude. How about you come back down to earth, by the way? We're not talking about the
If you were
sky.
doing this, yourself, yeah, if you're doing this
Can
yourself instead
you say it without saying if? Can you say not?
If you're doing this
not
yourself
if
instead of
anymore?
looking at a picture that I posted, you would be able to tell for yourself
Feel like
that this
people
craft
can
is headed north or
understand why I'm
south by
so
using a
frustrated.
compass. Just use a compass, and you'll see that it's going north or south.
See
That's all you
that
have to
what's
do.
going north to south. South.
These craft in the sky, the craft that I'm claiming go south to north and north to south.
What craft?
There's these iridium satelloons.
Oh, the cartoon you posted.
Yeah, there's a picture of it up close. Yeah, but there's
Holy
satelloons in
shit!
there.
So
They go north
again,
to
lights
south.
in the sky mean the Earth measures to be a globe. Where are we going, kid? What's going on with you?
Well,
See,
can
this is the
you
problem.
give us an idea of how
mm,
these objects are going on this path?
Listen, kiddo, I'm a talk now. So what's going to happen is you guys are going to stick to curvature, or you're going to look stupid. Find
Well,
us.
I mean, how are those objects going to the south and then coming and then showing back up,
I don't
moving
know, buddy
north
boy.
to
Why don't
south?
you put another dip in and go out there and measure the goddamn Earth there,
I'd have
pal.
to punch you in the fucking mouth if I was in your presence, you piece of shit.
Yeah, it was a little messed up, but regardless, again,
Come on, guys.
The topic of the conversation was exactly that. So I think someone had claimed that there's no north to south. Actually, we were talking about balloons, and then he asked, "Why isn't there any balloons going north to south?" And we're trying to give evidence that there are crafts that go north to south. It's not something that's impossible to do. There's things that do it every single day, all day. Case closed.
Kosha, why are you going to look in the sky, though? Everything's on the ground. All the evidence is on the ground, bro.
Sure. I think in order to find something that can go north to south in the sky, though, I would be amiss to not look up there just to find it.
Yeah, I always found that talking point to be like nonsensical. Why look at the sky?
Why do you
Of course
find it
you're
nonsensical? Is it because the sky presents itself in the shape that you're claiming is below your feet?
because
Is that why
you
it's
want to
nonsensical?
take all the evidence in that you can to deduce what's taking place, right?
Yeah, you should give it a
Yeah.
shot.
Yeah. So if you want to take all the evidence in that you can, you would probably want to understand how the world presents itself to you before making assumptions about how these things are proving what you're standing upon, right?
How do you make assumptions?
So how would you look to the sky and make some sort of claim to the surface based on the sky? What would you utilize?
I would try and document what I'm seeing, maybe communicate it with other people who have also done the same, maybe bounce some ideas around. Maybe we could use some technology, like some lenses to see further, maybe document it on paper, what we see, when, where, how. And then from that information, we might be able to start to formulate some theories. Maybe we got some bad theories, maybe we got some good theories, maybe we got some nonsensical theories. And then from there, with that information, we can start to speculate and see what makes sense or what fits, what doesn't.
Cool. So within your statement, you're saying that you would make observations and then talk with people, and you also said something about gathering data. So what would be the data that you would be accumulating, and would all the data be based on observations?
I mean, That's all that data would be, is observations. You can't have the data any other way. So you'd be looking at the stars and the moons, the planets, celestial objects, in this case, their positions, where your place on Earth.
Positions, how would you determine position, and what would you be measuring that with so that we could gather this data? What would be
Probably some sort of agreed upon orientation, north, south, east, west.
Okay, so azimuth, and then you would measure to that. So what would be kind of the metric in which you would be using to measure what you're seeing?
Some sort of agreed upon metric.
I don't know. Would it be temperature? Would it be, I don't know, miles? Would it be inches? Would it be degrees? Would it be?
It'd be a bunch of different stuff.
What are we passing around? If I said, "Give me the file of the data," what would you be providing me?
None of this matters in the overall point that we were talking about, right? So I don't know why
No, it
you're
certainly
going.
does. It certainly does, because the way that we see the world and the way that we measure to our observations of the world make a whole lot of like, that's definitely relevant. If what we're doing is, hey, we're taking measurements to observations, how we're measuring and what we're measuring to is certainly going to be relevant. And we're going to want to know how the world presents itself to us. Otherwise, we could fall for, oh, well, I'm measuring in degrees of elevation all around me, and I've got 180 degrees from a horizon to a horizon. And if I take 180 degrees and I paint that and I plot that and I chart that, that seems to be an arc above me. But instead of talking about the arc above me, let's assume, since my measurements give me an arc, that arc is below us. And then people get fooled into thinking, oh, this is just irrelevant. We don't need to understand where the data is coming from or how that's applicable or how that can be affected by the world around us. So people can easily be fooled by information and data if they're not trying to properly understand the foundation in which it's stemming from.
So you're trying to throw units of measure into speculation.
Is that what you garnered from what I just said? Can you explain that further?
So you're trying to throw some confusion as to the units of measure, like we somehow reached the wrong conclusions from our observations via the units of measure.
No, if you're taking degrees of elevation and you're taking azimuths, what you're doing is you're measuring to a sphere. Is what you're doing. You're taking spherical measurements. The only problem is you're not equating the fact that the world presents itself to you specifically based on your location in a perspective that is a azimuthal type of geometry, right? You see around you see in a circle around you. You can only see so much above, below, around you, right? And that grid system in which you view the world, if you measure the points on that grid system, and then you want to just assume that because you measured to these points on a grid system, that grid is actually a reflection of what's below you, you're making improper assumptions.
This is amazing.
So are the cartoons you believe in.
So is that just your rebuttal? This is amazing?
Currently.
Wow. So he didn't listen to you.
I listened, but I'm afraid that what I
did
say
too.
I might have already said to you before, Nick Pump. I said it to somebody. I
Yeah.
just can't remember if it was you or whoever it was. But
Yep.
it's about celestial sphere, and it's true that we can use azimuth and elevation to describe any position, and it's only in reference to our personal position and the way we see things.
Yep.
And that's true. But there's another separate coordinates, a more definite one that applies everywhere on Earth, and it still treats it like a sphere. And they use the right ascension and declination, and those aren't perspective coordinates. Those are coordinates that are universal on Earth, at least. So not universal, but they're ones that are applied everywhere on Earth.
Cool. So explain that to the gentleman who thought what I said was just amazing. Can you explain the whole entire concept of that declination that you're speaking of?
Well, no. The declination and right ascension, that's showing you that what you're saying is true. That we do see in a spherical way with the elevation and the azimuth. So that would give you the coordinates as we see them, due to our perspective, and that's true. That's spherical, and that would be a problem, I suppose, if it weren't also true that we also use spherical coordinates when we're talking, about the whole celestial sphere not having anything to do with the way we see it. Like it's just the coordinates that they're in. It's still a
Right.
sphere.
So properly articulate how that takes place. Can you give us paint a mental picture for us with your knowledge on how right ascension and declination is applicable to what you're saying, and then how that relates to specific observations?
Okay, well, specific observations, you do it with azimuth and elevation, and that would be the sphere around you. But the right ascension and declination would represent a sphere around the Earth from every location, and the sphere being identical, no matter where you are on Earth. Well, it would be consistent no matter where you are on Earth. It's always a sphere. Everything's always in the same place relationship. It's just like longitude and latitude before the sky, and so for that reason, that means that the sphere around the Earth is a fixed sphere, not just one that is due to perspective or anything to do with your eyesight.
Yeah. Yep. It would be technically outside your limit of perspective, right? So it would be set.
Yeah, what I'm saying, it has nothing to do with your perspective. Like
it's outside your limit of perspective, right? You're talking about, oh, well, you can set that. So what would be the radius of the sphere that you're speaking of?
It'd be irrelevant because it'd be like infinite or
really?
non-existent.
Radius, the size of a sphere is complete. So if I wanted to talk about a shape of an object, or if I wanted to talk about an object and I wanted to describe something to do with that object, the size of that object, like the dimensions of it, have really nothing to do with how I would describe that object's effects, right?
No, you could describe, like, for instance, we do that every day when we're talking longitude and latitude. There's actually 3 spherical coordinates, the radial, so it's like the radius, distance, and then the 2 angle coordinates. But we leave out that distance most of the time, when I'm just talking longitude and latitude, because we're just trying to pinpoint a position on Earth. And the same thing's true about right ascension and declination. We're not concerned with the radial distance. We're just concerned with the position on that sphere. So we just omit that.
On what sphere?
Coordinate on the celestial sphere.
So why are you calling it a sphere if it has no radius?
No, well,
so it can be anything.
The radius is infinite. It's treated as infinite because it's irrelevant.
Oh,
it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not.
See,
It's
let me
not,
get
it's
into
not,
this
important.
conversation. So how can you tie infinite to anything within reality? Can you give me a real example of infinity?
Well, I just told you it's treated as infinite because it can be treated as non-existent because it's not necessary. It's not a necessary.
Right, well,
it's not a necessary thing.
We'll just treat everything that we do as if the Earth is flat and stationary. How's that sound? And since we're treating it as that, then it can just be that, right? It's fine. That's the reality of it. I'm going to treat the Earth as if it's flat and stationary in everything that I do. So that is the reality of it, right? I don't have to actually tie it to anything. I don't need to give you any specific tie to reality for that. But since I treat it like that, it makes it so.
Yeah, man. It's like if you spell pterodactyl with a P, even though we don't pronounce it, you still have to act like it's there. Right? So, like, even though we don't see the curvature, we have to try to act like it's there. These kinds of things.
Well, we can, if we want to treat something that we call a sphere that has no actual dimensions of a sphere, but we're going to call it a sphere, but we can't give it specific dimensions. So if we can't give it dimensions, how can we actually describe it as some sort of specific shape if we can't even give any inkling as to what that shape would be, the measurement of that shape?
Then we're just
going to call it infinity, And since we just call it infinity, we can think of it as that way. So it becomes a reality that it is a sphere because we're just treating it as infinite, which is something that doesn't exist. So I'll do the same with the Earth, and I'll just treat it as flat and stationary. I'll treat it as non-rotating in everything that I do, right? And I'm not going to give you any evidence that would support or back that up. But since I treat it that way, that makes it so, right, Kosha? It makes it a reality. It's like the reality of having a sphere with an infinite radius.
Napalm, they got great stories. That's about it. And they act, everything they do, they act like this is a stationary, non-rotating plane.
Right. And if everything's a story, right, we don't actually have to tie it to reality, because in
Oh, we
reality,
know.
spheres have radiuses, right? But if we create a sphere that doesn't have a radius, so it falls outside the definition of a sphere, but then we call it a sphere, and somehow that applies to actual known spheres, we'll just do that with anything. We can just make up whatever the hell we want, right?
Wait, so
What are you talking about?
Napalm, is the claim infinite radius?
Infinite distance to the stars. So the stars are sitting
Oh,
the stars are sitting on what they claim is a celestial sphere. And when you ask them, push them, what is the radius of this celestial sphere, you can treat the stars at an infinite distance.
Yeah, okay, got it.
So they're infinity away, which infinity doesn't really exist.
How'd you get that direct measurement of infinity?
Right, but you could treat it as infinity.
Sure,
They're not
sure.
actually infinity, but we have to treat it as infinity
Sure.
so that we can avoid figuring out what the actual radius or the circumference of the celestial sphere is.
Right, it's like this. It's like I can define it, right? Which means it's to define means to put it in a box, I guess, right? And then,
Yep.
but if you say it's infinite, you can't technically define it. It could be anything. So am I infinitely human? Oh, I can't measure that, so I can claim I am, right? Like, uh-oh.
So here's the thing about it, right? Like, if I say that the stars are outside of our limit of perspective, meaning the ideas of perspective cease to exist outside of a specified limit, and I don't give a defined distance to what that limit is, I can just say that that takes place. Boom, there's my stars. And then I can say that the way that the world presents itself to us, right, the spherical shape, we know that, we can measure that. We can measure that with on a small scale, that we get this visual effect around us, right? So when we apply that to the stars, it works out perfectly that the celestial sphere is just directly above our head.
Dude, they say it's a sphere, but they can't measure it, right? What are we doing here? Even taking it seriously? Celestial sphere, but you can't measure
Theoretical
it.
spheres.
Huh?
Theoretical spheres are illegal. Anything that's an analogy or
Yeah, we're talking about real stuff.
Yeah, the sphere is literally in the sky, and that's what we measure to.
Well, even their best scientists, the crazy haired fool, said that they have to assume that the Earth is at rest. No matter what their experiments are, they have to assume that the Earth is at rest.
No, it doesn't say they have to assume that it's at rest, but that for certain simulations and calculations, they can assume it's at rest, and it works just as well.
Yeah, so your story is that no matter all your equations, all your math, everything, it all equates to the exact same thing as a flat, non-rotating Earth.
No, not the exact same thing, but when you actually go back and look at those documents, and go get one and we'll look at it, but if you actually look, it basically says that if you need greater than a certain accuracy, you have to take into account the rotation and everything. But if you need less than a certain accuracy, then you can ignore rotation and curvature.
Wait, Jesse, hold up, man. This is so like weird right now. How can you? Okay, hold up. If the ball is spinning, okay, if it's spinning in your world, it's spinning. How can anything be made other than that reality? So when you said, well, they can account for it not spinning, well, then that totally would negate anything that they're building because that's not reality. So if you want to say that flat earth is not a reality or a stationary plane is not reality, but yet you can make something to where it works on that, how do you even like have the audacity to stand your 2 feet in your footprint and say this is something that's even capable of doing? Because at this point, it's like there's a fantasy going on, and let's go ahead and say, yeah, it works in the fantasy. Because
Well, the thing is, APOC, I mean, if I wanted to design an airplane, I would be concerned with the lift factor, the opposing force of gravity or the down, and the thrust versus drag. I wouldn't be concerned about Earth curve and rotation and all that. It's not necessary. Those documents also assume no wind, or and of course we do have wind. They assume a rigid body, which we know planes' bodies aren't rigid. There's a lot of assumptions made to simplify the evaluation of that. It's not a big deal.
Is it a liquid body plane or what? I never seen a liquid body plane.
They did make a fluid plane once, an inflatable rubber dinghy plane.
Yeah.
This wasn't very safe though.
Yeah.
But no, Apocryphon, it's like, if you're in the back of the bus, I know you love this bus analogy, and you're like, I want to go to the front of the bus. The bus is going 60 miles an hour. You don't have to run 60 miles an hour to get to the front of the bus. You just stand up, you walk to the front, and you sit down, just like if the bus hadn't been moving. There are some situations where it works. Now, if you're talking about reaching out and picking up an apple off of a tree, then you're in trouble if the bus is going 60.
Well, the point being made though is that if he was saying that there's things specifically made and designed and created to where they don't have to account for the curvature of the earth and the rotation of the earth. Better yet, it's better to not account for that, because then the systems and the computer and the algorithm and the math and everything, it works better. And so the reality of it working better with this non-moving, rotating, stationary plane clearly would show that, well, yeah, because that's what it is. Now, if again, I'll say it one more time, if you're on a spinning globe and you made this particular, let's just, for example, let's say you made a radar system or missile defense system, and all of a sudden you're saying, well, it works on a non-rotating system. Well, then that means it works in a fantasy land, because if the world was spinning, you would have to account for that, because that would be your reality. But the fact that you don't have to do that, it then makes you have to raise a red flag and say, well, what the fuck's going on? And Jesse, I'm probably about to be like, I'm probably gonna pass out like within the next 30 minutes because I've drank way too much. But trying to tell you, bro, like the shit that you say sometimes makes no sense, bro. And I'll let someone else talk.
Bro, Apocryphon, real quick. You're such a nice drunk. I was such a mean drunk. So kudos to you on that.
Hey, yo,
Yeah.
thanks, bro. Thanks. Yeah, I've always been a happy drunk. I love, like, I'm that dude that, like, I swear, dude, I used to go broke on my paycheck because I'm that dude that would get drunk and be like, fuck it, rounds on me. And I'd buy everybody in the fucking bar a drink, bro. Like, that's who I am.
Tosho, I seen your little cartoon that you put on the chat with the satellites going north to south. I saw your little cartoon you put up there. So, do we have any satellites that got 24-hour feed on them that with a strong enough lens or something we can observe it going north to south in several locations north to south on the Earth to verify that this thing's up there live feeding. A live feed of the Earth. north to south.
Just get several people that's going to be along the same path. That's all you got to do.
Can you put a live feed on one of those things? So we can
You
just see what the
just call some
weather
of your
is. If
friends.
it's raining, whatever weather conditions, day, night, whatever, doesn't matter.
Call some of your friends who are north or south of you and try to observe.
Can't you observe a dime from space from one of those satellites?
Oh, that was back in the '90s when they came up with that
Yeah,
technology.
they got to have live feed of those north to south satellites
Right.
with the live feed on them. Zooming into the Earth so it live feeds exactly what it's viewing while it travels 17,000 miles per hour north to south around the Earth.
Yeah, but if they showed that live feed, then you just say that it's fake. So.
Oh, all of a sudden, I'm just very curious as to Jesse's response into my rant.
Yeah.
If it was all on the globe, then flat Earth would be a fantasy, and it wouldn't work because that's not reality. But the fact that it does work has to make you question, well, which one is the fantasy at this point? Go ahead.
So you see,
Oh,
you see why I want the experiment done. With third party objective. I want to have some third party witnesses that aren't a member of your globe cult. I'd like to have.
Since you're talking about
I have
live feeds
extra
real quick, I just
witnesses
wanted
with
to
the drone flights. An airplane with drones in the front, in the back, doing a circumnavigation north to south. Shouldn't take too long, and it wouldn't cost very much money considering NASA's got trillions of dollars.
Wait, you just said someone who wasn't promoting the globe model. So even if NASA did it, you wouldn't believe it, right?
It's just frustrating. I just told you, third party impartial witness.
And then you said NASA could afford it.
Several of them. A live feed.
Yeah, well, NASA's not trustworthy with providing us live feeds, even with what they claim they're going to provide, because there was supposed to be a bunch of cameras on Artemis that were going to give us live feeds and streams of that whole entire, from launch to around the moon and back, and none of that has been presented, even though that was the claim. If this was an infomercial, I would expect my money back. And
that's kind of weird, isn't it?
A napalm.
Kinda
So
weird.
I went over to Gem Panda server and I explained this to them, that Artemis mission, there was a guy that said they were going to have a full account of it through video, and he was like, provide that evidence. And remember, Kosho, I found that video, so I was like, I have it right here. I saved it in my favorites. So then I showed it to them, and this motherfucker, he was like, well, and he broke down his paragraph. I swear to God, it was the most retarded. You can't use that word. It was the dumbest shit I've ever fucking heard. And he's like, well, and he broke down the paragraph because he's like, in one sentence, he said he's going to have this, but the next sentence, he said this. And and then all his like followers in his server were like, yeah. Like they're like, agreeing with Gem and this dumbass shit. But the thing is that they're trying to say that they said there was they're gonna, like, the first time in history they were gonna have this 24-hour recording of the event, and then said, but that was for the data team. The data team was gonna be observing it, but not for them to be live streaming it. Dude,
which is complete BS, right? Because
exactly
the data teams, since the alleged first missions up there from Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, all of that, the data would have been viewed by people in real time for all of those. So why would they have to claim that this is the first time they're ever doing?
That's not true.
This is the first time we're going to receive data.
That's not
in
true,
real
though.
time. Oh, really?
They send compressed data for the live feeds.
Okay.
And they have
so
the full.
do I
They
have
have
to replay the video?
the full data stored on
Okay,
the.
I think I have to replay it. I have to repost it. We got to shut Kosho up. He's on.
Yeah,
one
because
right
the guy even said a live stream. So a live stream would be a live transmission, like allegedly happened in 1969 on the moon, but throughout the duration of the flight, which Has anybody here seen that?
First of all, they didn't
Still
say
waiting,
that.
bud.
And
Wait,
second of all, the
Osho.
They
Apollo
did.
footage
Apoc's about to
wasn't.
play it.
There it is.
Yeah,
I'm
he didn't
posting
say
it.
that. He didn't say that in
Yes,
Napalm's
he
thing.
did,
And second of all,
Kosho. Yes,
and
he.
second of all,
There it is. I'm
and
posting it.
second of all,
Get
that
your
didn't
foot
happen. And
and put it
that
in
didn't
your mouth,
happen.
and
That
then
didn't
come back
happen
to
in the
me.
Apollo missions. Hey, I don't have a lot of time, dude. I can't play this game with you.
Okay.
That didn't happen in the
There it-
Apollo missions either. Those were compressed footage. That's the reason why that's the only thing they have for the Apollo 11
There
missions,
you go. There you go.
because they couldn't present the footage that they recorded
Kosho.
on the news networks.
Kosho. He literally says this is the first time since, and he names a bunch of other missions to where they can actually have live stream digital footage, a comparison to what they like. You're talking about like what you're talking about. You're right. What you're saying is right, but you're comparing apples to oranges at this point, because what he's saying is that just Kosho, just go listen to it, come back to me, and I expect an apology. By the way, I'll wait.
Right, because the thing is, even if it's compressed images, so we have the technology now. We have the ability to process everything so quickly that your phone has better capability of doing things that most systems back in the 60s were capable of, right? So when they were sending these compressed or whatever transmissions from allegedly the moon back to Earth, there was only specific hardware and software that was able to translate that, right? Which is why the images that we were provided were a TV camera pointed at a screen at NASA, because NASA allegedly had the only thing that could take these compressed files or the information and be able to present it into the proper format, right? It couldn't just be transmitted to the TV stations, allegedly, right? Like this is the claim. So
Well,
right
what is
now,
it? What is it that y'all are claiming?
we don't lack the ability to do that very easily, right? We can do that stuff nowadays very easily.
With what?
So when he's saying that they're going to send all this information back, it's all going to be real time. There should be a way that NASA can live stream onto YouTube the data that they are receiving, right?
But
This
they
is what
were- but
Don't
happens.
receive that
all the
data.
launch
They don't receive that.
Okay.
But
So
there was
They
a-
do not do that. That's
Fucking hell.
just not true. They don't send back all the data right away. That's not true. They don't even get they don't get a full.
Oh my God,
they don't get the full footage either right away. They get back a compressed version, because that's the only thing worth sending, and that's what they show to people. They get back and they download all the data. They download all the data once it's
where's that
received
data?
back on Earth.
Where's that there? Where is it then? If hold on. Okay, put it this way, Kosho. I know someone else was trying to jump in. Hold on, let me shut up. What were you trying to jump in? No disrespect, my bad, my apologies. Someone was like jumping in. What were they trying? What were you saying?
No, I was asking what are y'all saying, that there should have been a constant live feed?
Yes. Okay, good. Yes, exactly. So
That's
in
what
the
they said they were
video,
going to do.
yes, in the video, he said that they are going to have the first time ever, right? Since all the other missions, they were going to have they're going to capture, and he goes down a list why they're capturing it. And then it goes on to a point to where he says even just for themselves to like have visual checks to make sure things are all like in order and safe and everything. Now, our question to Kosho and alike is saying, where's all that video evidence that they said that they documented all this data? Now, Kosho's like, well, they did, they have data and they're, they looked at it, whatever. Well, then why? He said it was going to be available for the public. Listen to the video again. Correct me if I'm wrong, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, do you accept any of the footage?
Okay.
Why are you trying to interject all or nothing fallacy?
Right.
into the
I
conversation?
mean, that's the thing. I mean,
actually,
But that's
why do you ask for additional footage if you don't accept any of it?
Is that Left Lane talking?
Yeah, give me just a second, APOC. Let me address
Okay,
him. Yeah,
go ahead.
What we are saying is NASA is saying, hey, here's what we're going to provide you. We're even going to give you the schematics of where all the cameras are located on Artemis. They gave us technical drawings of where they're going to be. They said we're going to have live streams, blah, 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 blah. They have not provided any of that information to anybody.
Right.
Yeah, there was a live stream. There was a live stream.
Hold on. Here's the thing, Left Lane. Just because we're asking for this footage doesn't mean that you can interject the fallacy of, oh, well, do you accept any of their footage and blah, blah, blah. The problem is they made a specific claim, right? They used taxpayer money. They made a specific claim. This is what we are going to provide in this mission. This is what the American people are paying for. Where is it?
Also, I haven't seen it all. Hold on, I haven't seen all the footage, so that's why I'm not going to say that all of it's fake. Thanks.
Does anyone have a link to the specific claim being made before you guys continue to argue about it?
I posted the video. So look at so with that being said, Left Lane, you said, will you accept any of the evidence? I will tell you this. If there was because there should have been, because they said that there was going to be, if there was a video that showed as it launched and rocketed off, and if it was uncut, okay, unedited, as they said, it was live streamed. If it was uncut and live streamed, and then I would literally, how long did it take to get to the moon? Like how many days? I personally would watch every fucking minute, even if it took 2 weeks. But hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish. I would watch the entire video, even if it took 2 weeks, just to watch that the Artemis it wasn't called Artemis though. I'm saying Artemis was the project, but the actual rocket was something else. Anyways, I would watch that as the Earth is getting smaller and smaller and smaller as it travels further and further away. But that doesn't exist, Left Lane. And now what you're saying,
listen though. Wait a minute.
No, let me finish real quick. I'm so close to done. The thing is that you're saying, will you believe any evidence they provide? And with that being said, the reason why you're saying that is because all of a sudden they show footage with the Earth way in the background, and they're saying, here we are above the moon. Now, I ask you this, Left Lane, have you ever seen a play or like a theatrical thing to where all the lights shut down and it's a whole new stage? So it goes from like Act 1 to Act 2. This is what the NASA launches are. Act 1 is it launching from the ground. Oh, here we go, making history. Everyone's cheering, and then all of a sudden they cut to we're at the moon. What happened to everything in between, Left Lane? Go ahead.
Well, back to this video and your claim about a constant live feed. He clearly stated we'll be live streaming from the vicinity of the moon. That's what he said.
No.
That's what he said. That's what he said. He did say that.
Oh my God. Okay. This is exactly what Gem Panda argued. That was the second sentence. Okay. So guess what? Let's say, Left Lane, I tell you, I'm gonna be live streaming myself taking a piss. Okay. And then I'm like, this is the first time I'm going to be recording myself pissing in a toilet bowl. Now, you would have to at least understand that if I'm live streaming this happening, you're going to see from the beginning to the end. But saying that, well, you just said you're going to be live streaming from the moon. No, that I didn't separate that. You separated.
Well, he did. He did separate it. He said we'll be live streaming from the vicinity of the moon. That's what he said.
No, that was a part of the live stream. Okay, so for instance, okay, guess what?
You can make it whatever.
Okay, Left Lane. I'm gonna live stream my journey to Vegas. I'm gonna hear me closely. I'm gonna live stream my journey to Vegas. This is the first time I'm ever going to film myself in Vegas. Okay? Now, what part don't you understand that there should be an entire trip being recorded until I get to Vegas? You guys are playing this word game, and it's a mind fuckery going on because you're trying to separate those things.
Wait.
But it's the same thing. Go ahead.
You're saying they didn't provide a live stream?
They didn't. No, they cut it off after it launched.
Well, but And so you're claiming that they said that they would provide it for the entire duration. Is that what you're saying?
He says, hold on. Now, let me say this. The fact that he said it's the first time ever they're going to record the entirety. That's the key word, by the way. Replay the video that I posted. He says entirety. Okay, that's
Well,
very, very important, by the way.
Well, what he
Now,
says is that they'll be able to live stream it from the vicinity of the moon. He does not say that they will be live streaming the entire mission.
No. You're right. He said they're going to record the entirety of the mission, and this will be the first time in history to where they will have this recording from the moon, because way back then, and he mentions the missions, they never live streamed, and this is where you guys are trying to twist it all up, but you're not understanding that's you're just playing on words. Because
What's the problem here? What claim did they make that they didn't fulfill?
Okay, did you watch the video I posted?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, you relay to me the first words out of his mouth, and let's start there. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't recall the first words out of his mouth. I recall the points that he made.
No. Just I'll tell you what. I'm gonna be patient. You press play and then press pause.
Okay, that's not my question. My question was, what's the problem with the claims they made? What did they not fulfill?
His claims were that this was the first time they're going to record the entirety of the mission and have all video data, right? Video of a visualization of all of it, a video recording, if you will, in his words. And then where is that video recorded?
They didn't
That's
say
the problem.
They said they would be able to observe it. They would be able to observe it.
Okay. So they're going to observe what? What are they observing?
They're observing their spacecraft.
How?
With cameras they installed.
And how are they?
You watched the video you posted?
Wait, hold on. How are they observing that? Because it's recorded, right? Right?
Yeah, that's what video cameras do.
Okay. Where is that recording?
I'm sure they have it.
Oh my! Thank you. Okay, enough said. Case closed. Thank you.
So
Where
what's
is
the problem?
it? The problem is, where is it? The problem is they said that.
So you need all footage from NASA.
Absolutely.
Always.
Yes. Yeah.
All the B-roll footage of them staring off.
No. All we need is just that one. Dude, there was 20 something cameras on that. We only need one camera of launching from the launch all the way.
Sounds like
to the moon.
they fulfilled their obligations from
No,
their
they
claim.
didn't. Oh my God, bro. You cannot say that they fulfilled it when they showed the launch and then they showed them next to the moon. They never showed the in-between. Never.
They never said they were going to.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't. They said they would be able to live stream from the vicinity of the moon. They didn't say they were going to live stream from launch to rest.
But they said they're going to have the entirety of the mission. What does let me say this. What does entirety mean to you?
That was in reference to something else.
No.
You don't pay attention to the things that you post. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh my God. If I say I'm gonna record the entirety of my trip to the Bahamas, what does that mean to you? What do you expect to see in my video? If I told you I'm gonna document the entirety of my Bahama trip, you know what that means? That means when I'm packing, when I'm walking out my house, I'm getting in my Uber to go to the airport, when I'm in the airport, when I'm flying in the air, when I'm landing, when I'm drinking beers at the bar, when I'm on the airplane coming back, and then when I get back to my house.
They said they're going to be monitoring every aspect of it. They said they're going to be monitoring every aspect of it. They didn't say they're going to be recording every aspect.
Okay. So we're going to record the entirety, as opposed to we're going to be monitoring the entirety. So how do they monitor the entirety? How would they be able? Okay, dude, you were. Okay. How? Let me calm down. How would you monitor the entirety without video evidence?
So what's the problem here?
Yeah. I tell you what. I'm sure the audience listening can see through your bullshit and can see my logic.
Ding. What do we have for him, Johnny?
Also, is there like do we have a breathalyzer for the live stream?
Hey, bro, I would fail 1000%. Lock me up. I don't give a fuck. But that doesn't disregard the fact that I just schooled you in logic.
Did you know
Because
that?
you
I was going to say, did you know that chronic low belief mimics chronic alcoholism in humans?
Oh, wow.
Whoops.
Is
But
this
I'm
a
heard both.
study or some information you just made up?
No, I was just being a dick. So here's what's going to happen. Apocryphon, dude. Listen, um, I used to drink a lot, and then I got sober, and then I found flat Earth. But when I was drinking a lot, I was still doing a lot of research in life. What's crazy is I wrote some of the best lyrics and music of my life, which takes some kind of intelligence when I was drinking and doing drugs. Now, that doesn't mean anything for this conversation, but what happens is there is a little bit of thing that happens to the pineal gland when alcohol is consumed and other, other habitual things happen. Well, whether or not they're habitual, recreational. What I'm trying to say is the hedonism is not a bad thing when we're talking about the truth, because the truth is easy enough for everyone to see. It's whether or not you can admit it, sober or drunk or whatever, that is the main issue. Thank you.
All right, I agree. I agree. Don't take my
Well said.
BAC as a level of measurement to make logic stand on its own feet. I don't need to be sober or drunk to make the logical reasoning of what he said in the own video by his own words through his own mouth. He made claims, and then once we go to NASA and say, hey, matter of fact, I wish I had the other video, because there's another video besides this one. There's another video that I can't find. It's like I can't find it anywhere, by the way. I think they might have even taken it off of YouTube. But there's a video to where a woman calls in and she asks them, hey, where can we find all the live video of the launch and the entire mission? And he
That
go
was in reference to the landing.
and they replied, well, we have to wait for once Artemis gets back, and then we could download all the information, and it's going to take a while, but we will have it for you. This video I cannot find, but I heard it with my own fucking ears, and I saw it with my own fucking eyes. And if anybody on here wants to say that's not what
I'll
you
post
heard,
it. I'll post it. They were talking about the landing, though.
No, that
You're
wasn't
right.
about the landing. No, it wasn't about the landing. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Because this, dude, how are you talking about the landing if the shit just fucking launched off, bro? It was an interview that it was literally the same fucking day when Artemis took off. You're so full of shit, Kosho. I mean, you can show me something to try to explain something, but I'm telling
I
you
saw the
that
full video.
Okay, let post it. I want to watch this. Let's go. You guys are something else. You guys are something else.
You got to be careful to try and discern from what you want to hear from, with
Well, how do I hear about the landing when I'm watching a video the same day of it just taking off?
Because you
It's
didn't watch
literally
it the
like
same day. What you
I
saw was
did
you
though.
saw a 7-minute
I did though.
video. You saw a 7-minute video that was made by a flat earther, and they took everything out of context.
No. That's not what I saw.
happened.
No, Kosho. Fuck you. No, I saw the NASA live stream of those guys on the panel on the table, and they were taking phone calls from people asking questions the same fucking day, Kosho. Don't lie to me. Don't try to make me a liar. I'm telling you the absolute truth. Like, these guys answered that question because she was like, "Oh, so when can we see all this live footage?" And they're like, "Well, we have to wait till it comes back, and then there's a lot of data. We have to download it." Dude, come on, Kosho. Don't fuck with me, bro. Don't fuck. I heard it with my own fucking ears, dude.
quit fucking with him, Kosho.
All right, I'm gonna get another beer. I'll be back. You fucker.
Why didn't they have the live feed all the way from takeoff all the way to the moon?
Because it was fake. That's why. Like I said earlier, you ever watch a theatrical play where they have one scene and then it goes all dark and then they cut to the second scene? It's a whole new stage setting. It's exactly what NASA did. They showed you the ground launch. It was all claps and cheers. And then the only video they posted after that, we're here at the moon and we're close to it. Dude, get the fuck out of here. Fucking liars.
I just want to hear them like tell me why they wouldn't do that if they got the technology to do it. Wouldn't they want to show everybody that we live on a ball?
I mean,
No,
what
we just
percentage of people think we don't live on a ball?
little marbles and whatever, and put it in like a model and film it like that, and call it a live feed.
Probably not on the top of their priority list, I'm guessing.
Fools that you guys claim are real.
Hey, Kosho, if the video that you post to prove doesn't have the same date as the launching of, what was it called? It wasn't called Artemis. It was called something else. Artemis was the project, but the actual thing was, anyways, if it doesn't have the same date of that launching, then I disregard it. Cause then you're pissing on my leg and you're telling me it's raining. Cause I know what the fuck I heard on that day. I literally was spending all day watching the entire interviews and shit. Anyways.
You're mistaken. That's you pissing on your own leg. And the video I saw was from a flat Earth video. I then went and watched the original video. Neither of them were of the same day of the launch.
Please post it. Please post it. I'm telling you, Kosho, I watched it live because they had a whole like panel. They had calls coming in because there's 4 people up on their NASA blue table and they were taking calls and they're all excited about all the mission and everything, so happy and everything. It wasn't weeks later that this happened. It was the same day. And they were taking calls from the audience and somebody from the audience, and they probably asked it because they were like, what happened to the live feed? Like, you guys said it was gonna be live feed. Why is there no live feed? Then somebody on that panel
Why would they
said,
ask that? Why would they ask that when they're launching, when there is live feed of the launch? I think what you're talking about was when they were landing. When they were landing, and they were they were doing this. They were doing a panel when they were landing.
No, Kosho, it got cut off. It went to CGI, and then you no longer saw a live stream. Like, stop lying, bro. When the day that it happened, you had like you had the rocket going up, and then they cut the CGI, and then it went dark. Then they went to just them in the facility, and there was no other video of the vessel.
So then, why would that be a hard video to find if it was just the launch?
I agree. Kosho, that's my question.
Seen video.
That's my question.
It wasn't that video.
Dude, oh my God. I'm telling you, on the same day of the launch, somebody called up and said, hey, where's the live feed at? Where's the live video? And then they answered, well, we are recording it, and then we're going to be able to pull that information once it gets back because it's a lot of bandwidth. That's what their argument was. There's a lot of bandwidth of data, and in order to extract that, we have to wait for it to get back to us, and we will have that as soon as possible. They were bragging about how quick they're going to have all this video evidence for the public. Guess what? It came back, and there never was anything. They never posted anything. Come on, Kosho. You're like defending a lie, and like I don't even know why you're doing that because you're actually
That's
like
fucked
a
up,
pretty good
Kosho.
guy.
Why are you doing that?
You're actually a pretty cool guy. So I don't know why you're fucking defending a lie. Like, you're defending lies right now, bro, and I don't get why. That's weird to me, dude. You're a cool dude. I don't know why you would do that. But maybe it's because you have to. I don't know. Maybe they don't give you a bonus if you don't. I don't know.
Is Kosho a plant? A NASA plant?
Oh boy. Kosho? I don't know about NASA, but I mean, he's here all the time. So whatever that means to you, whatever that means to him. I mean, I'm not gonna make any claims one way or another.
I'm
Why
still waiting for that video, Kosho. I'm still waiting for that video. Please post it. You're saying that you had the video that I saw with my own eyes, that somebody edited and was being that. Matter of fact, I tried finding that interview, that video after the launch. Nowhere to be found on YouTube. Nowhere to be found online, dude. I can't fucking find it. And I tried. Luckily, I saved the video I posted and I put it in my favorites. And I forgot I put it in my favorite. Luckily, I did. Otherwise, you guys would be like, no one said that they're going to record the entirety of it. No one said that. You guys would have been lying to your teeth. Luckily, I have that video to prove you guys wrong. Anyways.
of the
So what now then, huh?
Oh, I'm
Well,
waiting for that video. See.
I want the live feed of the circumnavigation north to south on an airplane with drones front and back and sideways. All of them live feed.
Should
Well,
be
we
possible.
have to get the circumnavigation of the poles full stop because some guy quoted me. What was it? The 50? Oh, the Pan Am 50. That was a circumpolar, but it wasn't. They were fucking only done 2/3 of a great circle. So, yeah.
In a single live feed, 24 or whatever.
Yeah.
24.
Well, as if, obviously, yeah, as if.
In today's world, how is that hard? In today's world, how is that something that we can't do?
It's like less than 500,000, I think. You got to have the military doing it because you're gonna need military bases for refueling. This isn't a very hard experiment for them to do.
Yeah, but even to do a circumpolar in any vehicle, they still haven't done it. So there's no point wasting 500,000 on drones if you could just use a plane and do it the way that it should have been done.
Who's them?
Well, yeah, we want multiple views live feeds so that we have multiple third-party impartial witnesses filming the whole thing.
Yeah, but it don't matter. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because they don't have a circumpolar navigation full stop. So it doesn't matter if they haven't got one full stop. Then they don't need to prove to you they've got one because everybody knows they don't have one. So it's.
Considering they say we live on a ball and they got stuff going on, why wouldn't they circumpolar navigate the Earth in one single live feed?
It's expensive and it doesn't prove anything.
But that's what I was saying. They haven't
There's
even
a huge
done.
demand for it, though. There's like 47 people that need to see it.
Oh,
but
that's huge.
Why don't they just get one plane and do it in 56 hours like they said they did? 56 hours, job done. 2 days later, job done. But but we want
$300,000 later, or maybe $700,000.
No, it was just one plane. They refueled 3 times or whatever it was, however many times they refueled. But they never did the circumpolar navigation in the first place. So
yeah, but that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. To refuel the plane 3 times.
Yeah, but Matthew, it would solve a big problem, and that's like the grand conspiracists. They'd put their minds at ease, but that's worth the money.
I doubt that even if there were 47 flat earthers on that plane and it was all filmed in 4K, that any of them would change their minds.
What plane?
The circumpolar navigation plane we've been talking about for the past 5 minutes. Is that what you're asking?
There was a plane that actually went directly across the poles, like across the South Pole, showed up on the other side, like left kind of in the angle of Australia.
Yes.
The dead reckoning came up over on the other side.
You see, when they say to you they went to the South Pole, on the Pan Am 50 example, they didn't go to the South Pole. They went to that little squiggly bit that extends out from Antarctica. The most northern part of the South Pole was the answer. So when they tell you that when the written part says to you they went to the South Pole and the picture shows you a line going through it, the picture is just an interpretation of what. I've seen this done many a time where 5 different people have interpreted the words in 5 different ways, and their videos are all slightly different, their roots or whatever. So be careful to read the wording properly, and don't take too much notice of the pictures.
Yeah, and even then, like the flight path or whatever, if we're talking about a coordinate system and there's a plane making updates, meaning you're updating to a specific grid, is that really what we're asking for? No, not really. We're talking about entering basically a dead reckoning, coming out on the other side, and then being able to, go from one of the continents to another continent directly across the South Pole. I mean, this is kind of like some of these trips that are made are like equivalents of saying, I am going to traverse the North Pole, but I go, along the west coast of the United States. I go up kind of towards Alaska. I come into the northern regions of Canada. I hit a few islands pretty far north into Canada, and I come back around and I come back down the east coast of the United States. And I say, I went across the North Pole within my navigation, but really I just kind of came close to the Arctic region, played around a little bit above the Arctic Circle, and came back down. Did I really go across the North Pole? No.
We could have
according to their route, it appears that they did go across the poles.
I mean, we could even have like 5 planes that are all like a mile apart or 4 or 5 miles apart. And, 6 planes north to south.
It would be so easy for them to shut every flat earther up. It'd be so easy.
They don't even have to do it to shut flat earthers up. It's if it was possible, it would take place on a daily basis. We're talking about flights that would easily be able to just cross over the South Pole when going from like Australia to South America or South America to Africa. A lot of these flights would be taking place just over that landmass in general.
Well,
they're not currently taking place.
One thing I thought about though, Napalm,
they avoid Antarctica like the plague.
Right.
Can you show me flight routes that go? If I was wanting to go from Australia to South America, can you show me one going over the South Pole?
Never.
So why would they go over the South Pole?
Because it's the shortest path.
That'd be the shortest.
No, it's
path,
not,
bro.
No, it's not.
So if I wanted to fly from northern Alaska to like a Nordic country, right? Like northern Sweden or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Why would I come down towards like New York and then through England and then up that way? No, I would just go over the North Pole.
Well, their planes every day do fly over the North Pole.
We were talking about the South Pole. I'm just giving you an equivalence, right? That's what I'm saying. In the South, it would be much easier if they just went over the freaking pole. They don't.
No, that's a lot longer than flying a great circle.
What?
It's a lot longer to take the shortest path than flying a great circle.
The shortest path is the great circle.
Pole.
Yeah.
Yeah,
not over the South Pole. Not over the South Pole, no. That wouldn't be the shortest route.
So there's no place on Earth where going over the South Pole would be the shortest route?
Yeah, if you go from the tip of South America to the base of Tasmania, it would appear that would be the shortest route.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they don't even come close to doing that.
Yeah, but is there any flights that are in demand in that area?
You would do it going to like Sydney as well.
Let's say
from Sydney to where?
You would go extremely close to the South Pole, but they don't come anywhere near it.
Sydney to where?
They do get close enough to see it. The Sydney
America.
to Santiago, and even the Johannesburg to Sydney and Perth.
How far inland on Antarctica do those flights go?
Oh, they don't go directly over, but they get close enough to see it.
And how big is that whole entire continent? And allegedly, the South Pole is in the middle of it.
It's not in their path. It's not in their flight path. But you
here's
can
the
see
thing: you're a pilot. So would you rather take a path that would go over all ocean, or would you take a path that, even if it's just slightly longer, would be mainly over land?
Exactly,
dude. And Antarctica is not a good safety spot. I mean, I would want to go the shortest route. Period.
I posted a link that shows the shortest route from Sydney to Santiago.
If you had an option to ditch your plane in the southern hemisphere and you were right on the border of Antarctica, you're in a commercial plane, are you going to ditch that into the snow-covered area that has no trees around, nothing that you're going to really impact except snow and ice? Would you ditch onto that, or would you ditch onto the water?
Water.
Just above
No doubt.
freezing water is where
No,
you're going to ditch
yeah.
your plane?
Yeah. I wouldn't even. I mean, it's certain death if you crash in Antarctica.
So it's certain
Okay,
death if you crash onto land. Why Antarctica would be certain death? I mean, certain death, yes. If you ditch into the water where people are going to have to get into the water and you don't have a suit to prevent from hypothermia, 100%. But if you ditch onto the land and you have the ability to stay within the plane and people can search you out and you can radio for help, it's much easier to get help to people
But I'm
who
guessing
are not in freezing cold water. You're going to last longer.
I'm guessing to fly over. I mean, it's not even in the path. It's not even close. You would have to go way out of your way to fly over Antarctica to get from like South America to Australia.
Yeah, I posted a picture, a map in the live stream at 27 past the hour. It shows how far away it goes.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, that's about right.
Left lane.
It looks like what they do
look
actually.
at it left lane, and you're probably like, "Yeah, that looks about right." That
No,
is not
that's
a good
it.
surface route, Matthew. That's a
That is a
straight
great
line on a
circle.
globe. No, it's not.
No, if you look at it in FlightAware or Flight Radar, it's a curved path, but that's a globe projection there, so that's why it's a straight
it
line.
should curve up the same way that it does in the north. So you're telling me if I replace this with the northern hemisphere in this image, that I would have a flight path that would look like that?
Yes.
I thought they curved.
What two
Circle.
cities? Well, no, if you're looking at a two-dimensional picture of the globe, it's going to be flat, and if you're looking straight down on the flight path, it's going to be a straight line.
Can you do me a favor, Matthew? Did you create this image?
I did.
Why did you not just use the measurement tool on Google Earth? Why are you drawing your own line there? Do you know what happens when you start doing the measurement tool? Does it keep a straight line for you visually?
Oh yeah,
Wow.
if you center on it.
It's deceptive. Why wouldn't you just use that measurement tool? That measurement tool gives you the shortest route. Can you redo that image and use the measurement tool and provide that to me, please?
Yes.
See the image that I posted, that's on a flat projection. See how curved that is? But that's actually a great circle route. Projected over a globe would be a straight line.
Here
How
we
many
go.
from that flying directly over Antarctica from Chile to Perth?
No, that's not over Antarctica. That comes in. You can see it in the flight, but it's way off to the south.
Where would you start in South America to go over the South Pole, over the middle of Antarctica to reach land? What flight and how many miles is that supposed to be?
Okay,
It doesn't go over
there's the image
Antarctica.
you asked for. There's the image that you asked for. It shows the measurement tool and it shows the distance
Yeah.
in Google Earth.
Yeah, that's that same path that I showed, but mine's on a flat projection and his is on a globe.
Yeah, so it's
Why does that look fake as hell, Matthew? Why does that line look like you drew that in there? That's weird. Or is that just pixelation?
I don't know. It's a straight screenshot from Google Maps.
Anyways, I think I just want to do one to the south, like the yacht race. I just want to do one that goes Chile across Antarctica to the other side. Or I want an experiment of a plane with a live feed going from Chile across Antarctica, popping out the other side with a live feed. How many miles is that?
What if you wanted to go to Western Australia, Matthew? Does that get you closer to the south?
Just earlier you said that if I drew it with Google Maps using the measuring tool, it would be curved on the image. So are you willing to retract that and admit that this is a straight line that I posted?
Yeah, I'd have to go online and do it myself. Maybe it's the way that you're angling the ball there.
Yeah, exactly.
Within your vantage
put
point.
the path in the center. If you're not looking at the center, it's going to be curved. You put it in the center.
So
These guys are crazy.
So what happened? Is there a flight that should go over Antarctica, like Western Australia to?
I think somebody said Tasmania to Johannesburg, but I'm not aware of any commercial flights that do that.
Is there an actual flight that does that?
So what about Johannesburg to like New Zealand or anywhere else on?
There's Sydney to Johannesburg right there.
Wow, big old circle. These
Oh, we're
guys.
talking about on a different image than that.
How many miles? 1,100.
Yeah, it's way more than 1,100.
Okay, how many miles?
I'm not sure.
Wait a
Have to
minute.
blow
Wait a
that
minute.
up, see how fast they're going, and
I mean, I can think of an experiment you guys could do in about what, however long it takes to fly 2,000, not 25,000.
well,
Hold on,
that's
I have a
that's a
question.
13-hour flight at 493 knots. So you could figure that about how far it is.
So one day I'd wake up and I'd be a flat earth. The next day I'd be a globe baller just like you.
Wait a minute. How are they able to fly from Australia to South America on a flat Earth?
Yeah, that's a problem, really.
Like how many how many days would that take? Isn't that like an extreme distance on a flat Earth?
Yeah, in the globe Earth, it's 6,800 miles from Sydney to Johannesburg. Once again, it goes nowhere near Antarctica. I just posted it 34 past the hour.
What happens when you like go to the gate? Do they like
Stop.
brief you and like tell you that the flight doesn't exist, or?
Can we just get one flight that flies directly over the center of the ball Earth, south? One flight with light speed.
You like book your ticket and then when you get there they refund you and then like pay you hush money?
Allow me to do it. And you can't go there and you can't explore, but can you fly above in the airspace above it?
I'd like to have that job. I'd be like, excuse me, sir, I know you're expecting a flight today, but what if we gave you $10,000 and you don't tell anyone about this, that you never actually went on a flight? And then we will fly you like through other series of flights to your actual destination.
It just kills me how there hasn't been a North Polar, whatever they call it, polar circumnavigation, you know?
Well, I mean, flights fly from LA to Moscow all the time. That goes pretty close to the North Pole.
Yeah, I don't think they'd have a problem doing it north. They might run into something in the middle. I don't know, at the pole, but I don't know that the South Pole. I mean, yeah, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see it on a live feed. Forget about Artemis going to the moon and all that crazy stuff. That should have been live feed too. There should have been a live feed.
Speaking of which, Kosho, where you at, bro? Get that video. Still waiting. All right, my bad. Go ahead.
Anyways, the South. I know they got that treaty set up and everything, but I mean, is that a no-fly zone also? I can't explore. I can't. I mean, I can't go there and look around freely, but can I just fly right over the middle of it?
Here's what I trip out on. How do these guys that are so staunch in their position of believing this a ball? How are they defending? With the travel path and the angles and the times and all these things. Like, what drives them as a normal person, right? A normal civilian. What drives somebody to be so argumentative of these particular subjects? I think that's very, very peculiar.
I like air travel, and it all works out. So I'm not being argumentative. What do you think?
Wait, Matthew, how long did you say the distances were between? How long is the flight?
Between which ones?
Australia and South America. Can you say it was 6 hours or 6? No,
It's
way longer than
at
that.
34 past the hour. You can see the distance, and it depends on how fast they're flying, I guess.
34.
Paco, the answer to your question is people just have a human instinct to just help people that are lost, and that's why we're motivated to help
Zanuck,
people that are
get the
so
fuck out of
flippin'
here.
confused about the
Get the
shape of the
fuck
Earth
out of here.
and why these travel times and
Get the fuck
distances
outta here.
all comport with a round spherical globe rather than a flat globe.
Right,
It doesn't work. It just does
right.
not work. You can't have the
You
sun rise.
you know what
You can't have
else
the
doesn't
sun
work?
rise due east for everybody on the actual surface of the Earth on the equinoxes. It does not work on a flat Earth. It doesn't work. Sorry.
You know what else doesn't work is your ball.
So you're like Justice, right?
Apocryphon, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Justice.
So if let's say I got on a flight in Australia, right?
Okay.
In Sydney.
Well,
And
obviously, that's where
let's
Australia's at. Go ahead.
yeah. Let's say it was noon, right? And then I live stream myself getting on the flight.
Mm-hmm.
And then I live stream myself in Santiago 12 hours later. What would you say to that?
I'd say cool. What do you
You say you weren't thinking that through very well. Right?
No. I'm just saying. I'm saying you are on Earth, and you are not in a studio or using CGI. So I would say, awesome for you. But
Yeah, but
now,
how did I get
now,
there?
well, hold on. Let me flip it on you now. Now, what if you told me I'm going to have the entirety of my trip recorded? Because you are going to put a camera on your body like a cop, and you're going to record everything that happens from the time you pack your bags until the time you get into the hotel over there where you say you're going. Now, my question to you was like, well, what happened to your entire video? You said you're going to record and document the entire thing. So I get what you're saying, and you're trying to fuck me over.
Isn't that kind of a red herring? I mean, do we care if we actually have
not
every?
at all. Not
Do we
at all.
need
Not
do
at
we
all.
need to have every minute videotape to know that when he leaves, he has a time?
That's
he
a red
call.
herring.
Can
No,
I?
no,
Hey,
hold
can
on.
you stop talking when I'm talking?
Hold on,
Go ahead,
Steve.
Zanuck. Go ahead, Zanuck. Go ahead.
Does
Hey,
he need to
Pac,
have
I
the
need you to
camera on?
fall back, bro.
For sure. Go ahead. I'll let him finish. I'll jump in after.
Can you leave? Does it matter if he leaves his camera on? If he calls you when he takes off and calls you when he lands and has the pictures of both? Does it matter what happens in between if you know the time?
It does matter. It does matter, and I'll tell you why.
Why does it matter?
Okay, so here's what matters. Okay, Zanuck, listen very, very closely. If he told me that he has the entirety of his trip recorded, and then he gets back from his trip, and I'm all excited to see the entire trip recorded, and all of a sudden he says, "Oh no, I just only recorded when I left, and then when I got there." Well, that's not cool because you told me one thing, but you're now you're saying another. Now, in the sense of I'm going to go to the moon, and I'm going to tell you that that I went there, and then I'm going to come back. Well, I would have like I'd be like, okay, that's cool. You just show me all your path and everything to Santiago from Australia, because obviously we know that that's possible on the Earth. But to say that you're going to go somewhere that we are arguing is impossible to go to and do, and then you only show me this fake CGI, the moon looked like an egg, things, the Earth was going inside into the.
You got to try to be more concise, bro. Please.
More concise?
All right.
More
All right.
concise.
Is that really the term you want to use, Jeremy?
I'll tell you what.
Just
I'll just
be
shut up.
concise. Just be concise, that's all.
Dude, Paco, you've been drinking, first of all, because I'll give you slack if you've been drinking.
No. I have not been drinking. I'm
Well,
totally sober.
that makes it worse for you.
I'm lying.
Red herring. We don't care about the moon. We're not talking about whether it exists or not. We're just talking about distances and times and shapes.
Zanuck, we were talking about traveling to the moon and saying that you're gonna record the entire thing and then only show us. That's why he said it, by the way. You weren't here earlier, Zedek, and yes, I have been drinking to answer your question. So, but you weren't here earlier. But he was saying the reason why he said that was because we were talking about the trip to the moon, and everything in between isn't
recorded and documented as far as what's being shown to the public.
Because there's nothing to see.
Oh, Zanuck. Okay,
It's just
so
black.
listen.
You just see black the entire way. You wouldn't see anything.
But Zanuck, it would have been really, really cool to watch the rocket launch and not cut into CGI, but to watch the live feed of that camera so that showed the Earth getting smaller and smaller and smaller as it traveled further and further and further away. But you know what didn't happen, Zanuck? That didn't happen. This is
You don't
why
think
we
they could have
question.
CGI'd that if they wanted to?
Actually, exactly. Why did they at least give us that? But they didn't. They didn't even give us that, Zanuck. They hoodwinked us. They fucked us over, and they didn't show.
Is there any other flat earthers that want to answer that?
What's your question?
If I live stream myself getting on an airplane in Sydney at noon, and then I live stream myself in the airport of Santiago 12 hours later, what, like, would that do anything?
Then what? It would tell me that you went from one place to another and it took you 12 hours. Then what?
Yeah, but then what vehicle of transportation would allow me to traverse that distance within 12 hours? Like,
Bro, is this some kind of weird riddle? Just what's the thing?
so the distance
APOC,
is
relax.
such that on a globe map that it would take me 12 hours in a Boeing Dreamliner in the current flight that's offered. I'm just wondering, like, what flat earthers would say to me being able to arrive in such a short time, which does work on a globe model with the flight that is currently offered. What would flat earthers say to that?
Say to you getting to San Diego to Sydney in 12 hours. I mean, that doesn't really. Are you thinking you can get a distance from that?
Yeah, so like on the globe maps, we say it's how long was it? You said it was 34 after the hour, Matthew?
Bro, how'd you get the
Yeah,
distance from
68
San Diego? Sorry.
Google Maps, Santiago to Sydney.
Yeah. So, but we don't know what distance the plane actually flew, though. That's just the distance on your model.
Right. Exactly. So, like,
well,
you
would
you could have
Hold
the
on,
Earth.
APOC.
Go ahead.
Take 10 minutes, bro. Take 5.
Just chill.
well, like we know the speeds at which airplanes can travel, and on the flat Earth, would we agree that the distance between Australia and South America is greater than on the globe model?
I don't know. I don't have the continent layout. I don't have the continental layout for the flat Earth. So, does anyone have one?
No.
I think his point is that it doesn't work on an AE map.
Which one?
There's no.
I mean, is there different versions of North Pole projections and shit? Like,
We're being limited on where we can move upon the Earth, so we can't create our own map. We don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't know if the AE map had the right continent layout either. I don't know if that's true
either.
So, what was the point of this?
Just to try and figure out the claim, because some flat earthers will say that you can't fly between those two places, or the flight doesn't exist. And so I didn't know if maybe everyone was in that camp, or some people aren't in that camp, or because we know the maximum speed of like a Boeing, right? So it can't go faster than that.
Is that ground speed or airspeed?
So we know that it can't go faster than that, right? Within that 12-hour time. So we're limited on the maximum distance it could travel. But I just didn't know if that like sparked any thoughts in any flat earthers, like, I wonder what would be the case here, like as far as distance is concerned.
Hold on a second.
I posted
Explore flat Earth. You got a glitchy mic thing happening, hot mic thing.
Yeah, sorry.
Paradolia, do they
Oh
measure
my
ground
God,
speed
bro.
or airspeed? Do they measure the speed of the plane relative to the air around it or to the ground below it?
When you're done with this, I got a plane thing for you after this.
Crickets.
Like what is your question? How do they measure air speed on
No,
planes?
do they measure the speed of an airplane by the air around it or the ground beneath it?
I'm not familiar with how they measure the tachometers.
You don't know if an airplane measures by ground speed or airspeed, but you're making a claim about how far over the ground it's traveled based on a certain amount of time.
It it's across the ground is what they calculate. You've got true air speed, which
You're cutting in and out, left lane.
would you got indicated airspeed and true airspeed, and the way they run these days through GPS, it's everything is across the ground.
So you use a positioning system that presupposes your model to give you your ground speed.
I'm not sure what the sensors are on the airplane that measure the speed.
Maybe
Do
you
know
should
what they
look into
are,
that, Paradolia, before asking the question. Then
They have certain points that they use by radar to determine where they are and how fast they're going. They have waypoints along the way, and they can validate how fast they were going.
So say I'm traveling.
Then they have indicated airspeed, which is basically a pitot tube measuring static pressure.
So like if there's like a wind that's going 100 miles an hour and my airplane is doing 500 mile an hour in the same direction, does that make the airspeed 600 miles an hour or is it still 500 miles?
Your airspeed will always be what you're flying in the air. If the air mass moves, detect any change at all. If it happens suddenly, it's something called wind shear, and that can actually affect your. But if you're moving through air masses that are going different directions, you might have a tailwind for part of the trip, might have a headwind for the other part of the trip. That will only reflect itself in the ground speed. The airspeed will always be the air flying over the wing and under the wing, and the differential pressure will determine how much lift you have, how much drag you have, and that's really how it works.
Okay, so they don't give us the ground speed. They give us
have the
the
ground speed too. They have instruments that measure, like I just said, they have objects, places, waypoints that you can actually measure the distances to them via radar.
Well, on left lane's little diagram of the airplane flying through, and it says 498 mile an hour. Is that his ground speed or his airspeed?
That's his ground. That's his ground speed.
Actually, I asked ChatGPT earlier that same question, and it said
Why don't you just ask me? I'll help you understand it a lot better than ChatGPT, which gets a lot of things wrong.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like you're not you're brainwashed. So here's the thing.
What did ChatGPT say?
So it said that if you're flying at a a certain speed, against actually, I'll tell you what. I'm just gonna post it. Hold on.
Well, you can read it. I can hear you.
No. I posted earlier. I put it in the chat. So let me just find it, then I'll read it. Give me a second.
So Tora, what's your point?
My point is, if you're not sure of the speed of the wind and the airplane, like with the effects of what the ground is doing, you can't really say like if that airplane's flying at 500 mile an hour airspeed, yet it's in a 200 mile an hour wind jet stream or whatever, you're gonna go ahead and get a 700 mile an hour ground speed. That's how that would work.
So are you saying? Let me see, make sure I get this clear. To summarize, if I was to steel man your argument, airplanes really don't know how fast they're traveling.
But yet they do.
I never said an airplane doesn't know. I'm saying you don't know, obviously,
Why
because
don't
you
you
don't
know if
even
you're
know
able
what
to?
they meant. Zanuck, give me a second, please. You don't even know what speed it's flying at. I didn't say the airplane doesn't know its speed. And then left lane just told us that they use a positioning system that presupposes the model to figure out the speed.
That's not true.
So Zanuck, I asked it. So if the plane is flying through an atmosphere of 700 miles per hour headwind, Then how does it? Then how does it reach its destination that is opposite of the direction of that headwind?
It won't. It won't.
Here's the answer. Oh,
Dude, there ain't no 700 mile an hour wind, dude.
No,
That's not. That's not.
Let's say let's be realistic.
Jeremy,
let's have something realistic.
Wait, hold on, Zanuck, hold on, Zanuck. Wait, Jeremy. I actually asked it at 1,000 miles per hour, and it corrected me. It said no. Even though at the equator it's 1,000 miles, in the air it's only 700 miles per hour. That's what it corrected me on that. That's what it said. It said it's 700 miles per hour
Yeah,
in the
they're
air.
confused. Whoever said that's not your friend. Whoever said that told you that they're not your friend, bro, and they're wild confused on things.
Well, then ChatGPT is wild confused a friend.
Paco, like I said, I can avoid the confusion by just asking me the question. I can explain it very easily.
No,
forget about
Hold on,
the rotational.
they were in the middle of something just now, and you guys like bursted in. Were you guys done? Who was that? Paradolia and who else?
He asked me the question.
No, I know.
I think
yeah,
we're
it's
done.
all good. I'm not getting anywhere with them.
I think.
Can I respond to the question?
Jeremy, hit him with the lead in the target.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going. I already called next, so I don't know. You guys are trying to bring it into something else. I mean,
no,
go ahead, APOC. Because I don't agree with this. I'm on these guys' side of this. Like that's not how their model works.
I know
But
it's
go ahead.
pretty obvious to everyone, I think, except for Paco for some reason, Jeremy. But you got it. Everything everyone else gets it.
That's nonsense.
Listen. If I'm in a Cessna and I'm taking off from San Francisco into Chicago, and I'm going against a 100-mile-an-hour headwind, and my plane goes 100 miles an hour in the air, I'm going to be standing in place. It's not going to go anywhere. I'll just sit there and hover like a helicopter above the ground.
Right.
That's how it works. Now, if I can go 150 miles an hour in my Cessna, I got a 210 or a 310, and I can go 150 miles an hour, and I can get up really high, that would be a ground speed of close to 300 miles an hour, 350 miles an hour. That'd be kind of cool. But you just subtract your headwind from your airspeed indicator, and that's the velocity you're going through the air, and then you can figure out how that relates to the ground.
That was the whole point earlier, Zanuck, and I don't know why Jeremy's even like trying to say like, nah, I agree with them. The point was that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour and the atmosphere is lockstep. That would make the atmosphere flying at 1,000 miles per hour. I don't know why you're like not agreeing to that, Jeremy. Like, please explain. I need like explanation from that real quick. Honestly, what do you mean by that?
You're mixing up reference
ground. Don't start your shit, Zanuck, because the ground and the air is all moving in lockstep. So there's no wind. We measure wind against the ground. Like if you're just standing there and there's a 1 mile an hour breeze, that's according to the ground. So like you think you need to be fighting this 1,000 mile an hour wind. There is no 1,000 mile an hour wind in their model.
Jeremy, if you're going in the opposite direction of that spin, how is that not going against it?
Bro, you're in the thing. You're in the thing that's moving. You're not going against it. There's no 1,000 mile an hour wind, dude.
Yeah, Apocryphon, you leave the ground at the same speed that it's moving.
Okay, even still then. So guess what? If I leave the ground and now I'm lifted up, but you still have a wind hitting me at 1,000 miles per hour, keeping me in that same position to where I'm turning with the ball because the wind's hitting me. Now, if I want to fight against it to go farther away from the position I start, yeah, stop me because I'm fucking talking too much fucking logic for you bitches. Go ahead, I'll shut up. I'll mute myself, fuckers.
Go ahead, man.
No, someone told me that I need to shut up because I'm speaking too much logic here. Like, this makes zero fucking sense. If the Earth is spinning and I'm fucking gravitated or held down by gravity to the center of the ball and it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour, that means when I fucking leave the ground, I'm still having to adhere to that force pulling me down. Now, there's wind also that's spinning lockstep with the ground at 1,000 miles per hour, and somehow I don't have to go faster than 1,000 miles per hour to break
God, no.
that.
No,
Shut the fuck up, Zanuck.
should
You're
I
full
should
of
I
shit, bro.
should I put that GIF in the chat so you can see? You're talking about and confusing two different reference frames. One the spinning reference frame,
Fuck
and
you and
one
your
the
reference
not
frame,
spinning
Zanuck.
reference frame. So you don't need to talk over me. I'm just going to let you have something as a gift so that you would understand what we are all saying, which you seem to be missing clearly. Doesn't matter if the Earth is going 1,000 miles an hour. Doesn't matter if the wind is going and the air is going 1,000 miles an hour with the Earth, and we take off. We're in that air. So from that spinning a reference frame, the non-inertial reference frame, we are in that air mass that's also moving at 1,000 miles an hour. With the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, and we're going 200 miles an hour into the direction or against the direction. Doesn't really matter.
Okay.
That would be the
so
indicated airspeed. And the difference between us and the ground would be that relative velocity of us and the surface.
Okay, but Zanuck. Okay, once you get off the ground, now you're still trying to say that we are adherent to the atmosphere spinning with it. So
You already said it does.
Hold on. So if the atmosphere is spinning with the ball, it's 1,000 miles per hour. That means once I go off the ground, then I'm still falling backwards because
no,
the
you already
ground.
said.
Wait.
You already.
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm falling backwards not only because the wind is blowing at me, but it's in lockstep with the gravity pushing me down. Because
No,
the Earth.
you're contradicting
Hold
your
up.
own.
Oh my God, bro! Shut
But
up.
dude, you don't
Listen.
stop. You don't
Just
stop.
listen. Just like you, right?
You said
Like
anything. I get
hey,
5 words out, and you're interrupting me.
How about the pot calling the kettle black right now? Shut up real quick. So listen. So if I'm falling backwards because I'm the gravity's pulling me down on the Earth side of it, and then we still also have an atmosphere blowing me because oh, that's a great word. So it's pushing me at the same speed. Now, if I want to travel away from that position, I would have to somehow have enough energy and force that's greater than that force that's being applied upon me. So I would have to fly 1,050 miles, and and at that rate, I would only go 50 miles per hour. Okay, but
Wait, let me, hey, Pop.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you something. According to our model, we say that I and you're rotating. The atmosphere is rotating with you. Could you fly a little model plane in any direction you want to, and let it go wherever it wants to go?
Absolutely, because it's a stationary plane. Go ahead.
Well, no, then we say it's not a stationary plane, that it's rotating and the atmosphere is rotating with it. So we say that where you're sitting is rotating, your atmosphere is rotating, but you could still fly a little model plane any direction you want it to go,
Because
right?
it's stationary. See, this is the problem. This is
Yeah,
the problem that plane.
I don't know,
That
man.
plane.
Can I? I've been trying to get in for a second. Please, Paco, just let me speak for like a sentence. All right.
Oh, yeah.
You already set the stage. You said that the Earth is rotating and the atmosphere is moving with it lockstep. That means the atmosphere and the Earth are one. They're rotating. If you're on the surface and you leave into the air, you're in an air mass that's also moving. That momentum is conserved. Not a big deal. You just be consistent with what you're saying. You've already said that. There's no argument. You can't make an argument.
Are you serious right now?
Yes, you're in the air that's moving. If the Earth is going 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and you take off in the air that's also moving 1,000 miles an hour, you're in a helicopter, for example. You just leave the ground, you're still going 1,000 miles an hour in the air because the air is going 1,000 miles an hour. With the Earth is going 1,000 miles an hour. Now, there's no differential between the atmosphere and the Earth because you said that. You said they're in lockstep. So there's no argument there anymore. So why are you making that an argument?
Okay, I only said that because that was your guys' belief and understanding. Now, here's what I'm going to say beyond that. So, Zanuck, if you have a wind blowing at you, an atmosphere blowing at you at 1,000 miles per hour, and I'm in a vessel that can only go
There's no wind. There's no wind, bro. There's no 1,000-mile-an-hour wind. Wind's
How? What? Are you fucking kidding me right now, Jeremy? Dude, if
bro.
I
You
was
need to sober up, dude.
Oh, okay. You can say that all you want, but I'm just saying, if you're spinning a ball and it's producing this force of 1,000 miles per hour because the ball's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Now, if I get in a vessel that only goes 300 miles per hour, that means my force is less than the force coming at my face. So I would not be able to gain any yardage or any mileage that's forward. I will not progress forward because I'm being pushed back. Do you not fucking understand it, Jeremy?
Apocryphon, let me try to explain it in like a very simple way for
All
you.
right, I'll shut
In
up. I'm
order,
muting myself. I'm getting too
no,
violent over here.
it's all good. When you go at that, when you're saying you'd go 300 mile an hour, you're technically going 1,300 mile an hour or whatever. It's like when I fill my car tire with air, I don't have to take into account that there's already 14.9 psi in the tire. Like I don't like subtract that from I need 30 psi. I
No. But
better
hold up. No. But it's the opposite though, and the reason why I say that is because if it's coming against you, then it would be a negative. Because if for instance, let's put it like fuck a plane, fuck a world spinning. Let me put you on the floor. If I blew 100 miles per hour of wind, but you can run at 10 miles per hour, then you will have a negative. Do you understand that? Then there will be a negative.
the ground and the air are moving at the same speed, so there is no 1,000 mile
Hold
an
on.
hour wind.
Yeah, hold on. APOC, do you see 1,000 mile an hour wind anywhere? No one's claiming there's 1,000 mile an hour wind. Like nobody claims that. That's
No.
not happening. That's not a thing. No one claims that happened.
That's in their world. There would be. That's in their world. Because if you took a ball and spun it, and there would be a force of atmosphere spinning with it. This is the point, Jeremy. I know. I agree with you. There's not fucking no spinning going on. There's no 1,000 miles per hour because it's not fucking spinning. But if you took a ball and spun it and then said that the atmosphere was locked into that spinning, then that would mean that the air is also going 1,000 miles per hour. Do you not understand that, Jeremy?
Okay, if your argument, hold on, if your argument is that the atmosphere can't be spinning with the Earth, that's a whole different argument than this swimming upstream thing. You realize that, right?
Yeah, because Jeremy, we can give you an example of something similar to that.
No.
Hold on, Zanuck. This is a whole new argument.
No,
this is not
Jeremy.
This is not the going against the wind thing. This is a whole different thing.
No, Jeremy, listen. The whole point of that argument that Essie was talking about earlier. Now, if you want to talk about the air, it's just simply that the current of the air from its spinning is going to be a certain force. Now, if the force of that air should be 1,000 miles per hour, because that's what it's spinning at, then that means when you go in the air, if you're not producing more than 1,000 miles per hour, opposite of it coming at you, then you would never be able to get to your destination. SE was talking about a river because on the ground, on the floor, if there's a 40 mile per hour current coming down and you could only go 20 miles per hour, you would never get to the end of that current on the other side. This was the whole point, Jeremy. I don't know what you're not understanding right now, and I'm drunk as fuck, and I get fucking. It's like 1 + 1 is 2 right
you
now,
gotta put a lid in it, man.
Like talking to a cat.
Yeah, just put a sock in your mouth real quick, and just relax. Maybe bite down on it.
Zanuck, but you could at least try not to gaslight so much, man.
I'm not gaslighting. He's already admitted that he's drunk and he's going crazy. Right?
Yeah, but like
basic concepts. Let me give him an example that I think
we don't need to
to.
hear your awkward bondage fantasies, though.
Okay. And then the red ball in the strap. Listen. So, Paco, if you could think about the scenario of a ball, if a big ball, you have a ferrofluidic around a steel ball, that fluid would cover the entire surface. And if you spun this ball, the ferrofluidic would actually be kind of stuck to it and would rotate with it. It would. And that's kind of what now we don't have to say this is the way it is, but that's the theory. That's the idea that the atmosphere has weight, and that weight is actually have some kind of attractive force. We don't know what it's due to. Could be anything. Could be magnetism, static electricity, whatever. It's forcing that atmosphere to the surface spherically, no different than a ferrofluidic liquid around a steel ball that also is adhering to this ball.
Or just a wet basketball.
The fluid goes along with it. We spin the sphere. the atmosphere moves with it.
That's my
You're
point.
confusing. Okay, I just wanted to give you a quick analogy and then comparison because it sounds like you're a little bit confused.
So in your model, when we get in an airplane and everything, it's just like we're flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth, right?
Yeah. Yep. Just like it.
Yeah, in their model, it's basically like we're not spinning. There's no wind. There's no swimming upstream. That's not a thing in their model.
Yeah.
And now,
Which
if you're
is
going to make an
why.
argument that can't happen, that's a whole different argument.
Well, the reason why that I would agree with SC Montreal is that because it makes a good fucking argument because their model makes no sense logically. So I agree with you, Jeremy. You're right. It's not fucking doing what they say it's doing, obviously, because logically it couldn't be doing the opposite. Logically, like that's fucking a no-brainer. But only a ball mind cannot accept that reality. They can't accept that it's not spinning because of the way things are traveling through the air and landing on moving surfaces and all this other fucking shit that we point out to them. They can't accept that. They can't. They won't.
Just made up a bunch of stories, and it turns out that what we experience is the same as their big long story about it. We experience flat, non-rotating Earth.
And I'm still waiting for that video from Kosho. He still hasn't provided it.
Because they
Liar.
can't, they won't, and they don't stop.
In their model, exact same thing as we experience here on the Earth: flat, non-rotating Earth coordinates.
They come here and spread falsehoods and expect us to keep. It's like demons. No, I shouldn't say that. It's like crabs pulling down the other crabs that are trying to get out of the bucket. That's what they're doing. They're like, no, we get the truth. We understand that we've been filled lies. We've been filled with lies, and we're trying to get out of this lie, this falsehood. And these guys are trying to just grab us back down into the falsehood. Like, no, come back. That's what it is. Honestly, bunch of crabs in a bucket.
I wonder what causes people to be more intuitive, like in nature. Like,
Well, it's called the Great Awakening.
Pareidolia. Who is it? Pareidolia.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want a good plane argument? You want actually a good one?
It's a great question. Actually, it's really interesting. Things that are obvious to some people are completely
Xanax
out of their
scared.
realm. What's that?
Don't get scared, Xanax. I got a good plane argument. I'm gonna run through it with Pareidolia. Give me 5 minutes.
Okay. Plane as an airplane or plane as in flat surface?
Oh wow.
Okay. Everyone just give me 5 minutes with this guy. So Pareidolia, we have a circle on the ground, 1 meter radius. We have a drone in the middle. We want to fly the shortest path to get to the edge of the circle. Right? We fly in a straight line, goes right there, we travel 1 meter. If we have to get to the edge in any other path, it's going to be longer than a meter because we'd have to curve like left or right. Do you agree?
yeah.
Okay. So something's traveling along the edge of this, along the circumference of this circle now. And we want to hit it, but we only want to travel a meter. So we're going to lead the target, right? Because if we always have our heading pointed at the thing that's moving along the circumference, we're going to end up taking a curved path and we'll end up traveling longer than a meter, right?
Yeah.
So the shortest path would be to lead the target in this instance.
Yeah, it's hard to visualize it without seeing it, but
I'm working on getting an animation guy. I know this is a tough business out here, tough crowd.
Witsa did
Well,
animation for you. He did.
I
make
know.
that
I
demo.
need it. I need this shit all laid out, though. I know. Well, you know what? Never mind. It's fine. Forget it.
But you would calculate the movement of the object on the outer rim and then just lead that target, right? You would calculate the movement of it. You know where it's going to be in the amount of time it takes you to travel the 1 meter. So you would lead the target. Is that right, Pareidolia?
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear the last part.
No problem. What I was saying is, like, if that thing on the outside circumference is moving, you would be able to determine the speed that it's moving at and the speed that it takes your object from the center to get to the outside, and you would lead the target. So you would see where it is, and you would eventually hit that. You would basically aim towards where it's going to be to travel just the 1 meter.
Yeah, but I would really just need like a visual thing because we might just be talking about something entirely. I might have something to visualize that's different. I don't know. I would need to see what you're talking about. So
I think it's like a heat-seeking
Hey,
missile.
picture a circle. Picture a circle and something's traveling around the edge of it.
Okay.
Along the circumference. Right? You got that?
Yep.
Okay, and now you're in the center and you want to make something hit that. We got a drone. We want to hit that target. And we want to make sure we travel the shortest distance. We're gonna lead the target, right? Because if you try to like do like a heat-seeking missile path and always be heading at the target, you're gonna travel longer than a meter.
Yeah, you want
Right.
to estimate its position if you shoot in front of it.
Yeah, you want to shoot where it's gonna be basically by the time you get there. You want to lead the target. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So we're all caught up. 1 meter radius. We're gonna lead the target. That's the shortest path that the drone. Like, there's no other path that's shorter, right?
Yeah, if you're sitting in the center of that 1 meter radius circle, you're gonna lead that traveling target that's traveling in a circle.
Yeah. And there's no other path that can there's no possible shorter path.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, now that we know that, change the circle that's on the ground. We're going to change that into a merry-go-round. And now your drone's in the center of the merry-go-round. Okay?
Okay.
Nothing changes. You can run all those scenarios back. Nothing changes now that it's a merry-go-round, right? Still the 1 meter circle. Still all the same stuff happens. Still the shortest path. Like, we know everything. Everything's the same, right? Except our circle's now a merry-go-round.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so now new scenario. That thing that was traveling along the circumference, it's now on a fixed position on the merry-go-round, on the edge, on the circumference. It's fixed there. And now we're going to start spinning the merry-go-round. Right? What do I want to do to make sure that the drone flies the shortest path possible?
Right. Estimate where it's gonna be.
You would still lead the target, right? Of course, yes.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Ooh, wow, that was easy. Okay, is that the easiest you guys ever heard that one? I think so. Nice work. Okay. So the center. Settle down, APOC. So the center of the merry-go-round is going to be the North Pole. Okay, and the circumference is going to be the equator. Okay, so now we got our plane at the North Pole. We want to fly to the equator. Right? We want to lead the target to fly the shortest path, right?
Okay.
Okay, or what? Yes, we're on the same page, or
So your target is the equator. So your target is the entire circumference of the globe. Is there something that's
there's a
moving
city.
around the
Hold on. There's this. My bad. Maybe I didn't specify. There's an airport that's on the equator. You want to hit that? Let's say it's, I don't know. Make up a city on the equator. I don't care.
It's in
But you want
Ecuador.
to hit. There's an airport in Ecuador. You want to hit that. You want to hit that airport, right? You want to travel the shortest path. We're gonna lead the target, right?
I'm not sure how the requirement of leading in that scenario would work.
It's the same thing. You have a target that's it's exactly like the merry-go-round.
Well, it's
not
not
now,
quite.
Zanuck.
It's not quite the same, right? Because you're traveling in a fluid that is moving you with it, right? So you're
$100. Paradolia got in.
Hold on.
DM.
So hold on, man.
He's on the right page.
Stop, guys. Stop. Xanic, no, guys, give me 5 minutes. Come on, man. 5 more minutes, bro. So Paradolia. We have the Coriolis effect on Earth, right? Planes are affected by the Coriolis effect, correct?
I'm not familiar with the Coriolis effect.
Okay. Well, I guess that's the end of that.
$100. Xanix DMing Paranoia.
I guess that's over. If you don't know the Coriolis effect, I guess it's.
Coriolis effect is mysterious, right? It's really hard to even tell if it exists.
I mean, you don't know if Coriolis effect affects. Hold on, Xanic. Hold on. You don't know if the Coriolis effect affects planes or not?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
We
How
really
could I
have to
know if
end
it
the
affects
argument.
it or not? Like, I don't
Okay,
know.
that's fine. That's fine.
I'd have to investigate it. It's something I don't know about, so I have to learn about it.
Okay.
It's quite simply, it's a curved path of an object that is observed moving in a rotating reference frame. So the example that Jeremy gave you about the ball from the center out to the edge, how it would take a curved path with respect to the actual moving merry-go-round.
Why don't you follow
Whereas
out?
if you
Why
looked
don't
at
you
it from
follow this
above and
out with
didn't
him,
care
Xanic?
about if you didn't care about the merry-go-round, it would actually have a straight path. So that's why Jeremy put out that example of throwing the ball and how it would only travel 1 meter, yet it would actually travel, with respect to the surface, a spiral, which is much further.
Yo, why don't you follow this out and take his place? Are planes affected by the Coriolis effect?
Of course.
Okay, so we have the option to lead or not lead the target, right?
In essence, yes, but you have to realize whether it's a projectile or something that's powered and controlled.
It's a powered flight. It's a powered flight. We have the option to lead or not lead the target.
Right, but it's also
just
moving
like the
through a fluid.
merry-go-round. We can. There's 2 options, just like the merry-go-round. We can fly we can lead the target and fly where it's going to be, or we can do like heat-seeking missile style on it, where we constantly fly at the target. Right? Those are 2 paths.
Right, which is what you'd have to do because you're flying in a fluid.
And those are there, and those are yes, but we have the option to lead it.
Unlike the
You can't do
merry-go-round,
it. I
where the
know.
fluid. Wait, hold on. Unlike the merry-go-round, we are now not just throwing something in basically no medium. There's inconsequential. We're actually flying in a medium.
He can't do
We're
it.
flying
He
in a
can't do
medium
it. I know they can't do it.
Dude, Xanic, that's total bullshit.
Hey,
Nowhere
Pac,
in
just
the
stop, man.
military.
Just stop, dude.
Don't fuck me, bro. Come on, dude. I'm just
stop.
Are
I'm
you
right in the
serious
middle of
right
this.
now?
I just want to. Just 2 more minutes, bro. 2 more minutes.
All right.
Xanac
You said
ain't gonna
5
play.
minutes like 20 minutes ago, but that's okay. That's okay. Go ahead.
I don't care, man. I take as much time as I want.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
All right. Cheers.
So, Xanic, we have the option to lead or not lead the target now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just like the merry-go-round, we had the option to lead or not lead the target.
Right.
Right, and we know which one's the shorter path. Right, we know which one's the shorter path, right?
Right, the path you're going to be taking will be a straight line path to that point. So you're not going to have a curved path that you'll see. That'd be too far. You're going to take a great circle route to that airport.
Nope, the shortest path, Xanic, you're jumping way ahead, bro. The shortest path is to lead the target, right?
If there's no atmosphere.
It doesn't matter. If we have the option to lead or not lead the target, it doesn't matter if there's atmosphere or not.
Sure, because the atmosphere is applying a force to you the entire way.
There's a moving target, bro. There's a moving target in front of you, same as the merry-go-round. This perfectly translates to Earth. If you use the center as the North Pole, center of the merry-go-round is the North Pole, and the edge, the circumference is the equator. This perfectly translates. We have the option to lead or not lead, same as the Coriolis effect, same exact thing. The only difference now is there's less Coriolis effect because you're in a fluid that's moving with the thing. It's still there. The Coriolis effect is still there, and you still have the option to lead or not lead the target. Do you agree?
Well, it all depends on what you mean by lead. You're pointing in a certain direction. Are you trying that leading direction? Are you making a circular path with respect to you observing above these 2 positions versus relative to the surface?
What? I feel like I'm Chris Tucker and you're Jackie Chan, and I'm about to be like, "What the hell did you just say?"
That's funny.
I'm saying that. Are you talking about? See, if I'm going to travel one shore of a calm river, and out in the middle of the river is high velocity
No, why are we
water that is
talking
moving
about rivers?
downstream,
No.
I'm going to point directly to that point where I'm going to travel to. I'm going to angle my boat upstream, and the path that I take will be a straight line from me to the other shore, even though the river has a 20-mile-an-hour current. So part of my energy will be in not only going forward, but going upstream into the stream flow. Same thing happens on the earth going south. I'm going to point my plane slightly to the east, for assuming that it's direction, and we will move from the North Pole all the way down to this Ecuador airport. And the line that we take will be a great circle route, and it'll be perfectly straight. In essence, we have led the target, but in reality, we haven't.
No.
Your
Yeah,
reality.
you did not lead it. No, just like the drone, you have the option here to lead or not lead the target. Do you agree? I don't know why you went to a river and then something out. Like you're all over the place, bro.
I thought it was
Focus.
a
Focus. Stay focused.
pretty conclusive and solid comparison and analogy. So you can see that we would go directly to that object. We would
You're about to fly a
directly
plane.
toward it, and we would stay pointed
Santa.
at it, but the yaw of the plane would be slightly to the east, counteracting the Coriolis forces, and that would allow you to take a straight line path, great circle route to the airport. It'd be a straight line. Wouldn't be like some curved path that met it. It would actually be a straight line path from the non-inertial reference frame.
So just like, dude, it scares you guys. This must have more serious implications than I even know about. There's probably is a lot more to this than just that one claim
I
on
know
the
what you're
table.
saying. You're trying to equate the merry-go-round leading the target. Like if I know you're to the left of me and it's spinning clockwise, and you're to the left of me and I'm in the middle, I'm not going to throw directly at you. I'm not going to aim directly at you. Go. I'm going to throw it at a 90-degree angle and lob it, because by the time you get there, you'll be able to catch it. That's your mindset. That's what you're thinking of right now. On the Earth, that's not working. Now, if we did that in the moon, we could do that too. The moon, we could do that. It was rotating, or the Earth had no atmosphere, because the Earth
just
has
stop,
atmosphere.
man. You took us
as was
to a
mentioned, that's the
river,
problem.
to a moon. Maybe put
I'm
a
just trying to make it
river
clear. I
on
mean,
the moon
you're just
and make a boat. That's actually, the boat is actually a merry-go-round, and there's a train on it, and a helicopter's inside the
you're
train.
trying
Like,
too
dude,
hard.
just stop.
You're trying way too hard.
Does
Jeremy.
this argument
Jeremy,
doesn't
the
matter?
difference between the merry-go-round and the Earth example is one has atmosphere, the other one doesn't. And that makes all the difference in the world. If we didn't have an atmosphere, yes, you would lead the Earth. You would take off. Hold
Just
on.
stop,
You would
man.
take.
Stop, because you're lying to everyone now. That's not true. What you're saying is not true.
Absolutely.
You still have the option. You still have the option to lead or not lead if you're taking off at the North Pole. This is just like the merry-go-round. It's not as great of an effect, but the effect is still there, where you have the option to lead or not lead the target. Okay, now you're sitting here telling us that we're going to not lead the target, and that's the shorter path.
If you are powered and controlling, yes, because there's an atmosphere. If there's no
It's not
atmosphere,
true.
you would lead it like
No, the atmosphere doesn't matter, man.
It's a two-part response.
I'm done.
It's really
Anyways,
simple.
go
It's
ahead,
less than a
guys.
sentence for the both of them. One sentence for both of them. Really, it was really quick. If you're on the merry-go-round, you throw the ball, you lead. If you're on the Earth with no atmosphere, you lead it. You would throw a completely different direction, because it's a projectile, basically. But if we have an atmosphere and we're flying in it, we would fly directly at it and just yaw the plane in opposition to the Coriolis effect.
Dude, no. Okay, nobody. Okay, go ahead. I'll jump in after. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to know, at the North Pole, is the ground spinning the exact same speed that it is at the equator?
Good question.
No,
Beautiful question.
it's a completely different tangential velocity.
So this would
It's infinitely
if
greater.
you had to travel 6,000 miles, that would take about 3 hours in an airplane, or what are we saying? Right?
6,000 miles.
5.
You got 10 hours.
10 hours. Okay. So you're gonna fly for 10 hours from the north to the equator, and you left at the north speed, and you're not going to lead the target?
Did you miss what I said about my yaw? I have a yaw where I'd be applying a power directly in opposition to the Coriolis effect, but I'd be traveling a straight line path because I'm going through a medium. Had there been no atmosphere, I wouldn't do that. I would just point, 80 degrees, 70 degrees in a direction opposite to where the destination is, and then I would expect the airport to meet me in that also straight line path, which is leading the target. Now, remember, in the inertial reference frame, it's a straight line. In the non-inertial reference frame, it's a curved line.
So you're not taking into fact that the North Pole and the equator are spinning at different tangential velocities.
Well, you missed everything I said if you think that, because no, I said exactly the opposite. I'm taking that. The reason that we would lead it with no atmosphere is because there is this difference of tangential velocity, infinitely different. Right? We're going from 0 to 500, or 0 to 1,000.
1,000.
Zanuck.
So we do that by leading. If it's 10 hours, we can lead it by 10,000 miles.
Zanuck. There's not one sniper or missile defense system that leads their target. They don't,
because there's an atmosphere. Did you miss everything I just said?
No. Are you kidding me? Because
you missed everything I said. Obviously,
no. It's not because there's atmosphere. It's because they don't have to. Because they understand. No, they don't. Because they even in their fucking manuals and diagrams. No, they don't.
Well, let me post the manual and diagrams. So you're asking for it. You're mentioning it. Since you're referring to it, let me post it because it actually specifically leads the target by 100 yards. 100 yards over 26 miles. So you're wrong. Yes.
Please
let me post it.
Please post
yes. it. Yes. You've seen this. I probably posted. This is probably one of the most posted pieces of information I've ever.
Yeah,
oh my
yeah.
God.
Because
do you ever stop talking?
You hang to it because you hang on to it. You're right.
No, because because you keep on forgetting that it's been posted.
So
there it is.
So when they launch a missile, I know, which is really, really funny. So when they launch a missile,
projectile.
They have to projectile. You're right. You're exactly, because it could be like a little. You're right. They have to lead something because the Earth is spinning. That's what you're saying.
Correct. By 100 yards.
These guys, bro.
By 100. Why you argue with me? This is in the manual. I just posted it. Stop talking and read something. It's always kind of, when you're drinking, it's kind of fun to read shit. Read this, all right? It might help you out. Seriously, I want to help you.
Yeah.
I feel your pain.
Yeah.
I do.
I love how it's underlined curvature of the Earth. Dude, you guys have been. You said
there's not one manual. Now you're doing a red herring now. They're non sequitur and a straw man. Look, there it is again.
Not you, but the system has been trying to push the curvature of the Earth for so long that they even have it written in manuals. Like,
because Coriolis depends on rotation.
It goes so deep, you don't even believe how deep it goes.
Deep state, man. It's deep state. Look out. They're coming to get you. Would you read those things? God dang it. This is a manual. If you're on a gunboat with a 16-inch diameter, 50 caliber cannon, when you shoot this shell 26 miles, if you don't fucking pay attention to this Coriolis effect, deviation leading the target, quote, then you are not going to hit your target and they're going to hit you. So you want to take them out before they take out you. And if you're the fuck that's next to me saying, hey, you know what? Don't follow the manual. Dude, just aim right at it. I'm going to throw you overboard. I'm going to throw your ass overboard because you're an idiot.
Zanuck.
And you're going to get us killed.
Zanuck. It has nothing to do with the spinning of the Earth. It has to do with the moving target. So, like,
it has to do with the spinning of the Earth. It says right there. It says it.
It's a falsehood. It's a falsehood. It's a falsehood.
Zanuck, they're lying to you.
It's a falsehood. It's a falsehood. It's a falsehood. You're not accounting for something that is moving in your target. So, like, a sniper looking at his so let's say I have a sniper that's 2 miles away or a mile away from his target. He does not have to point his gun left if he's trying to account for the Earth spinning in that direction. He doesn't have to do that because that's not reality. The reality is, what he is going to account for is the angle that he's shooting it, the distance, and the wind, and that's it. Everything else that's going to happen in that moment has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. But you want to try to invoke this stupidity, like this stupid argument that he has to account for the spinning of the earth. So in your reference frame merry-go-round bullshit, when I shoot a bullet, it's actually going to go at a rounded angle to hit my target. Do you understand how fucking retarded that is, Zanuck? Yes or no? Hello. Do you understand? Can I not? What the fuck happened? Am I not? Why can't people hear me?
Can you hear us, Apocryphon? We've been talking. Can you hear us?
can hear you. I can hear you now, but I couldn't hear you earlier. The whole time I was
You're
talking.
breaking up. You're breaking up.
Okay. So, did you hear me talking about the sniper? Did you hear that? Okay, I'm saying, can you hear me now? Good. If a sniper,
He's muted.
Okay, so if a sniper is shooting his target, they do not account for the spinning of the earth. The only thing they account for is the wind and the angle and the elevation of how they're shooting their target. If you can you still hear me? Am I still here? I don't know. Check, my check. Oh, fuck it. I guess you all can't. I'm speaking too much truth, I guess.
It worked.
I guess I was speaking too much truth, I guess. I don't know. It cut me out.
He's muted.
Who's muted?
Zanuck.
Oh, I was asking the room. Can you guys hear me talking?
You're saying they don't account for the spin of the earth when snipers shoot bullets.
Yes. They don't have to account for, so when they shoot their target, they're not accounting for like a plane traveling to the destination. They don't have to curve their bullet to meet their mark. All they do is just they shoot straight. The only thing they're accounting for is the wind and the angle and elevation of their target. That's it.
Do artillery
No, they don't. The only thing, okay, artillery, that's another subject because you have it height to the projectile. So like a gun, a sniper is shooting straight across, obviously. So sometimes they have to angle their gun a little bit higher because they realize that when you shoot a projectile out of a barrel, obviously it's going to eventually fall. So they have to go a little bit higher to make sure that when it falls, it hits their target. Same thing with projectiles, but differently because you have to shoot way higher, right? Because you want to get the greatest distance of the projectile that you're shooting. And they it's a very, very well-known science, even in the military. They understand that. That's why like guns on naval ships, they know that when they see a target 125, by the way, they're seeing a target 125 miles away. That should be another red flag to ballers. But when you see a target 125 miles away, that they know that they have to angle because they know that the force that they can produce behind that
It says here
ballistic.
that snipers do have to account for the spin. Is this wrong?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
I just Googled it and it says they sometimes have to account for the spin of the earth.
No, that's a complete falsehood. You never have to account for a curvature of the earth ever when you're shooting a target. But that's a falsehood. And by the way, we live in a world where there's many falsehoods. And Zanuck has manuals to show you. Look at curvature of the earth, underlined, bolded. This is what we do. That's false. That's false. They don't have to do that because there's a lot. Ask a sniper, dude. Have you ever when you're laying there and you look at your target? Did you have to do math, calculating the curvature of the earth? Every fucking one of them will tell you never. All I did was adjust.
Hey, Pac, are you just gonna talk forever?
No, I'll shut up, Gio. Go ahead. You can
All
talk.
right.
You can talk.
Thanks.
So that's interesting. Yeah. I mean, both people can't be right? Like the people that say yes, you do, and the people no, you don't. So.
Just ask a sniper. See what he says.
I mean, but we could just like find the information online. I don't just have to like rely on some random anecdote from someone that says they're a sniper, right?
I mean, no. It would probably be best to ask an actual sniper, not some troll online. Like ask a sniper and say, hey, did you ever, the same way like when it came to
Yeah,
asking
but
a surveyor.
there's more than troll information online, right? You can like
Right.
look at, reputable information online that would provide you.
Yeah, that's fair. But it's the same thing as asking a surveyor, hey, have you ever accounted for curvature of the earth? And when you run across 5 surveyors in your lifetime
Yeah,
and
but
they
that's
all
an
say
anecdote.
no,
That's the problem with relying on anecdotes and
well,
people and the confirmation bias, especially if you want them to be
yeah, that's
saying
fair.
something.
Yeah,
So
that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I still to this day, as an iron worker, I still to this day have to meet a surveyor of a project that actually says, yeah, we account for curves of the earth.
but that doesn't mean anything though.
Well, in the world of I just want to hand wave, reality, you're right. But but if you want to look at it as, well, are you in a position where you could ask a surveyor that same question and you get the same answer? I don't know. You tell me. That's on you, not me. But where do we go from there? Because a manual says account for the curvature of the earth. Okay, but then ask the surveyor that actually would have read that and studied it and passed the test according to that, and then ask them in a real world experience, have you ever had to do that? And they say, no, we don't have to do that because that's not reality. So then what? So a book tells you one thing, but reality tells you another. And it's
Yeah.
yeah, okay, that's fine. Sorry, Gio, I'll shut up. Next. I just felt that I was like kind of like making a great point. Sorry, Gio. I was like on a one.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's just when one person talks for super long, then no one else really responds, and then it kind of kills the room because there's not really a combo happening. There's just one guy talking.
Nah, yeah, you're right. You're right. But maybe it's the truth that's silencing them. Gio, you ever thought about that? I'm just kidding.
Or he's muted.
Yeah, you're right. Because Zanuck would have been all over that. Because he's like, yeah, you're right.
Wait a second. There are no other Globers in the room.
I'm a Glober.
Well, I mean, I can
right.
unmute Zanuck, but the thing is he overtalks and does it every time, and I'm not going to sit here and mute and unmute him 47,000 times in a day.
Apocryphon never does that.
I have a question for the room.
So I don't know. I mean, I'll unmute him, but if he does it again, I guess we'll just leave him on mute. I mean, unless some mod wants to sit here and mute and unmute him, but he just has complete whatever is going on with his psyche that he can't let other people talk without just bowling over them.
Has anyone looked into the science of grand conspiracism?
That's not really the topic, but why, you're into conspiracism?
Yeah, we could
Well, that
change
is-
that.
Yeah,
Well,
man.
that is-
What kind of
kind of the-
conspiracies are you into? Let's hear about those.
That is kind of the topic, but
No, it's not the topic at all. Talking about the Earth and all the topics listed on the welcome page has nothing to do with conspiracies. The word conspiracy is not listed anywhere on this server.
yeah. But if it's not listed, doesn't mean it's not applicable, right? Doesn't mean it's not happening, right?
So are
Because
you
flat
suggesting?
Earth relies upon conspiracism to
No,
exist.
well, not
Absolutely
true at all.
not. The concept of a planar stationary Earth has existed since the dawn of man and never had to do with a conspiracy. It has to do with nature.
Correct.
Today, just the fact that there's entities telling us it's something different, then yeah, they are running a conspiracy by deceiving. But that has nothing to do with the Earth itself. That's completely separate.
But it's
Absolutely.
entirely connected, though, right? Because what are they doing? Like,
They're doing whatever they're doing. The Earth is what it is, though. It's nature.
Yeah,
but,
if
but the
anything,
people that believe that the Earth is flat have determined that those individuals are not telling the truth. Would you agree?
If it's something different than what it is, yeah.
So that's grand conspiracism.
Doesn't have to be grand conspiracism necessarily. There's a lot of things like that. For example, they have made the plant medicine ayahuasca illegal, and they've said that it's in a Schedule 1, no medicinal benefit, and all the things about Schedule 1. That is absolutely patently false. Now,
they didn't say that
that's false information. Now, so do you want to say that there's a huge grand conspiracy that there? I mean, that you could speculate on that, but yeah, there's information out there that's false. So that's.
But there's a little bit of a difference, you'd agree, right? Like if they say that cannabis is a Schedule I drug with no medicinal benefits, they could be in error in thinking that there is no medicinal benefits.
Flat Earth has nothing to do with
But
conspiracies.
they're not saying that cannabis is actually a steel robot. And here's pictures of the steel robot.
Flat Earth
different.
has nothing to do with conspiracies. How many times?
I know you're saying that, but just because you're saying it doesn't change the reality.
Does it sound like I was asking?
but pareidolia, here's the problem though. You're not at least accepting the fact that this globe Earth came after the flat Earth. So in that sense, globe Earth is a conspiracy. Do you understand that? Because if everybody once upon a time believed that it was what they said it to be, and then all of a sudden these globers came on, and for the past 1,500 years, 2,000 years, whatever it may be, 2,500 years, now everyone's saying it's round and a ball and spinning heliocentrism, all that shit, then that would be the conspiracy, because that wasn't the original argument. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes or no?
So
yeah, so you could even extrapolate that and say that if you believe in a globe, you're involved in conspiracism, since you seem to love that term and you're so into it. So
Exactly.
Yeah, can you tell me how that would be the case?
Entities are conspiring to sell a false narrative, and you're into that false narrative, and so therefore you would be into the conspiracism of those individuals.
Absolutely.
So I believe that there is a number of individuals that is telling me that the Earth is a ball.
Right.
And it's not the case.
Yeah, that's right. Have you verified the distance to the sun all on your own?
And therefore, I would be a conspiracist. So I would be
absolutely.
I'd be in agreement with what they're saying, and that would make
conspiracy.
Now your logic is working, brother.
Right. Now you're getting it, because now you are the conspiracist, not us. But here's the problem, though. Because
so hold on.
Go ahead.
I don't think that's the definition of a grand conspiracy, right?
But it is.
It's actually the biggest one so far.
You know what's interesting is that if this wasn't about grand conspiracism, I don't think it would be a topic that is shied away from or rejected. There'd be probably some pretty clear articulation to show the differences, or some pretty clean understanding of what grand conspiracism is. Would you agree?
I mean, listen, bro. You're trying to compare us with grand conspiracy theory, and that's not going to work. Sorry.
I know, but just because you say that, that's doesn't
I'm not
change
asking.
reality, right?
It's so weird that you think that I was asking.
I didn't think you were asking. You made a statement. I'm not confused on what a statement and a question is. I know you made a statement.
Oh, good.
But I think you're confused
so what
as to
prompted
what
you to
statements
respond
do.
to it?
Statements don't change matter.
What prompted you to respond to it as if it were a question, kiddo?
And so you're gonna say I'm a kiddo. Does that increase?
You're thinking like a child. If you believe in the globe, you are thinking like a child. Still.
Does that increase the validity of your argument if I'm a kiddo or a child?
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. If you are believing something that came after a particular understanding and accepted, agreed upon belief, and you're trying to say that in today's world, we are the
Wait, hold on. Let me get this
Go
straight. You
ahead.
just made a
Go
point.
ahead.
You said because I believe in something that came along afterwards. Is that bad? Is it bad to change a belief on new information?
Well, here's what's bad. Here's what's bad. Because you have a truth, and then there was a lie, and you are living in a realm in a time frame when you came out of your mother's, womb. You are now grown up and believing in a certain time frame this falsehood, but then you want to point out everybody that believes the old belief, which is factual. You want to call them the conspirators. So in essence, you are the conspirator because you're going against what was originally known. Do you not comprehend that, or you do understand that, but you're just kind of like trying to get around that to make
I don't know how to
yourself
respond to you. I want to be respectful, but I don't really think that, kind of
okay?
tangential, and it doesn't really, you're not really, you know,
Making a
that's not
point.
what grand conspiracy is. And I think you would,
Well,
I
the
think you'd
grand
be well
well,
served
well,
to
a
look
grand
into what
conspiracy.
it
Well,
is.
a grand conspiracy is meaning that somebody or a group of people conspired to deceive or manipulate in a negative or harmful way, so that way they can get what their agenda that they're trying to put upon everybody
Yeah, you know
Okay.
what's cool?
to make it
Hey,
true.
So what
yeah,
what am I doing that would fit that definition?
You're believing the falsehoods of those that have given you that narrative, false narrative, the falsehood. So you would be a part of that conspiracy, but you're trying to say
So
that we're part of the conspiracy.
so
That's crazy.
it's my belief that people are lying to me, is what you're saying?
Pretty much.
So I believe that there's grand actors out there that are working together to lie
No,
to
no,
me
no,
about
no,
the
no, no,
shape of
no,
the
no,
earth.
no, 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 no. Wait, hold up. I retract. That's the problem. You don't believe that, but we're
Okay.
telling you they are.
So I don't fit the definition of grand conspiracism.
Well, your belief is based upon somebody that is involved with the grand conspiracism. So we're trying to tell you, like, we're trying to pull you out of that. Like, hey, bro,
Yo,
you
can I
Okay.
can't
make
save
So
me.
this
we agree then
interesting
that
for
I
1
would
second?
not then fit that
That's
definition.
fair. That's fair. Yeah. I get it. That's fine.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah, can I make
Okay.
this a little more interesting on your case, Apocryphon?
Go ahead.
Like, let's say, like, when was the metric system invented? And I would propose, as we get into this, and this will be my preposition, right, to our friends on the other side, right?
When
The
they
idea
say that they got the
wouldn't
measurements of
that
Earth,
I'm not
they
finished.
said,
I'm
you know
not
what I mean?
finished
No,
yet,
no.
but like
So I'm answering your question.
I'm not finished asking your question.
Okay.
Like so, like let's say, like when the metric system was created, right? If it was created, let's say during the French Revolution, and its idea was to like smash out any notion of imperialism, and like imperialism and all that would entail, let's say, flat Earth, and one were seeking to abolish all aspects of imperialism and create along with it a mathematical system and a way to look at the world, such as like the metric system. Wouldn't it be that, let's say, this new idea of the globe and everything would be part of that revolution to, let's say, stamp out imperialism? And in that regard, wouldn't you be playing the role of, let's say, like a revolutionary from France by arguing for the metric system and the globe, etc.? And that would make it so that you are a party to some group that is trying to stomp out any notion of a flat earth or all those ancient ways and create something new, right? And that's to the glober or the baller or whatever.
There's a whole lot of guesses and what ifs, and it's like kind of, so I don't really know what to.
Well, let's say, like, who created the metric system?
I don't know.
So, like, I would dare ask you to look into history and find out that it was during the French Revolution that, like, the metric system was created.
Okay.
And you know what I mean? And it was used in order, like, in an attempt to use something other than the imperial system of feet and inches and all the rest of the other categories.
Okay.
So let's say, like, in the so-called Renaissance eras and, like, all this, like, updated new age, whatever, where everybody knows that the earth is a globe. Like, you know what I mean? It was like almost this movement to eradicate any notion of the beliefs of the imperial system, which were, let's say, God oriented and like, an ancient cosmological model, like all the other, like the Hebrew model. I mean, they drew the pictures, right? So that was the old belief. And then the new belief would be the globe, right?
I don't know. It kind of lost me here. I don't know. Is there a specific question? I don't.
Well, I'm just saying how you would be a party to the group of people trying to impose a new way of looking at the world and trying to eradicate the old way, right?
I don't
For
know
for better or
what
worse,
you're
for
saying.
better or worse. Or do you just not follow?
Yeah, I guess I don't follow.
Do you think everyone thought it was a globe all the time?
How could you not
No.
have followed that? How could you not have followed that? Was there like a mental block, or did you have a problem with the logic? Because it was pretty straightforward.
I think it was not straightforward.
Well, he repeated it 3 times. It was really clear.
Yeah, straightforward to me, man. I'm having trouble biting
Okay,
my tongue.
Gio, can you articulate it to me, Gio?
Well, he repeated it 3 times. You need me to repeat it again?
That's what I asked.
Holy shit, dude. Are you
I
kidding?
mean, really, that's how we're going to spend the time? He talked about the metric system, the French Revolution, the transfer, trying to knock out imperialism, the connection to the globe, bring it up to today's moment. And those individuals that are in support of that it could be linked as being in support of that whole movement.
Yeah, lest you forget that he'd be a party.
Issa, your mic went real quiet, muffled.
Oh, I was just saying, and one of my other points was that he therefore would be a party to that revolutionary group.
Okay, I'll just say yes. No, yes.
Right. And that's why I added for better or worse, because I don't want to make it an insult, because it's an interesting thing. But if you don't even know that, let's say you're a party to this historic adventure, then wouldn't you be ignorant and possibly, like somebody, like that's why you could maybe, if you didn't know that about the system that you think about, then what else don't you know about the system that you think about?
Well, like
That
how
might
was
even offend you even.
Yeah. So how did they obtain units of measure through time? Like what units of measure did for the pharaohs use, for example?
I don't know, man.
But
I
if
don't
you
know.
don't know that,
I'm
then
not an
one might say that
Egyptologist. You know what I mean?
that might be pretty valuable
don't
to
know.
know, right? Or you might be a party to the system that you might not be aware of.
I can answer this question real quick about the
I'm not making that claim.
meter. They claimed that they measured the Earth, so therefore they divided it into so many sections, and we get the meter. Geometry measure of the Earth. Anyway, that's what I heard. Someone tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think they would use cubits, and then when they do look into the pyramids, it's very strange the measurements, how they work out really great with feet and inches and stuff. So I don't know exactly what they used to use. But Paradolia, do you think it's smart to know the other side of an argument before just going against it? Like I feel like you're here kind of just researching what we believe. You couldn't steelman our position yet, is that correct?
I think I could steel man it to some degree.
Okay, I'm gonna act like a glober, you act like a flat earther. Where does the sun go when it sets?
We don't know.
That's not our position.
Well, I mean,
Viewpoints,
you can't lump
as mythical
all
greater
flat
vision.
earthers into one pile, though, right?
You're saying flat earthers say they don't know where the sun goes when it sets?
Yeah, we don't actually even know what the sun is. Like, it's just up there. Like,
Okay, that doesn't really have anything to do with its setting and where it goes to. We definitely understand the sun travels on, Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer, the equator, in between those areas, right?
Okay.
So technically we could give you the position of where the sun was when it's set for us, right?
Yeah.
Oh, then why'd you just say we don't know if you know our position so well?
Well, I mean, we don't know where it travels to, right? We know these locations, but I mean, who's to say where it goes, right?
No, I don't think you're understanding my question.
It goes in above and across the plane and out of sight.
There you go.
And that's what a flat earther would say. So
Exactly.
I'm confused on why you said you could steelman the position.
Because I think I can steel man it because I've heard them say that before.
You've heard somebody say they don't know where it goes?
Yeah.
Well, it just disappears out of reality. You've heard someone ever say that?
Wow. I've never heard that.
Okay, so you've heard people say that it just disappears and goes to nowhere. No one knows where it goes. You've heard someone say that?
No.
Okay. Well, you just said you've heard.
I've heard them say we
I
don't know
know
where it goes.
you literally just said you heard somebody say what?
Yeah,
Oh
on the other
my
server,
God.
I've asked them where does it go, and they're like, we don't know where it goes. Who's to say what it even is?
All right.
Well, hold on, real fast. Isn't steel manning when you make the strongest version of that argument, not like repeating it? So technically speaking, wouldn't the strongest version of that argument be like the most I guess logical and
Arma, are you gonna argue about arguing?
I mean, I think
Literally
that is like
argue
I think
about
that
the
is the strongest
Wow.
I
argument
think
of that
okay. If
argument,
I
right?
used the word wrong, I meant go ahead and take the position of a flat earther, which I kind of set the conversation up that
Fair
way.
enough, fair enough. Yeah. No, I'm not trying to be that guy. I'm just saying because from my
But
understanding,
you're
yeah,
being that guy, dude.
No,
well, no,
you're always
because
that
no,
guy,
because from my understanding, Steelman is like, yeah, you're making the strongest version of that argument, whatever.
Yeah.
Like like.
Are you the one that tells me to correct your or you are?
No,
Yeah,
no, I'm not that
exactly.
guy. I'm not that guy. No, no.
He's a grammar Nazi. That's what he is.
I mean, yeah, funny.
It's not Nazi shame.
Oh, Kosho, you're back. Get me that video, Kosho. I'm still waiting. Like an hour later. Let's go.
That's right. That's right. I am black, but I never promised you I would send you anything, my man.
You said
Listen,
you were gonna show the video.
we already killed Kosho. We're gonna concentrate on his camp now.
all right. That sounds good, Jeremy. I like that.
Kosho's dead.
Kosho's done. Kosho's dead. He's done. We killed him. He's trying to provide evidence. He couldn't. He's done.
What the fuck is he talking about? He killed. He just says shit, dude. He didn't kill anybody. But I'll post that video. I was busy, but I'll post it.
No, you're not. Shut up. You're a liar.
Tosho, say you're a flat earther. Where does the sun go when it sets?
I'm a flat earther. Where does the sun go when it sets?
All right.
Wow. See how he is? That's how he does you. That's how he does you.
No,
That's Kosho.
If
he's being funny, it was a
because
joke.
Kosho loves to play flat earth. Kosho, if you had to play flat earther, you're playing a flat earther now. I'm gonna ask you a question. Where does the sun go when it sets?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Just goes really far away.
There you go.
Above another part of the planar surface, right?
All right.
And if you were to travel there, it would be high noon for the people over there, or the sun would be relevant for their daytime and not for yours.
It would have to be because when I call people over there, it's daylight. So
exactly.
Thank you, Kosho, for knowing our position.
Due to the azimuthal grid of vision and curved visual space, the sun just appears to disappear. It just goes out of your to the way you see things due to the optics.
Wait.
Danny brings up a good point, man.
Wait, question. So if we are in a flat Earth, right? Then why does part of the flat Earth go dark?
Because
they'll say a local like a local light or whatever, like a little like
yeah,
lamp
I
or
like
whatever.
this. Let's let the Globers tell him how it is. I like this. This is great.
Because God said that He set a dividing light between day and night. That's why. But hey, now maybe
Jesus magic.
No, what you would have to say is it's a local light source, right? You're assuming the sun is the size it is and 93 million miles away still. So you have to learn our position before you argue it.
Yeah, that's the argument, and we get that. Yeah, like it's a local light, whatever, and that would make sense if it was an actual like lamp where you have like a shade over it. But we always see the circle of the sun, so it's a little weird.
Wait a minute. So if it's flat, why does the sun go up and down? Like, is the sun like riding on some moguls where it continuously goes up and down across the flat plane?
No, up and down is the perception of how you're seeing something going in the distance. So if it goes away from you, it's going down. If it comes back to you, it's going up.
Yeah, their whole argument is that their argument is perspective is the reason why it drops down, even though it doesn't shrink in size. I mean, they have other arguments for that. I don't know.
And that's the perspective of things above you. That's what happens when things are way above you.
Right.
You can replicate that even in your bedroom with the light on the ceiling. Walk across the ceiling, and or like another example, like if let's say you're in a car and you see the street lights up in the distance, they're going to be right at your horizon, the red, green light. So you can point at them horizontal, but as you get closer to them, they're going to rise and rise and rise. When you're right under them, you can look up the sunroof and you can see them right above you. And then as you drive away, they're going to set. So it's going to rise.
And they keep their same size too, the entire way. It's crazy.
So wouldn't that mean that the highest altitude on Earth, the sun never sets?
Well, you have the 24-hour sun in the north. Yep, where the sun
Now
doesn't
you're
set.
getting
You're just
there.
watching it circle
You're
you.
getting there.
Yeah, no, but
Yep.
like, wouldn't that mean like on Everest, then it would never be dark?
No, because it's still too far away.
Oh my lord.
Yeah.
See, he
but,
just keeps trying to apply the intense light
so look,
source to the same
yeah.
model.
So look,
Doesn't
so look,
work.
so when the sun is at its furthest north position, that's when the center, and the surrounding areas are going to see a 24-hour sun. But as it travels south from that center position, then you're no longer going to have a 24-hour sun. How hard is that?
Wait,
You do
and
get close to 20.
Paradolia, I'm confused. Why would you go to something high in elevation when Gio just explained like the traffic light thing? Do you not understand the traffic light thing?
I guess maybe I don't, because like if you were sitting at the highest point on this flat plane, like the sun would never disappear.
You don't understand that a traffic light in the distance you could point at, and then when you get underneath it, you have to point up at it, and then when you pass it, you would again have to point horizontal behind you.
Yeah, I guess I must not understand.
But how come it doesn't get smaller when it gets?
Yeah, I mean, there's light attenuation.
Nobody
So the
knows.
sun there's light attenuation in the environment. So the sun doesn't, just like if you have a flashlight, it doesn't beam its light forever. It attenuates. It's going to dissipate. And at some point, if you're holding a flashlight, too far away from someone else, they're not going to be able to see the light at all. It's too far.
Yeah, but you
So-
can use par meters to measure the sun intensity at different times of the day, and it's pretty consistent unless you're at dawn or dusk. So that would tell you that you're not losing intensity based upon near dawn or near dusk. So I don't.
Well, absolutely
Ma-
loses
ma-
Time when
intensity.
it's
Yeah, it
rising and
absolutely,
setting.
it absolutely loses light and intensity, which is what sunrise
Imagine
and
you're
sunset.
in Kansas and it's the same traffic light that Gio was talking about, only you're 10 miles away. You didn't go over a curve. You've already measured it. It's as flat as a pancake, just like Stanford University, right? But you don't see the signal anymore. So you're trying to apply this 90 million mile huge burning ball model to a close local light source. You can't do that. So if you apply the same metrics to the signal light that Gio is pointing out, just as you're driving towards it, it's like what, a quarter mile away? I don't know. You can't see it for too far, but if you go like a few miles, you can't see it at all. But does that mean that it disappeared or that it set over a curve? Or is it just the way your eyes see and it faded away and it's at the same level?
Yeah, I mean, being up on Mount Everest, there's two factors. You can't see forever. The atmosphere doesn't let you see forever, and then the light doesn't travel forever either. So you have a limited range at which you can see due to the atmospheric conditions. You have a limited range at which the sun emits its energy within a local region. So that's why you can't just see it from the top of Mount Everest.
Yeah, but why does the par meter say the same reading? Like, why do you receive the same quantity of energy, the same micromoles to a quantum meter, regardless of if the sun is almost about to set, like that, and it's at noon? Like, you're not receiving enough of a degradation, the quantity of light, in order for that argument to work.
Where are you getting those numbers? Because in both models, the sun dissipates as it sets. In the globe model, it's because of the atmosphere and the angle. So where are you getting those readings? Or I don't know if it's just something you just Googled or where you're coming with that, but where are you getting those readings?
He said a quantum meter.
Yeah,
I'm sure that's a few $1 million.
I mean, have you ever seen the light and the sun and the heat? Like in the high noon, it's very hot. As the sun sets, it gets cooler and cooler. The infrared dissipates like a local heat lamp does. The intensity of the sun, and it gets darker as you get towards twilight. There's absolutely variation. The sun versus high noon versus sunset, dramatic difference.
Yeah, as far as heat is concerned, because everything is heated up around you.
And light. And the light is less as it sets, which
So
is
the
why you get twilight.
Quantum meter is used in the horticulture field. It's used to measure quantity of light that plants receive. So you can measure how much light to give them, or if you want to apply shade cloth. Different species of plants require different quantities of light. So you can buy a quantum meter for as little as $200, or you can spend a lot of money if you want to buy like a super one. Apogee Instruments makes quantum
They
meters.
used to call them spectroscopers. They used to call them. You could tell the nanometers and you could tell the wavelength based on the fruit
Yeah.
or the vegetable. Right?
Yeah, it's the same
They
thing.
never called them quantum meters. Well, that must be a rebranding thing they did here lately.
Wait, so the sun isn't more intense in heat at like 1 o'clock over your head than like at 5 o'clock? You're saying it's the same, even though the temperature decreases between those times?
What I'm saying is that you will have not enough of a decrease in received light to explain the argument that is being made that the sun cannot transfer that much light as it
Are you you're going by par value then? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah.
The par value?
Yeah.
I've measured par values of LED lights and stuff, so I kind of understand where you're getting at, but I still think that would work over a flat Earth considering the size of the sun and the size of the area that's lit up by it.
Yeah, but the argument, if you've measured those lights, right, then you can understand what I'm saying is like the sun doesn't lose its par as it changes positions in the sky, unless it's like being blocked by an object, right? So it's still receiving. You're going to still get like 1,000 micromoles at 7 o'clock as you got at 8 o'clock, right?
Yeah, I'd have to do that, or I'd have to see evidence of that par value.
So the argument that the sun loses strength and you just can't see it anymore, I think is not a good argument based on that information.
Well, we never said that. We said that because you don't see it is because it faded away. We never said it lost par value or lost intensity. We just said it's not
but
setting over.
that's
It's
what
not
he's saying,
setting. I know that's what he's saying.
Yeah, he's
but
implying
saying
that.
it
We
doesn't.
never said that. I
The
know.
strength doesn't change.
Okay,
Exactly.
but okay, maybe I'm just not really able to learn what you're saying. Can someone help me understand why, if I was on the highest point of Earth, that I would not always be able to see the sun then?
Because you're trying to calculate that based on a different model. Like if you're trying to calculate that based on the same size of this huge burning ball, you have to adjust the size of and the intensity and the location. So if it's a close localized heat source, the same properties are going to apply, and that's what he was saying is it's not losing par, it's not losing intensity, nothing's changing other than it's moving further away from your position and fading away.
Yeah, but it
And
wouldn't
it
fade, right?
appears that
Because
it's going down, just like Gio was saying with the traffic light analogy.
Yeah, if you're on,
hold on.
if you're
I have to address
go
what you
ahead,
just said.
go
It
ahead.
can't be fading, though, right? Because it's not losing par.
Well, you said that it could if there was some material blocking its intensity, and that would be the atmosphere.
But wouldn't that
That would
be a
its density of the
gradual?
water molecules because it is a local light source.
Well,
But
wouldn't that?
Arma, the reality is if you took any source of heat and you took it away from yourself to be able to measure and calculate the intensity of it, obviously, the farther away it gets, the less, heat you will feel. But he's trying to imply that simply because I'm in the highest part of a mountain, then I should be able to not only see it but feel it. But that's not necessarily true because
Did he say that the feeling part? Or did he just see it?
Wait, what is the globe's explanation for this with the curve and everything and it being tilted and now the sunlight has to go through more atmosphere? What is the globe's explanation for it?
Hold on, before we go on to a new topic, like the idea on the flat Earth, right, is that it's a localized sun and that it's moving further
No, what
away
is
from
the
you. Right?
what's the how does this work on the globe is what
Hold
I'm
on, before
asking.
we change to a different topic.
That's not a different topic. I'm asking the same question you're asking me. How does it work on a flat Earth? And I'm saying that's interesting. I'd like to see the numbers. How does this work on a globe Earth?
Yeah, no, but that's a different topic. I'm asking you how it works on a
No,
flat
it's
Earth.
the
I'm not
exact
asking.
same topic.
Yeah,
It
but
doesn't
he's giving
work on
the
a globe.
answer.
It doesn't sound like it
It's the
works on a
same
globe
topic
Earth
with a
to me.
different shape. Isn't that
let's
weird?
okay,
maybe we're
let's answer him. Let's answer him how it works on a flat Earth or a planar Earth, because I don't like to subscribe to this known, actual measurements. So let's say
You
on a
just
planar Earth, you have a sun, a light source in the sky. Now, the farther away it gets, obviously, it's not going to have any same effect that it had when it's right above your head. Would you
In
agree with
order,
that? Yes or no?
yeah,
But
in
that's
order
not.
to get these numbers, I would have to know distances and intensities and all kinds of things.
Okay. So would you agree that when the sun is directly over our head, it's going to give us a different reading in all your calculated instruments and all that shit? It's going to give us a different reading as opposed to when it's really, really far in the distance. Would you agree? Yes or no?
No,
Why not?
because you receive the same par.
So you're telling me that when something is right above us, so guess what? I live in a world, maybe not you, but I live in a world to where when it's noontime, it's pretty fucking hot. And then when it's 6
Why
o'clock,
is that hot?
because it's right above us. The sun is right above us. Now, come 5, 6 o'clock, it cools down. Okay? Wanna know why? Because the sun's not directly above us. And in my understanding and realization of what is and isn't, I realize that the sun is now way further away. No different than you being at the beach around a bonfire. Now, if you
Guys,
stepped way beyond the bonfire, obviously it's going to be less intense in heat. Would you agree? Yes or no? On that simple subject, would you agree? Yes or no?
I didn't hear the last part of what you said. So
Okay. Let me put you. Let me
Apocryphon.
put what, Kosho? Why are you
Let's
interrupting?
try to
Go on.
understand what he's saying, man, because I don't think anybody here has responded what he said, which is a fine point. Okay,
I'm
about the energy from the sun.
I
Right?
agree that par value will change with distance. I agree with him.
okay.
So
anything
I
to do
don't.
with the
I just want to know how this works on a globe after you have to shoot through more atmosphere at that point.
isn't it
At
Raymond
6 o'clock.
scattering?
Okay. So paranoia. If if you're on a beach, okay, and someone has a bonfire, is it safe to say that the farther you get away from that heat source, it will be cooler? Yes or no?
yeah,
Okay. With that being said, let's go back to the real world to where the sun is directly above you. Obviously, you're closer to the bonfire. Now, as it travels on its circuit, it's going to go farther away from you. And consequentially, it's going to get cooler in your environment. Yes or no?
yeah,
Okay, so then what are we arguing here?
yeah. But it doesn't decrease the values that you receive.
We
Don't
never said
decrease
it
enough
would.
to justify the reason that you gave that it disappears as it gets further away. That's why we can't see the sun. Is because it
No,
just gets too far.
we would have to know exactly how much land the sun is covering and how big the sun is and the intensity from the sun to determine to give you your exact answer you're looking for. Which I'm sorry we don't have that information.
I'm very, very lost right now because are you trying to
It's
say that the only reason why this reality is happening, you're trying to like interject this weird belief that it has to be a ball because the way we feel and see the sun? Is that what you're saying?
The way we
Sounds like
measure
it.
light received on meters.
That's what I was asking, Apocryphon. I want to know, how does this work on a globe?
Right. Exactly. Like
How would
what?
that work on a globe?
Exactly. Like how does the light received and felt, how does that have to make it be a globe when at the on the other on the other side of that coin, it makes perfect sense that it's a flat and stationary plane and there's a heat source going above you, because guess what, in the morning it's cool, the temperature is real cool and the sun's really really far. By afternoon it's above you, it gets really fucking hot, right? And then
Because it's
by the
close.
and then by the nighttime it gets really cool because the sun is farther away, right? So why does that not make sense in your brain? Why does that not make sense to you? I'm very, very curious. Go
Maybe
ahead.
it's because you're using the word above, like when it's hot, use close. When it's in the morning, it's far away, it's cool.
Right.
At noon, it's super close and it's
Right.
hot because it's closer. Because really,
Right.
you're both talking about distance, and that's what's
Mhm.
interesting. And I think that's what the point you're trying to make is. You're talking about the same thing. So how is it an argument when we're presenting pretty much the same experience on a flat stationary plane? The only
Right.
difference is you would have to have a localized heat source. It could not
Okay.
be 90 million miles away.
Right.
Period.
Okay. Well, to the guy who asked how this be on a globe, I expressed the equation there for how you measure the par, the illuminance in the atmosphere. I mean, from sunlight. So you'd have to first consider you'd have to consider the air mass, which air mass is going to change depending on how low the sun is. But it doesn't change. If you notice this equation here, it doesn't change the value of the equation by very much.
All right.
If you notice, it's an exponent.
Where's that
Makes that
equation at?
term.
Now, all right.
I
With that,
posted a picture.
with that being said, Kosho, let me throw a fucking curveball at you, okay? Hear me out. Hear me out. Because God has sent a curveball to mankind. Hear me out. In your paradigm, we get closer to the sun during a certain part of the year in your paradigm.
Yeah,
Here's
get there,
God.
Pakafon.
What was that?
Said get there.
I'm getting
Taking
there.
forever, dude.
Slow down. You know where I'm going, so shut up. So, if we're closer to the sun, how do we not record record temperatures as opposed to when we're so far away from
You
the
could have just
sun?
asked the question. I could get the answer 5 minutes ago. It's 3.3%. We do record higher illuminance, higher par value, higher whatever during the.
Okay.
During the
Blah, blah,
winter?
blah, blah, blah,
Hold
blah,
on,
blah,
hold
blah, blah,
on,
blah,
hold
blah.
on, Apocryphon. During the
Go ahead.
winter, Kosho? I want to hear what he had to say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
during the northern hemisphere's winter, yes. Coincidentally, the southern hemisphere's summer, we're 3% closer, or when we're not 3%, yeah, about 3% closer. We experience about 3% more energy from the sun.
Okay. Energy from the sun. Okay, so Kosho, when have we ever experienced a heat wave when we're technically closer to the sun at a particular part of the year? When have we done that?
I just want to say that works perfectly on the flat map, taking into consideration the coffee cup caustic. So that's all.
Absolutely. But I'm trying to get like I'm trying to like get Kosho in a corner because I want to give him enough rope to hang himself at this point, but I also want to like let him like try to explain himself. Go ahead, Kosho. So if the
You ever seen the
Earth,
movie Cherokee Kid?
oh my God, here we go with the movies. Oh, was that director Illuminati dude or what? What's going on over there? What happened?
Go ahead, man.
Yeah. So yeah, because he was. But here's the thing: if you had,
How do you know that? Go ahead.
are you asking me something real personally? Dude,
I'm
I
just being
know.
serious. I mean, how do you remember who directed Cherokee Kid?
Because I know. How about that?
All right, fair enough.
It's
Go ahead.
Kosho.
Go
How
ahead.
old are you? How old are you, how old are you, Kosho? How old are you?
I recently turned
You're younger than me,
12,000.
right? You're younger than me, right?
12,200 and something days. Yeah.
You're younger than me. Just shut up. So listen, kid. I'm just kidding. So listen, if you have a son, that is closer to you, yet the highest recorded, day for
I wish I could put this on
America.
2x speed.
Hear me out. Yeah, exactly.
Speak faster.
That's why your wife tells you that, because you always listen to shit real fast. Just
Yeah,
hear me
bro.
out. Just hear me out. The highest recorded date is not in the winter. Would you agree? Yes or no? In America. In America.
In America. Oh, in America. Yeah, of course. That's true.
Okay. So guess what? But technically, it would have been closer to the sun during the winter. Yes or no?
That's true. Yes.
Okay. With that being said, hey, yay for the retarded people. Listen, Kocho, listen. If that doesn't fucking raise the red flag in your fucking small mind, then wake the fuck up. Because obviously, if we are closer to the sun and we have a higher
Probability.
No, that's not the word. I wouldn't blank. A higher recorded temperature when we were further away from it than you, my friend, are sucking dick. That's what I'm gonna say.
Amen, brother. Great point.
That's what's up.
Well received.
That's what I'm gonna say. That's
Hey, when you guys are
Well,
done,
just quick maths. Not really finished just yet, but quick maths. Like in Texas, I would say like it's 310. I think 310. So 100 degrees Fahrenheit is about 310 degrees Kelvin. Okay, 310. Remember that number, 310. Okay, and let me see here. And 30 degrees is about 272 Kelvin. Okay, so that's about a 38 degree difference. Okay, so just do me a favor and try to tell me what you think. Or I'll just tell you. At 32, what is that? What did I say before? 48. No, hold on. 38 out of 272. Let's just call that 12%. Okay, I'm not going to do the math. 12%. So that's a 12% in temperature difference, right? Of in Kelvin, of like average in Texas, and the hottest and the coldest as it gets. So that's already greater than 3%. Okay, so the 3% difference that we experience because of distance is already exceeded in our temperature difference, which means that our temperature difference is not doesn't derive from our temperature difference doesn't derive from our distance difference. It's not easy to say, but
Well, hold on. Can I?
regardless,
Well, I was going to make an argument real fast, though. Actually, sort of.
hold on. I was
Devil's
before
advocate.
you, bro. Sorry, I was before you.
Yes, he's right.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to make a quick.
right.
Oh yeah, make the point right now. Then, if you're going
You
to make
make a
point.
quick thing, bro. Make your quick thing. Go on.
I was just going to say, because he
Make a hot
said
pocket,
it's greater than 3%, but would it be a 3% difference? Because, like, okay, obviously we're 3% closer, but if we're 100% closer, we don't expect the heat to be 100% greater. You know what I'm saying? It would be like a whole lot greater. Kind of, you
No,
get what
but
I'm
it
getting
is
at?
3%.
It is
Yeah, no,
3%.
the
Though?
illuminance is 3. Yeah, the illuminance, like I said, but like I read that earlier. That's the difference that they get in energy is 3%.
Okay. Wait, hold on. We're talking about brightness then or heat? I'm confused. Yeah,
So the
illuminance.
brightness, the amount of energy we get, and the also the distance, they're all 3%.
Okay.
The size difference, 3%. Actually, that's not true.
You guys done?
Sure.
Okay, because I was driving before and I was hearing the son talk, and I was wondering if I can have like 5 minutes with Paradolia, if he's willing, of course.
Yeah.
You good? Is that you?
Yeah.
All right. So your claim is that the sun is 93 million miles away, and it shines its light. I presume you think parallel rays.
Yeah.
Okay. And how can I put it to you like this? So the heat is, you said before that the heat is distributed evenly. with those parallel rays?
I don't know exactly how it's distributed.
Okay, you don't know. So, but before you seem pretty, because you said the heat was equal, and you were talking about, what were you calling them? Quantum scales or something? Quantum measuring things?
Quantum meter. It measures the quantity of light that hits the sensor.
Okay, so you're saying now the light is going to hit uniformly on your globe, right? Parallel.
I mean, I think it's dependent upon, you know.
Sorry?
It depends, but
What does it depend on? They're either parallel or they're not.
yeah, they are parallel. Yeah, I agree with that.
So they're parallel. Okay. So now, can you please explain to me, because I can't see how this is possible. Can you please explain to me how you have a sun directing heat to your globe evenly, more or less parallel, but your globe is frozen on the top and on the bottom, but it's only heated in the center. Can you explain that? And you think you can recreate that? Because personally, I think that's the biggest ball killer there is, the biggest sphere killer there is. What do you think?
They receive the least quantity of sunlight.
They receive which, the top and the bottom of the ball?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think that you can recreate this and show us how this works? Because to me, this is physically impossible.
Like
Thinking of it logically, like if your logic isn't broken, right? If you have solid logic, it just you just can't do it.
It's always a glancing blow of what sun it does get. It's not
Hold on,
direct.
left lane. Let me have a few minutes with him, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're forgiven.
Thank you.
What do you think, Bardolia?
What do you like? What, like I said, they receive the least quantity of sunlight.
That's just saying something. Okay, so can you put something and recreate it and let it receive the least quantity of sunlight from a single source? You think you can do that?
I mean, if you take a tennis ball, drill a hole through it, put it on a string, shine a flashlight at one side, spin the tennis ball, you'll notice that the least quantity of sunlight goes to the tips that are drilled.
But we're talking about ice now. The caps being ice and the center being beautiful and nice. Swim, you can take a nice swim in the Bahamas like a champ. But if you go up north, you're gonna die. How does that happen?
The sun provides radiant heat from IR. I believe it is from IR. Is that right? Can anyone tell me? Infrared is the one that provides the heat. So it's providing radiant heat. I think there's other types of heat as well. It radiates heat on the surfaces that it touches. And so if the largest surfaces that it touches are higher in temperature, that would make sense, right? And the least surfaces that it touches would therefore be the coldest, I would say.
So you mean the light is selective? It's touching some places more than others?
Well, it'd be based upon the object's what the shape of the object is.
Like what? Give us an example of how you see this happening. Give us the material, what light you would use.
Hey, no French.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I don't want to trigger Jeremy. The material.
Well, I kind of gave like that tennis ball example, right?
Uh-huh. How do you think that worked out for you, though? You drilled a hole in a tennis ball? And then?
And so the tips would receive the least quantity of light.
Okay. So you can do it, right? You can take a tennis ball, freeze it, throw some water on it. Nice hairy tennis ball, you know? Freeze it, throw it in the freezer, take it out, drill a hole through it, and take your light and just heat the center. Just tilt it the way you want. What is it, 30-something degrees, 33 or something? Tilt it and show us how it's done. You think you can do it?
Sure, someone could do something like that.
Really? You think you can freeze a ball and melt only the center of it and keep it like that?
If you put a radiant heat source against a frozen ball and you spin it, it will be colder on the tips than it is in the center. Yeah, the part that receives the least amount of radiant heat will be warmer. Yeah, like.
Perfect. When do you think you can have a working model for us?
So I would need to make a working model of this.
Well, all you need is a tennis ball.
And millions of dollars in tax money first.
Just the angle. That's it.
All you need is a
Just
tennis
the
ball.
angle's different.
A tennis ball and a light source.
The angle's different. That's the only difference.
Get one of them restaurant bulbs. You know those restaurant bulbs that keeps the French fries hot. Try one of those.
Do you think like that wouldn't work, or?
Do I think it would? I'm trying to contain myself from laughing, bro, because out of respect, I'm trying to contain myself.
For you.
Is that
I'm
a no?
laughing for you.
You think you can do it? Seriously?
Is that a no?
Yeah, I say it's a no. Yeah, hard, solid no.
Okay. So like when restaurants use heat lamps for food, right? They have one heat lamp on a large stainless steel table. Is like the entire heat lamp, or is that entire stainless steel table heated equally? Or is the part that's underneath the heat lamp the hottest?
Why are you asking me silly questions? Can you recreate this using that lamp? What do you think? Why are you asking me questions? You have the answers. You know the model. You say that we can have a ball frozen at either tip and B swim in the middle like in the Bahamas. So it's your
Is that a
explanation.
yes
Why are you
or a
asking
no?
me questions?
Is it a yes or a no that you think the hottest part would be under the heat lamp?
Again, with your yes and no's.
Of course, it'd be under the heat lamp.
Obviously. I mean, why are you asking kindergarten?
Bro?
Hold
Okay,
on, bro. Hold on.
Where's
Give
your
me a
answers?
chance with him. Yes, it'll be the hottest spot. Yes.
I actually used to own a restaurant, so that's why I jumped in. A pizza place, but go ahead. And
I don't
by
want
the
to hog
way,
up the thing, but I just want a few minutes with him, and I guess we'll open whatever.
That's fair. My bad. Just real quick though, I used to own a pizza place, and he's right. When you put a pizza on the heat lamp, like it's really only designed to just heat up that position. So I'll shut up.
Okay, perfect. So then he can use that lamp that's designed to only heat that position, and heat only that position on the tennis ball or any other ball he wishes, and show us. Should be easy, no?
Would be fairly easy.
Do you have any other questions, Montreal?
So you give up, hands up, white flag on this one?
I mean, if you want to interpret it that way, yeah, I totally give up.
Okay, fair enough. I yield the floor. I think I made my point. I think this is the spear killer, their ball killer, right there.
Totally.
The guy already told you, dude.
There are many. There are many.
One of them, yeah, one of them. I don't want to be greedy.
Yeah. You got to keep it simple.
He's already told you that it's the same energy, right? The same amount of energy. It's just the angle's different. Okay.
So the angles
the angles are different, dude. So if you have a pizza at Apocryphon's Pizzeria, Pizzagate, that was the name of his restaurant. If you have a
that's pretty funny.
Yeah, if you have a pizza at his Pizzagate restaurant, and you have a light shining on the surface of the pizza, perpendicular to the pizza, you're gonna be doing a good job heating it up. If you put that same light, the same distance, and put it at the pizza, so it's now parallel with the pizza, parallel with the crust, barely even seeing the surface, it's at the same distance, you're gonna heat the pizza a lot less. It's gonna be a lot less useful from that angle.
Osho, so are you gonna get a pizza and replicate this for us?
I could do that, but I would have to go to Apocryphon's restaurant. It's been raided by the FBI.
Are we supposed to take your word for this, or?
I'll get
Not
it
a
done.
pizza. We want a sphere. We want a sphere. We want a ball. You can make a pizza ball if you want pizza pocket.
Regardless, SC, do you understand the difference now? There is a difference between the atmosphere, but the atmosphere is going to do very little, whereas the energy from the sun at both the North Pole and both the equator will be very similar in magnitude and amount. The only difference is the surface area, and the surface is going to be either perpendicular to it or parallel to it in either case. And one's going to be more useful in accepting that sunlight and retaining it, and the other one's going to be less useful, more spread out.
So you think you can recreate it? When is your working model? I'm still waiting for the sun one, but it's never going to happen. How about this one? Any working model of this?
I did.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, it's each pole has 6 months of darkness, and then there's a few days of transition. Then it has 6 months of sunshine, but it's never a direct. It's always a glancing blow. It's not shining directly. It's not receiving a full blast directly from the sun. So, you know, I would expect it to be cold at the poles.
Why? What? How? Here, look at my turkey that I have on the barbecue, right? Why would you expect that turkey not to cook evenly, even if you tilt it? Why would you expect that turkey to remain frozen on either end? I mean, what, is your logic broken?
No,
Are
I
you
would
not
expect it
able
to be frozen still.
Are you not able to like see this like in your mind's eye? Like, are you not able to like perceive this? Like, I don't
Conceptual.
understand.
Yeah.
You're asking me if I'm able to see it?
Yeah.
How? No, of course not. No logical person could see that.
So it's a concept. It's a
A
conceptual.
sun that hold on. A sun that shines evenly on a surface, right? And you're telling me that that surface could be frozen on either end